Chapter 1. Shirley Slope. In front of the dilapidated mountain god temple. Master, is this truly the entrance to our esteemed sect, the finest immortal school in the realm? The ethereal young woman, her long black hair tied with a red ribbon, gazed at the crumbling temple before her, her expression teetering between curiosity and trepidation. The young man in tattered Taoist robes turned back, regarding the celestial seedling he had managed to coax along. With a handsome visage that exuded an air of mystery, Chu Xingchen declared, "A mountain need not be tall, it is the presence of immortals that bestows its renown. You are still young, do not let appearances deceive you." The girl clad in a pink flowing gown suddenly seemed enlightened, her eyes sparkling with realization. "I understand now, Master. Is it true that there is a hidden world within? I recall reading in the legend of Xishan that upon opening a worn door, one might discover resplendent treasures within." With an expression of uncontainable excitement, Yingling dashed forward, eagerly pushing open the dilapidated, drafty door. Her heart brimmed with anticipation for the wonders that lay beyond. Yet what greeted her eyes was a rather different scene. A shattered deity statue, reduced to mere fragments, and cobwebs clinging to the rafters, untouched and undisturbed. The former altar had been relocated to a rickety wooden plank, now serving as a makeshift desk. However, this altar was askew, propped up by a stone. Beside it stood a rudimentary stove, hastily constructed from stones, with a diminutive iron pot resting atop. Yingling could only conclude that this was an abandoned shrine, long forsaken, resembling the dwelling of a vagrant. Chu Xingchen also stepped into the dilapidated temple, his expression serene, showing no sign of embarrassment as he remarked, "In the future, refrain from reading the writings of those mundane individuals, they may corrupt your mind. Wait, Master will dismantle the side panel of the statue for you to use as a bed. This temple is quite spacious, you may choose to sleep wherever you wish." Yingling felt a wave of darkness wash over her, timidly inquiring, "Isn't cultivating immortality supposed to be different, Master?" Chu Xingchen asserted confidently, "Cultivating immortality. This is precisely how it is." Yingling hesitantly questioned, "But aren't the other immortal sects resplendent, with grand palaces floating atop towering peaks? Have you witnessed it with your own eyes? Or did you hear it from some fellow practitioner? Isn't that what the stories say? You are aware, they are merely stories in the present day. Cultivating immortality does not adhere to such notions as long as one can attain immortality. That is the true essence of cultivation." Chu Xingchen emphasized, "What do those mundane individuals understand about cultivating immortality? Do they grasp the concept of simplicity in the Great Way?" Upon hearing this, Yingling weakly replied, "But this seems excessively simplistic. Cease your idle chatter, will you cultivate or not?" "Cultivate." Chu Xingchen settled onto the wooden panel, cleared his throat, and revealed a hint of a smile as he said, "Then, why not hurry and bow to your master?" Hearing this, Yingling appeared somewhat reluctant to move her feet, yet there was no turning back. Now returning home would only lead to her father marrying her off to the foolish son of the Wang family. That fool required assistance, even to eat, and would babble incoherently upon seeing a woman. Let the dilapidated temple remain as it is certainly preferable to feeding a couple of fools. Yingling knelt upon the ground, suddenly prostrating himself before Chu Xingchen with a resounding bow, exclaiming, "Master, I humbly bow to you." Yingling. Completion of the novice task. Recruit a disciple. Reward granted. Immaculate golden elixir. Upon assessing Yingling, it was determined that his spiritual root was of a singular water attribute. Teaching materials issued. Supreme Tying True Mysterious Spiritual Water Heart Sutra. Items have been dispatched to the backpack. Chu Xingchen instantly felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. 3 years, an entire 3 years had elapsed before successfully enrolling a disciple with qualifications deemed adequate by the system. The system stipulated that only those with the potential for ascension could be recognized as suitable disciples. Wasn't this requirement absurd? A budding immortal must possess at least a second-tier spiritual root to be considered worthy of such a title. Not to mention, individuals of such caliber are exceedingly rare. Even if they exist, they're treasures coveted by the grand sects. As a mere foundation stage cultivator, Where could one possibly find such a blind disciple? After 3 long years, he had traversed the entirety of Xuanwu Kingdom, barely scraping by with his foundation stage cultivation. And finally at last had received his first disciple. Glancing at the system panel before him, he reviewed Li Yingling's details. El de disciple, Li Yingling. Cultivation, none. Golden attribute, talent for immortal cultivation. Purple attribute, fortunate destiny. Blue attribute, beautiful countenance. Though it was evident that this young girl intended to serve as a shield for herself, it is also known that her apprenticeship was motivated by a desire to avoid marrying the foolish son of the minister. However, what is there to find unacceptable about this entry attribute? The choice to reside in this dilapidated temple was also made to evade attention. In the desolate expanse of the 10-mile slope, where not a soul can be found for 30 miles, it was no easy feat to discover this ramshackle temple. Otherwise, who in their right mind would choose to dwell here? After 3 days of careful planning, I successfully brought Li Yingling out. At last, I have completed the novice task. With the sound of task completion resonating, a surge of spiritual energy infused into me, causing my cultivation to ascend rapidly. A golden elixir gradually formed within my dantian. As a prodigy with a singular spiritual root, Li Yingling was naturally very perceptive to the fluctuations of spiritual energy. Yet, she had yet to embark on the path of cultivation. All she could sense was the aura emanating from Chu Xingchen, which suddenly elevated a notch. "Master, what is this?" Chu Xingchen casually replied, "I am simply overjoyed to have you as my beloved disciple," and a bit of my repressed cultivation inadvertently leaked out. "All right, you need not kneel any longer, rise." Li Yingling nodded in realization, then stood up, somewhat perplexed, and asked, "What about the other disciples? As the foremost sect in the Xuanwu Kingdom, I would imagine you have many students. Master, where are they?" "At present, you are the only one." Li Yingling was momentarily taken aback. "Ah? Master, you mean?" Chu Xingchen maintained a calm demeanor, stating, "I follow an elite path, only accepting those with destined potential. Never taking in misfits. Is this sect truly worthy of being called the foremost sect of the Xuanwu Kingdom? My master alone could dominate the Xuanwu Kingdom. How could it not be deemed the foremost sect of the realm? Alas, I should have heeded my mother's words. Handsome men are often deceivers." If Li Yingling had not witnessed Chu Xingchen standing against the Shangshu family on her behalf, she would have been convinced that she had encountered a fraudster or perhaps a madman. "Master, please do not trick me." Chu Xingchen retrieved a tattered tome, the Supreme Taiyin True Xian Spirit Water Heart Sutra, from his system backpack. An ancient, yellowed book appeared in his hands, crumpled and worn. The characters on the cover, Supreme Taiyin Xian Spirit, were smudged beyond recognition. Fortunately, the remaining 3 characters were remarkably clear. He tossed the book to Li Yingling beside him. "Study this text. Once you do, you shall discern whether your master has deceived you." With his master's unwavering assurance, it must be an unparalleled cultivation technique. Li Yingling joyfully gazed at the cover of the book. The majority of the text was indecipherable. The remaining 3 characters left her astonished as she exclaimed, "Water Heart Sutra?" She then shot a look of disbelief at Chu Xingchen, as if to say, "You are deceiving me again. What kind of top-tier celestial art bears such a mundane title as the Water Heart Sutra? This is utterly absurd. If the cover appears so muddled, the contents inside must be a jumbled mess as well. Could it be that her master procured it from a roadside stall? Would the practice lead to a state of madness? In the tales, the supreme techniques are always accompanied by an aura of grandeur and a radiant spectrum of colors. If this wretched book were to be discarded on the street, it would likely be repurposed as mere toilet paper. Li Yingling gazed at the tattered tome in her hands and timidly inquired, "Master, how about we exchange it for another?" Li Yingling's unreasonable request was promptly countered by Chu Xingchen. The techniques provided by the system were capable of facilitating a perfect ascension. Moreover, they were impeccably tailored to align with her spiritual roots. Even the grandest sects might not possess such treasures. Li Yingling should count herself fortunate to be able to practice it. Yet she dares to be choosy. The truth was, he had no other cultivation methods to offer this girl. As night fell, Li Yingling lay on the cold wooden boards, deprived of the soft pillows of her home, making it exceedingly difficult for her to find slumber despite being clothed. The absence of a blanket to cover her small belly left her feeling utterly uncomfortable. Master, she called softly. A weary response from Chu Xingchen echoed. What are you doing awake at this hour? The draft at the temple door is chilling me, she replied. With a yawn, Chu Xingchen suggested, get up and take a few steps. You won't feel cold once you move about. Li Yingling weakly retorted, but won't I just feel cold again after lying down? With a hint of exasperation, Chu Xingchen replied, as I mentioned, that technique is called the supreme, true, mystical water heart sutra. Practice it boldly. You shall not feel cold once you reach the third or fourth level of qi. Refiningly, Yingling cast a sidelong glance at the sacred text of the Water Heart Sutra lying beside her. Master, your words are indeed difficult to accept. To hell with it. If death comes, then so be it. I have chosen this, master, and with tears in my eyes, I shall persevere. With gritted teeth, Li Yingling rose, seized the Water Heart Sutra, and approached the fire. She opened the first page and gazed at the first line. I, the true monarch of water spirit, declare that this heart method is the exclusive technique of the true immortal realm's water spirit, true monarch. What? A true immortal heart method? Li Yingling's mood lifted slightly as she glanced at the second line. I, the true monarch of raging waves, have inscribed this genuine water method. I have made revisions for enhanced efficacy. Rest assured in your cultivation. What? A great power has thoughtfully modified it. Li Yingling nodded in satisfaction and turned her gaze to the third line. I, the true monarch of oceanic tides, assert that the previous two are fools, having penned nonsense that misleads disciples. I have amended it. Li Yingling's eyes swiftly scanned the first page. Good heavens! The entire first page was filled with proclamations beginning with I and denunciations of the previous author's incompetence. According to the first page, this Water Heart Sutra had been revised by at least 17 great powers. This implies that it is a compilation of 17 versions of a cultivation heart method. With trembling hands, Li Yingling turned to the next page. Please do not let there be further revisions. Li Yingling felt a wave of darkness envelop her vision. Yet she persevered, continuing to read with one handy. The Emperor of the North Sea, implore you to cease any further alterations. Your lack of skill coupled with reckless writing nearly led me astray in my cultivation. This version, having undergone my meticulous revisions, is the final edition. It is devoid of toxicity. Rest assured in your practice. Allow me to reiterate, no more changes. Turning my gaze to the subsequent section, I was relieved to find that indeed, no further modifications had been made. However, a series of bold strokes of ink obliterated the text that once adorned the page. The sole line that remained untouched read, Water, the very essence of the heavens and the earth. A rather superfluous statement. I must say I swiftly turned to the next page. The entire sheet had been rendered black, marred by vivid strokes of red ink, which in turn had been largely obscured. A cacophony of colors transformed the paper into an inky abyss before being forcibly inscribed upon with white paint. These formidable beings are remarkably tenacious. The myriad colors of the characters made Li Yingling feel as though her eyes were dazzled. She lifted her gaze towards Chu Xingchen, who lay upon the wooden plank, and weakly inquired, Master, I have succumbed to demonic temptation. Do you have time to rescue me? Chu Xingchen propped himself up, looking at Li Yingling, who squatted by the fire, cradling the Water Sutra in her hands. He sighed and replied, just focus on your cultivation. You won't fall into demonic temptation. Would I, your master, harm you? Master, did you not pick this up from the roadside? Did you not see it? Do you truly believe such a profound technique could be found by the roadside? Upon hearing this, Li Yingling cast her eyes downward. Indeed, the counterfeit ink money spent was excessive. She responded softly, Master, I am truly cultivating. Please protect me. Rising from the wooden plank, Chu Xingchen approached Li Yingling and nodded. Rest assured, I will ensure your safety. Once you cultivate, you will comprehend the true power of this Water Sutra. Master, you have called it the Water Sutra. What else can be done? Li Yingling steeled herself and read through this modified version of the Water Sutra, which bore little resemblance to the original text. Subsequently, she began her cultivation according to this method. The moment she commenced, she felt an incredible shift. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth swiftly coalesced, rushing toward Li Yingling. Following the sutra, she absorbed the spiritual energy, which coursed through her meridians that a sensation of natural ease spread throughout her being. Chu Xingchen watched in astonishment as Li Yingling rapidly broke through to the first layer of qi refining. Soon after, her aura solidified and she abruptly advanced to the second layer of qi refining. This celestial seedling is truly terrifying. Damn, it's no wonder she bears the title of genius. How enviable. Disciple Li Yingling has broken through to the second layer of qi refining, returning 100% of her cultivation. Chu Xingchen's eyes sparkled. Such fortunate occurrences exist. A stream of faint, pure spiritual energy entered his body. He hastily attempted to sense this energy, but discerned little, as it was merely the second layer of qi refining, far beneath his golden core staged. Well, at least I need not worry about this girl surpassing me. I will always remain a golden core level ahead of her. In the dead of night, after observing for a while, Chu Xingchen noted that Li Yingling encountered no significant issues. He lay back down on the wooden plank, yawned, and intended to continue his slumber. After all, this was a method produced by the system. There should be no problems. Meanwhile, Li Yingling seemed to have developed an addiction to cultivation, practicing from the depths of night until dawn. Sunlight streamed through the broken door, illuminating the temple. Master! Master! Chu Xingchen, groggily opening his eyes, was met with Li Yingling's adoring gaze. What is it? He asked in confusion. Yingling exclaimed with excitement. I've reached the 5th layer of qi refining. I achieved it in just one night. That water sutra is truly a top-tier, celestial technique. Chu Xingchen yawned, turned to resume his sleep, but still offered a perfunctory praise. Well done, observing her master's intention to return to slumber. Li Yingling quickly interjected. Master, I have yet to establish my foundation and cannot undergo fasting. I have been hungry all day, and there is no food in this desolate wilderness. You have any solutions? Chu Xingchen sighed in resignation. Did you not say this place is a wilderness? Go outside and catch some wild chickens that you've reached the 5th layer of qi refining. Surely you can catch at least one wild chicken? Li Yingling was momentarily taken aback. This was not how it was supposed to be when she sought his mentorship. Why did he change so drastically upon becoming her master? How could she possibly catch a wild chicken? But looking at Chu Xingchen lying inertly on the wooden plank, she thought, perhaps this is just how cultivation works, much like that water sutra. After comforting herself, Li Yingling picked up a nearby wooden stick and stepped outside the temple, determined to hunt a wild chicken. Just as she exited, she heard Chu Xingchen's voice from behind. Remember to leave 2 drumsticks for your master, Yingling, who had just stepped into the 5th layer of qi refining. Nearly stumbled in shock that by the time she returned to the dilapidated temple, disheveled and covered in dirt, it was already noon. Her pink flowing robe was caked in mud, and her face bore several streaks of soil. In her hands, the wooden stick had been replaced by a wild rabbit. Her initial target had indeed been a wild chicken, but they were perched in the trees, not so easily captured. Thus, she had caught a poor rabbit. Though she felt a pang of guilt, the rabbit was undeniably adorable, but did not its belly deserve compassion as well? Pushing open the temple door, Li Yingling noticed her master boiling water. Chu Xingchen glanced at the dirt-smeared Li Yingling and inquired with a sigh. I sent you out to hunt. How did you end up looking like you were hunted? Li Yingling nearly exploded with indignation at this remark. She had intended to retort loudly, but recalling the extraordinary prowess of the Water Sutra. Perhaps her master was indeed a sage. Maybe he was merely honing her skills? She could only weakly counter. It's not that easy to catch them. Chu Xingchen approached, took the rabbit from her hands, and inspected its ears. Too skinny. Next time, catch a fatter one. They're much tastier when roasted he said, noticing Li Yingling's disgruntled expression. And no need to look so glum. Once I demonstrate my skills, you'll be motivated to hunt again next time. Li Yingling, puzzled, watched as Chu Xingchen produced a dagger, deftly demonstrating how to prepare a lovely rabbit. He then summoned a sphere of water, using elemental magic, to wash it clean. One of the benefits of traversing the Xuanwu Kingdom was the abundance of spices and seasonings, all stored within his spatial ring. Since there was no air circulation within the ring, It also provided excellent preservation that he retrieved garlic and green onions, preparing to make a spicy rabbit head. The left portion would be braised, while the right would be fragrant with garlic. Soon, 3 delectable dishes made from the rabbit were served at the table, each appealing to the senses. Chu Xingchen pushed a plate of rabbit head toward Li Yingling, saying, "This is your first successful hunt. You deserve the finest rabbit head." Observing the transformation of the adorable rabbit into a mouth-watering dish, tears of frustration streamed down her face. Yet, instinctively, she felt some resistance toward the rabbit head. After all, as a young girl with a compassionate heart, consuming rabbit meat was already a stretch. How could she possibly eat its head? However, this refusal crumbled swiftly upon tasting the rabbit meat. The spicy, aromatic flavor was utterly irresistible. After just a few bites, the ordinary rabbit meat had vanished from her plate. Li Yingling deeply realized her master was correct. This rabbit was far too skinny. It barely sufficed. Her gaze then fell upon her own limit, the spicy rabbit head. Li Yingling's conflicted expression did not escape Chu Xingchen's notice. He seized the moment and said, "Are you really not going to eat? If you want tea, I will eat." Li Yingling felt a rush of shame for her lack of principles. Eating the rabbit was one thing, but how could she gnaw on its head? Cursed be her master, so delicious. Ever since Li Yingling had tasted Chu Xingchen's culinary talents, her enthusiasm and initiative for hunting had increased dramatically. Simultaneously, the sense of advancement from her cultivation kept her awake at night, and she diligently practiced. Chu Xingchen intended to oversee her as a master, but there seemed to be no opportunity. Everything appeared to be going well. This disciple was relatively easy to manage. However, the living conditions of the dilapidated temple were somewhat unbearable for a young lady of noble birth like Li Yingling. She meticulously cleaned the temple, sweeping away cobwebs from the ceiling, mending the drafty door, and even dismantling the last 2 wooden planks from the shrine to create a separate bed for herself. Chu Xingchen had no objections, understanding her plight as a young lady. Yet he pondered that if he would take on new disciples in the future, he might be forced to sleep in a pile of straw. Half a month later, under the night sky, Li Yingling leaned against the fire, savoring a roasted chicken leg with a blissful expression, yet still sighed, "Master, I've been stuck at the 9th layer of qi refining for quite some time." Chu Xingchen sprinkled seasoning on the roasted chicken and replied, "Just practice more, and you'll advance." Li Yingling cleared her throat lightly and said, "Master, in the stories I've read, don't they often mention miraculous pills and spiritual herbs that assist in breakthroughs? As the foremost sect of the Xuanwu kingdom, and with you being the most esteemed cultivator in the realm, surely you possess a fair share of fine elixirs, don't you?" Chu Xingchen lifted his gaze towards Li Yingling, who was displaying a look of great anticipation that put succinctly. Her words seemed to implore, "Come on, let us see those elixirs." Amused, he thought to himself, "Where would I find any elixirs? If I hadn't taken you as my disciple, I would still be at the foundation establishment stage myself. What can you expect from a master in the foundation stage regarding miraculous pills?" However, he did not find himself entirely without options. Glancing at the night sky, he reflected that the Xuanwu kingdom was situated in a remote area, far from the bustling central region, where golden elixirs were abundant. In this secluded land, a golden core cultivator could indeed be regarded as an ancestor. Despite his current status as a flawless golden core cultivator, there were things he had previously refrained from doing that he might now consider. Resolutely, Chu Xingchen declared, "Hurry up and eat. Once you're done, I'll take you to our sect's medicinal fields to gather some spiritual herbs for you." Yingling's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Does our sect truly have medicinal fields? I wandered through these desolate outskirts and didn't see anything resembling fields." Chu Xingchen, slightly exasperated, retorted, "This forsaken place lacks spiritual veins. Do you think spiritual herbs just grow like common radishes, requiring nothing more than a hole to be dug and a seed to be planted?" At that moment, Li Yingling was far more captivated by the revelation that her sect possessed more than just a dilapidated temple. They actually had a spiritual field. This thought led her to conclude that her sect was not as impoverished as she had imagined. Thus, lifting her spirits, it seemed that a breakthrough in her foundation establishment was within reach. She found the roasted chicken leg in her hand even more delectable, and disregarding any semblance of decorum. She hastily devoured it. "Master, I'm full. Let us be on our way." Chu Xingchen, somewhat speechless, noted how blatantly this girl concealed her desire for her master's elixirs. Nevertheless, it was better to leave sooner. As the timing was becoming increasingly favorable, with a resigned sigh, Chu Xingchen said, "Let us go." Under the cloak of night, the master and disciple made their way southeast an hour later as they traversed the rugged mountain path. Yingling could no longer contain her curiosity. "Master, I sent this medicinal field a bit too remote. That is how spiritual veins are." "We're almost there," he replied. Half an hour later, Yingling finally beheld the medicinal field Chu Xingchen had mentioned. To her astonishment, the spiritual herbs truly radiated a unique brilliance, shimmering under the moonlight in a harmonious dance with a celestial glow. Furthermore, the protective measures surrounding this field were quite impressive. A faint yellow barrier safeguarded this modest expanse of spiritual herbs. Yingling's gaze turned eagerly towards Chu Xingchen, but her excitement waned when she realized what he was doing. He was cautiously using his own spiritual energy to stealthily create a large hole in the barrier. After scanning the area, he handed her a burlap sack. "I'll keep watch. You go in and take whatever catches your eye. Don't be shy. It's our own medicinal field." Upon hearing this, Yingling felt dizzy, a wave of disbelief washing over her. "Master, are you trying to set me up for failure?" She glanced at the burlap sack thrust into her hands at this moment. She was not foolish enough to be unaware that this was someone else's medicinal field. As a well-educated noblewoman, the idea of stealing was a significant challenge to her moral compass. She intended to voice her concerns, but a silencing gesture from Chu Xingchen startled her into silence. He whispered urgently, "Keep your voice down. Don't wake the brothers sleeping inside. Hurry, take whatever you see." With the sack in hand, the allure of the spiritual herbs, and her master's urging, Yingling felt an irresistible compulsion to act. Gritting her teeth, she carefully slipped through the hole. And the tales often proclaimed that the world of cultivation was fraught with treachery. Achieving immortality meant that someone else would be denied that same fate. Driven by this conviction, she stepped into the medicinal field, her nerves prompting her to seize the nearest spiritual herb, uprooting it without a second thought. She paid no mind to its potential effects or whether her technique was proper. She stuffed everything into the sack. She continued. Her initial anxiety gave way to exhilaration, and she began specifically seeking out the brightest, glowing herbs. These would serve well as candles back home. Eventually, Yingling filled the burlap sack to the brim, her heart still racing with excitement as she prepared to return. This time, it was Chu Xingchen who was left astounded. The medicinal field was quite small, after all, being merely that of a minor sect. The larger sect were not something he dared to provoke. Yingling's lack of restraint was astonishing. She had nearly uprooted a quarter of the herbs. Just as she emerged, a sudden commotion startled her. Perhaps in her excitement, she had neglected her steps, awakening a drowsy disciple from the medicinal field. As he rubbed his eyes and beheld the significant loss of herbs, especially those urgently needed by the sect leader, he shouted, "Which fool dares to steal the precious herbs I painstakingly gathered? You think you could just take them? What kind of audacious thief are you?" Yingling's heart raced. Chu Xingchen reacted swiftly, grabbing her hand and immediately using Earth Escape to flee. In the distance, she vaguely heard, "That scoundrel is trying to steal the precious herbs I painstakingly collected." "Hibiscus, I am so sorry." Chu Xingchen's Earth Escape technique was designed for quick exits. Having practiced diligently, he moved with incredible speed. When they finally resurfaced, they found themselves in an unknown location. Chu Xingchen adeptly set up misleading traces to confuse their pursuers, then took Yingling in the opposite direction. That he repeated these maneuvers at least 8 times before cautiously returning to the dilapidated temple. Taking the sack from the still terrified Yingling, Chu Xingchen began to sort through the spiritual herbs. After identifying a couple of them, he frowned. Why did this girl only bring back supplement for yang energy? Yingling, still shaken, asked, "Master, do you think we'll get caught?" Chu Xingchen's expression remained calm as he replied, "Not at all. I've already made sufficient preparations that were perfectly secure, reflecting on Chu Xingchen's skilled movements and swift earth escape. Li Yingling noted his composed demeanor, devoid of any anxiety. He was clearly an experienced hand. She inquired, "Master, do you often do this?" "Not frequently. It's just that when I had a lower cultivation level, traveling through the Xuanwu kingdom made me susceptible to trouble, so I practiced it whenever I could." Li Yingling continued, "But Master, your cultivation should be quite advanced now. Why still flee?" He replied while sorting through the herbs, "What else can we do? Should we just eliminate them all?" Chu Xingchen, still examining the herbs, added, "There's no need to overthink it. That sect had a minor grievance with me, and today a little theft should settle the score." Intrigued, Li Yingling asked, "What kind of grievance?" With a sigh, Chu Xingchen recounted. The sect leader had a partner, quite attractive but of questionable character, yet the leader was deeply infatuated. Eventually, the partner took a fancy to my unparalleled demeanor and made several unsuccessful advances, which the sect leader discovered. I explained that I was not the only one being pursued. His top disciple was also involved. This only enraged him further, and I ended up being chased for 3 days and nights. At this, Li Yingling couldn't help but chuckle. Chu Xingchen glanced at her, but said nothing. Continuing to sort the herbs, he then selected a few that were of suitable age, removing their roots, and tossed them into a pot. The remaining herbs that were not immediately needed were stored away in his spatial ring. Lighting a fire, adding water, he began to cook. The beginner-esque gift from the system included basic alchemy and crafting skills. Unfortunately, one required a cauldron, while the other needed a furnace. After careful consideration, he discovered that alchemy could indeed be performed in a pot, albeit with slightly inferior results compared to a proper alchemy furnace. Taking a deep breath, he focused intently. Ready to commence the alchemy process, do not speak. After achieving the golden core, the mastery over spiritual energy has become remarkably effortless. The essence within the medicinal herbs is swiftly extracted, transforming the pot of water into a vibrant green hue. Following this, the heat is intensified to concentrate the essence, preserving its medicinal properties. The liquid is reduced to a droplet the size of a pill. Chu Xingchen carefully envelopes this droplet with spiritual energy and then turns to Li Yingling, saying, "Open your mouth, my diligent disciple." Li Yingling, however, is left astonished. Is it not customary for alchemists to produce solid pills? Why, in her case, does it appear as a liquid? Moreover, this greenish liquid resembles poison more than a medicinal elixir. How could she possibly open her mouth for this? With a hint of trepidation, Li Yingling asks, "Master, are you certain this is safe to consume? If it weren't for the poor effects and side effects of directly consuming the spirit-cultivating grass, I wouldn't bother refining this for you." Chu Xingchen retorts impatiently, "Hurry, open your mouth, consume it, and then proceed to cultivate." Reluctantly, Li Yingling opens her mouth and swallows the vibrant green liquid. As the liquid bursts within her mouth, an overwhelmingly bitter taste contorts her expression, almost forcing her to regurgitate it. Yet, the effect is undeniable. The spiritual energy within her begins to surge. Quickly, she returns to her bed, sits cross-legged, and begins her cultivation. Chu Xingchen observes her situation closely, and upon confirming that all is well, he too settles back onto his bed. He then opens the system interface. There are 2 novice tasks. One is to recruit a qualified disciple, and the other is for the disciple to reach the foundation establishment stage. Once Li Yingling establishes her foundation, he can complete the second novice task, which will reward him with a divine ability. Subsequently, he will unlock formal tasks. Tears brimmed in his eyes, which novice task would take over 3 years to complete. It has been proven that using an iron pot for alchemy yields excellent results. A Yingling begins to absorb spiritual energy voraciously, preparing to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Chu Xingchen hastily retrieves several spirit stones from his spatial ring, arranging them into a simple gathering formation to ensure Li Yingling has enough spiritual energy for her breakthrough. That water scripture had also been studied by Chu Xingchen, although it appeared somewhat disorienting. It was indeed penned by an emperor designed to guide one towards a perfect foundation establishment. After all, without a solid foundation, how could one ascend to immortality? Only with abundant primordial energy and a clear divine platform can one seamlessly establish their foundation. As a superior celestial seedling, her cultivation speed may be swift, but the foundation remains firm. After all, she is his first disciple, and he cannot afford to be negligent. Observing Li Yingling's energy gradually consolidating, Chu Xingchen understands that this time, success is assured. Half an hour later, the system's notification chimes. The eldest disciple Li Yingling has broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Reward issued. Divine ability, 3,000 weak water sword. Formal task issued. Recruit 2 qualified disciples. Reward, spirit gathering formation. Formal task 2. Recruit 3 qualified disciples. Reward, true martial hall. The main quest was somewhat within expectation, but how difficult it is to find a suitable disciple. Chu Xingchen cannot help but let out a deep sigh. Li Yingling, having completed her breathing exercises, opens her eyes. She is filled with joy and is about to speak when she notices Chu Xingchen staring blankly at her, followed by a sigh. Has her cultivation gone awry? Panicking, she scans her internal condition but finds everything normal. What could be the issue? Is her method of foundation establishment flawed? After several careful observations, she finds no problems whatsoever. This is the gravest of concerns. Master, am I doomed? Snapping back to reality, Chu Xingchen gives her a puzzled look. What nonsense are you spouting? He retrieves a divine ability from the system space and tosses it to Li Yingling. This is a divine ability, the ultimate trump card for cultivators. Practice it diligently. Catching the divine ability, Li Yingling glances at the cover, which is clean and neat, with the title 3,000 weak water sword elegantly inscribed. Cautiously, she opens it, and to her surprise, it is nothing like the altered version she had imagined. This divine ability is pristine, with beautifully flowing characters. It almost resembles a treasure found at a roadside stall. However, after her experience with the water scripture, she knows that as long as she does not ruin herself in practice, her current endeavor is an act of unconditional trust in her master. Happily flipping through the divine sword technique, she feels as though something is still missing. Master, do you have a sword? The phrasing sounds somewhat accusatory, but Chu Xingchen comprehends her intent. He glances at her and then swiftly removes a small piece from his wooden bed, shaping it into a wooden sword with his spiritual energy, tossing it to her. No worries. Practice as much as you like. If it breaks, I'll make you a new one. There are plenty of trees by the entrance. Over the past half-month, Li Yingling has adapted to her master style and quietly picks up the simple wooden sword that had been tossed aside. She then retreats to her wooden bed, seemingly unfazed by her breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. Chu Xingchen lets out another silent sigh. Where can one find such a celestial seedling disciple? In a past life, betrayal, a sea of blood and deep-seated grudges. In this life, I shall surely repay blood with blood. Li Xingtian's gaze is calm and resolute, his straw sandals worn and bloodied. In his previous life, he possessed ordinary talent, joining the Qingfeng sect and enduring humiliation. After finally acquiring a treasure, he surged through from the southern Zhan continent to the great Thousand Middle State. Even in a land teeming with geniuses, he was hailed as a prodigy. Alas, in his youthful ignorance, he fell victim to the deceit of a vile demoness, leaving him with nothing. Even the nascent soul he cultivated was drained by that wicked woman. Most infuriating of all, that demoness never even held his hand. How infuriating! Given a second chance at life, he vows to have no distractions of women. Li Xingtian's destination is a mountain shrine nestled within the remote woods of Shirley Slope. Within this shrine lies a stone containing a millennium of bone jade. By absorbing and melting it, and overcoming the inner demons, he can undergo a transformation. The reason for the shrine being built in this desolate place, devoid of human presence for miles, is because a powerful being left its opportunity for a fated individual in the future. In his previous life, he was that fated individual. In this life, he arrives even sooner. He remains that fated individual. Indeed, fate is truly unfathomable. Li Xingtian climbs a familiar steep slope, his heart swelling with anticipation. For beyond this slope lies the mountain shrine. He eagerly raises his gaze as he sees the shrine, but not just that. He also spots a young, stunningly beautiful female cultivator dressed in a flowing pink skirt. Her long hair cascades like a waterfall, her face resembles a peach blossom, as she wields a wooden sword, gracefully practicing her sword techniques. The spiritual energy around her dances, exuding unparalleled beauty. If an ordinary person were to witness her, how could they refrain from declaring her a celestial being? But Xingtian is different. Damn it! A woman! He silently berates her in his heart, yet he does not rush forward. Without a doubt, the girl before him is a cultivator, already on the path to immortality. Currently, he is merely a lowly practitioner at the second level of chi refinement. Better to observe first. Upon closer examination, he discerns a significant detail. This girl is practicing not just any sword technique, but a divine ability, a top-tier sword technique at that, perfectly compatible with her. Divine ability, how many cultivators dream of such a thing? In the middle state, only those who acquire divine abilities can be deemed prodigies. Xingtian possesses a divine ability as well, but it is vastly different from his own cultivation method, rendering its effects greatly diminished. Nevertheless, even so, within the same realm, as long as his opponent lacks a divine ability, he can overpower them. What infuriates Xingtian further is that this girl, currently displaying her spiritual energy at the foundation establishment stage, possesses a divine ability that fits her. Even with his rebirth and the memories of his past life, he would never dare to dream of such a thing. Which prestigious sect's core disciple is wandering here? Surely, there must be an elder from the sect accompanying her for protection. Xingtian's heart races. His presence might have been detected. He quickly and cautiously retreats down the mountainside. Indeed, timing is everything when it comes to seizing opportunities. He has arrived too early. Muttering a curse at himself, Xingtian prepared to leave without further ado. However, just as he turned, a wooden sword was pointed directly at his throat. The young girl practicing her swordsmanship regarded him with an icy demeanor and asked in a frigid tone, "Who sent you? Was it the minister of the Xuanwu kingdom, or has the Taiqing sect discovered our whereabouts?" Faced with the wooden sword pressing against his throat, Xingtian quickly cowered. After all, he had often backed down in his previous life within the sect. He raised his hands high and said, I do not know those people you mentioned." Yingling's gaze sharpened, and she coldly demanded, "Then what brings you here?" Xingtian's thoughts raced as he pondered what excuse to fabricate. From the direction of the temple, a voice floated over. "Surely our sect has gained a great reputation, and this young talent must be here to join us." Xingtian turned to see a handsome young man in tattered robes leaning against the door. A smile plastered across his face as he looked at him. Yingling, somewhat speechless, remarked, "Master, I think that is rather unlikely. If she remained oblivious to her so-called sect's true nature, she would indeed be a fool." Although her master may possess considerable skills, it was doubtful he could dominate the Xuanwu kingdom, and the authenticity of his identity was questionable. It was unclear where he had acquired such exceptional techniques. As for being renowned and attracting disciples, that was merely the stuff of dreams. Chu Xingchen strolled over leisurely, his gaze scrutinizing the young man before him. Short hair, slightly gaunt, despite the sword at his throat. His eyes exhibited no signs of panic. After glancing at the system, he noted, "Target, Xingtian, Cultivation, Chi Refinement Level 2, Golden Tag. Reborn, Purple Tag. Decisive in Battle, Blue Tag. Loyal and Righteous." The system had just indicated that someone nearby met the conditions for apprenticeship, that a quick sweep of his consciousness revealed that this individual had been apprehended by Yingling. Chu Xingchen regarded the young lad with intrigue. A reborn individual. He certainly fits the mold of a protagonist, he mused, particularly noting the loyal and righteous tag, which clearly indicated he was the sect leader's favored disciple. If only he weren't male. It was rare to have a disciple delivered to his doorstep. He felt compelled to take him under his wing. Xingtian, feeling exposed under Chu Xingchen's penetrating gaze, was taken aback. To his astonishment, it was not a guardian who had come, but his master himself. Taking a deep breath, Xingtian slowly asked, "May I inquire the name of your sect, esteemed senior?" Upon hearing this, Yingling also looked at Chu Xingchen with great curiosity, for she too was unaware. Whenever she had inquired, her master had always evaded the question that in truth, this question had not only troubled Yingling for quite some time, but it had also vexed Chu Xingchen, who, as someone afflicted with a naming difficulty, had long desired a name that was both profound and elegant. Now, observing Li Xingtian's puzzled expression, he realized that it was time to reveal the answer. Otherwise, this prospective disciple might slip away. Gazing towards the heavens, Chu Xingchen finally spoke. Our sect is called the Tiandao Alliance. Tiandao Alliance? Li Xingtian's pupils constricted. How audacious to name it after the Tao of heaven. Ultimately, it was his previous self who had possessed too narrow a perspective. He had long heard of numerous hidden immortal sects in the central continent, and it seemed that these two were indeed part of one. Li Xingtian quickly clasped his hands and said, I am merely passing through, and I mean no disturbance. Chu Xingchen promptly raised his hand to interrupt Li Xingtian, his eyes narrowing as if he sensed something. You carry the scent of causality. Is it time? Upon hearing this, Li Xingtian's heart raced, and he dared not raise his gaze to meet Chu Xingchen's eyes. This individual could see through the threads of time and causality? What level of cultivation was this? Was it transformation or tribulation? To encounter such a figure in the remote regions of the southern Jambu continent was astonishing. Could it be that he had come for the bone jade? Yet in his past life, he had obtained the bone jade, indicating that this esteemed senior had not found it. What was he thinking about the bone jade at this moment? It was no time for such thoughts. This person had already discerned his temporal causality. He knew he was a reborn individual. Would this esteemed figure not capture him for research? As Li Xingtian's mind spiraled in turmoil, Chu Xingchen was equally occupied, desperately seeking a way to mislead the reborn individual before him. After a moment, Chu Xingchen spoke solemnly. Young man, bearing great causality may not be either good or be. Li Xingtian was taken aback, sensing that the senior was perhaps offering a warning, and he quickly pressed, What do you mean by that? Feigning profundity, Chu Xingchen replied, Time is a torrent, a great force, a law. To swim against the current may lead either to destruction or to fame. Li Xingtian took a deep breath, seemingly grasping Chu Xingchen's subtle hint, and resolutely declared, Regardless of whether it leads to destruction or fame, I've already understood what I must do in this life. Satisfied, Chu Xingchen nodded approvingly, displaying a demeanor that conveyed, Young man, I appreciate your spirit. Cultivating immortality is, after all, an act of defiance against heaven. The moment of inner conflict crossed Chu Xingchen's face before he sighed. Very well, it seems fate has tied us. Would you care to join my sect? Li Xingtian was momentarily stunned, gazing incredulously at Chu Xingchen, hesitating to respond. Chu Xingchen easily perceived his trepidation, suspecting he feared being ensnared in a trap. Given that Li Xingtian was a reborn individual and currently only at Qi refinement level 2, with his feet bloodied from wear, it was evident that the dilapidated temple held something of immense significance for him. What could that be? Clearly, it was the pivotal opportunity for Li Xingtian's rise. Seemingly reading Li Xingtian's thoughts, Chu Xingchen scoffed, You underestimate the world far too much. What you perceive as a treasure is, in our eyes, merely inconsequential. Go inside and retrieve your opportunity. Li Xingtian's innermost secret was laid bare, and his astonishment was palpable as he looked at Chu Xingchen, maintaining his aloof demeanor. Chu Xingchen added, It is regrettable that you are too short-sighted to recognize what true opportunity is. Li Xingtian struggled internally, but still clasped his fists and said, I appreciate your generosity. Esteemed senior, but I am not accustomed to the constraints of a sect. I hope for your understanding. Chu Xingchen silently shook his head and turned away. Yingling, let him go, though unsure of her master's intentions or the cryptic conversation they shared. Yingling understood when it was time to show deference to her master. She retracted her wooden sword and respectfully bowed to Chu Xingchen. Yes, master. At the same time, she discreetly winked at Chu Xingchen, signaling her compliance. Chu Xingchen nodded in satisfaction. Li Xingtian once more expressed his gratitude with a bow, then ascended the small slope, daring not to glance back, before stepping into the temple. Inside, the temple bore numerous signs of habitation, vastly different from when Li Xingtian had first arrived. Even the wooden planks beneath the deity's statue had been cleared away. His heart leaping, Li Xingtian hurried to the statue and reached down to touch the floor, only to discover that the small stone he remembered had vanished. What could this mean? had the esteemed senior taken it. Yet his demeanor had been so nonchalant, and his cultivation so unfathomable. At this moment, being only at Qi refinement level 2, he could easily be dismissed with a wave of the hand. There was no need for deception. Where had that object gone? The item you seek has been used to prop up a table. Chu Xingchen's voice drifted from behind him once more. Xingtian did not turn to look, but followed Chu Xingchen's instruction to glance at the table's edge. His astonishment. The coveted Millennium Bone Jade was indeed propping up the corner of the table. Although he saw it, Xingtian did not immediately reach for it. Instead, he turned again to express his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed senior." Chu Xingchen waved his hand dismissively, his expression remaining indifferent. Xingtian slowly rose and moved directly toward the Millennium Bone Jade he had yearned for since his rebirth. Lifting the table corner, he grasped the stone-like bone jade once more, feeling as though a great weight had finally been lifted from his heart. After bowing in thanks to Chu Xingchen once more, Xingtian hurriedly exited the dilapidated temple. Yingling watched him depart, and then stepped into the temple, her tone somewhat perplexed as she asked, "Master, you let him go just like that?" The master, who seldom showed any inclination to act without benefit, surprisingly allowed someone to take what they wanted and depart freely this time. Upon hearing Li Yingling's words, Chu Xingchen hastily abandoned his pretense of being a sage. "You should practice at home first. I shall step out for a while." Yingling exhibited an expression that conveyed the master's expected demeanor. However, before Chu Xingchen could leave, curiosity got the better of her, and she inquired, "Master, is our sect truly called the Tiandao Alliance?" After all, not everything spoken by the master was the absolute truth. It was possible he was deceiving that foolish lad. Indeed, Chu Xingchen replied curtly before vanishing like a streak of rainbow light. Li Yingling pondered thoughtfully, stroking her chin. Soon, she summoned her wooden sword, which flew in her hand with a flick of her wrist. It was best to practice first. She was nearing proficiency with the 3,000 weak water sword. Li Yingling felt that this challenging technique would yield significant breakthroughs once she grasped the fundamentals. Having been hailed as a genius throughout her life, this was the first time she found herself exasperated by a technique. It had already been 5 days. How was she still merely on the verge of entry? It was no wonder her master was eager to accept new disciples. Perhaps her talent seemed insufficient in his eyes. With a sigh, Li Yingling resolved to make further efforts. Xingtian set out with determination, heading straight for the nearest town. The refinement of this Millennium Bone Jade required a tranquil and secure space, necessitating an entire day. The former sect, known for its foolishness, would deem anyone who returned as dim-witted. Moreover, she could not return, having sneaked away from the sect. She was likely already branded as a fugitive by the sect. Finding an inn in the nearby town, she intended to pay the staff generously to avoid disturbances. Once she refined the Millennium Bone Jade, she would swiftly make her way to Zhongzhou, where further opportunities awaited her. Yet, one matter weighed heavily on her heart. The words of that elder still echoed in her mind. Had she genuinely missed her true opportunity? With a sigh, she recalled how disillusioned she had become with her previous sect. Hadn't she achieved the title of a prodigy in Zhongzhou without relying on the sect in her past life? Surely, she could do the same in this life. Why should she depend on a so-called sect? Resolute in her decision, she cleared her mind of distractions. If she were to act, she would not look back with regret that a day later, after traversing mountains and rivers, Xingtian finally arrived at his destination, a sizable town. Upon reaching the inn, he did not rush to the second-floor guest room to refine the Millennium Bone Jade. Instead, he ordered a feast. After all, he was merely at the second level of Qi refinement. And after such a long journey, the provisions he had brought were long consumed. He was famished, though it had been quite some time since he had felt such hunger. Xingtian chuckled softly, savoring the sensation of reality. However, his amusement was short-lived. He soon encountered disciples from the Qingfeng sect, the sect he had previously belonged to, on the second floor. Several outer disciples dressed in white with green trim descended the stairs. Noticing them from the corner of his eye, Xingtian quickly lowered his head, hoping to avoid detection, while inwardly cursing his misfortune. But alas, the more one fears something, the more it tends to manifest. One of the Qingfeng disciples scanned the first floor, his gaze landing on the bowed head of Xingtian. Finding him familiar, he seemed to remember something and promptly tugged at the sleeve of the leading senior brother. As the senior brother cast a puzzled look in his direction, the disciple silently urged him to glance at Xingtian. The senior brother followed his gaze, squinting his eyes, before swaggering over to Xingtian's table. Accompanied by 4 other disciples, the senior brother plopped down beside Xingtian, fixing a sharp gaze upon him. Are you the Xingtian listed on the red name board? Realizing he could no longer hide, Xingtian abruptly lifted his head, surveying the 5 brothers before him. None were in the foundation establishment stage. He assessed that 3 were at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, 1 at the 4th, and the leading senior brother at the 5th level. Although he was merely at the 2nd level of Qi refinement, the formidable techniques he retained from his previous life were more than sufficient to overpower these inexperienced novices. He could eliminate them and then escape. Otherwise, he might not be able to evade them if they pursued him relentlessly. It was better to strike first and seize the initiative than to wait and be struck. Xingtian decided to act preemptively, grasping a pair of chopsticks beside him as his internal spiritual energy erupted. He aimed to subdue the leading senior brother first. However, the senior brother was already prepared for Xingtian's sudden assault. With a cold smirk, he unleashed his own 5th-level Qi refinement prowess against the incoming chopsticks. How could a mere 2nd-level waste comprehend the realm of 5th-level Qi refinement? The chopsticks and palm collided swiftly. But the result defied everyone's expectations. Xingtian's chopsticks pierced through the senior brother's palm, the feeble spiritual energy surprisingly possessing formidable penetrative power. After puncturing the palm, Xingtian's strength remained unyielding, driving directly toward the senior brother's head. Just as victory seemed imminent, a sharp and fierce aura of the golden core erupted unexpectedly. A casual strike shattered the 2nd-floor room, the immense spiritual energy surging toward Xingtian like a raging dragon. Alarm bells rang in his mind as he turned to see an elderly man with silvery hair staring silently at him. Xingtian recognized him as the 2nd elder of the Qingfeng sect. Mid-golden core cultivation. It was a trap. The thought barely formed in his mind when the massive spiritual energy, transformed into a crimson dragon, lunged at him. Striking him with overwhelming force, he felt as if his internal organs had been shattered, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. The 2nd elder rose slightly, his expression neither joyful nor sorrowful. Defecting from the sect and attacking its disciples, according to Qingfeng sect rules, you are to face the heavenly punishment. Xingtian found himself bereft of any chance to struggle. His meager spiritual energy had already been dispersed by the assault. His meridians had suffered grave injuries. The words of that elder echoed once more in his mind. The flow of time is a great force, a law. He had defied everything he had accomplished in his past life and was now swimming against the current. Ultimately, he had been too complacent, forgetting that when the order of causality is disrupted, all outcomes would diverge. The elder may have long since warned him that recklessly altering history comes at a price. That remark about taking on disciples was perhaps merely an attempt to save his life. After all, how could a being capable of perceiving the flow of time not foresee his current predicament? Xingtian felt no regret, only an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. Please, spare me for the sake of the next person. A familiar voice broke through his thoughts, and Xingtian turned to see Chu Xingchen, wearing a look of regret, gently sipping a cup of tea. The 2nd elder's gaze shifted swiftly to the speaker. Sensing no discernible cultivation from the young man before him, his expression finally shifted. Who might this esteemed friend be? Chu Xingchen shook his head slightly, picking up the chopsticks beside him and extending them forward. A mysterious and profound sword energy surged from the chopsticks, coiling around like a white dragon entwining its form. This a divine ability. The 2nd elder suppressed his astonishment, inhaling deeply as his demeanor softened. This person is a traitor to our Qingfeng sect and has harmed our disciples. Esteemed friend, out of reason and compassion, you ought not to impede me. Chu Xingchen sighed. I do not wish to coerce you, but this man and I share a certain connection. Could you grant him a reprieve? I can offer compensation. The 2nd elder pondered briefly before shaking his head. If I were to spare him, our Qingfeng sect would lose all credibility outside. Spare me? Xingtian slumped on the ground, erupted into laughter. Since I joined your Qingfeng sect as an outer disciple, have you ever regarded me as a disciple? For 3 years, I toiled in the spirit mines. Out of the 17 disciples who were recruited from my village, I am the sole survivor. Your notion of sparing me translates to denying me the chance to mine, while sending me to gather spiritual herbs in the wilds where even inner disciples dare not tread. The second elder's heart skipped a beat, and he hastily interrupted, his voice rising in anger. Traitor! How dare you slander my Qingfeng sect? Upon hearing the words, Chu Xingchen was momentarily taken aback, followed by a cold chuckle. So, it turns out I am on the side of reason. How could someone like Xingtian, who values loyalty and righteousness, betray his sect? He directed his gaze towards the elderly figure on the second floor, using the system's attribute panel. Shangguan Hong Cultivation, mid-gold core blue attribute, deep scheming white attribute, adequate talent black attribute, worn and frail black attribute, haunted by inner demons the moment he glimpsed the attributes. Chu Xingchen's confidence surged as it appeared he was up against a sickly opponent. With martial prowess and a favorable position, was he not invincible? Chu Xingchen sneered and bellowed, I once believed Qingfeng sect to be a prestigious and righteous sect of cultivation. However, it seems they are merely blood-sucking parasites. How could the Central Continent's Tiandao alliance condescend to be tainted by your filth? Now, you old cur, either scurry back with your tail between your legs, or I shall sever your head and use it as a ball to kick. With that, the sword chi coiling around his chopsticks roared to life, rapidly expanding and glaring menacingly at the second elder, exuding an aura that suggested an imminent attack. At this moment, the remaining patrons of the tavern had long since fled, leaving only the disciples of Qingfeng's sect cowering in the shadows, witnessing the standoff. The second elder, however, was not truly daring enough to engage. He could not gauge the true cultivation of the seemingly youthful individual before him, which indicated that this person was at least of mid-gold core level. Even setting aside the true cultivation of this young man, just the display of such prowess was more than enough to intimidate even a brash young gold core novice. Moreover, the term Central Continent was as thunderous in the southern realm of Zhangzhou. What sect could possibly contend with one that could stand firm in the Central Continent? Although the second elder suspected the youth might be bluffing. Who would dare to take that gamble? The second elder maintained a calm demeanor, yet he was carefully contemplating how to respond without losing face. Just then, a sycophantic voice emerged from outside. Please, fellow Taoists, do not resort to violence. Chu Xingchen's spiritual sense swept over, revealing a middle-aged man in the attire of the Demon Suppression Division's head from Xuanwu Kingdom, with a cultivation level at mid-foundation establishment. The middle-aged man continued, Esteemed seniors, is there not a way to resolve this amicably? Furthermore, this is a mortal town. Should you engage in battle, it is not merely the lives of countless mortals at stake, but the karmic repercussions would be most unfavorable for you both, would it not? Instantly, the second elder felt a sense of relief wash over him. He gently stroked his beard and said, Since the division head has spoken, then my Qingfeng sect shall grant you this favor. Chu Xingchen gradually withdrew his chopsticks. Although killing him would be easy, it would undoubtedly lead to future complications, especially since this was the territory of Xuanwu Kingdom. It would not be wise to offend the authorities over this old fool, who was already frail and haunted by inner demons. He might not last long upon returning. With that, Chu Xingchen said nothing more and simply reached down to grasp the limp Xingtian, transforming into a streak of light as he departed. The second elder also exhaled a sigh of relief, thanking the division head with a courteous gesture before gracefully descending the stairs. His sharp gaze fell upon the outer sect disciple, who still had chopsticks lodged in his palm. The second elder silently extended his hand and yanked the chopsticks free. The disciple let out a pained grunt but dared not react too strongly. Casting a sidelong glance at the unworthy outer sect disciple, the second elder muttered, You lot of useless fools should return to the sect. The 5 outer sect disciples quickly responded in unison. Yes. The second elder's gaze lingered on the direction Chu Xingchen had departed, remaining silent for a long while. Chu Xingchen, meanwhile, was diligently implementing measures to confuse his adversaries. after weaving through several locations. He eventually made his way to the dilapidated temple with Li Xingtian in tow. Enduring the pain, Li Xingtian spoke. "Thank you for your timely rescue, Senior." Chu Xingchen replied, "You ought to thank my esteemed disciple first." Li Xingtian's expression was one of confusion. However, Chu Xingchen chose not to elaborate, as it was indeed his prized disciple's timely display of prowess that had allowed him to reveal his abilities at a critical moment. Truly worthy of her golden talent attribute, she had remarkably grasped the technique in such a brief period and at the most opportune time, which also granted him a reward from the system, enabling him to master the technique as well. Otherwise, Chu Xingchen feared he may not have easily intimidated the elder from Qingfeng's sect. He would have to reward her handsomely upon his return. All the chicken legs today would be hers. Chu Xingchen, already a gold core adept, swiftly brought Li Xingtian back to the dilapidated temple. I could see that moment. Li Yingling was skillfully maneuvering a wooden sword. As several streams of water transformed into a swimming dragon, coiling around the sword, she appeared to be quite engrossed in her play. However, upon sensing the return of the two, Li Yingling quickly retracted her sword and rushed out to greet her master. As the two slowly landed, before Chu Xingchen could speak, Li Yingling glanced at the severely injured Li Xingtian. Her expression conflicted as she remarked, "Master, even if they did not agree, did you really have to bring back someone in such a grievous state?" Chu Xingchen retorted with irritation, "You truly understand my style, don't you? Next time, ensure you handle such matters properly." Yingling's expression grew even more troubled, and she timidly replied, "Master, I have no experience in such matters. So, if I fail, you cannot blame me." Li Xingtian quickly interjected, "I am not injured by the esteemed senior. Please do not misunderstand." Chu Xingchen simply supported Li Xingtian as they entered the dilapidated temple. Casting a glance at Li Yingling, and said irritably, "This girl is quite mischievous and enjoys deceiving others. She's just playing tricks on you." Li Yingling chuckled and followed Chu Xingchen into the temple. Chu Xingchen laid Li Xingtian down on his wooden bed and swiftly assessed the condition within his body using his spiritual energy. His brow furrowed slightly as he realized that Li Xingtian's condition was indeed dire. The elder from Qingfeng's sect was, after all, of the gold core level. Even if he had held back, aiming merely to capture him for some minor punishment, a cultivator at the Qi refinement stage like Li Xingtian could not withstand such an assault. At present, Li Xingtian's internal organs had sustained severe damage, and his meridians were in a state of disarray, riddled with injuries from the overwhelming spiritual force. Yet, when he looked at Li Xingtian's expression, he found no trace of pain. Truly a tough individual, befitting a reborn warrior. However, relying solely on his own recovery would likely prove insufficient. He would need to administer some carefully concocted healing elixir. "Kid, you can endure quite a bit," Chu Xingchen praised, then turned his gaze to Li Yingling, disciple. "Prepare the cauldron for alchemy." Yingling's eyes lit up, although she harbored a deep disdain for consuming her master's elixirs. That did not hinder her enthusiasm for watching others partake. With excitement, she swiftly agreed, "Yes, master," and happily moved to the cauldron to ignite the fire and heat the water. Chu Xingchen rummaged through the remaining spiritual herbs to see if any could be used for healing. Within his spatial ring, he happened upon several herbs suitable for concocting a healing remedy. He would prepare a batch for his future disciple. After she consumed it, she would surely be grateful and bow in reverence. After simply trimming the roots of the herbs, Chu Xingchen began the alchemical process with a straightforward approach. He added the vibrant green spiritual plants to the pot of clear water. It gradually transformed into a murky green concoction, filling the air with an unpleasant herbal odor. However, Li Yingling showed no signs of discomfort. In fact, she was quite delighted to observe the transformation of the concoction, as she was not the one who would be drinking the water in the pot reduced by half. Chu Xingchen added the final ingredient, the blue moon flower. Upon its addition, the murky green liquid began to bubble ominously. Chu Xingchen nodded in satisfaction and then intensified the heat to concentrate the essence of the healing elixir, wrapping it in spiritual energy for extraction. Yingling watched as the deep green droplet of healing elixir formed. Feeling a sense of relief wash over her, She now believed her master was not merely trying to trick her. This was indeed how alchemy worked. Her masteress' words were undeniably true. The tales of mortals were not to be trusted. One must experience the path of cultivation to truly understand. At this moment, the injured Xingtian propped himself up, catching sight of the murky droplet enveloped in spiritual energy. And a sense of unease began to rise within him. Surely, this was not meant for consumption, was it? Chu Xingchen held the droplet nearly Xingtian's mouth, grinning. Come, open wide to why alchemical skills are decent. Swallow this, and you shall be safe and sound. Faced with pain, yet maintaining his composure, Xingtian's expression finally shifted. What lay before him was merely a repugnant greenish liquid. How could this possibly resemble a medicinal elixir? He had never heard of anyone refining medicine in such a manner. A true man can endure bloodshed and agony, but not the sight of a broom sullied by filth. He was caught in a struggle, torn between resistance and hesitation. Were it not for the individual before him who had saved his life, Xingtian would undoubtedly have rebelled, forcefully shoving this bizarre concoction into the other's mouth. Yet upon witnessing the elder's earnest gaze, he could not bring himself to refuse. With a valiant resolve, he shut his eyes and opened his mouth, thinking that his life could be forfeited in return. Indeed, the taste of this potion was as dreadful as its appearance promised. A rancid odor, accompanied by an astonishing bitterness, erupted from his tongue and pierced into his very soul. Xingtian's expression grew increasingly ghastly. However, to his astonishment, as the intense sense of rejection and burning sensation coursed through his esophagus, the potion's ingredients began to gradually nourish his veins and repair his internal organs. The physical pain that had plagued him suddenly receded. Yet Xingtian found himself feeling even more uncomfortable after swallowing the potion. His mouth was left with an overwhelming bitterness, as the liquid traveled down his esophagus to his stomach. His entire body vehemently rejected it. Chu Xingchen understood that this elixir might not be particularly palatable and offered a gentle reassurance. After all, good medicine is often bitter. Endure it, and it shall pass. As the first test subject, Yingling empathized, saying, Master, this cannot simply be endured. Chu Xingchen turned, casting a deep glance at his eldest disciple. Sensing the master's gaze, Yingling quickly thought to herself, the taste is actually bearable. There is no need to endure it at all. Chu Xingchen, not wanting to dwell on trivial matters, acknowledged that their smooth departure was largely thanks to this eldest disciple. After ensuring that Xingtian was relatively unharmed, he inquired, I see you have begun to grasp the essence of your abilities. How does it feel? Hearing her master's question, Yingling reflected on her arduous journey over the past few days to barely scratch the surface. She suspected that her master was being sarcastic, yet she found herself at a loss for a retort. Inadvertently, her right hand wound itself around her lustrous black hair, her beautiful visage tinged with a hint of embarrassment as she tilted her head and admitted, It is indeed quite formidable, though somewhat challenging. Chu Xingchen was taken aback. After only a few days of practice, she had already achieved such a level. Truly, she was deserving of the title of a gifted disciple. Casually displaying her prowess before her master. Clearing his throat, he adopted a tone of authority. Ahem, diligent practice is all that is required. Yes, master, at the bonfire before the dilapidated temple under the night sky. Chu Xingchen distributed a roasted rabbit head to the day's most commendable contributor, Yingling, and half of the rabbit to Xingtian. Xingtian had recovered sufficiently to sit upright. Aside from the unpleasant taste of the potion, its effects were undeniably excellent, surpassing those of ordinary healing elixirs. Gazing at the half-rabbit before him, he glanced at Yingling, who was savoring the rabbit head with great delight. One must admit, it was quite an impressive sight to behold a beautiful fairy indulging in such a meal. Xingtian made no move to partake. Rather, he simply stared at the steaming rabbit. It was not that he was not hungry, but he felt he had no justification to eat it. Go ahead and eat. Chu Xingchen remarked to the silent Xingtian, It's not as if this rabbit is bound by contract. Xingtian understood the subtext in Chu Xingchen's words, yet at that moment he was not inclined to pursue that line of thought. He hastily explained, No, it's just that I have yet to repay the life-saving grace of the elder. Chu Xingchen smiled and nodded in acknowledgement of Li Xingtian's earnest explanation. However, beneath the table, he was signaling frantically to Li Yingling. "My dear disciple, come to the rescue." Li Yingling, happily gnawing on the rabbit head, caught sight of the gestures and instantly understood her master's intent. Always one to support her master, she set down the rabbit head and replied coldly, "Enough with the explanations. You are currently destitute. Not only did my master save your life, but even the opportunities you rely upon were granted to you by him. You seem to think that our esteemed Tiandao alliance is attempting to deceive you. But ask yourself, do you truly deserve this? It is a privilege for you to be given a chance by my master. Personally, I doubt what he sees in you, but frankly speaking, with your qualifications, you are unworthy of entering our alliance." Li Yingling's icy demeanor, coupled with her merciless words, rendered Li Xingtian momentarily speechless. He turned to regard her, and if her plate had not been half filled with a rabbit head, perhaps he would have been overwhelmed with shame. Nevertheless, he still attempted to explain, "It is not that I lack appreciation for good fortune. Rather, I have many matters to attend to and cannot remain in the sect for long. Otherwise, I would have accepted the elder's offer long ago. I understand that the elder does not seek anything from me, but rather intends to save my life by taking me as a disciple." Listening to Li Xingtian's sincere clarification, Chu Xingchen nodded in agreement. Indeed, typical sects prefer to bind their disciples. Mid-sentence, he shifted his tone, saying leisurely, "But our Tiandao alliance is different. As long as one is devoted to the sect, one may traverse the world without restraint." Upon hearing this, Li Xingtian glanced at the enticing rabbit before him and, without hesitation, picked up his chopsticks. He understood the elder's implicit invitation. Being a disciple was acceptable. It was only right to repay kindness, and perhaps becoming a disciple was the true opportunity he had been granted in this new life. If the sect were to prove unsatisfactory, he could always seize another chance to escape. Taking a tentative bite, he was astonished. This rabbit was, without a doubt, the most delectable he had ever tasted. Indeed, the more expensive the rabbit, the better it tasted. Li Xingtian felt as though he had sold himself for the sake of such a meal. With a smile, he praised, "Master, putting everything aside, your culinary skills are truly remarkable." Successfully accepting a disciple, the second disciple, Li Xingtian, dispensing the technique. Hanyuan Demon Bone Body Refining Secret Art. Please use it in conjunction with the Tiamat Body. Task 1 completed. Reward, Gathering Spirit Array. All reward have been placed in the system's backpack. Observing the system's settlement page, Chu Xingchen nodded contentedly. "If you enjoy it, eat as much as you like," Li Xingtian humbly replied. "Yes, master." Watching Li Xingtian begin to exhibit humility, Li Yingling cleared her throat and sat up straight, encouraging him, "As the second disciple of the master, you must strive to excel." Recognizing her intentions, Li Xingtian promptly inclined his hands in respect, promising, "I will not disappoint you, senior sister." The look of satisfaction graced Li Yingling's face. The new junior disciple seemed to be quite perceptive. She would take care of him moving forward. After all, he had nearly lost his life after just one day outside, suggesting he might not be the brightest disciple. She wondered what had caught her master's eye. But perhaps it was simply that the sect was in dire need of members. However, as it was Li Yingling's first time acting as a senior sister, she felt quite exhilarated. She cast a lingering glance at her master, wondering if he would finally relax and smile. Yet the reality was starkly different. A hint of worry lingered on his face. What could be the cause of this? Both Li Yingling and Li Xingtian noticed this troubling expression. Li Yingling cautiously called out, "Master." Hearing his name, Chu Xingchen closed the system panel and turned to her. "What is it? Master, are you all right? What could possibly be wrong with me?" "If there's nothing wrong. You seemed rather unhappy just now." Realizing that his earlier expression had been detected, Chu Xingchen quickly responded, "Oh, I was merely contemplating the cultivation techniques of your junior brother." Xingtian interjected. "Master, there's no need for concern. I have my own cultivation technique." Chu Xingchen refrained from elaborating, instead extracting the Hunyuan Demon Bone Body, refining secret art from the system. A blood-red covered tome materialized in his hand, which he directly handed to Li Xingtian, reassuring him, "No worries, Take a look at this technique first. If it does not suit you, you may continue with your own. Listening was not a compulsory requirement. Xingtian let out a sigh of relief within, extending his hand to accept the book that faintly emanated the scent of blood. After handing the book to Xingtian, Chu Xingchen silently rose and returned to lie down on his wooden plank. The two disciples exchanged puzzled glances at their master, then silently shared another look. Xingtian slightly raised an eyebrow, casting a glance of inquiry. What is wrong with the master? Yingling understood this gaze as well, but after merely offering a faint smile, she continued to gnaw on the rabbit head. If I knew what was wrong with the master, I wouldn't be questioning why his expression seems off. This second junior brother is truly lacking in intellect. Xingtian felt somewhat perplexed but chose not to voice his thoughts. Instead, lowering his gaze to the dark red-covered book in his hands. The characters on the cover were written with great vigor, imbued with a subtle aura of solemnity. Curious, he touched the cover, only to find it was made of ordinary paper. I essayed a rubbing, but how could a rubbing possess such a sanguinary scent? Without pondering too deeply, Xingtian turned to the first page. Instantly, he felt a jolt of his spirit, swiftly scanning through the text with remarkable speed, before flipping to the second page. The more he read, the more alarmed he became, noticing the astonishment in his eyes. Yingling, with an air of someone experienced, reassured him. Junior brother, it's quite normal for cultivation techniques to have many versions. It's also typical for the writing to be somewhat blurred. Practice boldly without worry. Xingtian silently raised his eyes to glance at Yingling, then turned to look at Chu Xingchen, who lay on the wooden bed. Incredulously, he whispered, Senior sister, are we from the evil cultivation sect? Yingling furrowed her brows, retorting, Evil cultivation sect? What nonsense are you spouting? We are practicing orthodox techniques. Where the evil sect come into play? Upon hearing this, Xingtian merely handed the book titled The Method of Tempering the Body with the Demonic Bone of Chaos to Yingling. Accepting the cultivation method, Yingling, bewildered, began to flip through the first page. The writing was clear, imbued with a powerful stroke, indicative of a master calligrapher, and extremely neat. What could be wrong with this book? Just this looks far superior to mine. Doesn't it? With such questions in mind, Yingling continued to read, only to find herself growing increasingly alarmed. After flipping through several pages, she promptly returned the book to Xingtian. What the hell? Which sect's cultivation method? Is this bloody? Senior sister, coughing, Yingling replied. I'm tired. I'll go to sleep first. You find a place to rest. She hastily walked to her bed, pushed aside the wooden board obstructing her view, entered, and then closed it behind her as a golden core master. Chu Xingchen naturally overheard their conversation. That book is not an evil cultivation method. Xingtian then lowered his gaze back to the content within the book, reading, during the foundational stage of cultivation, one must first slay 1,000 blood offerings, dismembering the limbs to refine the bones. Master, isn't your definition of evil cultivation a bit too lenient? Blood offerings do not necessarily have to be human. We could easily find a few mindless beasts in the woods of Shirley Pa to make up the numbers. Upon hearing this, Xingtian glanced once more at the book in his hands that if what the master said is correct, then this could serve as a substitute. The power and effectiveness of this method were indeed far superior to the techniques he practiced in his previous life. Furthermore, it was highly compatible with his newly fused demonic body of chaos after merging with the Millennium Bone Jade. Xingtian was not one to dwell on indecision. After all, during the chi refining stage, one must utilize blood offerings for cultivation. Once he had refined the Millennium Bone Jade, he would give this method a try out. If something fell amiss, he could simply abandon it. Xingtian's worries dissipated. However, Chu Xingchen's concerns remained. Her previous frown had its reasons. The system's reward of the spirit gathering array was merely a blueprint that it was not as simple as placing it wherever one wished after extraction. Nor did it require no materials or effort. It certainly was the kind that could be erected instantly. This spirit gathering array was purely a blueprint. Not only did she need to prepare the materials and spiritual stones herself, but she also had to construct it with her own hands. Wasn't this a scam? Where would she find the money and spiritual stones to build such a thing? Surely the Hall of True Martialism was not just a blueprint. She would have to construct that as well, right? In the early morning, Chu Xingchen meticulously compared the system blueprint, surveying the area before inserting a small twig as a marker. Although she could not conjure things from thin air, the blueprint had its advantages. It could be reused. After all, if she had to build it herself, a one-time use tool would be far too burdensome. This meant she might be able to construct a spirit-gathering array at Shirley First. After all, this place was not a location where spiritual energy gathered, nor did it have a spiritual vein. While spiritual energy was present, it could not compare to places where spiritual veins converged. Simply put, it wasn't an ideal place for cultivation. Under similar cultivation conditions, the effects would naturally be better in areas with converging spiritual veins. Therefore, most reputable sects would choose a mountain with a spiritual vein to establish their monasteries. In the past, when the Yingling cultivated, Chu Xingchen would casually set up a formation with spiritual stone for her training point. One person was manageable. But now with Li Xingtian, such extravagant behavior had to cease. Merely supporting Li Yingling's cultivation had nearly depleted her resources. Now with Li Xingtian added to the mix, continuing this way would clearly be insufficient for spiritual stone reserves. That a steady and gradual approach was the solution. Constructing a spirit-gathering array was indeed necessary, as it would facilitate the process of accepting disciples in the future, although the materials at hand were not enough to complete the spirit-gathering array. Some foundational work could still commence. Chu Xingchen pinpointed the area again and inserted another twig. Boom! A distant surge of wind surged forth, followed by clouds of dust scattering in all directions. Chu Xingchen irritably waved her hand to dispel the wind and hurried forward a couple of steps, her gaze landing on Li Yingling, who was wielding a wooden sword and diligently digging a pit. Now at the foundation establishment stage, Li Yingling had no trouble protecting herself with spiritual energy, so the dirt would not soil her clothes. That moment, she was serious, continually striking the ground with her wooden sword. Another fierce sword chi struck the earth, accompanied by a resounding crash and a violent tremor. Chu Xingchen quickly raised her hand to stop her. Wait! Hearing her masteress call, Li Yingling halted her actions. Looking at her with a puzzled expression, "What is it, master? Is this how you dig a pit?" Li Yingling was quite confused. "How else am I supposed to dig?" Chu Xingchen replied. Exasperated, "After we bury the array foundation, the dirt has to be backfilled. That if you keep blasting dirt everywhere like this, how will we backfill it? With your little head?" Hearing her masteress' words, Li Yingling glanced around at the scattered dirt. Yet, she still felt somewhat aggrieved. "But if I don't dig it this way, it'll take forever." Chu Xingchen reassured her. "I'm not asking you to finish it all in one day. Just dig a bit whenever you have time after your cultivation. Once your junior brother refines that broken stone, you can dig together with him. Don't rush. I'll prepare something delicious for you later." Li Yingling looked up at Chu Xingchen, whose expression was gentle, and nodded lightly. "I understand." With that, Li Yingling began to wield her wooden sword to dig the pit, and then piled the excavated soil aside. Setting aside other matters, Li Yingling was quite obedient when it came to following instructions. After observing for a moment and finding no issues, Chu Xingchen left to continue marking other array points. The speed of setting array points according to the blueprint was quite swift. Before long, she had completed all the designated points. Subsequently, Chu Xingchen slipped back to the dilapidated temple. This moment, Li Xingtian was seated cross-legged, with the Millennium Bone Jade floating above his head. The Millennium Bone Jade continuously poured forth energy, cleansing Li Xingtian's roots. After observing for a moment and confirming that her second disciple was not experiencing any mishaps, she slowly returned to her wooden plank to as for the materials lacking for the spirit-gathering array. They were not particularly precious items. As long as one had spiritual stones, they could be purchased. Although she was poor, Chu Xingchen still had some ideas that for what those ideas were. They naturally revolved around her second disciple, who is currently refining the bone jade. A reincarnator. He must know some profitable avenues. Or perhaps he had not yet unearthed the tombs of powerful cultivators. Although grave robbing was unethical, the money came quickly. The remnants left behind by great powers are likely sufficient to construct an intricate formation. Moreover, in the realm of cultivation, these tombs are uniformly referred to as secret realms. Typically, elder disciples lead a group of juniors to excavate them together. Reflecting on this, I find my moral standing aligns with that of the cultivation world. After all, our ambition in the Heavenly Path Alliance is to become a prestigious sect. Chu Xingchen leisurely reclined back onto his wooden plank. Now, he awaited Li Xingtian's completion of the refinement process to inquire if he had any valuable insights. At noon, Li Xingtian returned, panting heavily, nearly exhausting her own spiritual energy. She cast her gaze upon the two individuals in the dilapidated temple, particularly her master, who lay comfortably on the wooden plank, with a hint of confusion. Li Xingtian inquired, "Master, why am I the only one digging? Aren't you joining me?" Chu Xingchen straightened up and looked at Li Xingtian, who was puffing her cheeks in a display of annoyance, clearing his throat. He replied leisurely, "Do you think your master is being lazy? Isn't that the case?" Li Xingtian retorted, "You yourself said that after marking, you would join me in the excavation." Faced with his disciple's accusation, Chu Xingchen deftly shifted the topic. "What nonsense! Is it wrong to contribute to the sect? Do you understand how much effort your master is expending for your future?" Upon hearing her master's words, Li Xingtian hesitated, realizing she had already positioned herself on the moral low ground. Yet, she was aware of how to navigate her master's current mood. With a look of grievance, her enchanting peach blossom eyes glimmered with unshed tears as she lamented, "If you choose not to dig, then so be it. After all, can I ignore what you have arranged for me? I wasn't truly angry. I merely didn't expect my master to deceive me. I didn't think my master would regard me as such a person." Chu Xingchen watched his eldest disciple's theatrical performance with a hint of exasperation. However, he swiftly pointed at Li Xingtian's brother, Li Xingtian, who was meditating and absorbing bone jade, and said, "I was merely concerned about your junior's absorption of the bone jade going awry. So I came to check. After all, it takes him quite a while to refine a piece of bone jade, and his aptitude is far inferior to yours, making it hard not to worry. Unlike you, my eldest disciple, who is capable and intelligent, allowing me to feel at ease." Yet, Li Xingtian's reaction was not what he had anticipated. Her expression turned frosty, her tone devoid of the earlier grievance. As she spoke coldly, "Master, no need for further words. Since my junior has joined our sect and possesses the lowest cultivation, it is only proper to offer him guidance." Chu Xingchen, sensing that Li Xingtian had awakened, remarked irritably, "While I can still tolerate it, you should quickly go out and hunt for me." "Understood, master." Li Xingtian quickly clasped her hands in compliance and hurried away from the dilapidated temple. "That I apologize, master, for my lack of cultivation and aptitude, and for causing you concern." Xingtian's voice, tinged with regret, trailed behind him. Chu Xingchen lightly coughed, not turning to face his disciple. "As long as you know, just put in a bit more effort." At that moment, Li Xingtian had successfully refined the Millennium Bone Jade. Feeling the smooth flow of his meridians within, he let out a heavy sigh. It felt somewhat disheartening. Why did it seem that rebirth was less smooth than his previous life? As for his senior sister's words, he paid them no mind. Did he not know his own capabilities? It wasn't that his newly appointed master was inadequate. Li Xingtian had weathered many storms and encountered numerous individuals. Sensing that his master genuinely cared for him, especially the cultivation technique he received, such a level of technique could stir great waves even in the central continent. He gradually stood up, stretching his body, and then noticed the eager gaze of his master. Xingtian, feeling a twinge of unease, asked, "Master, what is it?" Chu Xingchen first expanded his spiritual sense to confirm that Li Xingtian was no longer nearby. It wasn't that he couldn't let her hear. It was just that if she discovered Li Xingtian was a reborn individual, who knows what kind of trouble she might stir up. For now, it was best to maintain stability. A smile graced Chu Xingchen's face as he spoke eagerly. "Disciple, you must have encountered quite a few adventures in your past life, correct?" "Indeed, there were some. Are there any secret realms or rare materials nearby?" Upon hearing this, Li Xingtian breathed a sigh of relief. These were minor matters. The secret realms nearby have long been thoroughly scoured by various sects. As for true adventures, I believe they await us in the central continent, as that is where the spiritual veins of the world converge. Is there truly no place to earn spirit stones? Chu Xingchen inquired. Are you lacking in spirit stones? Without hiding anything, Chu Xingchen replied. I intend to construct a spirit-gathering formation, but I need some spirit stones for materials. Xingtian pondered for a moment before responding. If you trust me, there are ample spirit stones to be found at the Qingfeng sect's mine. I worked there for 3 years and understand how the mine operates. It is only guarded by a single golden core cultivator. If you are confident, there may indeed be profit to be made. Chu Xingchen did not rush to agree, but simply regarded Xingtian thoughtfully. Sensing his master's gaze, Xingtian clasped his hands and assured, I have no intention of seeking revenge for myself. No, Chu Xingchen shook his head. Remember, we are not here for spirit stones. We are here to seek vengeance for you and to uphold justice for those oppressed by the Qingfeng sect. Chu Xingchen's expression turned serious. His tone earnest. As a disciple of the Heavenly Path Alliance, your perspective must not be so narrow. Xingtian stared blankly at his master, momentarily taken aback, unsure whether his master was after money or simply seeking a righteous reason. However, regardless of the motive, it seemed clear that he was not doubting Xingtian. Xingtian couldn't help but smile and replied, Yes, master. Now, tell me where the mine is located. I will scout it out. Picking up a half-burned piece of wood, Xingtian began sketching a map on the floor, from the North Stream Mountains to the north, around this little creek, and then westward. It should be roughly in this vicinity. Xingtian's drawing was adequate, marking several prominent landmarks. Excellent. Time is of the essence. I will first investigate the situation. You and your senior sister should focus on your cultivation at home. Chu Xingchen nodded. Then produced 2 teleportation talismans, handing them to Xingtian. These are 1,000-mile teleportation talismans. If you encounter trouble, do not heed your senior sister's advice. Just take her and run. Remember to use both. Do not be greedy. I have marked the locations on them. I will sense the teleportation position and will come to find you. The desolate 10-mile slope was virtually uninhabited. Hardly anyone would venture there. After all, the spiritual energy was thin, and there were no spiritual herbs or plants to seek, making it unlikely for ordinary mortals to come here idly. If someone did come, they were likely seeking trouble. Following Xingtian's indicated direction, even he would take a day's journey. The round trip would take 2 days. Previously, Wang Shangshu was but a mortal and might not have been able to summon great powers to search for Xingtian's whereabouts. However, given the enmity with the Qingfeng sect, it was prudent to leave a contingency plan in case he returned to find only 2 corpses hanging at the temple's entrance, especially with that elder, already tormented by inner demons who could say how twisted he had become. Xingtian did not hesitate, decisively accepting the teleportation talismans and earnestly stating, I will heed Master's instructions. After all, he was also a reborn individual, having weathered many storms and undoubtedly capable of handling matters thoroughly. Nevertheless, feeling a lingering unease, Chu Xingchen handed him a protective talisman he had affixed to his waist. This talisman can withstand the attacks of golden core cultivators. If things go awry, use it immediately to teleport. When Chu Xingchen's cultivation was still at the foundation establishment stage, he managed to repeatedly turn peril into safety, largely thanks to this talisman. However, now that he has reached the golden core stage, the talisman's efficacy has diminished significantly for him. It would be better suited for Xingtian. Without hesitation, Xingtian accepted it. Chu Xingchen then advised, there is not much more to say. Your senior sister is quite young, so it's best that you take good care of her. Furthermore, remember to never abandon her, no matter the circumstances. I will remember, Master, Xingtian replied earnestly. Chu Xingchen nodded and proceeded to walk outside. With Xingtian's strong sense of loyalty, he felt reassured that nothing would go awry. After all, he owed Xingtian a debt of gratitude for saving his life. Feeling somewhat at ease, Chu Xingchen utilized Earth Escape, leaving no spiritual energy behind, for the principle of returning early is paramount. As he observed his master depart, Xingtian took a deep breath. He looked down at the talisman in his hand. In the few days since he had met his master, the trust bestowed upon him was profound. His master did not fear that he might abscond with such precious items. While a talisman capable of withstanding the attacks of golden core cultivators might not be regarded as exceedingly rare in Zhongzhou, it was indeed uncommon here. Xingtian was indifferent to whether his master hailed from a sect in Zhongzhou or the extent of his cultivation level. He has always been clear in his affections and aversions. For him, cultivation was merely about attaining a profound understanding of one's thoughts. Feeling the ample trust from his master was sufficient for Li Xingtian. Taking a deep breath, he tucked the talisman into his robes and produced the Hunyuan magic bone body refining technique that his master had given him. Previously apprehensive, he decided to delve into it without further ado. He began his meditation. The experience was distinctly different. He sensed his innate Tao body being fully awakened. This was something he had been unable to achieve in his previous life. The cultivation method seemed to resonate perfectly with him. Indeed, what his master provided was of exceptional quality. Completely engrossed in his practice, he lost track of time. When he finally opened his eyes, night had fallen, and his senior sister had returned. Sitting beside the fire Yingling noticed that Li Xingtian had concluded his training and inquired, "Where is master? Where did he go?" Li Xingtian did not conceal the truth. He replied seriously, "Master has gone to the Qingfeng sect's mine to investigate the situation. He is likely to be gone for 2 days." Upon receiving this answer, Li Yingling appeared somewhat disheartened. Yet she said nothing further. Instead, she picked up a wild chicken that she had caught earlier that day. "Junior brother, you haven't established your foundation yet and cannot fast. You must be hungry, right?" "A little," he admitted. "Then you should cook this wild chicken." Li Xingtian was not adept at cooking and initially intended to decline, but then he recalled his master's request. "Yingling is still young. You must take good care of her." With a sigh, he accepted the chicken and began to prepare it. Half an hour later, "Junior brother, what on earth did you cook? Are you trying to poison your senior sister?" Today marked the first day since their master had departed from the dilapidated temple. Li Xingtian slowly opened his eyes and climbed up from the makeshift wooden bed made from a few planks. The main hall had been nearly occupied by his master and senior sister, along with a large iron pot suitable for both cooking and alchemy. There was hardly enough space left for a proper bed, so Li Xingtian had to sleep in the area behind the statue. However, his senior sister had already planned to construct a small wooden house outside the temple, as she was the only female, and it was only natural to have gender distinctions. This plan had received their master's approval, and she had begun building it several days prior, making considerable progress. This way, he would no longer have to sleep in the cramped space behind the statue. The reason he was reluctant to stay there was due to a hole that allowed mosquitoes and unknown insects to invade at night, which was particularly bothersome for someone like Li Xingtian, who had not yet established his foundation and lacked protective spiritual energy. Thus, he wholeheartedly supported his senior sister's initiative to build a small house and even assisted her significantly. It was estimated that in another 2 or 3 days, the small dwelling would be completed. After witnessing the wretched state of the chicken's remains, his senior sister had not eaten any, yet she insisted that Li Xingtian finish it. He understood her reasoning. After all, it was the chicken she had caught, and he had cooked it poorly, so it was only fair that he consumed it. Initially, he feared that the chicken would taste terrible due to its gruesome demise. But to his surprise, the flavor was quite acceptable. Perhaps it was due to his previous experiences with his master's crude healing potions that Li Xingtian found this chicken slightly fishy, a bit bland, and somewhat tough. Yet overall, it was still within the realm of edibility. However, his senior sister's assessment was less than flattering. She likened the dish to the water used to wash a dead chicken. Nevertheless, since she had already established her foundation and could fast, Li Xingtian did not worry about her going hungry. After all, he had promised his master to take care of her, and he was not the type to break his word, even if it sounded somewhat odd for a junior brother to take care of his senior sister. Outside the dilapidated temple, there were sudden fluctuations of intense spiritual energy. Xingtian stepped out and turned his gaze toward Li Yingling, who was wielding a wooden sword, skillfully manipulating her powers to strike a large tree. With just the right amount of force, the tree succumbed to her sword energy and fell decisively. One could not help but admire her determination. She was not only building a house, but also practicing her techniques during the process. Moreover, she appeared to be making remarkable progress. Her talent was exceptional, even by Zhongzhou standards. It was evident from their first meeting that her mastery of her powers was still in its infancy. Yet in such a short time, she had already begun to wield them with ease. With such talent, it was no wonder that their master had come from Zhongzhou, though Xingtian couldn't fathom why his master was so impoverished. Could it be that he had fled from his sect in Zhongzhou, just as Xingtian had? However, he dismissed these thoughts, for at this moment, the Heavenly Tao Alliance was beginning to resemble the kind of sect he had always envisioned. Although there were only 3 of them, his master and the 2 disciples, this felt like a solid foundation. Noticing Xingtian, Yingling turned and cast her gaze upon him. Though he had grown wary of women in this lifetime, he still managed a somewhat strained smile at the sight of his master's entrusted junior sister. On the first day after her master's departure, Yingling rose at the break of dawn, with the objective of neatly gathering the timber needed for constructing a small abode. After all, residing under the same roof with 2 men was something that Yingling, hailing from a prestigious family, found rather difficult to accept. Even with wooden partitions in place, occasional emergencies could be tolerated, but daily cohabitation was simply untenable. Her master had readily acquiesced to her conditions that to be frank, during her time spent with her master, she seldom felt that the youthful and handsome man before her was indeed her mentor. Rather, he resembled a close friend, as he rarely assumed the demeanor of an elder in her presence. Even when she became upset, he would occasionally admit fault. Honestly, as a woman of letters, Yingling found it quite unimaginable that an elder could lower himself to acknowledge his mistakes before her. The masters depicted in the novel she had read were invariably portrayed as imposing figures, unwavering in their authority, stern and unsmiling, wielding absolute control over their disciples, issuing commands without ever divulging the reasoning behind them. In contrast, her own master sometimes appeared more like an immature child. Whenever she faced dilemmas, he would encourage her to ponder deeply and arrive at her own conclusions. The Water Sutra was a case in point. She had not immediately embarked on its cultivation, and her master had never expressed dissatisfaction regarding this. Additionally, Yingling suspected her master might possess a hint of laziness, for while his cultivation level remained a mystery, he had never divulged it to her. Yet, as a foundation-building practitioner, she could go a month without sleep, relying solely on her nighttime cultivation to restore her energy. Her master was undoubtedly far stronger than she. However, perhaps due to the influence of her master, Yingling had acquired his rather undesirable habit of indulging in unproductive slumber every night. Yet, the term unproductive was her own definition. Her master referred to sleep as a means of nurturing one's spirit, adhering to his own peculiar rationale. Although this reasoning did not convince Yingling, she inadvertently began to adopt her master's routine of rest. Perhaps observing her master deep in slumber while she toiled in her cultivation instilled a sense of imbalance within her. A multitude of thoughts flashed through her mind as she struck down the tree before her, her recent mastery of her abilities becoming increasingly proficient, sensing a gaze directed at her from behind. Yingling turned to find her rather simple-minded junior disciple. Although she did not fully comprehend her master's rationale for accepting him as a disciple, she respected his decision nonetheless. However, when this junior disciple revealed a somewhat foolish grin, she felt an urge to suggest to her master that perhaps a simple intelligence assessment should be conducted before accepting future disciples. Observing Xingtian's daft smile, she inquired, "Are you hungry?" "Junior? No, not hungry," Xingtian replied, a hint of awkwardness in his voice. Upon receiving his response, Yingling furrowed her brow slightly. In her previous life, she had been regarded as a talented woman and had never encountered individuals of lesser intellect. She was uncertain how to properly interact with a junior disciple of limited intelligence, especially since he had been cultivating for quite some time, yet still lingered around the 4th level of chi refinement. His innate talent appeared merely average, and his dedication to cultivation seemed lacking. As the elder sister, since her master was absent, it was her duty to supervise him diligently. "Junior, how is your internal injury? Have you fully recovered?" "I'm nearly healed," he replied. "Very well. Since our master is not here today, I shall ensure you cultivate earnestly," Yingling declared, patting the fallen tree beside her. "You will carefully manipulate your spiritual energy to transform this timber into planks. This will greatly enhance your control over your spiritual energy." Xingtian felt somewhat speechless. It was merely manual labor, yet she spoke of control. He recalled his master's admonition to take good care of his elder sister. "Yes, elder sister," he replied. With his response, Li Yingling did not linger and swiftly transformed into a streak of rainbow light. Departing from the scene, Yingling had perused the cultivation method practiced by Li Xingtian, which required a considerable amount of beast blood for sustenance. As a disciple at the Qi refinement stage, he was naturally unable to gather such resources alone. Thus, as his elder sister, it was only fitting that she assist her junior disciple. He was constructing a house for her, and in return, she would procure some blood food for him. It was a fair trade. However, she lamented, "O master, please return quickly. The meals prepared by my junior are truly inedible. He even relishes the bathwater of chickens." The Ling stone mine of Qingfeng sect was nestled in a remote mountain. The scenery was indeed quite pleasant, surrounded by lush green hills and clear waters. With numerous low-intelligent spirit beasts wandering among the trees, it was uncertain whether the simple enchantments encircling the mine were intended to prevent miners from escaping or to thwart potential beast attacks. The mine was surrounded by rudimentary illusions, making it exceedingly difficult for foundation-building cultivators to escape once ensnared by the formations. According to Li Xingtian, the majority of miners here were cultivators of exceedingly poor aptitude. The Qingfeng sect sourced these individuals from various remote villages and impoverished locales. Firstly, such individuals were unlikely to possess substantial backgrounds, thus avoiding attracting unwanted attention. Secondly, in such desolate areas, even if a person never returned home, it would raise no suspicions that as long as one possessed a modicum of spiritual roots, even the most mediocre would be taken. They would then be subjected to potent medicinal baths to forcibly elevate them to the second or third level of Qi refinement, only to be cast into the mine, working until death. Thus, the Qingfeng sect was likely a facade of a righteous sect, engaging in nefarious practices behind the scenes. After all, how could such actions possibly be concealed from the sect leader and other high-ranking officials? Chu Xingchen cautiously avoided the patrols of cultivators by the main entrance. Scaling the mountainside from a side cliff, striving to conceal his presence, he gradually surveyed the situation within the mine. Several rudimentary wooden structures were haphazardly arranged without any semblance of order. Yet at the highest point stood a magnificent edifice, where disciples clad in Qingfeng sect attire could be seen. There were not many, 2 men and 1 woman. Without employing divine sense to scan, it was impossible to discern their cultivation levels. Thus, it was presumed that these Qingfeng sect disciples had reached the foundation-building stage. Once a cultivator reached this level, they could easily manipulate spiritual energy within their bodies, rendering it invisible externally if divine sense was not utilized. The golden core level would remain undetectable even to the naked EYT that moment. The daytime was the prime time for mining operations, with the mine echoing with the sounds of intense labor. Occasionally, ragged Qi refinement cultivators could be seen transporting crude, spiritual stones using makeshift carts. The cultivation levels of these miners were indeed low, confirming their status at the second or third level of Qi refinement. Chu Xingchen observed them hauling cartloads of crude, spiritual stones to a processing shed, where several Qi refinement cultivators wielding heavy hammers labored diligently, separating the ore from the spiritual stones. The Qingfeng sect disciples leaned against a railing, their expressions mocking as they watched the miners toil. Chu Xingchen's gaze swept across the scene, swiftly locking onto a warehouse-like structure that occupied a vast area, yet curiously lacked any guards. It was likely the golden core cultivator was stationed within, that a direct assault would undoubtedly be unwise, as this place might possess means of contacting the sect. Point one could either strike swiftly or lure. However, his purpose for this visit was merely to ascertain the situation, without any intention of taking action. Chu Xingchen retrieved paper and ink from his spatial ring, hastily sketching a rough outline of the routes and structures. He intended to return and discuss the specifics with Li Xingtian. After finishing the sketch and stowing it away, he prepared to depart when suddenly someone entered the range of his vigilant divine sense. A long sword materialized in Chu Xingchen's hand, and he swiftly scanned with his divine sense, only to discover that the intruder was merely an ordinary person devoid of any cultivation. What was going on? Chu Xingchen concealed his presence and cautiously approached the newcomer. Soon, he beheld the individual who had intruded into his divine sense. A small, emaciated girl clad in tattered hemp garments. Her body caked in dirt with long, tangled hair. Her face was grimy, yet her eyes sparkled with life. Chu Xingchen observed as she wandered aimlessly in confusion, her expression tinged with mild anxiety as she glanced around. He watched as she struggled to walk in one direction, only to unconsciously circle back to her starting point. Was she trapped in an illusion? Had she wandered in by mistake? Or was there some other explanation? Chu Xingchen chose to utilize the system to glance at her attribute panel. Xingtian's cultivation level. None. Blue attributes. Unyielding, loyal, and righteous. White attribute. Clever. Does not meet the qualifications for apprenticeship. Nearby, there are disciples of the Qingfeng sect patrolling the mountains. It seems the frail girl before him is certainly not one of them. Most likely, she is a person who escaped from the mind. It is presumed that Li Xingtian, like her, was deceived by the Qingfeng sect into mining. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xingchen decided to take her away first. As he might extract some useful information, he donned a mask to conceal his face and extended his hand, swiftly pulling the small girl along as he used earth escape to leave. Great immortal, celestial being, Xingtian, bound to a tree, wept bitterly. I truly am just lost. As she spoke, Xingtian furtively glanced at her captor that moment. He was wearing a terrifying mask, his icy gaze fixed upon her. Indeed, something was amiss with the Qingfeng sect. Her father must have been deceived by that group of immortals. Chu Xingchen looked at Xingtian with exasperation. If he had wished, he would not have tied her to a tree. It was simply that this girl was far too uncooperative, spitting, throwing tantrums, feigning madness. Had he not exposed her, she would likely still be pretending to be dazed. Chu Xingchen said impatiently, "Stop crying. I am not from the Qingfeng sect." Xingtian continued to wail, "Great immortal, I know nothing of the Qingfeng sect. I am truly just a lost person." Without further conversation, Chu Xingchen retrieved a large flatbread from his spatial ring and, under Xingtian's terrified gaze, stuffed it into her mouth. "You look as thin as a stick. How long has it been since you've eaten?" Fearing that the flatbread might possess some celestial trickery, Xingtian quickly shook her head in refusal. However, once the soft crumbs of the flatbread entered her mouth, the hunger she had endured for several days led her to abandon her struggle. She began to devour the flatbread without restraint. After all, it seemed unlikely she could escape the immortal before her. Better to die full than starve. "Father, the egg is useless. Not only am I unable to save you, but I might also die first." Observing Xingtian voraciously consuming the flatbread, Chu Xingchen silently retracted the ropes and handed her a water flask. That moment, Xingtian, somewhat resigned, paid little heed to anything else and drank eagerly. The flatbread, accompanied by the water, was swiftly finished. Soon after, Xingtian gazed at him with longing eyes. Chu Xingchen sighed. "You haven't eaten in a long time. You can't consume too much at once." However, Xingtian clearly did not believe him, wearing an expression that implied even an immortal would be stingy over a single flatbread. Yet, Chu Xingchen chose not to elaborate further and continued to inquire, "What exactly are you doing here? Are you one of those who escaped from the mines?" Xingtian timidly glanced at the masked man in front of her and replied hesitantly, I am truly just lost." Chu Xingchen scrutinized Xingtian for a moment, but did not press further. Instead, he took out some silver coins and another flatbread from his spatial ring, handing them all to her while indicating a direction. "If you do not wish to speak, I will not pry. Head straight in this direction. There's a small town nearby. It is dangerous here, so do not approach again." Xingtian looked in astonishment at the items forcefully thrust into her arms, then raised her eyes. She saw that Chu Xingchen, having said little, turned to leave. Unable to contain herself, she called out, "Great immortal, wait!" At Xingtian's shout, Chu Xingchen paused. Slightly tilting his head, he regarded the conflicted expression on her face. Although she had called out to him, her wariness had likely not subsided. Maintaining a careful balance was essential to elicit the truth from her. "What is it?" Chu Xingchen asked, then turned back, his gaze calm as he looked at Xingtian. Her face displayed a look of inner turmoil, and she cautiously inquired, "Great immortal, "Which sect do you belong to?" Without hesitation, Chu Xingchen replied. "Zhongzhou, one Fafa Xianmin." He felt no shame in lying. After all, the girl before him had never shared any truth with him either. Had she? Deception was mutual. Moreover, considering the frail girl's background was still unclear, he feared that the name of the Tiandao alliance might frighten her too much. Xingtian revealed an expression of admiration. However, as a mortal who had never set foot in the world of cultivation, she knew little about Zhongzhou. Describing this vast world as boundless would be somewhat exaggerated, yet it was indeed immense. Even the smallest border nations spanned thousands of miles. The southern region of Zhongzhou was already a significant domain, with the Qingfeng sect renowned even in this remote area, as for the gathering of spiritual veins in southern Zhongzhou. It was home to many sects, however. Zhongzhou might as well be another realm entirely. Had it not been for her father instructing her to go to the Qingfeng sect, she, as a farmer's daughter, would not even be aware of its name. Xingtian's inquiry was merely a subtle attempt to convey to the masked man before her that she was not as ignorant as she appeared. She hoped to deter any attempts to deceive her, though she knew it might be futile. Nonetheless, she had heard her father mention that Zhongzhou was a legendary sanctuary for immortals. Furthermore, the name Wan Fafa Xianmin sounded quite formidable. Wan Fafa Xianmin, compared to the Qingfeng sect, the distinction between strong and weak was evident. Moreover, Wan Fafa Xianmin sounded like a reputable and powerful sect. However, she had also heard that interacting with such prestigious sects required one to first master the art of eliciting sympathy. To garner compassion from these great immortals, who would then extend their assistance, it was akin to begging on the streets. Although Xingtian was reluctant to resort to such tactics, as her father had said it would disgrace their ancestors. She pondered that facing disgrace was preferable to facing death. After all, she would certainly choose the former, especially considering her current situation. Relying solely on her own abilities was insufficient to save her father. Thus, she could only take a gamble. Xingtian adjusted her emotion from the past few days. Tears suddenly streamed down her face. Recalling the beggar she had encountered, she decided to adopt a somewhat tragic demeanor and spoke. "Great immortal, do you know about the Qingfeng sect?" It seemed that she was about to choke on her words, and with a heart-wrenching cry, Xingtian began to sob. However, facing her heartfelt lament, Chu Xingchen's face behind the mask twitched slightly. For at that moment, Xingtian's expression was contorted, resembling a grotesque caricature, her sobs appearing to be more theatrical than genuine. Her crying bore all the hallmarks of a performance, especially when she scrutinized him with her eyes. Exuding an air of cunning, her snot and tears mingled on her dirt-smeared face. Did she believe that such an act would elicit sympathy? Did this girl not realize her performance was lacking? Who could possibly cry in such an exaggerated manner? Nevertheless, since Xingtian had chosen this route, perhaps he should play along. Suppressing his desire to scoff, Chu Xingchen took a deep breath and, in a tone of shock and curiosity, asked, "What happened to them?" Xingtian let out a mournful wail and began to recount. "I live in Xingtian with my father. My mother passed away early due to poor health, and my father worked hard to raise me. This year, our village suffered a calamity, and we barely eat even once every 2 days that moment. People from the Qingfeng sect came and deceived my father into seeking immortality. They promised that if he became an immortal, he would have everything he desired. My father, being simple-minded, believed their words and only asked them for food for me before he left with them. My father abandoned me like this, and many of my brothers were deceived alongside him." Chu Xingchen gazed at the dirty and emaciated Xingtian, letting out a soft sigh. Her father was not foolish. Perhaps he merely wished to leave a glimmer of hope for his daughter. "How do you know they are deceivers?" Upon hearing the question, Xingtian hurriedly retrieved a tightly wrapped bundle from her tattered, hole-ridden clothing. Her trembling hands quickly unfurled the cloth. Inside was not a precious item, but rather a handful of dry yellow earth. Chu Xingchen frowned slightly at the sight of the yellow earth. Xingtian, shaking, held the yellow dirt as if it bore great significance, her expression filled with sorrow. Not long after those immortals left, all the food they left behind turned to dust. The neighbor ant and Nyozi consumed the white buns bestowed by the immortal, and it was not long before they succumbed to the oppressive earth. Many lives were lost in the village. My father was deceived, and so was my elder brother. They are utterly incapable of cultivating immortality. That group from Qingfeng sect are not virtuous individuals, and they too shall meet their demise. I am left with only my father. He may forsake me, but I cannot abandon him. I must show this to my father. Only then will he believe me. Chu Xingchen remained silent, merely extending his hand to pinch the yellow earth before him, which still bore traces of lingering spiritual energy. His astonishment. Qingfeng sect did not even provide life-sustaining provisions. In the face of Ning Qianqian's hopeful gaze, Chu Xingchen felt a sense of helplessness. At this moment, if he were to procure some spirit stones from the mine and make a swift exit, it would likely pose little difficulty. However, rescuing someone with the support of a golden core cultivator in Qingfeng sect would be far from simple. It was probable that he could not guarantee the safety of an ordinary person. Yet, nothing is absolute. To act recklessly would only invite failure. With a sigh, Chu Xingchen gazed earnestly at the frail girl before him. The girl had no proper shoes, only a few vines tied around her feet, which bore dried, dark red bloodstains. The weary Ning Qianqian, exposed to the elements, appeared grimy, her delicate frame so fragile that it seemed she might topple with a mere gust of wind. The mountainous terrain was treacherous, dotted with numerous cliffs. One could only wonder what arduous journey the young girl had endured to arrive here, and how long she had been ensnared in this maze. Especially with wild beasts roaming these mountains. Looking at Ning Qianqian, Chu Xingchen spoke earnestly. Rescuing your father cannot be rushed. I must return and devise a plan first. Are you willing to accompany me? After all, Chu Xingchen still had a need for spirit stones, and with a well-structured plan, he should be able to rescue Ning Qianqian's father with relative ease. Ning Qianqian hesitated slightly upon hearing this. She wished to remain here in the hope of finding her father again. Though she understood the chances were slim, she did not want to forfeit even that meager hope. Can I wait for you here? She began, but Chu Xingchen raised his hand to interrupt. You are not foolish. You must understand that staying here may not be beneficial for your father. Ning Qianqian fell silent for a moment before nodding, her tone pleading. Then if you decide not to rescue my father, can you bring me back here? The path I traverse is not as effortless as that of the immortals. I am indeed struggling. Chu Xingchen lowered his gaze to Ning Qianqian. At this moment, she seemed to shed all pretense, her eyes brimming with endless supplication. Chu Xingchen and Ning Qianqian hurriedly traversed the earth through a frenzied escape. At this juncture, he did not concern himself with conserving his own spiritual energy, only wishing to return to the dilapidated temple as swiftly as possible. However, carrying an untrained mortal would inevitably slow him down. Particularly, Ning Qianqian's resistance to the Golden Core level Earth escape technique was quite feeble. They had to halt frequently for her to rest. After all, her own constitution was far from robust, malnourished and emaciated. After a day of travel, they were almost within a single Earth escape distance of the dilapidated temple. At this moment, Ning Qianqian leaned against a large tree, nibbling on a flatbread, while Chu Xingchen stood nearby, eyes closed in vigilance, extending his consciousness outward. Once Ning Qianqian finished the flatbread, she took a couple of shallow sips of water. During their previous brief rests, she had asked many questions regarding Chu Xingchen's intentions, where he was going, what he aimed to do, and whom he sought. Chu Xingchen patiently responded, revealing no secrets, explaining that he was on a quest to find his disciple, to discuss plans with her. As they continued, Ning Qianqian would often inquire about the world of cultivation. Although her understanding was still rudimentary, she would attempt to envision it based on her limited comprehension. Observing Chu Xingchen with his eyes closed, she consumed the crumbs of flatbread and, with a hint of incredulity, asked, Immortal, is Qingfeng sect truly a reputable sect in your world? In terms of nearby sects, that was indeed the prevailing sentiment. Chu Xingchen kept his eyes shut, explaining that they accepted commissions from the government to vanquish demons and perform righteous deeds. And they concealed their misdeeds exceptionally well. At least, he had never heard of them committing any. Ning Qianqian understood this logic. After all, she was not unintelligent, merely inexperienced. Yet upon hearing such a response and recalling the image of her father as he departed, she felt a twinge of despondency and lifted her gaze. Then what about your sect, Immortal? Do they engage in such activities as well? At this, Chu Xingchen could not help but open his eyes, retorting with mild irritation. If they were to engage in such activities, they would not have been so soft-hearted as to take you away. Throughout the journey, despite Xingtian's incessant inquiries, Chu Xingchen remained remarkably patient. After all, once he successfully rescued her father, he likely would never see the girl again. Xingtian nodded in agreement upon receiving his answer, for the truth was indeed as he stated. Yet an undercurrent of unease lingered within her. In truth, she was not particularly loquacious. Rather, she spoke in an attempt to alleviate her anxiety. Chu Xingchen, perceptive to her discomfort, could tell by her appearance and stature that she was quite young, given the overwhelming nature of the circumstances beyond her comprehension. It was entirely natural for her to feel apprehensive in her world. Immortals were beings from an entirely different realm. Taking the initiative, Chu Xingchen said, "As for my sect, I can assure you that we operate with utmost integrity and do not engage in actions that would incite public outrage. In the realm of cultivation, our sect is known as the leader of the righteous path. After all, boasting was not a crime, especially when addressing someone as uninformed as Xingtian, who would be unable to discern the truth from falsehood." Regardless of whether Xingtian was genuine in her admiration, her expressions were undeniably enthusiastic, reflecting her aspirations thus so. "Immortal, your disciples must surely be virtuous individuals as well." Without hesitation, Chu Xingchen nodded proudly. "My eldest disciple is a prodigy of cultivation, kind-hearted and caring towards her peers, deeply respectful of her teachers. My second disciple, let alone, has managed to retain her original intent despite the worldly tribulations, valuing loyalty and trustworthiness. She too is respectful of her teachers. Furthermore, they practice the righteous path, adhering to the principles of proper cultivation, never straying into dubious methods. Our sect can only be described as noble and upright." Once again, Xingtian expressed her enthusiastic support, engaging in light conversation before they resumed their journey. After approximately half an hour of Earth escape, they were nearing the vicinity of the dilapidated temple. However, Chu Xingchen did not return immediately. Instead, he brought Xingtian back to the surface nearby. For a strong scent of blood wafted towards them from the direction of the temple. Chu Xingchen's expression darkened. Could it be that they had encountered misfortune, yet the teleportation talisman had not activated? And such a potent stench of blood could only indicate a fierce battle. It could not have been a mere instant annihilation. The talisman should have been triggered under such circumstances. Xingtian, lacking cultivation, was oblivious to the bloody scent ahead. However, she cautiously raised her eyes to Chu Xingchen, understanding that she should remain silent and vigilant in this moment. Chu Xingchen's consciousness swiftly probed towards the dilapidated temple, soon detecting two familiar auras within, and to his relief, they were still alive and well. But what was the source of this bloodshed? Had his two disciples been up to mischief again? Yingling, having been reborn, should not be engaging in reckless antics alongside Yingling. Chu Xingchen reassured Xingtian, "Do not worry. It is merely my two disciples being a bit unruly." Xingtian nodded in response. The journey ahead was drawing near, and Chu Xingchen opted not to continue with Earth escape, but instead manipulated spiritual energy to carry Xingtian into the skies, experiencing flight for the first time. Xingtian couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. Soon, however, she adapted to the exhilarating sensation of soaring freely, becoming increasingly adept. Her previously expressionless face unconsciously broke into a faint smile. This was the innate yearning for freedom that humans possess. The act of flying inadvertently alleviated much of the pressure that weighed on Xingtian's heart. Yet upon catching sight of the dilapidated temple and realizing that the great master was heading straight for it, her smile vanished entirely. The crumbling structure appeared to be in a state of disrepair, exuding a chilling aura. However, it was not merely the ominous atmosphere that instilled fear in Xingtian. What truly terrified her were the numerous bones and remains strewn about outside the temple. Almost carpeting the entrance, that a row of skeletal remains, still bearing patches of uncleaned crimson flesh, lay scattered alongside the heads of various unidentified animals. The assortment was diverse, featuring bears, tigers, and wolves, with the heads of rabbits and wild chickens also present in alarming numbers, forming a grotesque pile. The sight was utterly horrifying. A heavy stench of blood wafted into Xingtian's nostrils, causing her stomach to churn and a wave of nausea to wash over her. Even more unsettling was the intermittent flickering of dark red energy emanating from within the temple, creating an eerie spectacle that clearly suggested the presence of malevolent beasts dwelling within, preying upon the unwary. Xingtian swallowed hard, timidly inquiring, "Great Master, are you planning to exorcise demons?" After all, at that moment, there was no other explanation for the Great Master's direct approach towards the perilous temple. However, Chu Xingchen's response nearly caused Xingtian to faint. Exorcise demons? We have arrived. What nonsense about righteous sects? Which righteous leader resides in a place littered with bones? The stench of blood hasn't even dissipated. Xingtian felt utterly deceived. Not a single one of these cultivators was virtuous. Their words were all lies. It's over. She was destined to be taken by the evil cultivators for their dark practices. At this moment, Chu Xingchen was too preoccupied with his own irritation to notice the pallor of the young woman beside him. After all, upon departing, the landscape had been lush and serene, yet returning home felt akin to entering a den of demons to the entrance of the temple, after setting down the silent Xingtian. Chu Xingchen bellowed, "What are you two little rascals doing?" Within the temple, Yingling was the first to burst forth, her face alight with excitement as she rushed to embrace her master. "Master, you have finally returned." Before Chu Xingchen could question her, Xingtian emerged from the temple, bloodied and with bloodshot eyes, seemingly radiating an overwhelming aura of malice, dragging along a severed tiger head. Upon seeing Chu Xingchen, his first words echoed those of Yingling, but with a tone of lament. "Master, you have finally returned." Pushing Yingling aside, Chu Xingchen pointed towards the grim scene of animal heads and bones, demanding, "What on earth is going on here?" Yingling, understanding her master's anger, promptly deflected responsibility. "This is all the result of my junior brother's cultivation." Standing nearby, trembling and still harboring a glimmer of hope, Xingtian's heart sank upon hearing this. Although she was unfamiliar with the realm of cultivation, surely a prestigious sect wouldn't engage in such gruesome practices. Xingtian turned her gaze towards the pile of heads, feeling that her own might soon join them. Chu Xingchen's gaze shifted to Xingtian, who was still clutching the tiger head, his eyes filled with stern inquiry. Faced with his master's penetrating gaze, Xingtian silently directed his attention towards his senior sister, torn between speaking up and remaining silent. Most of the animals were captured by his senior sister, and theoretically, she bore greater responsibility for the current situation. After all, Xingtian had initially intended to find a more secluded spot to bury the remains. The scene was indeed quite ghastly, and the odor was unbearable. However, his senior sister deemed it too troublesome and suggested waiting until they had gathered a larger quantity for burial. Xingtian felt that his senior sister's dwelling was sheltered from the wind, allowing her to be oblivious to the stench of blood at night, leading her to make such a suggestion. Yet, this was merely a minor issue. Xingtian had acquiesced, becoming so engrossed in his cultivation that he had overlooked the accumulation of corpses outside. Upon witnessing the scene, he understood why his master would be furious. Nevertheless, as his senior sister had mentioned, the source of the situation was undeniably linked to their cultivation practices. Thus, Xingtian could only lower his head in acknowledgement of his fault. "I apologize, Master, that I've been a bit too focused on my cultivation lately. I'll handle it right away." Yingling glanced at Xingtian as he went to deal with the remains, then turned her attention to the petite and pale Xingtian, who appeared frail and shaken, her small hands trembling uncontrollably. She looked even more fragile than the second junior brother. "Master, is this your new disciple?" "No, it's the doing of Qingfeng's sect." Chu Xingchen sighed, then gestured for Xingtian to follow him into the temple. Faced with the invitation, Xingtian hesitated, stammering, "I can just stay at the entrance." That moment, Chu Xingchen understood that her ashen complexion was a result of the gruesome scene, and he quickly reassured her. "Don't worry, we are indeed a righteous sect, not evil cultivators. It's just that my second disciple's foundational cultivation requires the use of beast blood. Upon hearing this, Xingtian's gaze shifted back to the pile of heads. And indeed, there were no human remains, allowing her tension to ease slightly as she followed Chu Xingchen into the temple. Inside, the temple was surprisingly tidy, devoid of the hellish imagery Xingtian had envisioned. The floor was simply clean, and there were no accumulations of heads or blood. Only two small wooden beds stood. Simple yet clean. Two iron pots were present, one large and one small. The large pot simmered with a small amount of crimson blood, while the smaller pot was spotless. A Yingling followed closely behind. Since beginning their cultivation of that unorthodox technique, both she and Xingtian had nearly hunted every animal in the vicinity. After all, the 10-mile slope was not a convergence of spiritual veins, lacking extraordinary beasts or spirit creatures, forcing them to rely on the most ordinary animals for their training. The yield was minimal, necessitating sheer quantity. "Master, how is the situation over there?" Yingling poured her master a cup of water from a kettle on the side table. Chu Xingchen shook his head slightly. "The situation is manageable, but Qingfeng's sect has indeed gone too far." "What do you mean?" Yingling inquired, puzzled. Chu Xingchen briefly recounted Xingtian's circumstances and shared his observations from the mine. After hearing the full account, Yingling nodded calmly. "Yes, a noblewoman of a prominent family. She had heard plenty of tales regarding the ruthless consumption of others, that it was even likely that her own family had engaged in such practices. However, this did not imply her acceptance of such actions. Often, she found herself powerless to intervene as a daughter born out of wedlock. Her status in her original family had been only marginally better than that of servant. Otherwise, her father wouldn't have forced her to marry a fool." She regarded Xingtian, who was bowed and silent, with sympathy, then offered words of comfort. "We will do our utmost to help you. You need not worry." Xingtian silently nodded, casting a grateful glance at Yingling. "Thank you, sister." Chu Xingchen refrained from saying much more, signaling to Yingling to comfort Xingtian, recognizing that women might empathize more in such situations. Upon exiting the temple, Chu Xingchen saw Xingtian dealing with the remains of the beasts. And without uttering a word, he joined in to assist. In truth, the remains were not numerous. The larger size of the animals made them appear more plentiful when laid out. Chu Xingchen raised his hand, conjuring a flame to incinerate the skeletal remains into ashes. With a swift motion, he dispersed the ashes far away. Once finished, he said nothing further, simply producing a rudimentary map of the mine he had drawn and handing it to Xingtian. "If we plan to rescue someone from a mine, will it be difficult?" Xingtian glanced over the map and replied, "If Master is at the transformation stage, it would be quite easy." Chu Xingchen remained silent. Xingtian coughed lightly and remarked, regarding the words of the nascent soul, "A swift resolution is certainly feasible. Your Master. I can only wield the power equivalent to the mid-level of the immaculate golden core at present." He neatly rolled up the terrain map in his hands, displaying neither further inquiries nor hesitations, but rather stated earnestly, "As long as the plan is thorough and well-structured, it should not be particularly challenging." Inside the dilapidated temple, Xingtian diligently practiced, aware that according to his own strategy, he needed to break through to the foundation establishment stage as swiftly as possible. Presently, the system indicated that Xingtian's cultivation was at the 8th layer of qi refinement, estimating that he would require approximately 2 more days to advance. Meanwhile, Yingling and Xingtian were sipping chicken soup. After all, at this moment, no matter how hard Yingling tried to cram, she could not achieve significant improvement like during the qi refinement stage. She was merely a prodigy of cultivation, not a reincarnated powerhouse. As for Xingtian, she could not even meet the qualifications for an apprentice, indicating her aptitude was likely lacking, rendering her practice futile. It would be far more pragmatic to consume more chicken soup for nourishment. The tea present, her cultivation was at the mid-level of the immaculate golden core. And once Xingtian established his foundation, she should be able to reach the late stage of the golden core. Thus, among the sect, the one striving for maximum efficacy was undoubtedly Xingtian. Once he achieved foundation establishment, the sect's strength would experience a qualitative leap. Additionally, Chu Xingchen had naturally gathered some intelligence regarding the Qingfeng sect, noting that there was a supreme elder within the sect at the nascent soul stage. Even if he caused a commotion, it was uncertain whether the Supreme Elder would intervene. However, having navigated this world for several years, Chu Xingchen understood the importance of preparing for the worst and not harboring overly optimistic expectations regarding his plans. For everything would inevitably cascade into the most unfortunate scenarios. Thus, he specifically advised Xingtian to prepare for the worst, ensuring that even if they could not save anyone, they could still withdraw without haste. After all, saving lives was merely a side quest. Chu Xingchen was not benevolent enough to risk his own disciple's life for a stranger. Yet, speaking of misfortune, Chu Xingchen's gaze turned towards Yingling, who was drinking chicken soup. His eldest disciple was indeed endowed with the attribute of strong luck. However, having spent considerable time with her, he had not perceived any remarkable fortune. He had not seen her stumble upon ancient treasures while walking. Even hunting a wild chicken seemed to leave her in a state of disarray. Could it be that his own bad luck had neutralized hers? Noticing her master's gaze upon her, Yingling set down her bowl. Looking at him with a puzzled expression, "Yingling, how do you perceive your luck?" Chu Xingchen inquired with a smile. Yingling tilted her head slightly, reflecting before replying. "It's all right, I suppose, since there was nothing pressing at the moment." He decided to test the standard of her all right luck. Chu Xingchen retrieved 2 dice cups from his spatial ring. When it comes to luck, nothing could be more direct than this game. He handed one of the dice cups to Yingling, asking, "Shall we play? Let's compare sizes that I'm not too skilled. Losing shouldn't incur any penalties, right?" Yingling shook the dice cup casually, inquiring with caution. Taking a piece of firewood that had not burned completely from the fire, Chu Xingchen waved the charred end. "If you lose, you draw a line." Yingling's eyes brightened at this, for being still in the stage of a young girl. She naturally found such activities highly intriguing. However, she first cautiously confirmed both their dice cups and dice to ensure her master had not cheated. The competition between the master and disciple soon commenced. Yingling vigorously shook her dice cup while muttering softly, unsure of what she was reciting. With a decisive motion, she slammed the dice cup onto the dining table. Her gaze was sharp as she fixed it on Chu Xingchen, as if victory was assured. Externally, Chu Xingchen remained calm, though internally he was on high alert, as he truly had not cheated. After carefully shaking his own dice cup, both revealed their results simultaneously. Yingling rolled 3 dice. 6. 5. Chu Xingchen, however, rolled 6. 6. Master, did you cheat with your spiritual power? The incredulity in Yingling's gaze was palpable. "I did not cheat," Chu Xingchen responded, equally astonished that Yingling, who possessed the strong luck attribute, had lost to him in dice. However, seeing the lingering doubt in Yingling's eyes, he suggested, "Then let Enchantress roll for me." Enchantress, who was enjoying her soup, put down her bowl and cautiously glanced at the dice cup, saying, I don't know how to play." Without hesitation, Yingling handed the dice cup to Enchantress, unwilling to let her master continue rolling. "Just give a casual shake." Enchantress looked up at Chu Xingchen, who nodded in agreement, and then she shook the dice cup carelessly before placing it on the table. Yingling's confidence surged. So long as her master did not cheat, her luck would surely turn the tables. The previous loss had simply been a display of modesty on her part. Since childhood, she had never lost any game related to luck. She had accumulated quite a bit of small change from various games played in the courtyard, causing the noble offspring in her vicinity to avoid her altogether. With her confidence bolstered, Yingling boldly declared, "What just happened doesn't count. Now it truly begins." Approximately 10 minutes later, a despondent Yingling sat in her chair, her face a mask of darkness, seemingly contemplating her existence. For a full 10 minutes, she had failed to win a single round. Even when she shook the dice vigorously for 3 sixes, Enchantress's casual rolls matched her results. Initially, she suspected her master of cheating with the dice cup, but after switching, the outcome remained unchanged. This was the first time she had experienced such a humiliating defeat. Moreover, judging by her master's expression, it appeared he had not cheated. Several twigs had already been used on the ground for marking her face, carelessly discarded by Chu Xingchen. He observed Yingling with a puzzled expression. Could it be that her strong luck attribute was a fabrication? How could she not win even once? His gaze shifted to Enchantress, who lacked any luck-enhancing attributes. Could it be that his own luck was overpoweringly Yingling's? Yet, recalling the unfortunate events that had transpired upon his arrival in this world, Chu Xingchen quickly dismissed that thought. At that time, even a sip of cool water had led to misfortune. Surely, this good fortune must be triggered under different circumstances, with her face darkened by defeat. Yingling rose and cast a melancholic glance at her master. Not that she couldn't handle losing, but rather she was frustrated by the experience. "Master, I'm going to sleep in my room." Over the past 2 days, Yingling had nearly finished setting up her small dwelling, situated in a sheltered spot behind the dilapidated temple, quite close to it. Chu Xingchen waved his hand in farewell to Yingling, while Xingtian, still holding the dice cup, cautiously asked, "Master, did you really cheat?" "I did not," he replied, glancing at her before pointing to the bed where Yingling had initially lain. "Which bed will you sleep in tonight?" The wooden partition had yet to be moved, and it was likely that Xingtian had used this bed previously. In any case, since Xingtian needed to practice more diligently, it would be best if he did not sleep here. Or perhaps he could continue resting in the back. After all, it wouldn't do for the master to sleep in the back, would it? Xingtian uttered not a word. She merely placed the dice cup back onto the table and obediently returned to the separated wooden bed as instructed. After collecting his belongings, Chu Xingchen reclined back onto his own bed, closing his eyes to recuperate. It must be said that the enhancement in physical constitution after Xingtian refined the 1,000-year bone jade was truly substantial. Coupled with a cultivation method that resonated more harmoniously with Xingtian, his progress in the qi refinement stage now rivaled that of the prodigious Yingling, who possessed the talent of a celestial cultivator. After several days of intensified training, Xingtian was finally on the verge of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. At this moment, he sat cross-legged with a viscous, dark red coagulated blood block, meticulously prepared as his blood food, placed before him. Following the foundational method, he would no longer need to capture blood food so painstakingly. After establishing his foundation, the task would simply be to refine his own flesh and blood. Thus, while this method may seem troublesome, it is merely the qi refinement stage that presents such complexities. Reluctantly, Chu Xingchen extracted all the remaining spirit stones from his spatial ring and constructed a simple gathering array for Xingtian, ensuring an adequate flow of spiritual energy for a smooth breakthrough into the foundation establishment realm. This was all the spirit stones he could muster, and he felt as though he had been thoroughly drained by his disciple. It seemed implausible that there could exist a sect poorer than his own. Within the dilapidated temple, Yingling was at the stove, boiling water, her expression somewhat peculiar, as if she were anticipating something. Xingtian had already donned Yingling's attire, a light blue patterned skirt. Though it appeared somewhat oversized, at least it was not the filthy, tattered linen garments she had worn before. Yingling, possessing a touch of cleanliness, had thoroughly bathed Xingtian. The sounds of water in their small abode had echoed from morning until noon, occasionally punctuated by Xingtian's cries of distress, suggesting that Yingling had been rather vigorous in her scrubbing. The outcome was remarkable. At the very least, Xingtian no longer resembled a refugee. Clad in this outfit, she exuded an almost whimsical image of a child from slum dressed in regal garb. However, wearing this ensemble was still a bit unfamiliar for Xingtian, who was now cautiously adjusting her somewhat baggy sleeves to avoid soiling them. Despite Yingling's repeated assurances that it was of no consequence, Xingtian, on the brink of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, bore a somber expression as he gazed at Yingling and the pot of water that was beginning to boil. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Chu Xingchen, speaking earnestly, "Master, I assure you I can manage without those medicinal pills. Good medicine is often bitter," Chu Xingchen remarked, placing the final spirit stone in its designated spot. As he completed the arrangement, dozens of spirit stones began to emit a radiant glow. "Rest assured, I am aware that my elixirs may not possess the most palatable flavor. However, this time, you can trust me. I have researched the appropriate flavoring agents to make the elixirs exceedingly delightful." "Master, are you certain you are referring to elixirs and not the remnants of a chicken leg that senior sister left behind?" Chu Xingchen retrieved the scant remaining genuine spirit herbs from his spatial ring, sufficient for a single concoction, You may doubt my alchemical skills, but you cannot question my culinary prowess, dear disciple. Reflecting on his master's culinary abilities, Xingtian found some merit in that assertion. Thus, he fixed his gaze upon his master, hoping he would deliver on his promise. As he did. Xingtian observed Chu Xingchen employing his customary alchemical techniques, as the green liquid bubbled with vigor. He felt his own face turning green in tandem with the potion. What change could there be? However, as the elixir neared completion, Chu Xingchen swiftly retrieved honey and pre-cooked flour from his spatial ring, mixing in some peculiar seasonings. After blending the flour with the honey, he carefully immersed it into the potion to absorb its essence. Soon, the minimal potion was fully absorbed by the flour, revealing a rather unsightly green elixir in Chu Xingchen's hand. He shook the concoction, noting its solidity, devoid of any sign of collapse. Excellent. This marks a new advancement in alchemy. One can indeed create flawless elixirs using a pot. Chu Xingchen, brimming with pride, presented the unappealing green elixir to Xingtian. Here, sample its flavor. Gazing at the elixir before him, Xingtian admitted that, while its solid form made it slightly more palatable, the verdant hue hardly resembled a legitimate elixir. Rather, it appeared akin to a poison capable of penetrating one's very heart. Sighing silently, he felt that the question of whether it was toxic was trivial. What truly mattered was whether this concoction would be so unpalatable that it would be intolerable. Under the encouraging gaze of his master, Xingtian steeled his resolve and decisively swallowed it whole, all the while catching a glimpse of his sister's scrutinizing stare. As for the taste upon entry, Xingtian could only exclaim in exasperation. Indeed, alchemy and culinary arts bore no semblance to one another, especially with the addition of that insufferable flour. Whether it was the honey's influence or not, the flour lodged in his throat and combined with the horrific taste of the elixir. Or perhaps it was not merely the taste, but the intense aversion emanating from his body. This was a torment far worse than swallowing the potion itself. It felt akin to torture. Xingtian desperately croaked out, "Water! Master, I need water." Enchantress swiftly handed him a cup of water, and he hurriedly gulped down a few mouthfuls, dislodging the sticky mass from his throat. After taking a few deep breaths, he refrained from further comment. Though the flavor was horrendous, the medicinal effect took hold rapidly, and Xingtian swiftly entered a meditative state, absorbing the spiritual energy from spirit stones. It appeared that this experimental concoction had not yielded favorable results. Was it a matter of insufficient flavor masking? Chu Xingchen pondered briefly before directing his gaze toward Yingling, who bore an expression of relief. Yingling quickly shook her head, asserting, "Master, in the future, let this fine creation be tested by junior brother first. After all, you are his senior sister." Chu Xingchen stroked his chin thoughtfully. Yingling, appearing somewhat aggrieved, remarked, "Master, if you do not wish for me to live, you could simply say so." Xingtian's breakthrough proceeded relatively smoothly, as the luminescence of the spirit stones faded and the sun dipped low in the sky. The spiritual energy that had previously surged outward coalesced firmly within him. He slightly opened his eyes, his aura now reined in, and a spark of brilliance flickered within his gaze. The breakthrough was remarkably seamless. With scarcely any hindrance, the efficacy of his master's elixir was commendable, perfectly complementing his cultivation method. This experience surpassed his previous life's foundation establishment, which could only be described as a natural progression. Noticing Xingtian's awakening while grilling meat for his beloved disciple, Chu Xingchen turned his gaze, inquiring, "How do you feel?" Xingtian nodded affirmatively. "Very well, that I was referring to the elixir I concocted." "Also quite good, but master, if possible, I would prefer if you refrain from further concoctions." Xingtian spoke earnestly. "If it must be made, I believe it could serve excellently for coercive interrogation. It need not be fed to me or senior sister." At this, Yingling's eyes brightened, and she raised her skewer in agreement. "Yes, I concur with second junior brother." Without hesitation, Chu Xingchen's palm met Yingling's head. Having established his foundation, Xingtian was now capable of subsisting without food. Yet he still approached and seized a skewer to indulge. Casting a glance at Enchantress, he declared, "Master, The plan can commence in the vicinity of the Qingfeng sect's spiritual mine. The master and disciple lay in wait with bated breath. Yingling cautiously raised her head, observing the situation below, while keeping a vigilant eye on her second junior brother. Her brow furrowed with concern. "Master, is this not too risky for second junior brother? By all theoretical accounts, you are the one in greater peril. This." Yingling gazed at her master with slight confusion. Chu Xingchen had his reasons for saying so. After all, Xingtian still bore the talismans capable of withstanding golden core attacks, and had 2 teleportation talismans in his possession. If trouble were to arise, it would naturally be Xingtian who could escape the swiftest. Thus, if one were to assess purely based on the degree of danger, it is Yingling, who resides nearby, that poses a greater threat. This moment, Xingtian has disguised himself as a miner and infiltrated the mining site. Just as Xingtian had surmised, the core disciples of the Qingfeng sect would hardly take the time to accurately compare the multitude of ants within the mine. Coupled with his several years of mining experience, Xingtian navigated the terrain with ease, his disguise proving quite effective. He was currently pushing a cart, his gaze sweeping over all passers-by, searching for Xingtian's father. Inside the dilapidated temple, Chu Xingchen had already sketched a portrait of Xingtian's father based on her description, achieving a level of realism that had earned Xingtian's approval. Therefore, as long as her father was still alive within the mining site, there would be no risk of encountering an unfamiliar face. Chu Xingchen felt a slight relaxation. It seemed that the contingency plan would not be necessary for the time being. Now, they simply awaited the signal from Xingtian. Given Xingtian's lack of cultivation, her presence was more of a distraction. Thus, it was more prudent for her to remain within the temple. Consequently, only the 3 of them participated in this operation. Xingtian would serve as the observer, meticulously surveying the mine while simultaneously locating Xingtian's father. Chu Xingchen, as the attacker, would strike directly at the spirit stone warehouse guarded by the golden core cultivator, drawing everyone's attention to ensure a safe retreat for his disciple. Yingling would serve as the backup. In case of any unforeseen circumstances, she would step in to provide support. Additionally, should everything proceed smoothly, Xingtian had devised an ultimate plan to shatter this wretched mining site and liberate all those imprisoned within. Although Chu Xingchen harbored doubts about this plan, believing that releasing all those captives might not be the wisest course of action, as the Qingfeng sect would undoubtedly pursue their whereabouts and interrogate them. Nevertheless, Xingtian argued that remaining there would guarantee death, and attempting to escape was their only chance at survival. He merely sought to provide those individuals with a glimmer of hope, especially since those unwilling to flee could simply choose not to die. In response to Xingtian's proposal, Chu Xingchen suggested a more direct approach. Once they possess sufficient strength, they should simply annihilate the accursed Qingfeng sect. Xingtian did not oppose his master's resolution, but after a moment of hesitation, he ultimately nodded in agreement, perhaps sensing that his own plan lacked reliability. In any case, all plans hinged on the signal from Xingtian. Only after initiating the operation could they make decisions based on the unfolding reality, and there was a chance they might not even locate Xingtian's father. Must be said, pushing this dilapidated cart back to the Spirit Stone mine was an endeavor Xingtian utterly despised. Especially this route, which, despite the passage of years and the erosion of memories, had seen dangers far surpassing those of this very place. As he stepped back onto this path, his heart remained tumultuous. At this moment, a singular thought dominated Xingtian's mind. In his past life, after achieving the nascent soul stage, he should have eradicated the Qingfeng sect without delay. This accursed mining site had inflicted wounds on him no less grievous than those caused by that damned, evil cultivator woman. Lowering his head, Xingtian swiftly scanned the miners engaged in transporting and breaking stones, yet failed to spot Xingtian's father. Most likely, he was mining deep within the tunnels, and Xingtian needed to find an opportunity to blend in. A fleeting glance towards his master prompted him to discreetly signal. After a brief wait, a sharp sound of swords cry echoed from a distance. The 3 Qingfeng sect disciples, who had been chatting nearby, abruptly turned their gazes toward the source of the sound. 2 of them quickly sprang to their feet and rushed toward the direction of the sword's resonance. while the remaining disciple pulled the large bell situated at the center of the mining site. The resounding clang of the bell reverberated through the air. Many miners halted their tasks, their once-numb faces revealing a flicker of fear. They could not comprehend what had transpired, but it was unlikely to be anything good. The clamor quickly filled the valley, and the crowd began to stir, instinctively clustering together, with Xingtian decisively blending into their midst. Before long, two Qingfeng sect disciples approached at a rapid pace. They had been vigilant on the outskirts and hastened toward the source of the bells tolling. They quickly scanned the surroundings, suppressing the agitated crowd. Simultaneously, another Qingfeng sect disciple dashed out from a mine, followed by a number of miners. His sharp gaze swept over the panicked crowd as he barked, "Everyone, line up according to your shifts." With this reprimand, the previously restless crowd quickly settled down, beginning to seek their designated positions. Xingtian's gaze swiftly roamed over the exiting crowd, and soon he spotted Enchantress's father. At this moment, he appeared almost emaciated. Had it not been for his cultivation and chi refinement, he might have perished long ago. Nevertheless, he was still alive. Xingtian then slightly turned his gaze toward the warehouse, awaiting the emergence of the golden core cultivator within, who would be the key figure in determining the feasibility of their plan. A quarter of an hour later, the two Qingfeng sect disciples who had gone to investigate returned. Lifting the alarm and ensuring safety, Xingtian swiftly merged into the throng of miners, following the arrangement of the Qingfeng sect disciples as they began to venture into the mine. However, contrary to expectations, the golden core cultivator did not make an appearance. "I will return to the sect to report to the sect leader and elders. You all remain vigilant," an older Qingfeng sect disciple declared. "Taking charge, this is a critical juncture. We must ensure the normal operation of the mining site at all costs. Everyone, stay alert." The remaining disciples of the Qingfeng sect hurriedly bowed in acknowledgement. "Yes, senior brother." Having successfully infiltrated the mining crew, Xingtian followed the main group as they made their way deeper. Quickly approaching Enchantress's father, he discreetly slipped the token that Enchantress had entrusted to him into Xingtian's hand. Within the dimly lit mine, Xingtian's gaze fixed upon Xingtian, tightly clutching the coarse fabric of the token. Xingtian refrained from meeting his eyes, merely whispering, "Xingtian." Xingtian's eyes brightened, then his expression shifted dramatically as he urgently inquired. Before he could finish, Xingtian raised a hand to interrupt, his eyes sweeping over him. "No matter what, stay close to me. What are you all doing?" "Hurry up," the supervising Qingfeng sect disciple barked from the side, urging with a loud voice. "You won't even get to sleep if you don't complete the progress." Xingtian disregarded Xingtian's concerns and swiftly picked up a pickaxe that had been discarded nearby. Advancing forward, after taking about 10 steps, he encountered a cornered the bend. A faint yellow candle flickered eerily. As Xingtian gazed at the candlelight, a sudden jolt of apprehension coursed through him, a chill creeping up his spine. An ominous feeling enveloped him instantaneously. What was awry with this mining site? Such a scenario had not occurred during his previous excavations. He quickly grasped the long-distance transmission talisman his master had given him, cautiously following the crowd into the turn. What greeted him was not the anticipated mining tunnel ready for excavation, but an exceedingly bizarre and terrifying scene. Before him lay not a narrow vein awaiting extraction, but an expansive ritual ground, with several grotesque heads suspended above the highest altar. 6 individuals clad in voluminous black robes sat cross-legged at 6 positions, absorbing the blood chi from the surrounding blood pools. The altar, stained with blood, bore witness to the countless lives lost within its confines. Surrounding the altar was a vast expanse of artificial blood pools, facing which stood 4 exceedingly peculiar statues, each displaying a distinct expression. Yet all seemed to harbor a sinister glint, glaring at the central altar. The blood pools were littered with corpses, both demonic beasts and humans, decomposed and emaciated, yet emanating a dark red energy. At Xingtian's feet lay a narrow path sufficient for 2 to traverse, leading directly to the center of the altar, then piercing through the entire altar to the other side. His pupils widened in shock as he surveyed the surrounding individuals, only to find that they appeared completely unfazed. At this moment, they seemed to believe they were still traversing the cramped tunnels, pushing deeper into the mine. Was this a widespread illusion? Could those in the Foundation establishment stage be immune to such enchantments? Or was there something that could shield him from this environment? Xingtian suppressed the unease in his heart, opting to continue following the crowd, determined to uncover the true nature of the Qingfeng sect's intentions and to comprehend what lay behind him. The plan was likely on the verge of being entirely overturned upon witnessing this scene. Was the essence of the Qingfeng sect truly that of a cult? Xingtian lowered his head, cautiously trailing behind the crowd as he slowly traversed the central altar. Passing through the altar and delving deeper, he found himself in a typical mining site where every individual clutched their mining tools. Prepared for extraction at first glance, the site appeared to be a genuine mine, yet the nature of the sacrificial ritual remained a mystery. This question crystallized in Xingtian's mind the moment the first miner, wielding a pickaxe, commenced his work. With each strike, a faint, dark red energy wafted up from the miner's crown and flowed toward the blood pool. All the miners exhibited the same phenomenon. Strands of dark red energy gradually congregated, forming a formidable force not to be underestimated. Xingtian's gaze fixated on one particular miner and suddenly realized that this dark red energy seemed to be extracted from their spiritual roots. The depletion was not merely of the miner's flesh and spiritual essence, but also of the very foundation of their cultivation. Their spiritual roots. It was no wonder that the miners appeared so emaciated. To labor daily while being drained of their very life essence would leave anyone skeletal. This was an unequivocally nefarious technique, one he had never encountered before, and the scale of the formation was astonishing. Xingtian refrained from mining himself, aware that the provided blood energy was contingent on one's spiritual roots and cultivation level. Should he commence mining, risking the extraction of his own cultivation and spiritual roots, he would undoubtedly stand out amidst the crowd, far more conspicuously than a mere wisp of dark red energy. Thus, he resolved to find a way to exit and inform his master, as for Xingtian's father. According to his master's instructions, self-preservation was paramount in uncertain circumstances. All he could do was hope for the man's safety. Xingtian discerned that the 6 figures in black robes possessed foundational cultivation levels. If the necklace he received was indeed reliable, breaking through might be a viable option, especially since he felt confident in his abilities that on the day he successfully established his foundation, his master had bestowed upon him a highly compatible divine ability, seemingly prepared in advance, awaiting his foundational progress. This realization left Xingtian, who believed he had unraveled some of his master's mysteries, feeling even more enshrouded in intrigue. None of this, however, diminished his gratitude towards his savior. As long as his master had not truly wronged him, unlike the Qingfeng sect, Xingtian intended to remain within the sect, repaying the debt of life. Yet, these days spent in the small sect, comprised of only 3 individuals, had fostered a profound sense of warmth within him. Although the senior sister could be somewhat mischievous, her treatment of him, her junior, mirrored that of family. She diligently captured beasts for his training and urged him to cultivate earnestly. Even though her gaze occasionally seemed to express disdain, her actions were undeniably genuine. His master, too, was a topic of complexity. While he sometimes appeared frivolous and immature, he possessed an extraordinary charisma that rendered him somewhat out of place in the world of cultivation, yet effortlessly persuasive. Except for the dubious alchemical practices he had seemingly learned from an unknown source, his master had been nothing but forthright, relinquishing opportunities from the very moment they met and consistently offering selfless support. If initially, it was merely a matter of respecting the debt of gratitude for saving his life, after spending time together, Xingtian now felt genuinely inclined to join this small familial sect. From cultivation techniques to divine abilities, he regarded all these gifts as treasures, yet he understood that high-quality divine abilities were inherently challenging to master. Not everyone possessed the extraordinary comprehension of a senior sister. Nevertheless, by leveraging a fraction of their might alongside the divine abilities from his previous life, his combat prowess should still be considerable. He hardly believed that the 6 black-robed figures before him would possess divine abilities. After surveying his surroundings, Xingtian resolved to act decisively. Strike first and enjoy the thrill. Those who hesitated would face calamity. Clenching his pickaxe, he pivoted and strode back toward the altar. The vigilant disciple of the Qingfeng sect immediately noticed Li Xingtian and shouted, "What are you doing?" Li Xingtian feigned trepidation, slowly approaching the admonishing disciple as if his legs were weak. I need to use the restroom. The work is urgent, even if you need to relieve yourself. You must continue working. Return. Once he had created sufficient distance, Li Xingtian suddenly surged forward, appearing before the Qingfeng disciple in an instant, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy, drawing upon the 9 heavens Xianyuan blade from his past life. Paired with the rudimentary understanding of the slaughter immortal transformation 9 netherblade, he executed a simple yet effective maneuver. The pickaxe in his hand transformed into a great sword, dark red energy swirling with immense power as it descended upon the disciple's head. The disciple, caught off guard and especially unprepared for such a rapid divine ability, felt his entire being paralyzed, his spirit shaken by the overwhelming aura. All he could express was sheer terror before Li Xingtian's strike ended him in a single blow. "Cursed be the cost," Li Xingtian muttered under his breath. "The expenditure is rather steep." He felt nearly half of his spiritual energy dissipate from that single attack, surprising considering he had merely borrowed a fraction of power and trajectory. The actual consumption exceeded that of his previous divine ability by double. Yet the effectiveness was undeniable to his astonishment. As he summoned his internal spiritual energy, he sensed the energy from the pool as well. Before he could further perceive, the 6 black-robed figures abruptly rose, turning their attention toward him. One of them, with a raspy voice indistinguishable in gender, roared, "Which impudent brat dares to cause trouble here? You are but a foundation-level cultivator. Today, you shall become our blood food, so you may comprehend the true essence of cultivation. Master, has the second junior brother been gone too long?" Li Yingling glanced at Chu Xingchen, her worry palpable. Ever since Li Xingtian signaled and infiltrated the mine, there had been no word from him. "Let us wait a moment longer," Chu Xingchen replied, his brow furrowed, with the 1,000-li teleportation talisman. Li Xingtian should not be in jeopardy, even if he was unable to prevail. There was also a possibility that he had teleported away if the situation turned dire. Hearing this, Li Yingling sighed deeply, ultimately acquiescing to her master's decision to wait just a little longer. However, 10 minutes later, a series of violent explosions erupted from within the mine, followed by a fierce and sinister surge of spiritual energy erupting from the depths. No further words were needed from Li Yingling. Xingtian predicted that the golden core elder from the Spirit Stone repository, a middle-aged man, had emerged, and no matter the circumstances within, it was imperative to intercept that golden core cultivator. Chu Xingchen decisively retrieved a spiritual sword from a spatial ring, and before approaching, handed Li Yingling a teleportation talisman. "Use this decisively if you encounter danger, then find a place to hide until I come to find you." "What is this?" Li Yingling inquired, observing the golden-etched talisman in her hand. A random teleportation talisman. Infuse it with spiritual energy to activate it, but do not use it out of curiosity. Chu Xingchen donned his mask once more, urging her to maintain composure and prioritize her safety. "What should I do now?" "Follow the plan laid out by Li Xingtian and attempt to assist him. But remain vigilant for your own safety. If you encounter someone you cannot defeat, retreat without hesitation. Xingtian also possesses a talisman like this. Do not worry for him." Subsequently, Li Yingling beheld as Chu Xingchen's figure abruptly dissipated before her eyes, transforming into a radiant streak of light. Without hesitation, Chu Xingchen unleashed his most formidable technique, Li Yingling's introductory divine ability. The 3,000 weak water swords, wisps of sword energy coalesced into serpentine water dragons, entwining around the sword's body. Chu Xingchen aimed at the elder, who was preparing to retreat to the source mine, and struck with a single sweeping motion. Though merely an introductory divine ability, it was still a divine technique. And combined with Chu Xingchen's masterful evasion arts, it was a sudden ambush. The elder, anxious to return and assist, understood that the plan had reached a critical juncture. This was a vital moment for the Qingfeng sect. He could not afford to falter now. Having already crushed the emergency jade talisman, he knew that a brief delay would suffice for other elders of the sect to arrive for support. However, the formations and rituals set within could not afford to falter. His heart raced with urgency. Faced with Chu Xingchen's unexpected lethal strike, the elder turned his gaze only to discover there was no time left to resist. He could only draw upon the energy of his golden core, forcing up a barrier. Yet, it seemed even though it would not hold for long. The sword strike cleaved through time and space, and in an instant, a suffocating aura of death swept forth alongside the overwhelming sword intent. The elder's gaze fell upon the sword-wielding figure. Tattered garments adorned his form, and an ominous mask concealed his face, revealing eyes devoid of joy or sorrow. Escape was no longer an option. The elder could only forcefully turn his head, narrowly avoiding the fatal strike. Yet he could not evade the long sword that pierced his heart. An immense surge of spiritual energy mingled with the torrential sword aura, wreaking havoc within him. In a singular blow, half of his body along with his heart was obliterated into a fine mist of blood. However, the elder seized this moment to break free from the range of the attack. Retreating hastily, Chu Xingchen did not pursue. Instead, he halted, his gaze fixed intently on the elder before him. A golden core was not a Yuan infant, and logically, having his heart shattered should mean death. Yet this elder appeared unharmed, an unsettling aura about him. First, let me check the system for the attributes that Chun Cultivation. Mid Golden Core Blue attribute. Acquired Demon Body White attribute. Thick Skin and Flesh White attribute. Cleverness Black attribute. Heart Demon within Acquired Demon Body. Chu Xingchen furrowed his brow. It seemed there were hidden secrets within the Qingfeng sect. The elder stood firm, a hint of relief crossing his features as a surge of dark red spiritual energy erupted within him, swiftly consuming the unsuspecting miners at the second and third levels of qi refinement. He rapidly absorbed their blood as sustenance, converting it into energy to restore the half of his body that had been obliterated. The previous strike had penetrated his golden core's protective barrier, and that sword technique, seemingly divine in nature, was undeniably a divine ability. The disparity between cultivators with and without divine abilities was immense, especially when this individual's cultivation was likely above his OWT this moment. The priority was to buy time, awaiting the arrival of other elders for reinforcement. Chun hastily interjected, "Friend, is there a misunderstanding?" "This is the mine of the Qingfeng sect." Chu Xingchen responded with a placid tone. "An evil sect's mining site, acting on behalf of heaven, is a duty I cannot shirk." Upon receiving a response, Chun breathed a sigh of relief. If he could exchange a few words, he could buy some time. These fools, regardless of how formidable a mid-golden core cultivator might be, possessing divine abilities or not. The Yuan infant elders within the sect would swiftly arrive. Chun quickly clasped his hands in salute. "Our Qingfeng sect is an orthodox cultivation sect recognized by the Southern Danzhou Immortal Alliance. How can it be deemed an evil sect?" Seeing Chen's gesture, Chu Xingchen felt a surge of delight. Indeed, villains often perish due to their own verbosity. What kind of mind would think to continue engaging in dialogue? Attacking the body was ineffective, so he would strike at the mind. "But you..." Chu Xingchen opened his mouth to speak, his sword never ceasing in its motion as he swiftly approached Chun. The sword energy swirling around the blade like flowing water. Without hesitation, he aimed to cleave down at Chen's head. Yet, unexpectedly, the strike fell short. Chun suddenly unleashed a dark red blood mist, enveloping the surroundings. The energy he had locked onto with his sword was abruptly lost, transformed into that mass of blood mist. Chu Xingchen quickly erected a barrier of spiritual energy to isolate himself from the blood mist. Uncertain of its true nature, this moment, he could not afford to be concerned about the consumption of spiritual energy. The spirit sword in his hand erupted with radiant energy as thin strands akin to flowing water surged from the sword, slicing through the blood mist with a sharp force. "You are the true, evil cultivator, aren't you?" Launching a surprise attack, Chen's furious voice emerged from within the blood mist. Had he not been cautious, that previous sword might have severed his head. "I am of clear conscience. What more is there to say?" Chu Xingchen replied succinctly as the strands of spiritual energy erupted, flooding the blood mist like a torrential deluge. Mo-chan realized he could no longer maintain the blood mist. Otherwise, it would spell his slow demise. He hastily solidified his form once more. Now, with crimson eyes fixed intently upon Chu Xingchen, Mo-chan seethed with rage. This boy was leveraging his own lack of divine abilities to bully him. Chu Xingchen remained unfazed, believing that even a mid-golden core cultivator with divine abilities should be easily overwhelmed. He summoned forth the spirit sword, which once again radiated with spiritual light. As the essence of flowing water coalesced upon the sword's body, he intended to resolve this encounter within 2 strikes. However, a sudden upheaval erupted from within the mine. Several bloodied and mangled figures burst forth, shattering all structures in their path as they collided with the surrounding rock walls of the mine. Chu Xingchen could not suppress his concern and glanced sideways. He beheld the grotesque figures emerging, enveloped in the raging flames of demonic energy, their dark red spiritual aura exuding a dreadful stench of blood. Their crimson eyes were filled with insatiable murderous intent. And an unknown sinister blood seemed to be manipulated by a figure among them, entwining with the spiritual energy around him. Had he succumbed to madness? Why did it appear so ominous? As the figure stepped out of the mine, he spotted his master and called out in a tone that was both frenzied and reverent. "Master!" Mo-chan stood aghast, staring at the figure. This person was unfamiliar to him, and the master he called was certainly not himself. It was evident he referred to the masked individual who proclaimed himself of clear conscience. No, in this gathering, the one who appeared most wicked was the very disciple calling himself of clear conscience. Mo-chan, filled with indignation, pointed at the figure and exclaimed, "You lot are the true evil cultivators." In the face of the elder's furious denouncement, Chu Xingchen responded with an even more ferocious display of his divine ability. A torrent of sword intent surged forth like a cascading waterfall, crashing towards the elder with the force of tsunami. The situation for his second disciple appeared dire. From any angle, it seemed time was not on his side. After all, his disciple was merely at the foundation establishment stage, and even with the protective talisman for escape, it was far from foolproof. Thus, a swift resolution was the correct strategy. Mo-chan was filled with dread. Sensing his entire being was locked in place, facing the impending sword strike, feeling as if the stars of death were flashing above him. "Master, wait! Spare him his life!" Xingtian shouted at the entrance of the mine. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Xingchen relented, his strike slowing just in time. The sword energy veered slightly, missing the elder's terror-stricken head. Seeing his master show mercy, Xingtian breathed a sigh of relief, then rushed toward the elder, manifesting a surge of blood-colored spiritual energy that pressed down upon the elder's head. Although Chu Xingchen's sword did not claim the elder's life, its overwhelming power was still felt. The elder, even if not on the brink of death, was gravely injured. Facing the oncoming figure of Xingtian, he found himself powerless to raise even a hand. He could only allow Xingtian to press down upon his head. Then, the elder was horrified to discover that the blood vitality within him was being voraciously siphoned by this Foundation establishment brat. Foundation establishment absorbing golden core energy. Such a phenomenon was unheard of, though it was partly due to his grievous injuries. Yet, Elder Mo-chan could distinctly sense that it was a type of suppression stemming from a cultivation technique. This boy practiced a form of evil cultivation that was even more malevolent than his own. It was a bizarre and unholy method that could absorb even the essence of evil cultivators. Chu Xingchen watched as his disciple began to draw forth the elder's blood vitality with an unsettling resemblance to an evil cultivator. Both were enveloped in a swirling crimson mist, prompting Chu Xingchen to frown and inquire, "What is happening?" Xingtian could only slightly tilt his head to glance at his master, explaining, "There exists an array of evil cultivators here. They have been consuming the life essence of the miners to cultivate their nefarious arts." Chu Xingchen gripped his sword tightly, glaring at Xingtian with irritation. "I was asking about you. What is your situation?" "Me?" Xingtian was taken aback by the question, and upon lowering his gaze, he noticed the abundant spiritual energy within him, leading to a sudden realization, "I am fine. However, it seems your technique can interact with those blood pools." At this point, Li Xingtian's expression became somewhat peculiar. After all, he had never heard of any righteous sect cultivation method being able to interact with the arrays of evil cultivators. Moreover, the technique he was currently practicing took precedence over those of the malevolent practitioners. Would he now be a harbinger of carnage? Nevertheless, with time pressing, there was no moment for further inquiries. Chu Xingchen quickly interjected, "As long as you are unharmed, that's good. The reinforcements from across the way are likely on their way." "What is the situation?" Li Xingtian swiftly felt his internal spiritual energy replenishing, and his cultivation level was rapidly ascending with the operation of his technique. He promptly replied, "I just saw my senior sister entering the mine. All the Foundation establishment cultivators inside have been eliminated by me. She should be safe. Master, please retrieve what you need from the warehouse and withdraw immediately. I will deal with this." Chu Xingchen nodded slightly and then dashed towards the warehouse. Meanwhile, the remaining Foundation establishment disciples of Qingfeng sect had already fled the moment their elder was felled by a single strike. At this moment, no one obstructed Chu Xingchen as he kicked open the warehouse door. The sight that met his eyes momentarily stunned him. The quantity of spirit stones within the warehouse was considerable, but an array was present that nourished these stones with the blood essence emanating from mine. The spirit stones before him, instead of the usual pale blue hue radiating spiritual energy, were now a faint red, exuding a stench of blood. If these stones were taken out, wouldn't they be instantly branded as remnants of evil cultivation? Why would they debase something so valuable? However, there was no time to ponder such matters. Resolute in his intentions, Chu Xingchen hastily stuffed all the spirit stones into a spatial ring. The ring quickly filled to capacity, leaving only a few trivial stones behind. After casually pocketing 2 more stones, he refrained from further greed. Upon exiting, he found that Li Xingtian had already dealt with Elder Imo Chun at this moment. Elder Imo Chun resembled a desiccated corpse, skin stretched over bone. Chu Xingchen observed that Li Xingtian's cultivation had reached the mid-foundation establishment stage, catching up to Li Yingling's progress. Now, Li Xingtian was preparing his initial plan, readying a rudimentary teleportation array, so simplistic that the destination was uncertain and the range indeterminate. Chu Xingchen tossed a few blood-red spirit stones to Li Xingtian to provide the array with the necessary spiritual energy. Just then, Li Yingling emerged from the mine, dragging Ning Kun, the father of Ning Qianxian, and wearing a ghostly mask. Behind her, a number of miners followed closely. You all have seen it. Remaining here is tantamount to certain death. Merely a matter of time. Li Xingtian continued his actions. I have inscribed a teleportation array. Its range and destination are unpredictable. There is a high likelihood that you'll be captured by the Qingfeng sect. You may choose to stay. I do not impose, but this opportunity is fleeting. Think carefully. Those willing, step into the circle. Li Xingtian's voice, amplified by spiritual energy, resonated clearly in the ears of the miners. All the miners gazed at the unfolding scene with a sense of bewilderment. However, some among them were quick-witted. Having witnessed the recent battle in the mine, the overwhelming spiritual energy had shattered the illusion array's foundation. As the illusion faded, the miners beheld the gruesome blood pools and the lifeblood being siphoned from them. Realizing that toiling away here would ultimately lead to their complete consumption by the Qingfeng sect, one of the miners cried out, "Thank you, benefactor, for saving us. We are at a loss for how to repay you." Li Xingtian remained silent, his focus on finishing the final details of the array. Placing spirit stones into the array's foundation, the array suddenly burst forth with brilliant light. Taking a deep breath, Li Xingtian stated, "There is no need to thank me. When the opportunity arises, do not be a mere bystander." For some reason, the sight of those miners reminded him of his childhood friends back in his village, brothers who had shared his trousers, who had perished here. He couldn't help but smile wryly at his own sentimentality. Yet, isn't the essence of cultivation to cultivate one's thoughts? If he wished to act, then he ought to do so, whether it was for his own comfort or in memory of his fallen brothers. Ultimately, it was a matter of his heart's desire. Then he cast a glance at his master, who merely nodded gently in acknowledgement. The mine. The Qingfeng sect's members, despite their haste, were ultimately a step too late. Upon the arrival of the Golden Core elders led by Hong, the mine was nearly deserted. The 5 Golden Core elders hovered above the mine, their divine senses swiftly extending to scan the area. It was evident that Li Xingtian's claim about the instability of the teleportation array was indeed true. The divine senses of the elders quickly detected several miners still within their range. One elder promptly exclaimed, "There are still miners who have not escaped. You go pursue them. I will search here myself," Hong said, his brow furrowed and voice calm. Understood. The other elders understood that for Hong, this was his only chance to break through to the nascent soul stage. Though he appeared composed, his inner fury was likely boiling. He was the one who least desired any mishap here. And entrusting the situation to Hong was perhaps the best choice. Descending, Hong's first sight upon stepping onto the mine's ground was the withered Elder Mo Chun. He slowly extended his hand, thoroughly examining Elder Mo Chen's state. Soon, he reached a grim conclusion. Elder Mo Chun had been drained dry, and while alive, his blood essence had been forcibly extracted, leaving him utterly defenseless. Only a late-stage Golden Core evil cultivator could have achieved such a feat. Useless, Hong suppressed his anger, refraining from reducing the corpse to ashes. After all, he relied on the sect now and could not afford to act too recklessly. Taking a deep breath, he ventured further into the mine, clinging to the final hope that everything inside remained intact, and that the blood pool still contained its essence. Those were his greatest reliance for breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Time was not on his side. Hong's innate talent was not exceptional. He had expended great effort to ascend to the position of elder within the Qingfeng sect, enduring countless scorn and humiliation. Now, to have it all come to an end here was something he simply could not accept. In truth, even without stepping into the mine, when Hong scanned it with his divine sense, he realized that everything was lost. Yet he stubbornly pressed on. The once abundant blood pools were now parched, and even the painstakingly crafted array had been shattered. Hong gazed at the scene before him, feeling as though he had stepped into a fleeting dream. Just a little more, just a little more. Even a most inferior nascent soul would suffice for him. He did not know how long he had stood there. It was only when the other 4 elders returned with 6 captured miners that the sounds of their entrance roused him from his reverie. One elder glanced at the sacrificial platform before them, sighing inwardly, and then tossed the 6 captured miners forward, stating, "These are all we could catch for now." Hong's crimson eyes suddenly lifted, resembling a beast that devours souls. The miners, unable to withstand the oppressive aura of the Golden Core, were equally unable to endure that terrifying, soul-chilling gaze. "That I will speak, one miner exclaimed, but Hong paid him no heed, directly seizing one miner and commencing the soul-searching technique. One elder, witnessing this, was about to voice his concern, yet another elder interrupted him with a shake of the head. This soul-searching technique not only inflicted great harm on the soul of the victim, but also imposed a heavy burden on the practitioner. Ignoring his own condition, Hong extracted the souls of all 6 miners, and yes, he completed the soul-searching of the last miner. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, as a top-tier evil cultivator capable of manipulating the blood food pool. Hong gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. There are also a masked man and woman, with the man at least at the late Golden Core stage, possessing a certain divine ability. His technique does not appear to be that of an evil cultivator, but one cannot rule out the possibility of it being an illusion. Hong took out a brush and swiftly sketched the only face revealed in the miner's memories. The image depicted a middle-aged man with a beard, his expression vacant. When Li Xingtian infiltrated the mine, he had long since disguised his identity with a human face mask. Their actions were swift, and their intentions clear. Hong added, "This visage may not even be his true form. Late Golden Core, and possessing divine abilities?" One elder mused, his brow furrowing. "Currently, the nascent soul ancestor is in seclusion, and Qingfeng's sect lacks any divine capabilities. Even if we found them, we might not be able to deal with them. Furthermore, there are 3 of them. If the other 2 are also at the Golden Core stage with divine abilities, even with our 5, we would likely struggle to contend with them." According to your soul searching, they might merely be evil cultivators looking to gain some advantage, not necessarily bent on our destruction. To act so boldly would be to risk everything, especially since we cannot afford to attract attention. Shangwan Hong's crimson gaze is suddenly fixed on the elder who spoke. After a long pause, he slowly replied, "You are correct, but what we must do cannot stop here. The damage to this array foundation is not severe. Repair will not be difficult. As for those blood offerings, seize them fiercely. From this moment, all 5 elders shall guard this place, summoning disciples from our sect to construct a grand array. Whether they possess divine abilities or not, we shall ensure they do not leave." Faced with Shangwan Hong's proposal, the other 4 elders fell into silence. Previously, they had been cautious, treading lightly to conceal their small maneuvers. Yet they had still been caught by other evil cultivators who had acted first. Now, to boldly capture people would inevitably lead to exposure. They merely wished to leverage Shangwan Hong's plan to aid their own cultivation, aspiring to ascend to the nascent soul realm, but they were not willing to stake their lives and reputations here. Unlike Shangwan Hong, who was aging, they at least had more time to live. Yet, in the face of Shangwan Hong's evident fury, their silence served as the loudest rebuttal. "Brother Pei, have you forgotten that I saved your life? Brother Zhao, your innate talent is not as great as mine. Is merely becoming an elder at the early golden core stage your ultimate aspiration? On the path of cultivation, do you not wish to advance further? Brother Li, my little daughter." Shangwan Hong's gaze swept over the 4 elders. A smile that seemed more like a sneer playing on his lips. "Oh, you truly believe that halting now will ensure your safety? Unbeknownst to you, the path of cultivation is a matter of life and death. Only by taking another step forward can one face the midnight dreams without fear." Elderly ultimately could not restrain himself and spoke first. "From now on, all matters must be meticulously planned and deliberated upon. As for the future of the mine, it no longer bore any relation to the distant Chu Xingchen. Day and night passed. At this moment, Chu Xingchen had returned to the dilapidated temple with his disciples. Hearing the commotion, Xingtian hurriedly exited the temple and spotted the 4 individuals, especially recognizing the man carried on Li Xingtian's back. Though Xingtian was clad in tattered clothing and appeared much thinner, Xingtian instantly recognized her long-yearned father. She quickly knelt before Chu Xingchen, unable to contain her tears, exclaiming, "Thank you, great immortal, thank you." Li Xingtian gently placed the man he carried before Xingtian. Xingtian was currently in a state of unconsciousness, having been deliberately rendered so by Chu Xingchen to save time during their escape. Chu Xingchen raised his hand and cast a spell to awaken Xingtian. With a light cough, Xingtian slowly opened his eyes, the first sight before him being his daughter's tear-streaked face. Upon seeing Xingtian awake, Chu Xingchen promptly interjected, "I do not have time for the 2 of you to indulge in emotional farewells." This statement caused Xingtian and Xingtian to pause. Their many unspoken words halted as they turned their gazes towards Chu Xingchen. "I do not expect any form of repayment from you. Consider this a good deed on my part, that as long as you do not reveal me if you're captured by Qingfeng's sect in the future, that suffices." As he spoke, Chu Xingchen produced a water flask, some food, and a handful of scattered silver coins from his spatial ring. "You have the cultivation of the 2nd layer of qi refinement. If you head east, you will find people. These provisions and this water should suffice for your journey. Use the silver to carve out your own path, but make sure to run far for safety. Let this be my final act of saving someone, and no more words are necessary. Take these items and leave at once. Whatever you have to say can be discussed on the road." Xingtian understood Chu Xingchen's intent. Once matters settled, it was likely that Qingfeng's sect's retaliation would follow. Naturally, Chu Xingchen could not watch over her and her father for a lifetime. However, having rescued her father, Xingtian felt immensely grateful. She kowtowed 3 times to Chu Xingchen and then helped her father, who was still bewildered by the situation, to his feet. "Rest assured, benefactor, even if it costs me my life." Xingtian will never utter a word. Chu Xingchen turned his back, not responding to her statement, effectively issuing an order for them to leave. "Father, let us go," Xingtian whispered. "What needs to be discussed can wait until we are on the road." Xingtian hesitated, wanting to say something, but ultimately bowed deeply to Chu Xingchen before rising to depart with Ning Qianqian. Ning Qianqian and Ning Kun moved further away. Chu Xingchen suddenly turned to his two disciples, commanding, "Let us go. We must relocate. This place is no longer safe." Yingling was not particularly surprised by her master's order. Truth be told, the moment she saw her master bring Ning Qianqian back, she understood that once the task was completed, her master would undoubtedly move the entire sect. It must be said that being a small sect had its advantages, with 3 people packing their belongings. They were effectively a sect. They could venture to the ends of the earth. She cast a lingering glance at the modest wooden house she had just completed and the freshly dug array foundation pit. Both efforts had been in vain. With a faint sigh, Yingling approached the wooden house to begin packing her belongings. Xingtian remained stationary, having little to collect since he had arrived with nothing. Chu Xingchen shot him an exasperated glare, saying, "If you have nothing to take, then help me pack. Do not leave behind any of the cookware. They were quite costly." "Understood," Xingtian replied and dutifully entered the dilapidated temple to gather the pots and pans. Chu Xingchen swiftly began to leave misleading traces behind. His previous residence here was merely due to offending the minister of Xuanwu Kingdom, seeking refuge from the storm. Now, with the minister no longer a threat, he had no need to fear, for he knew the minister could not summon any nascent soul experts beneath the nascent soul level, with Yingling's hard-earned divine abilities and his own flawless golden core. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was invincible below the nascent soul realm. Currently, the threat lay with Qingfeng's sect, for he feared that the nascent soul ancestor of Qingfeng's sect might come after him. Although Chu Xingchen was confident in his ability to escape from the pursuit of the nascent soul. However, one cannot guarantee the absolute safety of one's disciples. That it is prudent to take precautions against potential dangers rather than harboring a false sense of security in the face of known risks. After all, when Chu Xingchen resolved to undertake this venture, he had already contemplated fleeing once the task was completed. He had long since grown accustomed to the dilapidated temple, which, due to its unfortunate location and dwindling spiritual energy, was never intended to be a proper sex-based. It was merely a temporary refuge, and with its desolate surroundings, the arrival of someone like Xingtian was akin to a stroke of luck. It would be unwise to linger here, waiting for the next hapless rabbit to stumble into their trap. Thus, when he brought Ning Qianqian back to the temple, his intentions were already set, given that the information about his sect was fabricated. Even if Ning Qianqian were captured, there was little likelihood that Qingfeng's sect would persist in probing further under the intimidation of the Central Continent sect. Why not exchange a dilapidated temple address for a substantial sum of spirit stones? After all, Yingling had brought little with her, merely a small bundle. "Master, where shall we go this time?" Chu Xingchen, having fabricated their trail, turned his gaze toward Yingling and asked, "Where would you like to go?" Yingling suggested, "How about a picturesque place?" "Excellent suggestion. I shall remember it," Chu Xingchen replied dismissively. Upon hearing her master's indifferent tone, Yingling realized that her proposal had been rejected. At that moment, Xingtian emerged with a hefty knapsack, saying, "Master, I've brought the valuable items, but carrying the cheaper ones would be rather inconvenient." Since Chu Xingchen's spatial ring was already filled with blood essence spirit stones, the remaining items had to be carried by his disciples. Thus, it was acceptable to bring less. Chu Xingchen scanned his eager disciples. Unable to suppress a smile, he had escaped numerous times in the past. After all, to deceive celestial seedlings into apprenticeship, one had to take certain risks. Previously, he had always fled alone, but now, the entire sect would accompany him, but he exclaimed, "Good disciples, let us make our escape." Xingtian's face lit up with amusement as he responded, "Yes, master." Yingling's expression was one of eager anticipation as she echoed. Weary off, in Yuzhou City, a middle-aged real estate agent was extolling the virtues of property, saying, "Young master, this house is splendid, nestled by the Chuanyu River. In just a few days, it will be the Lantern Festival, and the lanterns will drift downstream, passing right by here. You will be able to witness the beautiful lanterns floating by from your doorstep." The agent gestured toward a broad river nearby as he opened the door to a courtyard residence. His gaze shifted to the trio, seeking accommodation. One strikingly handsome young man, albeit dressed in somewhat shabby attire, appeared to be the leader, with the other two obediently following but a stunning young lady, garbed in an exquisite silk gown and carrying a small yellow bundle. Surveyed her surroundings with curious eyes, reminiscent of a noble woman unaccustomed to the outside world. The last individual, though less attractive than the first two, remained silent, exuding an air of intimidation, and bore a large bundle that hinted at pots and pans. The agent, piecing together the clues, surmised that it was the eldest son of a prominent family accompanied by his sister, along with a strong guardian for their safety. Thus, he was exceedingly obsequious, noting that this was indeed a fine location, with picturesque scenery and a lively street nearby. The area was frequented by patrolling constables, ensuring a commendable level of security. Aside from being somewhat pricey, it had virtually no drawbacks that if he served these guests well, his share of the commission would suffice to sustain him for a month. As the agent opened the door, he emphasized the property's upkeep, noting that it was regularly cleaned, ensuring a pristine environment for prospective tenants. In these times, many struggled to afford meals, and it was easy to find individuals willing to clean for a few copper coins. The courtyard featured a small garden, with a stone table and chairs nestled beneath a tree, all tidy and free of leaves or weeds that we maintain cleanliness here on a regular basis, the agent said, bending slightly to invite them inside. Yingling stepped in first, surveying the space. While it could not compare to her family home, it was a vast improvement over the dilapidated temple, being clean and orderly, with no drafts from leaky doors. She approached the stone table, running her hand across its surface to find it devoid of dust. Curiously, she opened the door to a side room, which was also well kept, though lacking a mattress or bedding. The desk and chair were intact. However, Chu Xingchen entered the courtyard, taking in the surroundings before asking Xingtian, "What do you think? As long as master finds it satisfactory, that is sufficient," Xingtian replied, indifferent to the quality of their accommodations. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to sleep in the dilapidated temple. The agent was momentarily taken aback by the term master, realizing that the dynamics among this group were not as he had assumed. "Master, this place is truly splendid," Yingling exclaimed as she stepped out from the side room, her expression reflecting her satisfaction with the residence. The agent eagerly chimed in, "Indeed, in all of Yuzhou City, this location and property are among the finest," seeing the contentment on his eldest disciple's face. Chu Xingchen decisively produced 20 taels of silver. "Let us rent it for half a year. You can finalize the paperwork and hand it to me afterward." The agent's eyes brightened instantly as he accepted the silver and respectfully handed over the keys. "Here are the keys. I will deliver the rental agreement to you tonight." After receiving the keys, the agent discreetly withdrew. Observing his master's acquisition, Xingtian promptly headed inside to place the pots and pans in their designated spots. "Master, what brings you to Yuzhou City?" Yingling inquired, curious as she had expected her master to lead her to a mountain instead. Chu Xingchen's eldest disciple posed a rather insightful question. His decision to come to Yuzhou City was born out of necessity. "Good question. I will explain everything tonight. For now, let us see what we need. You may go to the street and purchase some supplies, as we may be staying here for a while." Yes, he spoke. He tossed a pouch of silver toward Yingling. "All right, master," she exclaimed, catching the pouch with excitement. "Junior brother, come on. Let us go shopping." "Coming." Xingtian emerged from the side room and cast a glance at his master before receiving the go-ahead from Chu Xingchen. "Go ahead and gather some essentials with your senior sister," he instructed. "Yes, master." Xingtian nodded in agreement. With that, Yingling energetically led her junior brother out for their shopping excursion, even asking Xingtian to repack the items he had just unloaded. As their footsteps faded into the distance, Chu Xingchen closed the outer door and discreetly set up concealed formations in several hidden spots. The formations were not particularly powerful, merely serving as a warning system for those who entered, allowing him to sense any intruders with his divine consciousness. There was no need for spirit stones to activate them. He simply infused a few strands of his own spiritual energy to ensure their efficacy until his return. Once everything was arranged, Chu Xingchen's figure abruptly vanished from the center of the courtyard. Tio discussed the finest location in Yuzhou City. One must undoubtedly mention Manshan Courtyard, which is akin to a spring maiden, embodying the very essence of spring itself. With gentle breezes and fine rain, it exudes an elegant atmosphere that encompasses all that one could desire. However, when it comes to the pinnacle of sophistication, one must concede that it is Bamboo Jade Pavilion that reigns supreme. While Manshun Courtyard offers a wide array of experiences, from the lavish to the modest, anything easily attainable cannot be deemed particularly refined. After all, matters that can be resolved with financial means are merely superficial, and for wealthy young masters, such pursuits present no challenge to. In stark contrast, Bamboo Jade Pavilion is an entirely different realm, where even the servants who serve tea are beyond reproach, untouchable and unscoldable. Not to mention, the enchanting courtesans responsible for the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting within Bamboo Jade Pavilion are exceptionally aloof and proud. Even if one were to lavish 1,000 taels of gold, a mere glimpse is unattainable, let alone attempting to see them through a veil. The rare occasion of encountering a courtesan whose face is not concealed is exceedingly scarce. Yet, those fortunate enough to have witnessed them invariably describe the courtesans as breathtakingly beautiful. Moreover, the influential forces backing Bamboo Jade Pavilion appear to be substantial, as no one in Yuzhou City has ever been able to compel a courtesan to meet someone they do not wish to see. Thus, this unattainable pinnacle of sophistication becomes the ultimate aspiration for man. Whoever has the fortune to behold a courtesan's visage beneath the veil can boast about it throughout the entirety of Yuzhou City. Strictly speaking, Bamboo Jade Pavilion is divided into two sections. The first, where guests are entertained, is Bamboo Jade Pavilion itself. Beyond that lies the residence of the courtesans, known as Bayou Tower. At this moment, Chu Xingchen finds himself in the boudoir of the courtesan Yaoyin within Bayou Tower. It is a remarkably simple room, devoid of any superfluous adornments, not even a trace of rouge or powder. Seated at the tea table, Chu Xingchen delicately sips the somewhat bland tea before him. Opposite him, a charming young maid with a round face and large almond-shaped eyes pouts, her cheeks puffed, as she gazes at him with indignation. She is busy preparing tea. Though he is tasting, Chu Xingchen is merely indulging. Aware that this tea is expensive, he likely cannot afford it. Hence he seizes the opportunity to enjoy a few more sips without spending a dime. TSK. Chu Xingchen finishes the cup in one go, still unable to discern its merits. However, he feels entitled to offer a critique. The flavor is too weak. Next time, do not be stingy with the tea leaves, for it lacks depth. The maid nearly choked on her breath upon hearing this, contemplating whether to smash the teapot over the head of this shameless individual. Does he not realize how precious this tea is? Does he not understand that such a small amount is something their young mistress cannot bear to consume? Simply being able to catch a whiff of its fragrance is a rare treat. The maid huffed in annoyance, retorting, "If you cannot appreciate it, then don't drink it." No rudeness, Xiaoling, a cool female voice came from outside the door. At the sound, Xiaoling immediately straightened up and obediently moved aside. Chu Xingchen lifted his gaze towards the entrance. There stood a tall woman clad in a flowing white dress, her face veiled with long, silky black hair held back by a jade hairpin. Though her visage was obscured by the veil, her slightly frosty eyes were undeniably captivating. Even without witnessing her full beauty, one could discern that the enchanting lady before him must be nothing short of celestial. She cradled the chi in her arms, her gaze fixed intently upon Chu Xingchen, who sat in the chair. "Long time no see, Lady Yaoyin," he greeted first. Yaoyin did not respond immediately. Instead, she entered the room, placing the chi upon the table before taking a seat. Only then did she slowly speak. "It has indeed been a while. I thought you had perished." Chu Xingchen picked up an unused cup nearby, poured tea for Yaoyin, and presented it to her. Just as he was about to explain, Yaoyin interjected, "I had forgotten. In your words, a calamity like you is destined to endure a millennium, so it's not so easy to die." The maid standing respectfully nearby could not suppress a laugh at this remark. However, as Yaoyin cast a lingering glance in her direction, she quickly stifled her amusement. Yaoyin waved off the maid. "You may leave for now." Xiaoling hesitated, looking up at her mistress. It was always the case that this young lady fell victim to the tricks of this scoundrel. If she left without warning her mistress, who knows how she might be deceived this time? It was peculiar indeed. Despite her mistress's intelligence, She seemed to grow dim-witted in the presence of this rogue. Reluctantly, Xiaoling spoke up. Mistress. Yaoyin remained silent, merely gesturing for her to leave once more, sighing inwardly. Xiaoling realized that if she persisted, her mistress would surely become irate. Though she felt utterly helpless, she had no choice but to exit the room. With Xiaoling's departure, only the veiled Yaoyin and Chu Xingchen remained in the chamber. Yaoyin's gaze remained low, fixated on the chain upon the table as she gently adjusted the strings. Now, what brings you here this time? Chu Xingchen sighed, his tone tinged with indignation. Why must Lady Yaoyin speak so coldly? It feels as though every time I seek you out, it is merely to impose a favored, cold. Who has been addressing you as Lady Yaoyin since you entered? Yaoyin still did not lift her gaze. Her voice now even icier. When have you ever approached me without requesting assistance? This remark momentarily stunned Chu Xingchen, who upon reflection realized that she had a point. Every time he sought her out, it was indeed for a favor. He also recognized that he had yet to repay her for anything in light of this. He had essentially been taking advantage of her goodwill repeatedly. Moreover, his current visit was also driven by the need for her help. Yaoyin waited patiently, but Chu Xingchen remained silent for an extended moment, prompting her to inquire, What? Have you lost your voice? After a brief contemplation, Chu Xingchen recognized that he needed to be more tactful this time. Lest he find himself barred from future requests, he raised his gaze to Yaoyin. I wish to confide my heart's concerns to you, Lady Yaoyin. Upon hearing this, Yaoyin paused, her hands abruptly pressing down on the chain strings. Her voice chillingly cold. What do you wish to say? Faced with her icy demeanor, Chu Xingchen felt a pang of sorrow, sighing. I wish to confide my heart's concerns to you, with few understanding souls. Who shall listen when the strings break? The allure of Bamboo Jade Pavilion lies in the fact that merely spending money does not guarantee success. However, with eloquence and a touch of refinement, the chances of success significantly increase, especially if one possesses striking good looks, relying on his own charm and wit, along with the poetic wisdom gleaned from a past life. Chu Xingchen could effortlessly captivate the proud courtesans with a few exquisite verses. At least that seemed to be the case with Yaoyin, even though he had yet to lay a finger upon her. This time, coupling his intentions with her name would surely convey his sincerity. Chu Xingchen felt confident that Yaoyin would be deeply moved. Yet, it appeared that reality did not align with his expectations. Instead of a shy response from Yaoyin, he was met with a fierce wave of sound. With a swift motion, Yaoyin unleashed a powerful sonic wave. The sharp, piercing sound reverberated past his ears, instantly jolting Chu Xingchen to attention as he rubbed his ears. You lecher! Yaoyin exclaimed in anger. You think that after seeing me a few times? You can toy with me? Wait, where have I been lecherous? I haven't even touched your hand. Isn't that a bit unjust? Upon hearing this, Yaoyin swiftly withdrew her hand from the table, casting a scornful glance at Chu Xingchen. I shall consider it my error, he sighed. Realizing that he should have approached the matter more formally, he retrieved a bloodstone from his spatial ring and placed it upon the table. Yaoyin's gaze immediately fixed on the bloodstone. And after a couple of glances, her eyes darted back to Chu Xingchen as her consciousness swept over him, only to discover that her senses could not penetrate his protective aura. You have attained the golden core? Yaoyin's brow furrowed slightly. Chu Xingchen leaned back in his chair, responding nonchalantly. Indeed, did I startle you? Chu Xingchen's exceptional talent was not lost on Yao Qin. After all, he was indeed a prodigy, having consumed copious amounts of his own fine tea. He was fully cognizant of its effects and understood how well she treated him. Yet, he treated the tea as if it were mere well water, having failed to grasp its significance even after numerous occasions. His aptitude could hardly be deemed remarkable. The last time she saw him, he had only reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, and in merely a year's time, he had surprisingly advanced to at least the mid-stage of golden core cultivation. Yao Qin cast her eyes down towards the blood-chi spirit stone on the table, an unsettling thought emerging in her mind. Angrily, she accused, have you turned to the path of evil cultivation? Chu Xingchen hastily retorted, do not spread such rumors. Who in Yuzhou City does not know that Longli Bailong embodies righteous spirit? Yao Qin pressed, then how do you explain your cultivation level on this spirit stone? Chu Xingchen recounted his harrowing experience at the Qingfeng sect's mine, embellishing the details of the evil cultivators he encountered. "This blood chi spirit stone is one I acquired from the Qingfeng sect's mine," he remarked, gently tapping the stone before him. Yao Qin, upon hearing this, grasped the spirit stone and probed with her consciousness, confirming the malevolent blood energy it contained that it was indeed a sinister trick of extreme evil cultivation. Yao Qin inquired, "So, have you come to seek my assistance with the Qingfeng sect?" Chu Xingchen shook his head. "Not quite. I merely wish to know if there is a method to purify this spirit stone." Yao Qin regarded him with skepticism. "Do you possess many of these spirit stones?" Chu Xingchen replied earnestly, "Only 2. I simply want to be prepared in case I encounter similar evil cultivators in the future." Yao Qin nodded lightly. "It will take some time. I cannot guarantee a solution, but you may return to inquire again later." "No need. I will be residing in Yuzhou City for a while. When you have results, just send someone with a letter to this address," Chu Xingchen stated, taking up a nearby brush to write down his current residence. Yao Qin glanced at the elegant calligraphy and the address within Yuzhou City. This was the first time she could accurately ascertain where to find Chu Xingchen. She reached out, took the paper, and tucked it into her sleeve. "Is there anything else?" she asked. Chu Xingchen stood, saying, "Nothing more. I await your good news." With that, he made to leave. "Wait. Leave behind what you just said," she called out. "What phrase?" "Chu Xingchen." "All right, I shall write it," upon returning to his modest courtyard at the sect. Chu Xingchen found his disciples had yet to return from their shopping. He pondered where his eldest disciple had ventured to procure goods, for they had been gone quite a while. However, the pressing issue of the spirit stones was now entrusted to his old acquaintance, Yao Qin. With the most crucial matter settled, this had been the primary purpose of his visit to Yuzhou City. He believed the likelihood of a successful resolution was quite high. After all, based on Chu Xingchen's deductions, the entire Zhuting was likely linked to a sect of cultivators. When he first encountered Yao Qin, she was already at the golden core stage in this remote area. Such a level could easily earn one the title of ancestor and a position of elder. Yet here she was, still playing the zither. This configuration strongly suggested ties to a sect from the Central Plains. Thus, Chu Xingchen felt quite confident in Yao Qin's ability to resolve this matter of the tea present. His spatial ring contained nothing but these blood chi spirit stones. If he were to take them out and attempt to use them as currency, he would surely be eliminated on the spot by righteous cultivators. Moreover, apart from evil cultivators, no one would accept these blood chi spirit stones. Thus, while Chu Xingchen appeared to be wealthy, he could not produce even a single usable spirit stone. He possessed money, yet could not spend it. Chu Xingchen retracted the small formation he had set before leaving and entered the main room left for him by his disciples. His gaze swept across the space, noting it was kept relatively tidy, with tables and chairs present. Settling into a chair, he produced one of the blood chi spirit stones for examination. Now, as a cultivator of the flawless golden core stage, he felt qualified to delve into its mysteries. However, as he studied the stone, he increasingly recognized its true malevolence. The blood chi seemed to have a tendency to merge with the spiritual energy within the stone. In a certain sense, this was rather impressive. Spirit stones are formed when spiritual energy, as it shifts along spiritual veins, accumulates due to its high density, ultimately coalescing over time. During this process, the spiritual energy gradually stabilizes, becoming unable to accommodate anything outside its own essence. Once the spiritual energy completes its formation into a spirit stone, this attribute becomes even more pronounced. Thus, tampering with a spirit stone in such a manner is indeed a skillful endeavor. It cannot be said to be impossible, but it is certainly arduous. The technical level of the blood chi spirit stone before him seemed beyond the capabilities of this remote region. Just as Chu Xingchen furrowed his brow in contemplation, the voice of his eldest disciple echoed from outside. "Master!" Chu Xingchen tucked the spirit stone away and stepped outside, pushing open the door, only to be momentarily taken aback. Yingling entered, beaming, with a large pack slung across her back. Following her was Xingtian, who bore an enormous package nearly 2 to 3 times his size. Chu Xingchen thought it had surpassed the definition of a mere package. Xingtian scanned the area, ensuring no one was watching, Before heaving the package over the courtyard wall, he then darted into the courtyard to catch the package he had thrown. Chu Xingchen raised a hand, controlling the airborne package. Allowing it to descend gently, he surveyed the large package before him. Puzzled, have prices in Yuzhou City become so cheap? With that little silver, how could you purchase so many items? At this, Li Yingling proudly lifted her chin, setting down her pack, and gestured for her fellow disciple to share the tale of their remarkable exploits with their master. This was not bought by my senior sister, Li Xingtian interjected, revealing a hint of emotion on his face. A new vendor has set up shop on the street, offering a ring toss game with random prizes for those who succeed. Senior sister won all her prizes at that stall. Chu Xingchen was momentarily stunned. Was this a manifestation of his disciple's extraordinary luck? Li Yingling triumphantly retrieved a set of pristine, elegant white garments from her pack, declaring, "Master, this is a special outfit I acquired for you. You can't keep wearing that tattered attire." Yes, she spoke. She unfurled the garment, revealing gold-threaded embellishments and pale blue accents adorned with exquisite patterns. This is the shop's finest. It supposedly adapts to fit and is crafted by a master craftsman, automatically repelling dust and stains. With a smile, Li Yingling neatly folded the outfit and presented it along with matching trousers to Chu Xingchen. Upon receiving the garments, he felt their exquisite texture and nodded appreciatively. "Excellent. Thank you, dear eldest disciple." Meanwhile, Li Xingtian had begun to unpack his own oversized package. The contents appeared to be a haphazard assortment, lacking in significant items. However, to his relief, he noticed 3 sets of bedding, ensuring that they would not have to sleep on wooden planks tonight. Chu Xingchen stepped forward, curiosity piqued as he scrutinized the pile. Among the items were some pots and pans he recognized, albeit with uniquely peculiar designs, as well as oddly shaped ancient coins, talismans, and even a broken longsword. There were also a rattle drum, a large drum, and a sword made of woven copper coins, not to mention a complete set of wooden fish used by monks, grasping a wooden fish mallet. Chu Xingchen examined it closely, finding nothing particularly remarkable. Is this a consolation prize? "Master, this wooden fish is something special," Li Yingling rushed over to explain. According to the vendor, this wooden fish was infused with all the merits cultivated by a high monk before his passing. It is truly a magnificent treasure. Chu Xingchen, wielding the wooden fish mallet, turned to lightly tap Li Yingling on the head, retorting with mock irritation, "What is so magnificent about it? When I tap your head, it doesn't make nearly as resonant a sound as this wooden fish." This was clearly just the vendor's ploy to deceive. He couldn't believe his eldest disciple would fall for such a trick. Li Yingling, though lightly struck, felt a tinge of indignation and pouted. "If you don't believe me, just ask our second junior brother." Indeed, this is the wooden fish of a venerable monk, merging with his own merits at the time of his passing. Li Xingtian affirmed Li Yingling's words, yet his expression suggested he was hesitant to speak further. He seemed poised to explain something, only to shake his head in resignation. Chu Xingchen cast a curious glance at his second disciple, pondering if this young disciple had lived an utterly meaningless life in his past existence, for he appeared just as naive as the eldest disciple. "How can you be certain that what the vendor said is true?" Chu Xingchen challenged the two of them. "We both witnessed the venerable monk attain enlightenment right before our eyes," Li Xingtian maintained, though the shock on his face was evident. He had never anticipated such an unconventional occurrence. Chu Xingchen was taken aback that he attained enlightenment on the spot. Yes, he was a monk in the Qi refinement stage who practiced bitter meditation. After my senior sister drew that wooden fish, he disregarded her objections and immediately entered a state of enlightenment, merging all his cultivated merits into that wooden fish. In the end, he entrusted my senior sister to use it wisely, insisting that she possessed great fortune and would undoubtedly make waves in the cultivation world in the future. Which vendor has such audacious connections? Take me to see him. No need to go. After my master and senior sister finished drawing, they packed everything up, Li Xingtian replied, grumbling about the misfortune as they hurried towards the outskirts of Yuzhou City. In retrospect, they must have already left the city. Though they had collected an abundance of items, most appear to serve no practical purpose, especially those peculiar pots and bowls. Chu Xingchen feared they might be crafted from the bones of a high monk. He had no habit of using someone else's skull as a bowl. Thus, under Chu Xingchen's orders, those oddly shaped utensils were strictly prohibited from entering the kitchen. As for the other items, Yingling could take what she desired back to her room, discarding the rest into the unoccupied side room. Regarding the wooden fish of the departed monk, Chu Xingchen was uncertain whether it was a boon or a bane. He instructed Yingling to handle it herself, for he knew that if he laid eyes on it, he would be compelled to use it to tap her little head. Consequently, despite the multitude of items, only a handful seemed reliable and useful after careful selection. Fortunately, the quilt was not something that had been sacrificed by a monk or a high being. It was merely an ordinary silk quilt. Otherwise, Chu Xingchen feared he would feel as though someone were pressing down on him while he slept at night. After organizing the array of items, they were mostly placed in the side room, with no need for cleaning. The three soon gathered in Chu Xingchen's bedroom, exchanging glances as they prepared for a sect-wide meeting. Chu Xingchen placed the blood-tinged spirit stones from his spatial ring onto the table. These spirit stones from a mine have all been tainted with blood energy. Xingtian furrowed his brow. The spirit stones he used for teleportation at the mine were of this kind, and he had initially thought there were only a few, believing his master had taken these for immediate use. "What is wrong with them?" Yingling asked, inspecting the blood-tinged spirit stones from various angles, seemingly finding nothing amiss. Being somewhat naive in the ways of cultivation, having only practiced for a short while and relying purely on talent to gradually increase her cultivation level. Her understanding of cultivation knowledge stemmed largely from novels and tales. The spirit stones were merely a different hue, and she could sense that the spiritual energy within them remained undiminished. At worst, they had simply taken on an unattractive color. Chu Xingchen vividly illustrated his point. Imagine if you were to pull this out at the entrance of the demon's subduing division. If you could manage to escape, that would mean those incompetent fools are living off the soft food. Upon hearing this, Yingling immediately grasped the implication. "So, Master, our purpose for coming to Yuzhou City this time is to resolve the spirit stone issue?" "Indeed, I have already enlisted help to address it." Chu Xingchen nodded gently. "For the time being, focus on your cultivation, and once the spirit stone situation is resolved, we shall seek out a suitable place." Xingtian nodded, indicating his understanding. Yingling, however, had her own little wishes. With a pout, she looked pleadingly at her master. "Master, the Lantern Festival in Yuzhou City is approaching, and I have never participated in one in my life." Hailing from a noble family, yet as a concubine's daughter, she had never received warmth or affection. With her mother suffering from a long-term illness, Yingling often stayed by her side, leaving little opportunity to venture beyond the estate, let alone enjoy festivities. During her time in the estate, she could only gaze at the tall walls and listen to the sounds of merriment beyond them. Perhaps only Yingling understood the depth of her yearning to witness the vibrant dragon and fish dances outside. "Let us spend a day together during the Lantern Festival, and that shall suffice." Chu Xingchen nodded in agreement, fully aware of his eldest disciple's circumstances and the less-than-ideal childhood she had endured. Moreover, spending a day enjoying the Lantern Festival was hardly a significant affair. Yingling was no fool. She had never caused her master trouble and was considerate, proving reliable in critical moments. "Thank you, Master." A radiant smile illuminated Yingling's face. "Master is the best in the world." With Yingling's heartfelt gratitude, the meeting drew to a close. These blood-tinged spirit stones were unsuitable for her cultivation, as the blood energy within could easily disrupt a cultivator's practice. While those with higher realms of cultivation might manage, Yingling certainly did not fall into that category. Hence, she was assigned to practice her techniques diligently, striving for further advancement. Xingtian, on the other hand, could utilize the blood-tinged spirit stones for his cultivation, as the heart technique he practiced seemed somewhat sinister. After all, being able to draw upon blood energy was inherently linked to dark practices. Xingtian refrained from inquiring further about the cultivation techniques, and Chu Xingchen, too, had no intention of elaborating. The system's bestowed techniques were beyond Chu Xingchen's comprehension. Regardless, once mastered, the system's methods should bear no adverse effects, ensuring he would not become a malevolent figure. While the practice might have a somewhat sinister quality, its essence should not be excessively dark, right? Having absorbed the blood energy of a golden core cultivator, Xingtian's cultivation level had now risen to the mid-foundation stage, matching that of his senior sister. During their waiting period in Yuzhou City, it seemed only a matter of time before his progress would surpass hers. As for Chu Xingchen, he naturally aimed to enjoy his leisure time without pretense. After all, his eldest disciple possessed exceptional talent, and her insights into techniques were as good as his own. His second disciple's diligent cultivation meant that his spiritual energy was akin to his own cultivation. Thanks to the system's rewards, a single spirit stone could effectively serve as two, rendering any attempt to cultivate with them a wasteful endeavor. Thus, he established a shielding formation in Xingtian's room to ensure that no fluctuations in spiritual energy would attract attention while he was cultivating. With that completed, Chu Xingchen felt he had done all he could. Previously, he had to cook to satisfy his disciples' appetites, but now that they were within Yuzhou City, they could simply dine out at their leisure. Though lacking in spirit stones, Chu Xingchen still possessed a fair amount of silver and gold. As a celestial being living in poverty, yet a mortal with abundant wealth, this contrasted starkly with Chu Xingchen's reality. Consequently, a few days later, having nothing to occupy his time, Chu Xingchen resolved to engage in some mental cultivation through fishing. Given the prohibition against fishing within Yuzhou City, he had to venture outside the city to pursue this pastime. Not far from Yuzhou City, by the banks of a grand river, Chu Xingchen settled comfortably in a chair, rod in hand, leisurely casting his line. From time to time, a surge of pure spiritual energy would flow into Chu Xingchen's body. A testament to Li Xingtian's diligent practice, it was a truly automated form of cultivation. Moreover, through this feedback, Chu Xingchen could gauge Li Xingtian's level of diligence that day, akin to remote monitoring. Despite his penchant for leisure, both of his disciples exhibited commendable diligence. Li Xingtian, in particular, devoted nearly all his time to cultivation, resulting in frequent reward from the system. Another empty catch. He mused as the sun began to dip below the horizon. Chu Xingchen decided it was time to reel in his line and return home, having caught not a single fish during these outings that in his previous life he had rarely fished, and, after arriving in this world, he had busied himself with finding a disciple, leaving little time for such leisure. However, he could not afford to return home empty-handed. Just as he was about to reel in, preparing to impress the fish with a display of golden core prowess, he suddenly felt a substantial weight tugging at his line. Chu Xingchen's eyes brightened, and he pulled up the rod with all his might. At last, he had successfully caught a fish while fishing. As the fishing rod arched above the water surface, a colossal figure leaped from the depths. Chu Xingchen's gaze flickered towards the enormous creature. However, upon closer inspection, his brow furrowed in disbelief. Good heavens! It was not a fish. It was a rather sizable corpse. This was undoubtedly the fault of Li Yingling. That cursed wooden fish must be to blame. What nonsense was this about a monk's virtue? Whose virtue allowed one to fish only to haul up a body? Upon returning, he would insist that Li Yingling incinerate that wretched wooden fish. The term large is indeed relative. If it were a fish of such stature, it would undoubtedly be considered large. But if it were a person being reeled in, then it could hardly be deemed so. The most foreboding aspect was that the individual pulled from the water was clad in the garb of the Demon Suppression Division, although it was merely the basic attire of a constable. Any affiliation with the Demon Suppression Division could hardly bode well. Chu Xingchen's consciousness swept over the person he had just fished out. The individual possessed a cultivation level of the 7th layer of Qi refinement. And astonishingly, he was still alive, not entirely succumbing to the depths. Chu Xingchen had initially intended to disregard the person if he were dead, simply kicking him back into the river. However, as he was still breathing, that course of action was no longer feasible. Reluctantly, Chu Xingchen took a couple of steps forward, his gaze fixed on a luckless member of the Demon Suppression Division. It was a relatively young man, of decent appearance, yet still lacking in comparison to Chu Xingchen. Perhaps he had not been submerged for long, as his complexion was pale, but had yet to bloat. His eyes were tightly shut, yet a dark red energy coursed along his veins. Chu Xingchen frowned slightly. Was he poisoned? Exercising caution, Chu Xingchen retrieved a silver needle from his waist and, using his spiritual energy, deftly pierced it into the man's veins. The dark red energy continued to circulate, and the poison-testing silver needle remained unresponsive that it was not poison. Chu Xingchen felt a slight relief, then directly scanned the man's veins with his consciousness, discovering that the dark red energy was, in fact, a frenzied force of that moment. It was still assaulting the man's body through his veins. Should he fail to intervene, the man would likely not survive for long. With a faint sigh, Chu Xingchen took several silver needles and inserted them into the foundational acupoints of the man's veins, sealing the heart's meridian to ensure that he would not perish from the impact of this energy. As for whether the energy would rupture the other meridians, that was beyond Chu Xingchen's guarantee. After completing the insertion, he manipulated his spiritual power, gently placing the man onto the reclining chair he had been using for fishing. He did not touch the young man throughout the process. Grasping one corner of the chair, he carried both the chair and the unconscious youth towards the nearby city of Yuzhou. Naturally, guards were stationed at the entrance of Yuzhou. The sight of two individuals in a chair was striking, especially with the young man adorned in the attire of the Demon Suppression Division. Before Chu Xingchen could approach the city gate, two guards quickly sprinted over. Their eyes swept over the reclining figure. Noting the pale, drenched boy from the Demon Suppression Division, his body still pierced by several sizable silver needles, they hesitated for a moment, then swiftly reached out to check the boy's neck. Upon feeling a pulse, they exhaled in relief. One of the guards, evidently experienced in handling such situations, called out towards the entrance of Yuzhou, "We have a critically injured member of the Demon Suppression Division here. Send a swift horse to fetch help." Before long, a swift steed was seen galloping towards the city, a prudent choice indeed. Rather than rushing the injured individual to the Demon Suppression Division, it was far more sensible to summon assistance from them. The guards glanced at the silver needles, then spoke in a gentler tone. "Thank you, brother, for your assistance. Please wait here. The Demon Suppression Division will surely reward you for saving one of their own." Chu Xingchen sighed, reluctantly nodding. The promise of a reward was likely genuine, but the fear of being perceived as a perpetrator who might be detained was equally real. The complications of rescuing someone were indeed burdensome. Seeing Chu Xingchen comply readily, the two guards felt a sense of relief. After all, anyone capable of saving a member of the Demon Suppression Division was likely among the cultivators, and given that he was willing to cooperate, it was presumed that he had acted out of a chance to help. Fortunately, assistance from the Demon Suppression Division arrived swiftly, at least faster than the horse could run. A figure clad in the same attire of the Demon Suppression Division hurried towards the gate. Chu Xingchen lifted his gaze and saw a petite girl, looking rather youthful, her hair styled into two small braids that bobbed with her movements. The young healer, carrying a medical box, dashed forward on her short legs. She appeared to possess a cultivation level around the 6th or 7th layer of qi refinement. The little healer quickly identified Chu Xingchen's location and rushed over, her eyes locking onto the young man and the silver needles sealing his acupoints. She first checked his pulse, confirming its presence, before noticing the dark red energy violently roiling within the sealed meridians. A faint glow of spiritual energy emanated from her hand as she reached out to touch the turbulent energy. Attempting to discern its nature, what a ferocious energy! The little healer's voice had a soft, childlike quality, yet her tone bore the accent of the Sichuan Chongqing region, quite different from that of Yuzhou, suggesting she hailed from afar. Despite her serious demeanor, there was an oddly endearing quality to her words. "Did you administer these silver needles?" she asked, looking up at Chu Xingchen. Chu Xingchen nodded. "Indeed. Is there something amiss?" "Not at all. Quite the opposite. Without your needles, this boy would likely not have survived this long," the little healer replied. "Are you also a healer? Care to lend a hand?" "I'm not a healer, but if it's something straightforward, I can attempt to assist. Come now. It's not ideal to call for help right now. This boy can't hold on much longer, and those clumsy fellows are of no use. Just follow my instructions," she asserted. Although the silver needles were suppressing the situation, the energy within continued to erode and destroy the meridians, rendering the circumstances dire. Despite her youth, the little healer displayed remarkable assertiveness, her large apricot eyes fixed on Chu Xingchen. "Your spiritual power should be quite formidable. When you remove the needles, suppress that energy, and I will guide it out." Chu Xingchen nodded, indicating his agreement. The little healer then retrieved a root of plantain from her medical box. promptly prying the young man's mouth open and inserting the root into his throat. She then grabbed a small gourd from her box, uncorked it, and a medicinal aroma wafted out. He is unconscious and cannot swallow on his own. This method works well, she explained. After pouring a small amount of medicine into the gourd, she withdrew the plant and root and looked at Chu Xingchen, saying, "You may now remove the needles." Her cue. Chu Xingchen gently nodded, extending his hand. His spiritual energy surged through the silver needles, sealing the veins, and with a swift motion, he yanked them out. Seizing the moment, the little healer's hand glowed with white light as she deftly pressed on the acupoints, attempting to channel the fierce energy out. Soon, however, the little healer sensed something was amiss. From the surface, she could only perceive a general sense, but upon direct contact with the malevolent energy, she was taken aback as it bore an insatiable bloodlust. Swiftly entwining itself around the spiritual energy she was channeling, this aura broke through the surface. Chu Xingchen's brow furrowed in alarm. How was this blood energy so strikingly similar to that contained within a blood essence spirit stone? The little healer felt the blood energy ravenously gnawing at her spiritual energy while swiftly contaminating the surrounding flesh. She furrowed her brow instinctively, exclaiming, "Oh no!" This predicament was evident without further elaboration from the little healer. Chu Xingchen recognized that the blood energy was rapidly latching onto the little healer's spiritual energy, beginning to attack her. For Chu Xingchen, this energy might not pose a significant threat, but for the Qi refinement stage little healer, it was indeed a formidable challenge. Her expression grew grave, her fingers trembling as they pressed on the acupoints. Seeing that the little healer was struggling, Chu Xingchen reached out, grasping her arm with care, skillfully controlling his output of spiritual energy that he deliberately concealed his cultivation level, adjusting his energy output to that of a beginner in the foundation establishment stage. Lowering one's cultivation can often alleviate a substantial amount of trouble. With Chu Xingchen's assistance, the blood energy was ultimately subdued by the little healer. She was now sweating profusely, her expression one of relief as she turned to Chu Xingchen with gratitude. "Thank you. Without you, I would have been in serious trouble. It was nothing. However, I fear that the silver needles may not be so easily removed." Chu Xingchen admitted with a hint of guilt that my cultivation is insufficient. I may not be able to extract all the needles. The little physician cast a lingering glance at Chu Xingchen, initially believing him to be merely handsome, only to discover that his cultivation was quite impressive, at least at the foundation establishment stage. In Yuzhou City, such a level of cultivation was already a formidable presence, with even the team leaders of the Demon Suppression Division only reaching this standard. Yet the little physician did not dwell on it too much, for it was undeniable that this person had saved lives, and in a critical moment, he had indeed intervened as for how to solve the case. That was not a matter for her to ponder. If she could just heal the child, everything would be made clear upon awakening. "Enough," she said, shaking her head. "Even if you are capable, I am not. It's too laborious. I shall take him back and treat him slowly." "Thank you. And should you find time later, do visit the Demon Suppression Division to claim your reward. My name is Yin." After giving her instructions, Yin revealed a kind smile to Chu Xingchen. "Very well, Miss Yin." Chu Xingchen replied with a slight bow. Upon hearing him address her as Miss, Yin's smile broadened. After all, most who met her for the first time tended to regard her as a child, usually calling her little sister. But this young man was quite different. He was impressive and had a promising future. "Thank you for your help this time. No need," he replied. "Since there's nothing else to attend to, I shall take my leave. You may continue with your work, Miss Yin." "Very well. You may go," she consented. After receiving her approval, Chu Xingchen bowed slightly and turned to depart without hesitation. The chair was of little worth, so he left it to the Demon Suppression Division for the fishing rod. He was too lazy to carry it back and forth, having hidden it directly at the fishing spot. This time, it went relatively smoothly. Without too many complications, he had even managed to gain some favor with the Demon Suppression Division. If they ever posed trouble in the future, it might prove useful. It was hardly a loss. "What are you two waiting for? Are you hoping this child will breathe his last? Hurry up and lend a hand to send him to the Demon Suppression Division," and Yin's voice commanding the two guard behind her. reached his ears, setting aside everything else. It was clear that Miss Yingling had her own distinct character. However, Chu Xingchen had no desire to become further involved. After all, the child was caught on his hook. It was indeed a troublesome entanglement. After navigating several streets, Chu Xingchen arrived at the rented house. Pushing open the door, he found Li Yingling in the courtyard, casually wielding a small wooden sword, mimicking various sword techniques. However, having gained some understanding of Li Yingling's abilities, Chu Xingchen quickly discerned that she was secretly contemplating the essence of swordsmanship. This was quite rare. Typically, at this hour, Li Yingling would wander along the river by the entrance and then return with some curious trinkets from the market. "Master, you're back?" Li Yingling turned to see him, retracting the wooden sword and scrutinizing him. Noticing that he did not have any fish, she inquired, "Did you not catch any fish today?" Chu Xingchen sighed. "I did not manage to catch any fish today, but I did catch a person." Li Yingling replied, slightly perplexed. What did catching a person mean? Chu Xingchen succinctly recounted the day's events, explaining how he had pulled a person from the lake, as expected of my master. Even fishing yields such extraordinary results. Yingling laughed heartily. Upon hearing her disciples teasing, Chu Xingchen maintained a calm demeanor. "I believe it was that wooden fish that interfered with my efforts. Quickly retrieve that wooden fish and burn it to quell my resentment." "Master, did you not say that a fisherman can catch anything aside from fish?" Li Yingling retorted with a grin. In that case, catching a person isn't so outrageous, is it? What does it have to do with that wooden fish?" With a hint of exasperation, Chu Xingchen replied. "Why is it that you remember my playful remarks so vividly, but forget the other important teachings?" "Because your quips are simply delightful," Li Yingling answered cheerfully. After a moment, she cleared her throat. Blinking playfully, "By the way, master, do you have time tomorrow?" "What is it?" "The Lantern Festival is still a few days away, and I assure you I remember." "Not that," Li Yingling interjected, grasping her master's hand. "There's a small temple fair before the Lantern Festival, and I hear it's quite lively. It begins tomorrow evening. Will you accompany me?" "Master, surely you wouldn't want me to go alone, would you? I suspect you would feel guilty." Chu Xingchen's expression remained unchanged. "To be honest, I am quite indifferent to the matter." "Master," Li Yingling elongated her syllables, playfully pleading, "you are the best master in the world." Having spent considerable time with Chu Xingchen, Li Yingling had come to understand him somewhat. Regardless of their differences, both he and Li Xingtian were instinctively concerned for their disciples. Especially when it came to reasonable requests from his disciples, he generally found it hard to refuse. Moreover, he did not carry himself with an air of superiority, making such interactions all the more precious. For Li Yingling, her master's favor undoubtedly ranked first. With a dismissive flick of her hand, Chu Xingchen shrugged off Li Yingling's grasp, muttering, "Fine, fine. Who knows, perhaps this sect will soon be entirely under your influence." Seeing her request fulfilled, Li Yingling couldn't hide her glee, declaring her loyalty. "Yingling will always stand by Master S side. Master S word is the greatest." Chu Xingchen remained unfazed, acknowledging that their sect, including himself, comprised only 3 members, that if she did not stand with him, she would most likely align with Li Xingtian, who was a genuinely obedient disciple, easy to manage, and thus would surely be on his side. In that light, even if Li Yingling chose not to side with him, by the principles of reciprocity, she would still end up on his side. Therefore, her declaration held little significance within the Demon Suppression Division. Anian wore a grave expression as she gazed at the youth that Chu Xingchen had caught. This was truly troublesome. The complication did not stem from the youth still unconscious on the bed. Although his condition had not improved, as long as he had entered the Demon Suppression Division alive, Anian was confident she could salvage the situation. Moreover, in her eyes, the youth's injuries were not insurmountable. They merely required some effort to mend. The real trouble was the woman standing beside the youth, a team leader from the Demon Suppression Division. Good heavens! How could this youth be the younger brother of that female demon? Are you saying he might have completely ruined his meridians and become a waste? Anian observed the woman clad in the black uniform of the Demon Suppression Division, tall, with a short dagger at her waist. Currently, Anian stood behind her, only able to see her back and the long, sleek, black hair that mirrored the ice-cold demeanor of the female demon. The mere sight of her back exuded a formidable pressure. Cough, cough. Yin struggled to find the right words. He is not entirely a waste. Just at that moment, Yin felt acutely aware of her own lack of vocabulary, unable to conjure suitable terms to soften the reality of the youth's predicament. After all, it was likely that the youth would never again have the opportunity to use both hands for eating. Yin extracted a silver needle from the youth's left hand, even after the needle was removed. His meridians were on the verge of collapse. If he could lift his hand to eat, it would be a testament to Yin's exceptional medical skills, as for the other major acupoints where needles remained. It was doubtful he could even move. The blood energy had already begun to disrupt his meridians. Furthermore, it was not just his limbs that were immobile. His lower body was also sealed by the silver needles. Theoretically, this young man, whom Yin had never seen before, must have been a newcomer to the Demon Suppression Division. The female demon was known for her coldness and had never introduced herself to the others. If she had known that Yin had managed to remove the needles from his lower body, wouldn't that have been a different story. Moreover, she was likely unaware of the nature of her assignment, which carried considerable risk. To the very least, the child was still alive, was he not? Yin could only offer this consolation to the formidable female demon. Zhao Wanqing unconsciously placed her hand on the dagger at her waist. She did not turn to face Yin, and this reassurance seemed to have the opposite effect. Her tone was frigid as she asked, "Did you place these silver needles?" "No, but please do not overthink it. Without these needles, this child would likely have already perished." And Yin quickly clarified, "I have observed. These needles were only recently inserted." Zhao Wanqing nodded gently, signifying her accord with Yin's words. She then drew the short blade from her waist, deftly parting the meridian, causing the youthful man's blood essence to surge towards the newly arrived spiritual energy. Zhao Wanqing maintained her composure as she retrieved the talisman from her waist, swiftly affixing it to the blade, absorbing a portion of the blood essence before promptly stowing the talisman away. Subsequently, she gently sealed the incision once more. Not being a professional healer, she was not adept at managing the chaotic blood essence entwined within the already ravaged meridian. While handling the blood essence posed no challenge for Zhao Wanqing, doing so without damaging the meridian proved exceedingly difficult. All she required was a modicum of blood essence. After casting a final glance at her unconscious brother, she swiftly turned to leave, saying, "I appreciate your assistance, Dr. Anian. It's merely my duty," Anian replied with a gentle shake of his head. Upon exiting the medical room, Zhao Wanqing made her way directly to the archives. Her brother had been assigned to the second team, and Zhao Wanqing had not made any acquaintance with the personnel from the Demon Suppression Division. Could it be that someone sought to take revenge on her? She quickly rummaged through her brother's attendance records and soon located the file pertaining to his current mission, investigating the disappearance of individuals from Wang family village. The team was led by a capable senior member of whom Zhao Wanqing had heard. Since her brother had been lured back, the Demon Suppression Division had already dispatched personnel to the river to recover any additional victims and had sent another team to Wang family village to search for the missing. The Demon Suppression Division was indeed quick to respond. Zhao Wanqing swiftly dismissed the possibility of revenge, for the fate of the senior member remained uncertain, while her brother was at least still alive for the time being. However, Zhao Wanqing understood that relying solely on the Demon Suppression Division would likely yield no clear answers. Even if they could uncover the truth, the efficiency of the investigation would probably be lacking. Should demonic beasts wreak havoc, the Demon Suppression Division would undoubtedly send reinforcements. Yet this was evidently a man-made disaster, an intentional assault, which would inevitably slow the investigation. After all, humans are far more cunning than demonic beasts. Coupled with the fact that the Demon Suppression Division was quite busy, the number of investigators would not be particularly ample. Thus, she resolved to initiate her own line of inquiry, grasping the file firmly. Zhao Wanqing swiftly made her way to the street. Zhu Yuding sat before a plethora of books, a dark red blood essence spirit stone being elevated by an array, with a book in hand. She meticulously read while cautiously manipulating the array, attempting to reverse the process of blood essence corroding the spirit stone. However, the spirit stone suddenly erupted with a dark red light, shattering the array she sought to control. Yao Qin, observing this scene, felt somewhat disheartened. "Damn it," she muttered. The maid, standing nearby, gently advised, "Miss, perhaps you should take a break." You haven't rested in quite some time. That scoundrel's matter isn't of such urgency. Yao Qin raised her delicate, fair hand to gently massage her forehead. All right, I understand. You may leave now. The maid, understanding her intent, realized that Yao Qin merely wished to dismiss her to continue her research in solitude. Miss, she began. Leave now, Yao Qin replied, her tone unwavering. The maid, with a sigh of resignation, stepped out of the room. Once the maid exited, Yao Qin closed her eyes for a moment to gather her thoughts before once again arranging the array. It must be said that ever since Chu Xingchen's cultivation had advanced, the tasks he entrusted her with had grown increasingly difficult. The spirit stone was not something Yao Qin could resolve easily. Even though there were numerous texts in the sect for reference, it was still a task he had asked her to undertake. With yet another attempt, Yao Qin was unsurprised by her failure, as the array was once more disrupted. The blood essence spirit stone fell to the table with a crisp sound. Although she felt a twinge of frustration, there was nevertheless some progress. However, failure was not a new occurrence for Yao Qin. She quickly adjusted her mindset, preparing to earnestly continue her research when the maid's voice drifted in from outside. Miss, Zhao girl wishes to see you. Yao Qin casually replied, I'm busy, I cannot meet her. After a brief silence outside the door, the maid's voice returned. Miss, she claims it is urgent. Taking a deep breath, Yao Qin tucked the spirit stone into her sleeve and said, Let her As her words fell, the door swung open. Yao Qin raised her gaze to see Zhao Wanqing standing at the threshold. Her expression somewhat despondent. The confidence that usually graced her features noticeably diminished. I am quite occupied at present. If you have something to say, please be swift. Zhao Wanqing stepped forward a couple of paces and clasped her hands, saying, I require your assistance. I am busy. Yao Qin almost instantly retorted. These individuals, each believing themselves entitled to her attention, could they not learn to resolve their own issues? Zhao Wanqing appeared unfazed, producing the talisman that contained the blood essence and placing it upon the table. I need you to investigate the nature of this blood essence. It has attacked personnel of the Demon Suppression Division that in the future, I shall not refuse any request you may have. Blood essence? Initially lacking interest, Yao Qin intended to let Zhao Wanqing finish her statement before dismissing her. However, upon hearing those words, she instinctively glanced at the talisman on the table. Could it be? After a moment's hesitation, Yao Qin reached out to touch the talisman, but as she infused her spiritual energy into it, she immediately sensed the violent blood essence contained within. Gripping the talisman tightly, her eyes shut in anger, I understand. I will inform you once I have results. Zhao Wanqing revealed a look of surprise. She had not anticipated such a decisive agreement from Yao Qin. Prior to her arrival, Zhao Wanqing had prepared herself for a cold reception. What puzzled Zhao Wanqing was Yao Qin's demeanor, as if she possessed some insider knowledge regarding this blood essence. Nonetheless, Zhao Wanqing recognized the sect that backed Yao Qin, and she held firm trust in Yao Qin's stance. Thank you. Zhao Wanqing clasped her hands once more and did not linger, swiftly departing. She had much yet to accomplish. Yao Qin lowered her gaze to the crumpled talisman she had just grasped. The blood essence it contained was immensely violent and highly aggressive. Yet, in essence, it seemed quite similar to the blood essence spirit stone that Chu Xingchen had given her. The only distinction being that the blood essence within the talisman was evidently used as an offensive means, while that within the spirit stone remained relatively stable. Additionally, with Chu Xingchen's rapid cultivation advancement, Yao Qin merely trusted him without further inquiry. The Qingfeng sect was indeed quite distant from Yuzhou City. Surely, they would not dare risk extending their reach so close to Yuzhou City. Would they? That would be tantamount to courting death. It did not align with their interests unless they were tracking Chu Xingchen. Yet, given that Chu Xingchen could remain at ease within Yuzhou City, it was evident he had confidence in handling the situation without leaving any loose ends. Chu Xingchen was certainly no fool. If he were being followed, he would have discovered it quickly. Otherwise, based on his past actions, he should have long since met his demise. This indicated that Chu Xingchen must be concealing something from her, or perhaps he had entirely turned to the path of malevolent cultivation. Yao Qin clenched the talisman tightly. I shall change my attire and step out. We can discuss matters upon my return. The maid hastily inquired. Miss, Will you not take me with you? No, Yingling replied decisively as she picked up a garment nearby. The maid, Yingling, hesitated but ultimately could only watch as her mistress hurriedly departed. Yingling once again lowered her gaze to the note in her hand. This was the address that Chu Xingchen had provided her. Confirming it, she realized that this secluded courtyard was indeed Chu Xingchen's current residence. She reached out and gently knocked on the door. A voice soon responded. Coming. It was not Chu Xingchen's voice, but that of a young woman. The heavy door swung open to reveal a pure and beautiful young girl, her face adorned with a smile. Upon seeing Yingling, her expression momentarily froze before she withdrew her smile. You must have the wrong door. Yingling furrowed her brow slightly at the girl before coldly inquiring. Does Chu Xingchen reside here? Yingling stared at the elegant and striking woman before her, momentarily taken aback. Who was this person to directly mention her master's name? Could she be a former acquaintance of her master? Or perhaps an enemy? More importantly, how was she to respond to this question? Master, does he actually reside here? It is quite evident that the woman before me possesses considerable cultivation. My own foundational strength in the building foundation stage cannot penetrate her aura. This name sounds somewhat familiar. What do you seek him for? Yingling attempted to circle around with her inquiry. I have matters to discuss with him. What matters? Ying's brows furrowed slightly. What does this have to do with you? Does he reside here or not? Yingling displayed a gentle smile. I cannot quite recall this name, but my younger brother has a good memory. He will surely know whether Chu Xingchen lives here. I shall ask him. Please wait a moment. With that, Yingling hurriedly closed the door. She quickly ran to her second junior brother's door and knocked urgently. Before long, Xingtian opened the door. Looking at his senior sister. What's the matter? What happened? Yingling whispered. There's a woman at the door looking for master. I'm not sure what for. You must go outside and find him. Tell him there's a cold and beautiful woman seeking him. If she is here to cause trouble, return and give me a signal, and I shall say master does not reside here. If she is a romantic interest of Master S, then you must hasten him back. Xingtian frowned slightly, thinking his senior sister might be overthinking things. However, seeing the serious expression on her face, he nodded in agreement, acknowledging her plan. After all, caution is never a fault. Yingling instructed. Good. You take the back door. I will keep her occupied. Be careful, senior sister, Xingtian advised before swiftly turning towards the back door. As for where his master had gone, Xingtian had a fair idea. Master always informed his disciples of his whereabouts when he left, so it would be easier to find him in case of any issues. At this moment, Master was likely at the brothel enjoying some music. Ever since Master caught the corpse, he had decided to adopt a different method to temper his mindset. Yet, Xingtian didn't quite understand how listening to music at a brothel could refine one's mentality. What good is it to listen to women sing? Xingtian cautiously slipped out through the back door, carefully observing his surroundings to ensure no one noticed him, before hastening towards the brothel Master had mentioned. The brothel was not far. A few streets were merely a stone's throw away for a mid-stage building foundation cultivator. Before long, Xingtian arrived at the entrance of the brothel. Several scantily clad women were leaning at the entrance, exuding charm, holding pipa and other instruments, softly singing suggestive lyrics. It was evident from the entrance alone that this establishment was quite disreputable. How could there be no authority in Yuzhou City to manage such a place? Master is foolish. Such women are nothing but deceitful seductresses. Xingtian's expression turned cold. He had long seen through the superficiality of such allure. However, to enter the brothel, one must pay to a young attendant waiting at the door quickly approached him. Sir, here to enjoy the music? Xingtian had no desire to engage in idle conversation. He casually slipped some silver into the attendant's hands and stepped into the brothel. His gaze swept across the room. Noticing that nearly every patron had a brothel girl in their arms, engaged in rather unwholesome activities, soon his eyes locked onto his master, who was seated in the far corner. However, to Xingtian's surprise, Master was not engaging in inappropriate behavior like the common folk. Instead, he was savoring tea, engaged in conversation with a brothel girl cradling a pipa, her expression filled with admiration. Xingtian did not dwell on it and quickly made his way over. Chu Xingchen was savoring the tea before him. The brothel girl, embracing her pipa, gazed at him with admiration, murmuring, "Young master, your talents and profound insights are truly commendable." The man before her, whether in poetry, song, or knowledge of the heavens and earth, possessed unique perspectives and high standards, regardless of the changing times. The cheap brothel girls, like those at the entrance enticing customers, needed not study much. Merely knowing how to sing and play an instrument sufficed. Every profession has its distinctions of high and low, noble and base. She had been groomed as a top courtesan since childhood, diligently studying poetry, song, and dance, even meticulously learning every gesture and word. Her vision and abilities far surpassed the average person. Only by understanding could she appreciate. Usually, she encountered only those who were mere seekers of beauty, lacking in substance, their crude words and greedy gazes betraying their intentions. Yet this young master was different. Every word and action exemplified the demeanor of a gentleman. Moreover, he was strikingly handsome, his eyes seeming to sparkle like stardust. Though her role was to charm guests, she felt as if she were being charmed by him. Engaging in conversation with this handsome young man felt as refreshing as a spring breeze. In light of this contrast, she perceived him as a celestial being, not of this mundane world. Chu Xingchen gently set down his tea. Noticing the girl's eyes twinkling with admiration, realizing his cultivation had yet to wane, thrive in the world of cultivation. Flattery and charm are indispensable. Previously, lacking sufficient cultivation, he had relied on his emotional intelligence. Chu Xingchen's smile was as warm as spring sunshine. "You flatter me. I merely exchanged a few words with a lady, and I too find your demeanor to exude grace." Just as the lady intended to delve deeper into conversation, Chu Xingchen suddenly turned, his gaze fixed on Li Xingtian approaching him. Chu Xingchen rose abruptly, knowing his disciple was wholly absorbed in his cultivation. If he were out and about, it was clear something was amiss. Li Xingtian stepped forward, casting a glance at the brothel girl before quietly speaking to his master. "Seen your sister mentioned a cold but beautiful woman at the door, inquiring if you reside here. I wonder if she is an enemy of yours. A cold woman?" Chu Xingchen's eyes brightened instantly. This could only be Yao Qin seeking him out. He expected her to come personally. He thought she would send her maid, a Ling, to call for him. Chu Xingchen sighed in relief. "No worries, it's merely an acquaintance of mine. Let us return together." The brothel girl watched as Chu Xingchen seemed disinterested and lingering, her heart anxious. Having rarely encountered such a divine man, unable to suppress her affection, she called out, "Young master, my name is Wanyan. May I inquire your esteemed name?" Chu Xingchen paused in his steps, turning slightly with an expression of reluctant departure, but ultimately sighed. "We are but fellow wanderers in this world. Why must we have met before?" With that, he resolutely turned to leave. For Chu Xingchen, this encounter was merely an exercise in the eloquent skills he employed in some time. It seemed he still retained his former prowess. "Do not linger, for I am but a legend now." Wanyan stood there, dazed, peep in hand, softly murmuring, "Why must we have met before?" On a side where neither of them noticed. A young man clad in white had also overheard their exchange. In fact, he had listened intently from beginning to end, captivated. Upon hearing that final line, his eyes lit up as he watched Chu Xingchen and Li Xingtian depart together, a broad smile breaking across his face as he suppressed his joy. Wonderful, wonderful. Chu Xingchen and Li Xingtian soon returned to the rented courtyard. However, upon reaching the entrance, they heard Li Yingling's somewhat sycophantic tone emanating from within. "Sister, how could I ever deceive you?" Following that, Yao Qin's skeptical voice chimed in. "I sense you were lying to me the moment you started at the door." As Chu Xingchen stepped inside, he saw Yao Qin seated on a stone bench, with his elder disciple smiling as he poured her tea. Their footsteps fell silent, and both Li Yingling and Yao Qin turned their gazes toward them simultaneously. Li Yingling, upon seeing her master return, felt a wave of relief. At least the visitor was not here to seek vengeance. Yao Qin, upon spotting Chu Xingchen, sprang to her feet, swiftly appearing before him and grasping his hand. Her consciousness surged toward Chu Xingchen's body. Chu Xingchen looked at Yao Qin in confusion, his golden core automatically resisting the intrusion of her consciousness. "What are you doing?" Yao Qin's expression was icy, her tone unyielding. "Let me see. Isn't that rather inappropriate? There's so many people here. Then the matter you entrusted me with ends here. pressured by her imposing demeanor. Chu Xingchen relented and allowed Yao Qin's consciousness to enter him. A Yingling stood there, stunned, watching this unfolding scene. What was happening? Xingtian silently observed for a moment, secretly deeming it a trivial matter of romantic entanglements. Master is indeed admirable, yet it is a pity he has not yet transcended this layer of understanding. As Chu Xingchen released the protective golden core within him, Yao Qin's spiritual consciousness smoothly entered. Subsequently, Yao Qin stood there, momentarily dazed. The circulating spiritual energy within was remarkably pure, of exceptionally high quality, and emanated a balanced and serene aura. The speed of the spiritual energy's flow was exceedingly rapid, and the intervals of the golden core's inhalation and exhalation were astonishingly swift. Such attributes could only be possessed by a top-tier golden core. Moreover, the level of this spiritual energy was at least that of the late golden core stage, was it not? However, Yao Qin meticulously observed for a while, confirming the absence of any blood aura within the talismans and spiritual stones before exhaling in relief and loosening her grip. At the very least, it was evident that Chu Xingchen had not succumbed to the path of evil cultivation. This was a fundamental issue. Chu Xingchen, puzzled, inquired, "Why is today so peculiar?" Yao Qin produced the talisman given to her by Zhao Wanqing and directly handed it to Chu Xingchen. Take a look at this talisman. The blood aura is essentially identical to the blood aura in the spiritual stone you provided me. Upon receiving the talisman, Chu Xingchen slightly activated it, and the blood aura surged forth. But this blood aura, did it come from the Demon Suppression Division? How do you know? Yao Qin looked at him with suspicion. The individual ensnared by the Demon Suppression Division was someone I fished out from the Yuzhou River outside the city. I essentially saved his life. Chu Xingchen felt as if, no matter the realm, it resembled a vast and chaotic stage. How odd it was to have caught someone, only to have them drawn back to his side. You fish him out. Yao Qin found it somewhat hard to believe. With a sigh, Chu Xingchen briefly recounted how he had caught that fortunate soul and how he had assisted the nearly doomed young man, thus granting him a second chance at life. Yao Qin remained silent, but Yingling, who had been attentively listening nearby, was the first to speak. "Master, next time you go fishing, take me along." Yingling had initially thought that her master merely caught someone by chance. She had not anticipated such a story unfolding. She had always believed that fishing was merely a tedious wait with a rod. Yet this was far more engaging than aimlessly wandering the streets, was it not? Chu Xingchen shot a disapproving glance at his eldest disciple. In response to the glare, Yingling could only offer a sheepish smile. "Master, are these to your disciples?" Yao Qin furrowed her brow slightly. Chu Xingchen shrugged helplessly. "Yes, 2 tattered cotton jackets." "Master," Yingling pouted in discontent. While it might be acceptable to label Xingtian as a worn-out cotton jacket, given his usual reticence and apparent indifference toward their master, she was certainly different. Most of the time, she was quite obedient to her master and would proactively assist him with tasks within her capabilities. What did he mean by a tattered cotton jacket? She was undoubtedly a splendid and resplendent 18-layer down coat. Chu Xingchen reached out to gently ruffle Yingling's little head as a form of consolation, then turned to Yao Qin and said, "You did not come solely to suspect me of foul play, did you? Has the issue with the blood aura spiritual stone been resolved?" Upon hearing this, Yao Qin paused, her previously cold demeanor faltering as her gaze involuntarily drifted to the side. Chu Xingchen, observing her expression, understood immediately. The matter had indeed not been resolved. "Since you are here, why not stay for a meal before you leave?" Chu Xingchen did not elaborate further. It was better to express gratitude for her willingness to assist than to flounder about helplessly with the spiritual stones, which were taking up space in his storage ring. "I don't need." Yao Qin instinctively began to refuse, but her words halted abruptly as what followed exceeded her expectations. "Today, I will cook," Chu Xingchen continued, then paused, looking at Yao Qin. "What do you mean by I don't need?" Yao Qin swiftly changed her tune. "Just don't make too much." Although Yao Qin had long since reached the golden core stage and had been abstaining from food for some time, living solely on the tea provided by her sect, she found it hard to resist the allure of Chu Xingchen's personal cooking. A man of great literary talent and gentlemanly demeanor preparing a meal for her was hard to resist. Setting aside everything else, Chu Xingchen held an undeniable charm in Yao Qin's eyes. Chu Xingchen nodded in agreement. All right, but the kitchen is rather bare. Yingling, take your junior brother to buy some ingredients you like. Sure thing, master, Yingling responded decisively. It had been a long time since she had savored her master's rabbit dish. This time, they would procure 2 rabbits for a spicy rabbit dish. Buying groceries equated to having the right to request the chef to prepare whatever one desired, a task Yingling relished. After watching his 2 worn-out cotton jackets head off to buy ingredients, Chu Xingchen turned back and pointed to the tea that Yingling had brewed. Shall we enjoy some tea first? Yao Qin readily agreed. All right. Chu Xingchen picked up a nearby new cup and poured Yao Qin another serving of tea. How have you been lately? You seem a bit fatigued. Don't overexert yourself. Yao Qin was momentarily taken aback, hurriedly lowering her head. She had indeed not rested much lately, focused on researching the blood aura spiritual stone. Could it be that her appearance had grown somewhat haggard? Chu Xingchen seemed to see through Yao Qin's thoughts and continued. However, you seem to have lost some of that cold demeanor. You appear more approachable now that I used to feel you were quite distant. I still remember the first time I visited Xingtian to hear you play. I couldn't even catch a glimpse of you. Yao Qin took a gentle sip of tea. While it was tea particularly fine, it felt exceptionally smooth upon entry. You think Xingtian is a brothel? Very few can match the couplets at the entrance. To enter and hear a piece in the hall is already quite fortunate. Chu Xingchen wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, it took me half a month to decipher the couplets just to catch a glimpse of your silhouette through the gauze window. Suddenly looking back, that person was amidst the dim lights. Yao Qin's expression remained unchanged. I originally thought you were an ambitious and talented individual. But after that conversation, I realized you were just a good-for-nothing scoundrel. Chu Xingchen, intrigued, inquired, Then why did you wish to see me again? I simply happened to find scoundrels somewhat less intolerable. Yao Qin replied, lowering her gaze toward the teacup in her hands, where a single tea leaf was slowly swirling in the center. Yao Qin raised her head again, fixing her gaze on Chu Xingchen. I observe that the spiritual energy within you is exceptionally pure and abundant, at least at the mid to late golden core level. A year ago, you were merely at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Since you have not turned to evil cultivation, how have you progressed so rapidly? Were you perhaps deceiving me all along? Generally, cultivators would refrain from inquiring about the rapid advancements of others' cultivation levels. This was considered a rather audacious question, as it could either expose a great opportunity or reveal personal flaws. Thus, in the cultivation world, it was an unwritten rule not to question others about their sudden leaps in strength. Chu Xingchen let out a slight sigh. Let us call it an opportunity. I'm not quite sure how to explain it. In any case, a year ago, I indeed only possessed the strength of the peak foundation establishment stage. Yao Qin did not inquire further, merely nodding gently. The primary questions had, for all intents and purposes, been resolved. Chu Xingchen engaged in casual conversation with Yao Qin, discussing the various places he had traversed over the past year and the numerous challenges he had faced by the time Yingling returned with the groceries. A considerable amount of time had passed. Chu Xingchen then invited Yingling to entertain Yao Qin for a while he himself proceeded to the kitchen with the ingredients brought back by Yingling. Yingling had indeed procured a substantial quantity of food, much of which was to her liking. Chu Xingchen selected a few items at random and set about preparing a meal in this world. The pursuit of culinary excellence was not particularly high. After all, once one reached the foundational stage, one could subsist without food, and those truly in power were cultivators. Consequently, the standards of cooking were rather modest, leading to Chu Xingchen's culinary skills standing out remarkably. In any case, it was more than sufficient to impress Yao Qin. The astonished expression on her face after tasting the sweet and sour pork made it clear to Chu Xingchen that his culinary prowess was indeed capable of winning her over. Initially, Yao Qin maintained a somewhat refined demeanor while eating, but upon witnessing Yingling's unrestrained enthusiasm, eagerly savoring every morsel, she could not help but be influenced. Although she retained her elegance, the speed at which she picked up her food noticeably increased. Additionally, her habit of chewing slowly often resulted in her cheeks puffing out like a hamster's, a stark contrast to her typically frigid demeanor, creating an endearing juxtaposition. Xingtian, who had little regard for the pleasures of the palate, was known to be unfazed even when consuming chicken bath water, as described by Yingling. Thus, his dining experience was merely a backdrop, taking only a few bites for the sake of participation. Meanwhile, Chu Xingchen would occasionally vie with his eldest disciple for food. Observing the reluctant expression on Yingling's face, yet she would always yield to him in the end. Overall, the meal was relaxed and enjoyable that Yaoqin's greatest concern did not materialize. The handsome young man before her remained unchanged from the first time they met. He had not been submerged by the overwhelming malice of the cultivation world, continuing to radiate his unique brilliance in his own way. Everyone knew that being a loose cultivator was invariably challenging. When she first encountered him, he was in a rather disheveled state. Yet he had consistently upheld his principles, which was a rare quality. However, he could no longer be considered a loose cultivator. He was now a sect leader. At the late stage of the Golden Core realm, fully capable of establishing a sect in this small locality. Moreover, his sect was quite small, comprising only 3 members, including himself, a sect leader who would even compete with his own eldest disciple for food. Though small, it was indeed a warm and cozy establishment. After the meal, Yaoqin did not linger and took her leave at Chu Xingchen, as night had fallen, and any further delay would necessitate her staying overnight. Upon returning to her room, she was greeted by her maid's somewhat anxious voice. "Miss, you are finally back." Yaoqin removed her outer garments. What trouble could I possibly encounter in a place like Yuzhou City? Xiaoling pouted slightly. "What could happen to you? Of course, I'm worried that you might be deceived by that young man." However, Xiaoling refrained from voicing these thoughts and instead brought up another matter. "Miss Xiao has been waiting for you downstairs for almost 2 hours." Yaoqin frowned slightly at this. Did I not inform her that I would notify her once I had news? It seems she has some significant information and appeared to be gravely injured upon her arrival. Gravely injured? Yaoqin turned her gaze toward her maid Xiaoling, and after a prolonged silence, she sighed. "Let her in." Yes, Mississippi the maid rose and walked toward the door. Yaoqin resumed her seat and poured herself a cup of tea. Zhao Wanqing and Yaoqin shared a certain rapport. They had enjoyed tea together on a few occasions. After a moment, a knock sounded at the door, and upon Yaoqin's consent, it was slowly opened. What entered Yaoqin's view was Zhao Wanqing, covered in blood, with several severe knife wounds that nearly reached the bone. Her attire, bearing the insignia of the Demon Suppression Division, was tattered and torn. She appeared utterly exhausted, having evidently endured a fierce battle. Yaoqin understood that Zhao Wanqing was at the mid-stage of the foundational realm, making her a formidable figure in Yuzhou City. Yet, how had she sustained such injuries in the span of a mere meal? These wounds were indeed severe for someone of her cultivation level, and it was uncharacteristic of her to risk her life for official duties. Yaoqin sipped her tea, which had previously been quite pleasant, but now seemed to lack flavor. "How did you come to be in such a state? I don't recall you being one to throw yourself into perilous duties." Zhao Wanqing's expression revealed a hint of conflict, yet she spoke truthfully. "It is my younger brother who is gravely injured." Her younger brother? It was no wonder Zhao Wanqing was so concerned. Yaoqin raised her gaze to Zhao Wanqing, her tone unwavering. "Then what brings you here now? The matter of the talisman is not something that could be resolved swiftly." Zhao Wanqing's previously haughty demeanor diminished. Her head bowed as she spoke softly. "I need assistance from someone at least at the Golden Core stage. To make such a request in Yuzhou City was rather audacious. After all, even the head of the Demon Suppression Division was merely at the Golden Core stage in this region. Possessing Golden Core cultivation was sufficient to hold an elder position in a sect. Who would willingly assist the Demon Suppression Division in investigating a case, particularly alongside a foundational realm cultivator? I encountered a group of evil cultivators while investigating this afternoon. They appeared to be at the initial stage of the foundational realm. Yet their techniques were at least at the mid-stage level due to their bloodthirsty methods. The division head has already been dispatched to the main river in Yuzhou for a mission, and without a Golden Core cultivator to overpower them. Zhao Wanqing lowered her gaze. Since her coming of age, she had never once asked for help, and now, even in dire straits, it was difficult for her to voice such a request. The offenders were formidable, and Zhao Wanqing could not command the Qi refining division members to investigate. Knowing full well it would be a perilous task, as for other foundational realm team leaders. Everyone had their own pressing responsibilities, and the danger level of this task was exceedingly high. Even team leaders were not exempt from this. Yet if they did not act swiftly, the perpetrators might vacate Yuzhou City. And any further investigation would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. This was not mere paranoia. It was the culmination of Zhao Wanqing's years of investigative experience. However, she had steeled herself for the possibility of rejection from Yao Qin. After all, the request was undeniably excessive. But beyond Zhu Yuding, Zhao Wanqing truly had no idea where else she might seek the assistance of a golden core cultivator. Surely, she could not approach the elderly Zhao family ancestor, who was currently preoccupied with trivial matters. Zhao Wanqing's visit was merely an attempt to do her utmost. If it failed, it was still better than doing nothing at all. Yao Qin listened intently to Zhao Wanqing's plea and could not help but acknowledge the fortuitous timing of her arrival. Had she not accepted Chu Xingchen's commission, she would likely have had to refuse Zhao Wanqing's request, as her own purpose in Yuzhou City was solely for sect training, with elders from her sect exerting pressure on her. How fortuitous, Yao Qin mused. How much spirit stone can you offer? Zhao Wanqing was momentarily taken aback by the question, but after careful consideration, she replied, I can manage a maximum of 300 spirit stones. That will suffice. After all, Chu Xingchen has been impoverished from start to finish, so he should be amenable to being persuaded with the promise of payment. He is arguably the easiest golden core cultivator to request in Yuzhou City. And he is also at the late stage of the golden core realm point. One wonders what fortuitous events led to his rapid advancement. Yao Qin produced paper and ink detailing the situation for Chu Xingchen, allowing him to decide whether to assist based on the information provided. After all, Chu Xingchen was also intertwined with this matter. Any revelations could potentially aid him in fulfilling his commission. Here, take my letter. Yao Qin handed Zhao Wanqing the paper inscribed with Chu Xingchen's address. Remember, if he refuses, you might consider offering more spirit stones. Zhao Wanqing hastily extended her hand to accept the note from Yao Qin. By the way, Yao Qin added, regardless of whether he agrees or not, you owe me a favor that I understand. Thank you. In the city of Yuzhou, nightfall has descended. Zhao Wanqing first returned home to tend to her wounds and changed into a clean outfit. After all, she was to meet a golden core master, one recommended by Yao Qin. Being a member of a prestigious family, Zhao Wanqing understood the importance of decorum. Arriving in a bloodstained state to seek assistance would undoubtedly convey that the matter at hand was far from trivial. Zhao Wanqing could navigate the streets of Yuzhou with her eyes closed. Each alley was etched in her memory. With her gaze cast downward, she felt the sharp sting of pain from a deep gash on her right thigh with every step she took. To prevent her trousers from becoming soaked in blood, she had wrapped several layers of bandages around her wound, as she had done for her arms as well. Although she could have used her spiritual energy to alleviate the pain, Zhao Wanqing chose not to. Zhao Wanqing and Zhao Zhengyang were siblings, both of the Zhao family's direct lineage. Their parents had succumbed to a dreadful illness shortly after the birth of Zhao Zhengyang. Zhao Wanqing vividly recalled her mother holding her hand during her last moments, her voice barely a whisper. There were too many words. Zhao Wanqing could not grasp them all, perhaps drowned out by her own sobs. Yet she still remembered her mother's last words. You must both take care of each other. Zhao Wanqing could not recall how many promises she made to her mother, but she knew she had failed to uphold them. She raised her eyes to the radiant moon above. Her connection with her brother was not particularly strong. Shortly after their mother's passing, she had devoted herself to cultivation. It was only in recent years that she returned from her travels and took up a position with the Demon Subjugation Division, rejoining the Zhao family and reconnecting with her now-adult brother. Their correspondence had been limited to the occasional letter. Zhao Zhengyang may not have had extraordinary talent, but he was diligent and possessed a commendable character. Zhao Wanqing had initially intended to recruit him into her team, but he had declined, opting instead for the second team. Suppressing the tumult of emotions within her, Zhao Wanqing was reminded of her mother's admonitions. As the elder sister, she felt she had not done enough to this moment. Her only recourse was to seek vengeance for her brother. Nothing else could be done. Restoring her brother to his former self, or even to a state of normalcy, seemed like an elusive dream. All she had was the dagger at her waist. Zhao Wanqing halted her steps at the address written on the note. Confronting a solid closed door, Taking a deep breath to steady her nerves, she gently rapped on the door. "Coming." A clear female voice responded from within. Zhao Wanqing quickly composed herself, and the door swung open. It was Li Yingling, who regarded the tall beauty before her with suspicion. "Who are you looking for?" "Excuse me, does Senior Chu Xingchen reside here?" Zhao Wanqing inquired. "Another visitor seeking the master." Li Yingling's gaze swept over Zhao Wanqing. Sensing her aura, which seemed to be on par with her own, could she be another of the master's acquaintances? Li Yingling stepped aside, unperturbed by potential confrontations. "Come in, I'll call for the master." "Thank you." Zhao Wanqing responded gratefully. Yingling gestured toward the stone table and chairs in the courtyard. "Please have a seat. I will fetch the master." "All right." Zhao Wanqing complied and took a seat on the stone bench. Li Yingling approached the master's quarters and lightly knocked on the door. "Master, why aren't you asleep at this hour?" Came a gruff voice from within. "Master, there's another woman here to see you." "Another one? How come I'm unaware of having so many acquaintances in Yuzhou?" Chu Xingchen opened the door and, upon seeing the signal from his eldest disciple, turned his gaze to the anxious woman by the stone table. A young woman with long black hair and a cool demeanor was nervously awaiting his response. This face was unfamiliar. He had not seen her before. What could she possibly be anxious about? Had he committed some misdeed in the past that had come back to haunt him? Chu Xingchen swiftly accessed information about her through the system. Zhao Wanqing Cultivation. Mid-foundation establishment blue attributes. Composed and calm white attributes. Adequate talent white attributes. Slightly cunning temporary black attribute. Unstable mind does not meet the criteria for accepting disciples acceptable. Even if she had come seeking trouble, he had no fear, provided she was not a wolf in sheep's clothing. Zhao Wanqing promptly stood, her gaze fixed on the youthful and handsome man before her. It was hard to fathom that someone so young could possess golden core cultivation. Could he possibly be from the Central Plains? Zhao Wanqing spoke respectfully. "You are Senior Chu Xingchen, correct?" "And you are?" "Senior Yao Qin recommended me to come. This is her message for you." Zhao Wanqing swiftly produced the envelope given to her by Yao Qin, bending slightly to present it to Chu Xingchen. Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen felt a wave of relief wash over him. So long as she was not here to cause trouble, that was satisfactory. However, he was curious about the nature of Yao Qin's recommendation. Surely, she was aware of his aversion to complications. Yet, having accrued too many debts of gratitude, it would be unreasonable not to assist her at this juncture. Chu Xingchen descended the steps and extended his hand to accept the envelope from Zhao Wanqing. Tearing it open without delay, his eyes scanned the contents with swift precision. "Does this mean you can provide spirit stones?" Chu Xingchen inquired, raising his gaze to meet Zhao Wanqing's. "Yes, I can immediately offer 300 spirit stones," Zhao Wanqing affirmed, continuing, "If you feel this is insufficient, I should be able to gather another 100 spirit stones within a short time. You surely cannot expect me to assist you until the case is resolved with just 300 spirit stones?" Chu Xingchen frowned slightly. 3 days. I will ensure the spirit stones are delivered in full, regardless of the outcome. Very well, for Yao Qin's sake. Chu Xingchen nodded lightly. You wish to commence the investigation now? Seeing Chu Xingchen's agreement, Zhao Wanqing exhaled in relief. "If it is convenient for you, then time is of the essence." This urgency was precisely why she had come to visit at such a late hour. Those criminals were malevolent and cunning cultivators, not mere beasts that would lie in wait. If they achieved their goals, they would undoubtedly make a swift exit, and any delay would likely result in a fruitless pursuit. Chu Xingchen nodded and called out to the adjoining room. Xingtian, who had been in meditation, opened his eyes at the master's call. Hastily rising to push open the door, he surveyed the courtyard. His tone tinged with confusion. "What is your command, master?" Chu Xingchen enveloped the envelope in spiritual energy and flicked it toward Li Xingtian. Yawning as he spoke, "Take a look. Tomorrow morning, or rather noon, meet me at the fishing spot. For tonight, you will accompany her to handle the investigation." His disciple's cultivation was more formidable than that of the malevolent cultivators. Even in the foundation establishment stage, he could absorb golden core energy. It would be an excellent opportunity for Li Xingtian to level up by taking down a few minor foes. Moreover, the talisman capable of defending against golden core cultivators was still in Li Xingtian's possession. along with the teleportation talisman. Even if the situation turned dire, a retreat would still be feasible. Xingtian caught the flying envelope, quickly scanning its contents. After confirming the key information, he replied, "Understood, Master." Xingtian then turned to Zhao Wanqing. "Miss Zhao, do you have a lead?" Zhao Wanqing hesitated momentarily. She had merely come to request the Golden Core Master's presence, yet the prospect of him arriving tomorrow noon was already favorable. Furthermore, Xingtian's cultivation was also at the Foundation establishment stage, and his aura was robust, likely nearing the later stages of Foundation establishment, that he was significantly more capable than an average team leader, making him sufficient for tracking down leads. Ultimately, he was the only Golden Core Master Zhao Wanqing could enlist at this moment. She had no choice but to accept the circumstances. Zhao Wanqing inclined her body respectfully. "Indeed, I discovered traces of malevolent cultivators near the crime scene. We can start our inquiry from there." Xingtian nodded in agreement. "Lead the way. Let us proceed." As Chu Xingchen observed the two preparing to depart, he offered a cautionary reminder. "Xingtian, be cautious. Remember to use your talismans if any trouble arises." "Rest assured, Master." Yingling watched the departing figures, then turned her gaze to Chu Xingchen, Master, understanding what his eldest disciple was about to say. Chu Xingchen, without hesitation, interjected, "Go to sleep. Do not accompany your junior brother. You'll just be a hindrance to them." Upon hearing this, Yingling was incensed. "What do you mean by dragging my junior brother down? I'm the senior sister. My cultivation is not inferior to his." Chu Xingchen couldn't help but chuckle at her words. While her cultivation was indeed commendable, in her absence, there was no one to rein in this curious little one. When the time came to investigate a case, it would likely be her own senior disciple directing Xingtian on what to do. The senior disciple was obedient, but only in her presence. In her absence, as Xingtian would put it, she was quite independent-minded. This was perhaps the only compliment Xingtian could muster, which translated to a desire to do as one pleased. Nevertheless, Chu Xingchen had considerable experience in managing her senior disciple. "Do you wish to take a nap and accompany me tomorrow at noon, or do you intend to join them now?" "Then let us take a nap. Master, please remember to bring me along tomorrow." The village mentioned in the documents was not far from Yuzhou City, at least within the jurisdiction of the town's demon suppression office. If two Foundation establishment cultivators were to exert themselves, they would not take long to arrive. Xingtian followed, closely behind Zhao Wanqing for a while, noticing that her manner of travel appeared somewhat peculiar. It seemed as though her right leg was injured, as each time it touched the ground, there was an awkwardness to it. This resulted in Zhao Wanqing's pace appearing rather slow in Xingtian's eyes. "Is your right leg injured?" Xingtian inquired. Zhao Wanqing turned in surprise. "How did you know? You instinctively relieve pressure when your foot lands," Xingtian explained before continuing with his inquiry. "Are you certain you can manage with such an injury?" Time was of the essence. Xingtian's tone remained calm. "Is it urgent enough that you haven't even taken any healing elixirs?" "I've taken some, but the blood chi cannot be expelled so swiftly, hence the slow recovery." "Then could you please stop for a moment?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanqing halted her steps, her gaze filled with confusion as she looked at Xingtian. "I have a method to resolve this. I would appreciate your cooperation. If we encounter an ambush, I cannot guarantee your safety," Xingtian explained, his eyes swiftly scanning the area, where he could indeed faintly sense a malevolent blood chi surrounding Zhao Wanqing. "Isn't this wound a bit excessive? I apologize for the inconvenience. Please bear with me." Xingtian also ceased his movement, channeling his spiritual energy to swiftly envelop several wounds infused with blood chi. Upon contact, the blood chi seemed to acknowledge its master, rapidly submitting to Xingtian's control. With a slight tug, the blood chi surged forth from Zhao Wanqing's wounds, almost as if it were a beloved daughter, raised for 18 years, being whisked away at the beckoning of a mischievous youth. Zhao Wanqing felt momentarily dazed, curious as to why Xingtian's spiritual energy could suppress the blood chi so effortlessly. "It's a matter of cultivation technique." Xingtian understood the expression on Zhao Wanqing's face. There was a reason she was addressed as master and not senior sister. "Thank you." Zhao Wanqing expressed her gratitude. in any case. The pain had indeed diminished significantly with the removal of the entangling blood. Xingtian nodded lightly in acknowledgement, for in his view, having a liability along was always a fool's errand. Past experiences had taught him not to partner with imbeciles. At that moment, Zhao Wanqing had already crossed into the realm of half an imbecile in his eyes, should she fail to showcase her brilliance in the forthcoming investigation. Xingtian would consider assuming command of the case himself. This is where I discovered traces of the ritual array. Zhao Wanqing pointed to a patch of ground devoid of any marks. They were swift in their actions. We must expedite our pace. Xingtian's gaze swept over the area. If Zhao Wanqing spoke truthfully, the soil had indeed been meticulously cleaned, leaving no useful traces behind. Zhao Wanqing kicked the original focal point of the array, but found no signs of energy fluctuations. Their ritualistic practices are so audacious. They must have reached a critical juncture, or some unforeseen event must have spurred them into such reckless abandon. Therefore, we must anticipate their next target. Xingtian nodded slightly, indicating his agreement with Zhao Wanqing's plan. She was not merely acting impulsively. With a strategy and purpose in mind, it appeared that Zhao Wanqing had a destination in mind as well. Zhao Wanqing's intended route led northward from their current location. Yuzhou City was bordered by water to the south and mountains to the north. Zhao Wanqing deduced that since the town's demon suppression office had identified the group of evil cultivators engaging in sacrificial rituals, they would no longer be so brazen. They were evil cultivators, after all, not suicidal. It was highly probable they would target secluded villages nestled against the mountains. Such hidden villages were difficult to scrutinize. And with the cover of trees, even if the demon suppression office were to discover them, they could quickly disperse and evade capture. Thus, under the cloak of night, Zhao Wanqing and Xingtian sprinted towards the nearest northern village. Prior to their departure, Zhao Wanqing had reviewed the surrounding terrain and maps. After approximately half an hour, they were nearing the village Zhao Wanqing had mentioned. Wait! Xingtian suddenly halted, furrowing his brow as he surveyed the surroundings. Zhao Wanqing quickly stopped and asked, "What is it?" "We've entered a maze formation." Xingtian's gaze swept through the dense forest. They had circled at least 3 times. Zhao Wanqing was momentarily stunned at the mention of 3 circles. She had felt nothing amiss. Exiting this maze was not particularly difficult, but they had likely revealed their presence. Xingtian's gaze roamed the area until he soon sensed a point of spiritual energy fluctuation. Though his cultivation had been reset in this rebirth, his knowledge and experience remained intact. From the onset of their mission, Xingtian had been acutely aware of his surroundings. His vigilance towards evil cultivators was always at its peak, for he had encountered numerous evil cultivators who shared a common trait: utter lack of morals. Xingtian cautiously approached the source of the energy fluctuation. Zhao Wanqing quickly followed in his footsteps. Observing as Xingtian parted the grass and picked up a small stone from the ground. After examining it thoroughly, he carefully placed it back in its original position. It's a stone bead formation. "Follow me." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanqing trailed closely behind Xingtian, who maneuvered left and right, as if navigating in circles. After several turns, they indeed found their way out. What lay before them was a village that had been completely ravaged. All the houses had been reduced to ashes, and the stench of blood wafted through the cold night air. Trees at the village's entrance were adorned with headless corpses. Xingtian lowered his gaze to the traces of the array left at his feet, which had not even been properly dealt with. How could they dare? Zhao Wanqing's voice trembled slightly. The act of abducting individuals from a village for sacrificial purposes was a vastly different concept from slaughtering an entire village. The sacrificial rituals of evil cultivators typically involved refining blood chi and souls to enhance their own powers. However, both blood chi and souls were best derived from adult males. Women, children, and the elderly provided little in terms of blood chi and could even taint it. Thus, even the most ruthless of evil cultivators would refrain from committing such self-destructive acts. Moreover, this was an entire village. Not a single old, weak woman or child had been spared. This was nothing short of a massacre. Xingtian spoke. They left in haste, neglecting to handle the array traces. "I will take these traces with me to investigate further." You should see if there's any useful information that may have been overlooked inside. He cast a glance at Zhao Wangqing's expression and immediately discerned that she had lost her composure. Consequently, he made arrangements. Zhao Wangqing stepped into the depths of the village. The bloodstains on the ground had long since dried. Yet the acrid stench of blood lingered in the air. The houses that had been burned down lay in disarray, reduced to mere ruins. As she walked, traces of the sacrificial formation from this ritual were evident upon the ground. It was clear that this group of malevolent cultivators had intended to conduct a blood sacrifice of the entire village from the very beginning. Along the way, no corpses were visible, save for the body hanging from the large tree at the village entrance. It was evident that the bodies had been moved to the focal point of the formation. Zhao Wangqing took a deep breath, suppressing the indescribable emotions welling within her. If there were any places likely to hold useful traces left by the malevolent cultivators, it would be the focal point of the formation. Her gaze swept around, searching for signs, but her footsteps continued to hasten toward the center of the village, where it would be simplest to encompass the entire area. Everything was as Zhao Wangqing had surmised at the village center. A mound of bones lay scattered across the ground, all that remained of the drained villagers. However, there was an unexpected twist. Those malevolent cultivators had not entirely retreated. Upon the heap of bones sat a sinister figure clad in a simple black robe, casually resting atop the remains, a dark red blade at his side emanating an aura of boundless bloodlust. The efficiency of the Demon Suppression Division was dwindling. The figure's voice was hoarse, laced with evident dissatisfaction, and he remarked that only 2 had arrived. How could they maintain order amongst mortals with such a meager force? "Did you do this?" Zhao Wangqing inquired icily, simultaneously reaching for the dagger at her waist. "It wasn't me." "Was it you, the captain of the Demon Suppression Division?" The black-robed figure scoffed disdainfully, abruptly grasping his blade. Under the moonlight, a flicker of dark red light shimmered. The black-robed figure, brandishing the blade, was suddenly at Zhao Wangqing's side, the long knife glowing ominously in dark red. Zhao Wangqing was quick to react. Her dagger was already drawn to deflect the attack. Bang! The resounding clash of metal reverberated through the silent night. Zhao Wangqing felt the force of the blow, her injured arms nearly giving way, and she had to forcefully channel her spiritual energy to barely withstand the impact. This black-robed figure was likely at the late stage of Foundation establishment. However, what troubled Zhao Wangqing even more was the bloodlust emanating from the malevolent cultivator. At this moment, it surged forth from the long knife, rapidly colliding with her own spiritual energy as it advanced toward her. This compelled Zhao Wangqing to divert her focus, managing her spiritual energy to counter the overwhelming bloodlust. If she allowed this bloodlust to breach her defenses, it would undoubtedly spell her doom. Yet the black-robed figure was, after all, a malevolent cultivator forged in a sea of corpses and blood. He suddenly lifted his foot and delivered a powerful kick toward Zhao Wangqing's abdomen. With no space to evade, Zhao Wangqing could only condense her spiritual energy to absorb the blow. As the kick landed, she felt her internal organs shift violently. Unable to maintain her stance, she was sent flying back, crashing to the ground with such force that it created a small crater. Forcefully swallowing the metallic taste of blood in her throat, Zhao Wangqing swiftly rolled to her feet and retreated. Clutching her dagger tightly, she hastily unleashed several slashes of energy to deter the black-robed figure from pursuing her. Yet, contrary to her intentions, the black-robed figure darted forward, using the blade's body to counter her energy slashes. With a sudden outburst of crimson spiritual power, he aimed directly for Zhao Wangqing's head. The black-robed figure seemed to genuinely advise, "Don't take up an official position in your next life," gritting her teeth. Zhao Wangqing raised her dagger once more to block the attack. Upon witnessing this, the black-robed figure's heart swelled with delight. His bloodlust erupted within him, forcing the weight of his blade downward. This caused the strike, originally aimed at Zhao Wangqing's head, to veer off course, slashing toward her waist instead. Since mastering the manipulation of bloodlust, the black-robed figure had claimed the lives of many Foundation establishment cultivators with this very technique. Zhao Wangqing watched as the blade transformed into a streak of radiant light. Bang! Suddenly, an old iron sword intercepted the radiant light, and shortly thereafter, Zhao Wangqing felt her collar being yanked back. pulling her out of the blade's range. The iron sword was then shattered by the radiant light. Xingtian observed the shattered short sword and mused that his senior sister was truly putting his junior brother in a precarious position. Zhao Wanqing glanced back, spotting Xingtian's serene expression. Out of concern for his employer, Xingtian inquired, "Are you all right? Be careful." Zhao Wanqing had intended to express her gratitude, but upon seeing the black-robed figure advance with his blade, she quickly warned him. Xingtian slightly raised his gaze, and with a sudden eruption of a mysterious aura from the remnants of the broken sword in his hand, he faced the blood-soaked, murderous blade with unwavering resolve. Responding with a sword that was little more than its hilt, it appeared as though Xingtian was merely extending the broken sword with a gentle motion. Zhao Wanqing's eyes widened in shock at Xingtian's seemingly suicidal act. However, to her astonishment, it was the black-robed figure who evaded the impending clash. The black-robed figure abruptly raised his long knife, retreating frantically for dozens of meters, his tone fluctuating between uncertainty and anger. "You, kid, are from Zhongzhou." That previous aura had unmistakably been a divine ability. Only Zhongzhou possessed such prowess, capable of allowing its disciples to cultivate divine abilities at the foundation establishment stage. The black-robed figure found it hard to believe any other place could wield such power. That was a divine ability. Had he not practiced the dark arts and honed his instincts, he would have suffered immensely from that seemingly unremarkable sword strike. Xingtian remained silent, merely refining the spiritual energy within him as he gripped the broken sword. Stepping forward to deliver a strike from a distance of several dozen meters, a dark red light flickered as it sped by with the broken sword. Boom! With the dark red light flashing away, a tremendous force rapidly obliterated everything in front of Xingtian. Zhao Wanqing stood astonished, watching as the slender dark red light annihilated all in its path. This was no mere foundation establishment technique. Dust and debris spiraled into the air as Xingtian waved his sword lightly, instantly dispersing the cloud of dust with his overwhelming pressure. The black-robed figure had already vanished without a trace. "He's fled," Xingtian declared. Opting not to pursue, he turned to look at Zhao Wanqing, who lay weakened on the ground. "How are you holding up?" "I'm fine," Zhao Wanqing began to respond, but the consequences of the earlier internal turmoil manifested, and she violently spat out a mouthful of blood. Xingtian, we should retreat. There may still be other malevolent cultivators lurking. Given your current injuries, I may not be able to protect you." Zhao Wanqing understood that her situation was dire and agreed with Xingtian's plan, just as she opened her mouth to speak. Another torrent of blood erupted from her lips. "I'll support you. Please refrain from speaking," Xingtian urged earnestly. Zhao Wanqing took a deep breath and nodded faintly. What a colossal embarrassment! That previous strike from Xingtian had merely been a show of force, and its power had evidently come at a cost. That single blow had drained half of Xingtian's spiritual energy. Remained cautious against potential ambushes from other malevolent cultivators. Xingtian was compelled to lead Zhao Wanqing in a slower retreat, as he needed to conserve his energy for any unforeseen circumstances. Perhaps the sheer power of Xingtian's strike had genuinely intimidated them, but on their way back, they encountered no ambushes as they neared Yuzhou City. However, Xingtian did not heed Zhao Wanqing's suggestion to return to the Demon Suppression Division. Instead, he took her to the Sihiyuan first. Before he could report to his master, Chu Xingchen opened the door, her gaze quickly locking onto Zhao Wanqing's pale face, stained with blood. "What happened?" Senior Zhao Wanqing once again coughed up blood. Chu Xingchen. "All right, now I understand the situation." Zhao Wanqing's injuries were, in fact, quite severe. Just looking at her complexion, it was evident that she was at least suffering from anemia, and on the way back, Zhao Wanqing had also taken a life-saving elixir to prevent her condition from deteriorating. There was a reason why Xingtian had decided to bring Zhao Wanqing back to the side courtyard first. The formation array there bore a striking resemblance to the one within the Qingfeng sect's mining site. It was highly probable that they shared a common origin. When Xingtian glimpsed a corner of the array in the village, he had a strong sense of this connection. Hence, he proposed to carry the array instruments himself. allowing Zhao Wanqing to investigate for clues that it was best to inform the master about this news first, to ascertain any potential hidden dangers and whether it could be the work of the Qingfeng sect. Perhaps it was a direct slander against the Qingfeng sect, inciting the Demon Suppression Division to eradicate it, thereby eliminating future threats. But this step needed careful planning to avoid implicating their own sect during the investigation. Whether it was Zhao Wanqing's commission or the investigation by the Demon Suppression Division, in Li Xingtian's heart, it ultimately paled in comparison to the small sect comprising just 3 individuals. The commotion in the courtyard was considerable, and Li Yingling had yet to fall asleep. Upon hearing the noise, she opened the door. Her gaze quickly locked on Zhao Wanqing, whose weak aura and pale complexion clearly indicated severe injuries. "Are you seriously injured?" Li Yingling inquired. Zhao Wanqing took a deep breath, suppressing the chaotic energy within her. "It's nothing serious. The Demon Suppression Division has professional physicians." Li Yingling's tone was sincere, and fearing Zhao Wanqing might refuse, she quickly stepped forward to take her hand. "Now that you are here, my master is an exceptional alchemist, especially skilled in healing elixirs. It's no trouble at all for you." "No need," Zhao Wanqing objected. "My master is currently adjusting the taste of his elixirs. You can help him by tasting them." Li Yingling then turned her gaze to her junior brother. "Junior brother, don't you agree?" Hearing this, Li Xingtian felt slightly speechless, but it was evident that he could not support his senior sister at this moment. What if their master concocted some peculiar elixir next time? His senior sister would surely have an excuse to have the first taste. Recalling his master's flower-based elixirs, Li Xingtian ultimately went against his conscience and said, "My senior sister is right." "Very well, I just happen to have some new ideas." Chu Xingchen did not decline. As both of his disciples currently regarded his elixirs as if they were poisoned, it was indeed time to prove himself. Li Yingling continued to hold Zhao Wanqing's hand, instructing her junior brother beside her. "Junior brother, go fetch a pot." A pot. Zhao Wanqing furrowed her brow, wondering what use a pot could possibly serve. However, she soon witnessed Chu Xingchen retrieve several spirit herbs from his spatial ring. This alchemy on site. Li Xingtian also brought out a cast iron pot specifically for alchemy from the kitchen. A bad premonition arose in Zhao Wanqing's mind. Were they planning to use an iron pot for alchemy? She had never seen an alchemist use an iron pot before. As it turned out, good premonitions rarely came to fruition, while bad ones often proved true. Zhao Wanqing soon witnessed a remarkable display of alchemy in an iron pot. A large pot of water and spirit plants quickly coalesced into a small dark green water orb, exuding unique natural fragrance from the herbs. Zhao Wanqing's eyes widened in astonishment. Can one really perform alchemy in an iron pot? Observing Zhao Wanqing's expression, Li Yingling assumed she was frightened and comforted her. "Don't be afraid. The true cause for concern lay ahead." "Huh," Zhao Wanqing uttered in confusion. Yet this time, Chu Xingchen had indeed given it considerable thought. First and foremost, bitterness is a relative taste perception. If one cannot manage the bitterness, an alternative approach to taste can be taken. As long as one cannot taste bitterness, then it is not bitter. Is it? There are numerous methods to lose one's sense of taste, and this time, Chu Xingchen selected a particular herb with blood-replenishing properties. Thus, healing and nourishing the blood could be achieved in one go. Considering Li Xingtian's aversion to flour, Chu Xingchen decided to forego it this time. "Done. Give it a try." Chu Xingchen enveloped the green water orb with spiritual energy and presented it to Zhao Wanqing. Throughout the alchemical process, Zhao Wanqing watched attentively. She recognized the spirit plants used, all of which were healing herbs. Theoretically, the concoction produced from these should be edible. However, looking at the dark green water orb before her, Zhao Wanqing steeled herself and swallowed it whole. The initial taste was indeed somewhat bitter, but quickly faded away. However, as the green medicinal liquid traveled down her throat, an intense reaction surged within her. It was an indescribable sensation of visceral resistance from her body against the medicinal liquid. From the moment it was swallowed, her body rebelled fiercely. Yet the medicinal effects seemed to disregard this resistance, boldly entering her body like a bandit forcefully kicking down a door. Moreover, the efficacy was remarkable. Zhao Wanqing could distinctly feel her internal organs beginning to recover. Yet her internal organs were also rejecting this medicinal force. Nonetheless, she could sense a simultaneous feeling of restoration. That moment, comfort and discomfort coexisted. It was akin to having someone tickling the sole of her left foot with down feathers, while another was scratching the sole of her right foot incorrectly. It was a sensation of being scratched, yet the discomfort of being scratched in the wrong place. Zhao Wanqing's only thought was how this medicine felt even more bizarre than that group of sinister cultivators. After observing Zhao Wanqing's oddly contorted expression, Li Xingtian turned to his senior sister beside her. "Senior sister, please keep an eye on her. I have matters to discuss with the master." "No problem," Li Yingling promptly agreed. It was evident that her junior brother had matters he could not let the Demon Suppression Division know, and she would certainly comply with his cooperation. Inside the room, Li Xingtian began, "Master, whether that group of sinister cultivators is connected to the Qingfeng sect remains to be discussed. However, their methods appear to share a common origin with those of the Qingfeng sect." Li Xingtian picked up a brush and paper from the table, meticulously sketching the formation arrays from the mining site and the village. However, the usage of blood energy differed somewhat from that of the Qingfeng sect. The Qingfeng sect leaned towards defense, while that group of sinister cultivators predominantly employed offensive tactics. The sinister cultivators' blood energy was highly corrosive, and if the individuals from the Qingfeng sect were indeed being manipulated, it was likely that a formidable force was orchestrating everything from behind the scenes. Chu Xingchen nodded gently at this. "So, what are your thoughts? Taking risks in a fire is naturally unwise." Li Xingtian said earnestly, "Today, the ambush in the village was merely executed by a Pinnacle Foundation establishment sinister cultivator, and their methods were not particularly strong. Thus, I believe the Qingfeng sect is the bigger fish. Reporting them would..." Li Xingtian's words trailed off as he carefully completed his sketches of the two formation arrays, marking their differences. The Qingfeng sect indeed engaged in sinister practices, and reporting them could be seen as a righteous act. However, the Qingfeng sect was protected by a nascent soul ancestor. A large tree attracts the wind. The Demon Suppression Division in Yuzhou City might be reluctant to take on this burden. After all, while the Qingfeng sect had committed wrongdoings, they had done so discreetly and without fanfare. Yet, in light of the incident involving the entire village as a living sacrifice, if the Xuanwu Kingdom was willing to take action, many sects would likely be eager to join in. Chu Xingchen glanced at his second disciple, who was now staring intently at the formation array he had drawn, his expression unreadable. Li Xingtian, sensing his master's gaze, lifted his head. "Opportunities are fleeting. One must act decisively." The following morning, within the medical facility of the Demon Suppression Division in Yuzhou City, "What kind of miraculous elixir did you take? The effects are astounding," Anyan exclaimed as she unveiled the bandage on Zhao Wanqing's hand, discovering that the once deep knife wound was now nearly healed. Zhao Wanqing responded with a slightly peculiar expression. "I consumed an elixir brewed by a senior." "Extend your hand. Let me check your pulse," Anyan said, not particularly concerned about what Zhao Wanqing had ingested, as long as it hadn't killed her. Zhao Wanqing placed her hand on the table. Anyan placed her small hand over Zhao Wanqing's pulse, studying her for a while before looking at her with curiosity. "Did you sustain serious internal injuries not long ago?" Zhao Wanqing frowned slightly. "Yes." "What of it?" "The pulse seems a bit strange. The recovery appears unusually rapid. It's likely due to the elixir you consumed." And Yen lifted her hand, speaking casually. "I've finished the examination. There's nothing wrong. Your recovery is quite swift, and you aren't poisoned. Just rest for a while, and you'll be back to your lively self." "Thank you." Zhao Wanqing had yet to finish her sentence when someone outside called out, "Captain Zhao, there's someone named Chu Xingchen at the door looking for you." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanqing swiftly rose to her feet, a hint of apology in her voice as she said, "I'm sorry, but I must take my leave." Anian, observing Zhao Wanqing's hurried silhouette, called out loudly, "Don't forget to take some time for rest. You wouldn't want to return lying down again, would you? It would only make things harder for yourself." Regrettably, Zhao Wanqing did not respond to Anian's admonition. She hastily exited the Demon Suppression Division and spotted Chu Xingchen standing beneath a nearby tree. She quickly approached him. Chu Xingchen was the first to inquire, "Have you reported the situation of that village to the Demon Suppression Division?" I have, and I have initiated the expedited process, Zhao Wanqing replied. Expedited? How long will it take? Zhao Wanqing responded with a wry smile. Approximately half a month. That is indeed quite urgent. What about now? Do you plan to investigate on your own? Chu Xingchen looked at Zhao Wanqing. Even if you don't investigate, you still need to ensure the promised spirit stones are not diminished. Naturally, the investigation must continue. After all, if we wait for half a month for the process to conclude, the culprits will have long since fled. Zhao Wanqing remarked with a hint of uncertainty. But why hasn't that individual who was with me yesterday come? Are you referring to Li Xingtian? Chu Xingchen asked, his tone somewhat peculiar. You spent 400 spirit stones and still intend to hire a few people. Zhao Wanqing quickly replied, No, it's just that Brother Li is exceptionally skilled. After all, that sword strike had left a profound impression on Zhao Wanqing. It was a power that clearly transcended that of a foundational cultivator. Moreover, he had remained remarkably composed throughout the investigation. Chu Xingchen did not press further on the previous topic, adopting a serious expression as he asked, So, do you have a target in mind now? At this, Zhao Wanqing fell silent. The peak foundational evil cultivator they encountered yesterday was likely left behind by that group of evil cultivators to observe the progress of the Demon Suppression Division's investigation and to adjust their plans accordingly. Furthermore, since the evil cultivator had not been eliminated by Li Xingtian, it was likely that they had already stirred the hornet's nest if they continued to investigate according to their previous plan. They would likely be led in circles by that group of evil cultivators, ultimately achieving nothing. The direction of the investigation would surely need to shift to keep pace with the movements of those evil cultivators. However, this was no simple task, especially given the already tenuous leads. Chu Xingchen suggested with a smile, If you lack direction, why not follow me? Zhao Wanqing looked at Chu Xingchen in surprise, hesitated for a moment, and then nodded in agreement. After all, with no clear path forward, following the recommendations of Yingling would likely prove reliable. It would be wise to see if this senior had any effective methods. Moreover, as Li Xingtian's master, this senior should be more astute than his disciple. Seeing Zhao Wanqing agree, Chu Xingchen turned and headed toward the outskirts of Yuzhou City, smiling as he said, In truth, investigating a case is sometimes not as difficult as it seems. You must look beyond the surface to grasp the essence. Do not be shackled by fixed leads, but instead unleash your imagination. Zhao Wanqing furrowed her brow at his words, which, while sensible, seemed to lack a foundation in reality. Otherwise, would it not be akin to daydreaming? Noticing Zhao Wanqing's silent demeanor, Chu Xingchen understood that she did not place much importance on his advice. However, that was of little consequence. She would soon grasp the meaning of forging a new path. From the southern outskirts of Yuzhou City, the Yuzhou River flowed inland, reaching the coast, where waterway transport thrived in such a geographical context. Smuggling was the most prevalent activity. Ordinary merchants smuggled salt, hoarded grain to inflate prices, while those at the higher end dealt in foreign antiques and illicit items. However, it was not only common folk who engaged in smuggling. Cultivators did as well. After all, they did not cultivate for the sake of delivering parcels. Navigating the river was hardly slow. Many cultivators, despite having poor talent yet yearning for the path of immortality, also resorted to smuggling herbs, elixirs, or other unsavory items to profit from the difference in spirit stone prices. Everything in the world revolves around supply and demand. Where there are needs, there are sellers. While it may be an exaggeration to label such individuals as evil cultivators, they were certainly not virtuous either. Residing firmly in a gray area, a government official of Zhao Wanqing's caliber, she would naturally not concern herself with such moral ambiguities. She had her hands full dealing with evil cultivators and monstrous beasts, with little time to pursue the lowest tier and scrupulous cultivators. Moreover, those lower-tier cultivators were hardly united. Each protected their own territory and could hardly stir up any significant trouble. Yet, what Zhao Wanqing might not realize was that those who could maintain their small territories in such a place might not be the strongest. But they were undoubtedly the most well-informed. Had Zhao Wanqing understood the characteristics of this region, she would not have displayed such an expression at that moment. Chu Xingchen and Zhao Wanqing stood at a secluded unloading dock of the Chaobang. Not far away, individuals aboard an old cargo ship were unloading large boxes of goods. Zhao Wanqing frowned as she surveyed the dilapidated dock, where several cheer-refining cultivators wielded rusty knives, their gazes fixed upon her with ill intent. She truly could not comprehend the purpose of their visit. Did they expect her to apprehend these lowly smugglers? The dock guards, with a hostile tone, addressed the two. "What are you here for?" Chu Xingchen gestured. "Show them your badge as the team leader of the Demon Suppression Division." Although Zhao Wanqing was unsure of the intent behind this visit, she complied and produced her badge from her waist. Without needing Zhao Wanqing to speak, Chu Xingchen stepped forward assertively, stating, "We are from the Demon Suppression Division. Summon your boss for questioning." Recognizing the badge, the dock guard immediately shed his earlier hostility, bowing and nodding. "Oh, it's an official. Just a moment, I'll call him." The badge of the Demon Suppression Division was exceptionally effective here. After all, these individuals lacked the courage of desperate evil cultivators. They were essentially businessmen and dared not act against the people of the Demon Suppression Division. Thus, they could only be easily managed by the division. Soon, a foundational cultivator adorned in gold and silver hurried over, his tone exceedingly humble. "Sir, we are merely running a small business here. We haven't broken any laws. You ought to go after that Wang Ermatzi at the adjacent dock. That scoundrel is trafficking people. Moreover, he lends money at exorbitant rates, forcing decent women into the trade. His numerous heinous acts are appalling. If you intend to apprehend him, I would be willing to lead you there." In response to the disgraceful comments of the foundational cultivator who was eager to lead, Chu Xingchen did not hesitate to scrutinize his attributes. Target: Guanquan blue attribute, flexible bottom line white attribute, somewhat clever white attribute, ruthless black attribute. Poor talent. Upon seeing the attribute descriptors, Chu Xingchen smiled with satisfaction that a flexible bottom line. Wasn't this exactly the type of individual he was seeking? Fortune smiled upon him. He had chosen well. Chu Xingchen remarked, "You clearly possess talent. Securing a dock for yourself here isn't an easy feat, is it?" Guanquan replied earnestly, "Thanks to the blessings of the two officials. I managed to get by we've come to seek your assistance with a case," Chu Xingchen said, patting Guanquan on the shoulder. "You should have some time, correct? Of course, whatever you need, everyone at the dock will do their utmost to assist. No need for so many. Just you will suffice." Guanquan was taken aback. Given the recent activities he had engaged in, he was hardly any better than the Wang Ermatzi he had just denounced. Who would dare accompany the team leader of the Demon Suppression Division to investigate? Surely, they were not planning to entrap him, were they? Guanquan's face displayed a conflicted reluctance as he stammered. "Sir, wouldn't it be better to have more people? After all, indeed, Captain, we should call in more from the Demon Suppression Division." Chu Xingchen initially nodded in agreement, then suddenly shifted his expression, glaring at Guanquan with a fierce tone. "You best call in more. Do not let it be said that the Demon Suppression Division bullies people." The threat was palpable in his words. Faced with Chu Xingchen's intimidation, Guanquan quickly knelt. He had no choice. These two were evidently looking for trouble. This dock represented all his savings. He could run, but the dock could not flee with him. He could only display a pained expression, his voice pleading, "Sir, is there something you wish to investigate that cannot be discussed here? I will certainly cooperate fully." Observing Guanquan's almost tearful expression, Chu Xingchen decided to pivot to a more pertinent topic, lest he truly frighten the man away. Recently, it seems that someone has been purchasing a significant quantity of ritual foundation stones at a high price, yes? Guanquan was momentarily stunned, a sense of unease rising within him. As he contemplated how to respond, he raised his gaze and caught Chu Xingchen's ambiguous smile. Taking a deep breath, Guanquan forced a smile. Indeed, there's been a group purchasing a large number of ritual foundation stones, and they seem entirely unconcerned about the premiums. Upon hearing those words, Zhao Wanqing's eyes instantly sparkled. If she were to remain oblivious at this point, she would indeed be a fool. She hurriedly inquired, "Who purchased it? What is their name?" Guanquan, upon hearing her question, cast a peculiar glance at Zhao Wanqing, hesitating momentarily. How could this foolish girl be appointed as a team leader? Can you guess why someone would spend a handsome sum to procure it here instead of visiting the prestigious treasure pavilion? It is undoubtedly due to an unrefined status, or perhaps their face is plastered on a wanted poster. Observing Guanquan's strange expression, Zhao Wanqing quickly grasped the underlying implication and realized she had just acted rather foolishly. Chu Xingchen, with a serious demeanor, remarked, "Well, you should now understand what that group intends to do with the foundation stone, correct?" Guan Quan, sounding aggrieved, replied, "That's not our business." Chu Xingchen coldly interrupted, "Think carefully before you answer. You have but one chance." Recognizing the icy expression and tone of Chu Xingchen, Guan Quan understood that failing to disclose something today would not bode well for him. He glanced at the many subordinates surrounding him. Feeling helpless, Guan Quan swiftly raised both hands, exclaiming, "Sir, I truly do not know." Chu Xingchen directed Zhao Wanqing, "Take him away." Zhao Wanqing, momentarily taken aback, pondered the utility of this action. Could it be that they intended to bring him back to the Demon Suppression Office for interrogation? By the time they pried information from him, would it not be too late? Nevertheless, Zhao Wanqing obediently escorted Guan Quan outside. The nearby subordinates watched as their leader was taken away, none daring to intervene. Guan Quan complied without resistance, yet he shouted, "Official! I genuinely do not know." Chu Xingchen chose to ignore him and turned to leave, with Zhao Wanqing following closely behind, still holding on to the increasingly vocal Guan Quan. After walking for a while, Chu Xingchen suddenly turned into a corner. Zhao Wanqing quickly followed him and rounded the corner, only to find it led to a dead end, with Chu Xingchen standing beside her. Observing, Guan Quan ceased his shouting, adopting a sycophantic tone. "Sir, might you loosen your grip?" Zhao Wanqing glanced at Chu Xingchen, and upon receiving a nod of consent, she released her hold. Chu Xingchen inquired, "Can we now discuss?" "They appear to be a group of malevolent cultivators. It is highly likely that the recent blood sacrifices are their doing." Guan Quan hastily replied, "Sir, I only sold a small portion of that batch. And once I learned of their intentions, I ceased all transactions." Zhao Wanqing observed Guan Quan, who had previously exhibited a defiant demeanor, now behaving like a sycophant. Chu Xingchen's expression turned slightly impatient, provides something of value. They seem to be preparing for a grand ritual, and a very significant one at that. Guan Quan quickly added, "I have news. They purchased a Taishan stone to serve as the core of the formation." Chu Xingchen questioned, "Who sold it?" Without hesitation, Guan Quan blurted, "It was Wang Matzi." This time, it was Zhao Wanqing who instinctively reached for the short blade at her waist before Chu Xingchen could even ask another question. Chu Xingchen, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "What on earth has Wang Matzi done to offend you so gravely?" "No, it truly was Wang Matzi who sold it. I had initially spent a considerable sum to procure a piece, only for that Wang Matzi to poach my business. I incurred quite a loss on that stone." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanqing fell silent, realizing the situation was more complex than she had thought. Guan Quan, with a pleading expression, implored, "Both of you, I only know this much. You are being dishonest." Chu Xingchen stated, placing a hand on Guan Quan's shoulder, "Did you think we came here just to take a chance? Can you guess who sent us to find you?" Upon hearing this, Guan Quan's expression shifted dramatically, and he cautiously asked, "Wang Matzi?" Chu Xingchen abruptly summoned his spirit sword, positioning it against Guan Quan's neck, and coldly declared, "It was your great-grandmother. She visited me in a dream yesterday and warned that if you dared to conceal anything, she would have me send you to meet her," faced with the sword at his throat. Guan Quan's face fell instantly, and he quickly insisted, "It truly was Wang Matzi. I only know that this group of malevolent cultivators refers to themselves as the Spirit Evil Sect. I genuinely do not know their specific plans." Chu Xingchen sneered, "Unaware are we, yet their people are still at your dock." Upon hearing this, Guan Quan's expression froze, and he suddenly looked intently at Chu Xingchen, but he could only discern mockery in his eyes. Is this man merely bluffing, or does he possess genuine intelligence? However, the sword at his neck was no bluff, and the spirit sword's chilling aura was incessantly pricking at his skin. Guan Quan took a deep breath and said, "They hail from Zhongzhou." Zhao Wanqing's eyes widened. The name Zhongzhou resonated powerfully in the southern region of Danzhou. In this world, there are effectively only two places, Zhongzhou and everywhere else. The fundamental reason lies in the fact that the spiritual veins of the world originate from Zhongzhou, subsequently branching out to other continents. Thus, this realm's concentration of spiritual energy peaks in Zhongzhou, where the foundation of cultivation relies heavily on spiritual essence. More spiritual essence begets more valuable spiritual plants and items. Moreover, those born in Zhongzhou inherently possess stronger spiritual roots than cultivators from other continents. Zhongzhou exerts an overwhelming dominance over other regions. Moreover, the sects of Zhongzhou often disdainfully neglect to expand to other continents, as they find them too impoverished to yield any profit. Very few cultivators from Zhongzhou venture to other continents. Those who do are either unable to thrive in Zhongzhou or have completely given up. Yet, once one embarks on the path of cultivation, Huunti wish to witness the grandeur and pathways seen by the top-tier cultivators. Hence, malevolent cultivators from Zhongzhou indeed possess a considerable aura of intimidation. Fortunately, for malevolent cultivators hailing from Zhongzhou, simply reporting to the Zhongzhou Immortal Alliance will ensure that cultivators from Zhongzhou will come to address the matter. However, all of this requires the one thing Zhao Wanqing is most in need of: time. Chu Xingchen continued to inquire. And what else? This single question would not suffice to mislead Chu Xingchen. After all, Li Xingtian had mixed with Zhongzhou before his rebirth and was rumored to have thrived there. At this juncture, Guan Quan's expression darkened as he spoke earnestly. They are undoubtedly acquiring items not just from us. Ever since the recent rumors of malevolent cultivators performing blood sacrifices, I grew suspicious. I initially believed they would flee to other places after the incident. However, they did not. They even increased their purchases. According to my conjecture, their blood sacrifices of mortals are merely a cover. Blood sacrifices of mere mortals could hardly satisfy the appetites of those Zhongzhou individuals. Their true target must be the sects in this vicinity. Only by sacrificing cultivators can they truly satiate their desires. If possible, Guan Quan wished to steer clear of these affairs. Merely selling items to earn some spirit stone sufficed. Yet, fate often propels individuals forward. Engaging in this line of work inherently carries risks. Had it not been for the arrival of the Demon Suppression Office, he would likely have remained silent. Blood sacrifices involving sects had nothing to do with him. Moreover, he stood to gain a considerable profit. However, the gentleman before him was not one to be trifled with. Guan Quan had no doubt that the sword at his neck would not hesitate to fall. Given the circumstances, rather than return home to placate the malevolent cultivators, it would be wiser to fully betray them. Eradicate those accursed malevolent cultivators entirely, ensuring they would no longer dare to return. In doing so, he would also alleviate any lingering concerns. With a fierce expression, Guan Quan declared, "If you genuinely intend to investigate this matter, then check those sects. There may be unexpected gains." Chu Xingchen slowly retracted the spirit sword, turning his gaze toward Zhao Wanqing, who had listened intently throughout. Zhao Wanqing furrowed her brow, her hand gripping her short blade. After a long moment, she finally spoke, "You may leave for now." Upon hearing this, Guan Quan's expression relaxed, and he immediately drew a short blade from his waist. To Zhao Wanqing's astonishment, he proceeded to inflict several deep cuts across his body. He then turned and dashed towards the dock. Zhao Wanqing watched Guan Quan's retreating figure, perplexed. Is this a feigned act of self-harm? Might it be too obvious? Chu Xingchen chuckled lightly, dispelling her doubts. Many matters cannot be clarified merely through words, regardless of how one explains. Those who ought to be suspicious will remain so. For him, what is paramount now is his attitude. Zhao Wanqing cast a sidelong glance at Chu Xingchen and inquired, "Do you believe his words to be truthful? What do you think?" Zhao Wanqing's expression turned grave as she lowered her head, and after a prolonged silence, she finally replied, "What he said is likely the truth." "Then do you intend to continue your investigation?" Chu Xingchen asked in a calm tone. Zhao Wanqing clasped her fists, stating, "I shall not trouble you with the ensuing matters. Thank you for your assistance. After all, concerning the Central Plains, that group of wicked cultivators possesses at least golden core cultivation. Compounded by their terrifying blood aura, expect a golden core practitioner to embark on a perilous venture for a mere 400 spirit stones is nothing short of absurd." Chu Xingchen inquired, "Is that so? But do you still intend to investigate alone?" Zhao Wanqing resolutely replied, "Yes." Chu Xingchen teased, "You, in your folly, will not be able to uncover anything alone. Even if you cannot succeed, you must attempt it." "Alas, how foolish you are! You do not even comprehend my words." Zhao Wanqing puzzled, asked, "What does the elder mean by that?" "Increase the payment." Guan Quan, drenched in blood, dashed back to his dock, pushing aside those who attempted to express concern for him. He headed straight for a small room, abruptly flinging open the door. Inside, a figure cloaked in black sat calmly on a chair, his voice raspy. "Back already?" These words momentarily stunned Guan Quan, but he quickly regained his composure. Urgency lacing his tone. "The Demon Suppression Bureau has discovered us. I plan to flee to Lianyang City for safety. You should escape too. What is there to panic about?" The black-clad figure chuckled lightly. "What of the Demon Suppression Bureau?" The leisurely demeanor of the black-clad man completely caught Guan Quan off guard, as if he were the one in control. Guan Quan, bewildered by the audacity of this wicked cultivator, exclaimed, "They know you are here. They will surely come to capture you soon. Even if you are unafraid, shouldn't you withdraw?" The black-clad figure lightly tapped the table. "Do not rush. Let us wait a moment longer." Guan Quan, astonished, asked, "Wait. Wait for what?" Of course, to await the arrival of those from the Demon Suppression Bureau, but a sense of foreboding washed over Guan Quan as he perceived that the wicked cultivator before him was behaving like a madman. He hastily said, "What on earth are you thinking? I will not indulge your madness any longer. I am leaving. You can handle the goods here yourself." As he turned to depart, the black-clad figure seized Guan Quan's shoulder. "You shall wait with me." Guan Quan's eyes flared with fury. "What are you waiting for?" "For the arrival of others," the black-clad figure replied, just as a surge of dark crimson blood aura erupted from his right hand, lunging toward Guan Quan's head. Anticipating the attack, Guan Quan swiftly evaded the strike. "What use is it for you to attack me?" The black-clad figure remained silent, his dark red aura surging forth with overwhelming ferocity. He lunged forward, delivering a devastating punch towards Guan Quan's head. Guan Quan raised his hand to block. Bang! The weight of that fist was immense, the blood aura violently coursing through his meridians, wreaking havoc upon his spiritual energy. Guan Quan's aptitude was lacking. His foundation was merely a hastily constructed, inferior one bolstered by pills. In contrast, the black-clad figure not only possessed the blood aura, but was also at the pinnacle of foundational cultivation. Moreover, Guan Quan had already sustained injuries prior, making him no match for this opponent. The black-clad figure glanced sideways and noticed Zhao Wanxing had arrived at short distance. Instantly, his blood aura surged even more violently, as if desperate for Zhao Wanxing to witness. Then, right before Zhao Wanxing's eyes, he unleashed a series of punches, crushing Guan Quan's head to a pulp. Not far away, Zhao Wanxing witnessed the black-clad wicked cultivator, engulfed in blood aura, deliver blow after blow, reducing Guan Quan's head to a mangled mess. The elder's speculation was indeed accurate. That group of wicked cultivators had sent someone to the dock, and Guan Quan undoubtedly harbored secrets yet to be divulged. To ensure silence, the wicked cultivator had opted for murder to eliminate witnesses. At this moment, Zhao Wanxing turned back, hoping that Chu Xingchen would still be willing to assist in capturing this potentially dangerous wicked cultivator. After all, nothing would be more convenient than prying the secrets from the lips of this wicked being. Though Zhao Wanxing was still a distance away, she served merely as bait to attract attention. Meanwhile, Chu Xingchen had already circled around. All hope now rested on him. Before long, the highly anticipated Chu Xingchen emerged from the side, his spirit sword radiating with blinding brilliance. Despite the distance, Zhao Wanxing could distinctly feel the oppressive aura unique to a golden core cultivator. That sense of pressure indicated a formidable opponent, at least at the later stages of golden core cultivation. Truly, a testament to Yao Qin's recommendation. Unbelievably impressive, Chu Xingchen's sword transformed into a beam of light, descending fiercely upon the black-clad wicked cultivator. Boom! The might of that strike was immense. Dust erupted instantaneously, obscuring Zhao Wanxing's view. Then a violent and chaotic blood aura erupted forth. It seemed as though they exchanged several blows within the haze. The fierce radiance of spiritual energy pierced through the dust. Another series of explosive sounds erupted, stirring up even more tumultuous debris. The clash of these two top-tier cultivators sent shockwaves through the air, leaving Zhao Wanxing awestruck by the sheer power of the residual energy. The ferocity of the aftermath made it clear to Zhao Wanqing that this was not a battle she could partake in. And perhaps she was not even worthy of witnessing this moment. A hint of worry crept into Zhao Wanqing's mind. Due to the dust cloud obscuring her view, she could not discern who held the advantage. However, this concern did not linger for long. From within the dust, the black-clad wicked cultivator's figure was the first to retreat, fleeing frantically towards the southeast. Following closely behind, Chu Xingchen, wielding his spirit sword, pursued with great speed. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhao Wanqing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Chu Xingchen trailed the black-clad figure for approximately 3/4 of an hour. Suddenly, the black-clad figure halted, turning back to remove his hood, revealing a malevolent mask beneath. His raspy voice shifted. "Master, this will suffice." Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen also came to a stop, expanding his consciousness to confirm no one was present before he sighed and sheathed his spirit sword. He then found a large stone and casually seated himself. Xingtian stepped forward, removing the malevolent mask from his face, and approached his master. He inquired, "Did everything go smoothly? Did she harbor any suspicions?" "Smoothly. At least she has not grown suspicious," Chu Xingchen replied, observing Xingtian. "Your acting skills are quite commendable in the realm of cultivation. Versatility is invaluable." Xingtian maintained a calm expression, then clasped his hands in respect. "Then I shall go assist my senior sister in wrapping things up. There were still some arrangements to complete, and time was of the essence." Chu Xingchen nodded lightly, rising as well. "Very well. But ensure you exercise caution. Do not go too far." "Rest assured," Xingtian assured with a nod. Chu Xingchen watched Xingtian's departing figure, sighed softly, and made his way back to the dock where Zhao Wanqing awaited. This entire endeavor had commenced with the intention of seeking Zhao Wanqing, all part of a meticulously crafted plan. However, it was not solely to implicate the Qingfeng sect. All the clues Zhao Wanqing was aware of were indeed genuine. The purchase of Taishan stones was legitimate, as was the origin of the wicked cultivators from the Central Plains. Even the revelation that the wicked cultivators intended to sacrifice their sect was true, since Zhao Wanqing had returned heavily injured the previous day. Chu Xingchen and Xingtian had set out once more to investigate. After all, if a foundational practitioner could be left to clean up, then it was highly probable that among that group of wicked cultivators, there existed those with golden core cultivation as well. While his disciple was protected by talismans, allowing him to wander aimlessly in uncertain circumstances was far too perilous. Moreover, his disciple's suggestion had merit. Investigating the situation first before formulating a plan was indeed the prudent course of action. The formations and rituals drawn by Xingtian all required substantial foundational stones. Thus, Chu Xingchen's initial target had been the smuggler's dock. Xingtian's cultivation method allowed him to manipulate blood aura, making it relatively easy to masquerade as a blood-cultivating wicked cultivator. Chu Xingchen, on the other hand, ensured Xingtian's safety from the outside. With an identity secured, they could gather information from several docks. It was not overly challenging to identify a few names and enact a performance using their assumed identities, especially since Guan Quan had brought this upon himself. In summary, everything had proceeded rather smoothly. Chu Xingchen returned to Guan Quan's dock. This moment, those scattered qi, refining loose cultivators had long since fled after Guan Quan's demise. Only Zhao Wanqing appeared to be searching the dock for any leftover clues. Chu Xingchen spoke. "I apologize. There were others who came to assist him, and I could not apprehend him." Zhao Wanqing, undeterred, replied, "As long as the elder is unharmed, that is sufficient. Have you discovered any clues?" "Some hints," Zhao Wanqing said, producing a blood-red spirit stone from her waist pocket. "I found this while searching his corpse." Chu Xingchen furrowed his brows as he gazed at the spirit stone in Zhao Wanqing's hand, extending his finger to lightly touch it. This particular spirit stone was not arranged by Chu Xingchen and Xingtian. It belonged to Guan Quan. The blood-red spirit stone resembled those found in the Qingfeng sect's mine, albeit with a purer essence of blood. The Qingfeng sect primarily condensed their spirit stones from the blood essence of cultivators at the second or third level of qi refinement. Even so, the blood essence was still of a lower grade than the blood-red spirit stone in Zhao Wanqing's possession. Chu Xingchen frowned and remarked, "They have probably succeeded once. It seems a sect has been sacrificed. This might also be one of Guan Quan's hidden secrets that it appears he has utilized the methods of malevolent cultivators to reach the foundation establishment stage. And oh wonder Xingtian trusted him so quickly during their encounter. However, that group of malevolent cultivators is swift and exceedingly greedy. Even after achieving success once, they refuse to retreat, continuing their endeavors under the pressure from the Demon Suppression Division. The situation has changed drastically now. This time, the malevolent cultivators seem truly formidable. Zhao Wanqing, observing the blood essence spirit stone before her, nodded gravely that we should return to the Demon Suppression Division and dispatch personnel to investigate the situation at the various smaller sections. I shall take my leave for now. If necessary, feel free to seek me out at the Sihiyuan. Chu Xingchen sighed, cautioning her, be careful in your actions and act within your capabilities, given the current developments. Chu Xingchen knew he must reassess his plans. Zhao Wanqing clenched the blood essence spirit stone in her hand, feeling an increasing sense of dread as the investigation unfolded, from initially suspecting that malevolent cultivators had targeted the Demon Suppression Division. It had escalated to them blood-sacrificing an entire village, and now it seemed their true intention was to blood-sacrifice a sect. Moreover, they had at least succeeded once. Even the smallest sects had a golden core cultivator overseeing them. The rapid progression of these events far exceeded Zhao Wanqing's capacity to manage them. The mere thought of the battles between her seniors and the malevolent cultivators left her feeling utterly powerless. In that moment, all she could do was softly reply, "I understand. You need not worry." Senior Sihiyuan, not long after Chu Xingchen's return, someone arrived for a visit. Even before Xingtian had returned, Yingling was also absent from the Sihiyuan, likely still wrapping things up with Xingtian that if they were to return, it would be together. "Did you arrange these matters?" Yao Qin inquired, seated on a stone chair, sipping the tea brewed by Chu Xingchen himself. Chu Xingchen, his expression impassive, responded, "Which matters do you refer to?" Yao Qin set down her teacup, her expression serious. "The Qingfeng sect." Chu Xingchen sighed. "Initially, yes, but upon further investigation, I realized it may not even be necessary to go to such lengths. The Qingfeng sect likely won't exist for much longer." Upon seeing the blood essence spirit stone, Chu Xingchen comprehended that the Qingfeng sect was merely a main course on the malevolent cultivator's dining table. However, this main course was guarded by a formidable elder at the nascent soul stage, necessitating a careful plot from that group of malevolent cultivators. Chu Xingchen inquired, "Has Zhao Wanqing shown you the blood essence spirit stone she brought back?" "I have seen it," Yao Qin replied, her demeanor growing grave. "We have reported the situation to Zhongzhou, and in approximately half a month, specialized personnel will come to address it. This matter is exceedingly dangerous. It would be prudent for you to refrain from involvement until the arrival of those from Zhongzhou to clean up the aftermath." Chu Xingchen chuckled lightly at her words, choosing not to argue. Yao Qin held her teacup firmly. "I have also advised Zhao Wanqing to cease her actions. Her younger brother has passed the critical period, and is merely a matter of time before he awakens." Chu Xingchen sighed, seemingly losing interest. "I understand." Yao Qin nodded in response, her beautiful eyes gazing at the azure sky. She remained silent, cradling her teacup. Chu Xingchen cast a curious glance at Yao Qin. She was usually quick to dismiss others. Yet today she sat quietly, gazing at the sky. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly realized, "Are you perhaps yearning for my cooking?" Yao Qin turned to glance at him, still silent. She did have a slight craving, but that was not her primary reason for being there. Unconsciously, Yao Qin began to rotate the teacup in her hands. "Oh, you have time this evening?" Chu Xingchen supported his head with his hand. "Tonight? I will have some time later. I promised my disciple I would accompany her to the temple fair." "Then there's no issue." Upon receiving the response, Yao Qin stood up and turned towards the door and could see the entrance. She paused and, with a hint of concern, advised, "I will pay you for Zhao Wanqing's spirit stone. Do not involve yourself in this matter any further." After all, during Chu Xingchen's impoverished days, he had undertaken countless perilous tasks for the sake of spirit stones. Should this young man perceive an opportunity for gain, he might very well venture out recklessly again. Chu Xingchen, who had previously appeared disheartened, instantly perked up at her words, unable to hide his delight. "All right. Rich lady sister. I promise I won't get involved. Yao frowned at his remark, displeased. What do you mean, rich lady sister? That sounds terrible. Do not address me in such a manner, Chu Xingchen argued. What is so terrible about it? In my hometown, everyone loves someone like you. Beautiful and generous, a rich lady sister, I don't care. I don't like it. Do not call me that. Yao shot him a cold glare, snorted derisively, and turned to leave. With her departure, tranquility returned to the courtyard. Chu Xingchen lowered his gaze to the teacup before him and swiftly drank it all in one go. Although the situation was veering off course, it still remained within his grasp. Master, I'm back. The door swung open as Li Yingling excitedly dashed in, a shovel in her hand, beaming with joy. Mission accomplished. Xingtian followed closely behind, entering the room. Master, everything went smoothly. Chu Xingchen clapped enthusiastically, praising them. Excellent, truly worthy disciples of mine. Hearing this, Li Yingling proudly lifted her chin. After the praise, Chu Xingchen shifted gears, stating, however, let us set those matters aside for now. Tonight we gather for the temple fair. Li Yingling promptly asked. Did something happen? Chu Xingchen shrugged. It seems the situation is indeed quite significant. Yao advised us not to get involved at Li Yingling sighed. Does that mean all our efforts were in vain? Well, having Master accompany us to the temple fair isn't so bad after all. Xingtian nodded nonchalantly in agreement. Chu Xingchen nodded in satisfaction. All right, the sect's first team-building exercise is about to commence. The temple fair serves as a warm-up for the upcoming Lantern Festival. The venue is the largest Buddhist temple in Yuzhou City. The Chanlin Temple, to be honest, the original Lantern Festival had little to do with temples. Initially, there were no temple fairs. The Lantern Festival was simply about writing wishes on lanterns and letting them float down the Yuzhou River, symbolizing that hopes would sail smoothly. The wishes inscribed on the lanterns were typically for promotions, wealth, or finding a partner, embodying a sense of simplicity. However, the emergence of the temple fair must be attributed to how Chanlin Temple rose to prominence as Yuzhou City's foremost Buddhist temple. In this world, where the path of immortality was a tangible reality, beliefs were often the aspirations of mortals unable to cultivate. Moreover, the number of true believers was rather meager. Every genuine cultivator would proclaim, "My fate is in my own hands, not dictated by heaven." Thus, unlike the monks in Chu Xingchen's previous world who were exempt from taxes, here the monks had to pay taxes. Firstly, monks are still human. And secondly, they require sustenance. To eat. Monks need to spend money, and to create golden statues of the Buddha, they also need funds. Solely relying on the meager offerings from believers barely provided for their basic needs. If they wished to create golden statues for the Buddha or Bodhisattvas, that was akin to dreaming under the moonlight. As evidenced, desperate monks would abandon their doctrines for the sake of survival. The monks of Chanlin Temple had set their sights on profiting from Yuzhou City's most festive occasion, the Lantern Festival. Lanterns were originally intended for wishes, but wishing did not have to be confined to lanterns. The Buddha would suffice. If you spend money on lanterns, it counts as giving. If you come forward to light a stick of incense, that counts too. Moreover, the cost of a stick of incense is significantly less than that of a lantern. In any realm, the impoverished are always in abundance. There will always be those who cannot afford to purchase lanterns for their wishes, yet the far cheaper incense becomes a viable alternative. Consequently, the Buddha, who teaches the renunciation of greed, also begins to bless people with wealth. Furthermore, there are eminent monks within the Zen forest. The Zen temple deliberately constructed a wider road outside its premises, renting it out to merchants in exchange for site fees. As long as they refrain from bringing barbecued skewers into the temple, the Buddha's stance is one of tolerance, which indeed attracts a considerable number of vendors. They even understand the art of hunger marketing, holding their events only in the days leading up to the Lantern Festival, ensuring they do not overdo it to maintain the excitement. The Zen temple has thus profited immensely from capitalizing on the Lantern Festival. The Buddha's golden statue grows ever larger. Naturally, organizing a temple fair is not merely about expanding the road to accommodate merchants. After all, why must they set up stalls right at the temple's entrance? And must they pay you for that? The organizers of the fair, the Zen temple, must host activities sufficient to draw crowds that on the 15th, the Water Forest Dharma assembly occurs, where a group of monks chant scriptures for the deceased. Allowing individuals to pay to have their ancestral tablets displayed in the most prominent positions in jest, the citizens of Yuzhou City remark, the flowers cost millions in gold, yet the Buddha's head sits atop our ancestors' tablets. Those with a sense of pride are naturally inclined to see their ancestors' tablets elevated above others. This could be considered one of the Zen temple's most lucrative ventures, even though the people of Yuzhou City mock it annually. They have yet to cease this practice. The 16th features the Buddhist martial arts competition, the 17th the Grand Lantern Festival, and the 18th a Buddhist pilgrimage. In summary, for the sake of merriment, the Zen temple seems capable of engaging in virtually any activity, even parading around with a statue of an arhat. The reluctance to oppose the Buddha stems purely from the statue's considerable weight, making it impractical to carry. They even euphemistically refer to it as a divine pilgrimage to safeguard peace. Although the Zen temple boasts ample funds, a large following, and considerable renown, such worldly conduct has drawn the unified disdain of other temples. Today marks the first day of the temple fair, and the opening event is the Water Forest Dharma Assembly. On the bustling fairground, Yingling, clad in a pale yellow embroidered skirt, with 2 pouches hanging at her waist, one black for copper coins and one silver for small change, hold a candied hawthorn in her left hand and a small round fan embroidered with white lotus on a blue background in her right. Gently fanning herself, countless eyes are irresistibly drawn to this striking young woman. Yet, no one dares to approach her, largely due to the imposing figure of Xingtian trailing behind her. This man, with a cold demeanor, can intimidate any ill-intentioned individual with just a single glare. As a late-stage foundation-building cultivator, a mere glance from him can instill fear in ordinary folk, dressed in black robes. He carries a sugar cart filled with candied hawthorns for his senior sister. Apologies, but these candied hawthorns are not for sale. Xingtian somewhat helplessly declines a child eager to buy one. Yingling turns her head to find that the child, perhaps 6 or 7 years old, is enthusiastically waving the F.A.N.I.T.S. all right. Junior brother shares skewer with her. The little girl beams with joy as she receives the candied hawthorn, saying, "Thank you, uncle and sister." Xingtian, upon hearing this, feels somewhat speechless. Why must she refer to his senior sister as sister, yet him as uncle? Is there really such a significant age difference? Yingling, with a satisfied smile, comments, "See, that little girl is quite adorable. Asnt she. If only she were mute." Xingtian responds with a tone of resignation, watching the little girl happily scamper off to find her parents. Yingling nods approvingly. That remark had quite the master-esque flair. However, if it were the master, he would have snatched the candied hawthorn back. Xingtian interjects, "You're being rather disparaging towards the master." Upon hearing this, Yingling pouts in displeasure, subtly raising her brow to indicate he should look aside. Xingtian glances over in a throng of beautiful maidens. One particularly handsome young man clad in white stands out. The sounds of flirtation and admiration reach even from a distance. Where does the young master reside? Surely, the young master is not from Yuzhou City, for I have never seen him before. Young master. I've been feeling unwell lately. Could you take a look? Xingtian shakes his head and sighs at the scene. Didn't you insist on the master wearing that outfit you gifted him before he left? The master mentioned that wearing it would surely attract a crowd of women. I thought he was boasting. Yingling retorts. Who would have known those girls would be so shameless, clinging to him? Wasn't it supposed to be a sect outing? Yet it seems the master is already engaged in socializing with others. Xingtian retracts his gaze. Then, senior sister, you could very well bring the master back. I refuse. Just look at how happy the master is. If he returns, he'll surely take it out on me. Yingling protests, but then her eyes suddenly light up. She spots the ethereal Yaoqin gracefully ascending the slope. Clad in an elegant white skirt adorned with lotus motifs, with her flowing black hair held up by a jade hairpin, and a finely crafted white fan in hand depicting fireflies, her exceptional demeanor and beauty ought to be the focal point of the fair. Yet, the bustling crowd seems oblivious to her presence. With each step she takes, the throng parts to create a path for her. The master's undisclosed beloved has arrived. Yingling chuckles inwardly, as it's not that the disciple is unwilling to shield the master. Rather, The master has simply abandoned them first. Li Xingtian's gaze quickly fixates on Yaoqin, then he turns to alert the master. Junior brother, Li Yingling calls out to stop him. Xingtian turns. His expression puzzled as he looks at his senior sister. Yingling covers the lower half of her face with her fan, speaking enticingly. You must make the master understand that beauty is as sharp as a knife. Li Yingling knows her junior brother is, in the words of their master, a staunchly straight man. Although she is unaware of what he has experienced, he is particularly wary of feminine charms. Each time he sees the master conversing with a woman, he reveals a fleeting look of regret for the master straying down this path. Xingtian, momentarily taken aback by her words, hesitates but ultimately halts his steps. If it were anyone else, he might disregard it, but considering it is his senior sister's suggestion, it seems to hold some merit. Ultimately, if the master truly becomes angry, he could use his senior sister as an excuse. With this thought in mind, Li Xingtian also comes to a stop. Yaoqin's gaze soon locks onto the conspicuously towering figure of Li Xingtian, as a man carrying a cart of candied hawthorns is indeed hard to overlook. As she glances to the side, she notices Li Yingling waving at her from a distance. Yaoqin gently waves her fan in response, only to curiously realize that Chu Xingchen is not nearby. Li Yingling, seemingly aware of her confusion from afar, points in a particular direction with her fan. Yaoqin, puzzled, looks to see the back of a young man in white. This silhouette is strikingly familiar, and with Li Yingling's indication, she instantly recognizes the identity of its owner. Well, is this what you call accompanying your disciple to the temple fair? Yaoqin grips the handle of her white jade fan tightly, quickening her steps towards Chu Xingchen. As she draws nearer, she can hear the words of the women surrounding him. Indeed, master, your predictions are truly accurate. Please, could you take a closer look at my figure? One curvaceous woman in a dress nearly leans against Chu Xingchen, her hand hovering suggestively, leaving it unclear who is taking advantage of whom. Chu Xingchen glances down at the woman's hand with a smile. True curves are not discerned by mere hands. And what, pray tell, are they assessed by? A voice, tinged with coldness and ire, interjects. Chu Xingchen, mistaking it for a new arrival, pays it little mind, jesting guess. The dress-clad woman blushes slightly, playfully covering her face as she coos. Master, you're so naughty. Is that how one assesses curves? The icy voice returns, now unmistakably familiar. Chu Xingchen quickly pivots to face the source of the voice, only to find Yaoqin grinning with a facade of politeness. Upon catching sight of her, Chu Xingchen promptly turns back around. First and foremost, remain calm in the face of adversity. Despite Yaoqin's seemingly intimidating demeanor, there is no genuine relationship to speak of between them. She has no reason to intervene in his affairs, and as long as he remains resolute, he has done nothing wrong. The most crucial aspect is that sycophants meet a wretched end. They would rather perish than grovel. Acknowledging one's faults is utterly impossible. Yet, it is evident that Yaoqin harbors a different sentiment. She stepped forward, and the women encircling Chu Xingchen instinctively parted to create space. With unwavering focus, Yaoqin fixed her gaze upon Chu Xingchen and inquired, "Did you not claim you would accompany your disciple to the temple fair today?" As Yaoqin approached to speak, the surrounding women suddenly became aware of the presence of an extraordinary beauty nearby, who seemingly shared a familiar rapport with the handsome youth before them. But what does familiarity matter? The woman in the elegant gown by Chu Xingchen's side was unwilling to relinquish her position and gently interjected. The master said he would teach us palmistry. We are all his disciples. Upon hearing this, Yaoqin's eyes turned icy as she shifted her gaze towards the gown-clad woman. The latter was struck by the intensity of that beautiful gaze, feeling as if her very soul trembled with cold dread, as though there existed a chasm between their essences. Yaoqin coldly commanded, "Leave." The gown-clad woman, silenced by the admonition, hastily gathered her skirts and retreated from the crowd. The remaining women, sensing the ominous atmosphere, understood that while gentlemanly virtues are commendable, their lives were of paramount importance. The woman before them was likely a practitioner. How could mere mortals dare provoke those who flit through the air like celestial beings? Despite their reluctance, they swiftly departed. A void suddenly appeared around Chu Xingchen. Yaoqin's piercing gaze returned to him, reiterating her query. "Did you not say you would be exploring the temple fair with your disciple today?" Chu Xingchen pointed to the ground, stating, "This is the temple fair." He then gestured towards two of his rebellious disciples nearby, who had not even acknowledged his presence, adding, "Along with those two disciples over there. Is it not true that you are out with your disciples at the fair?" Yao Qin regarded Chu Xingchen's audacious demeanor, clenching her fan tightly. "What brings you here?" Chu Xingchen chuckled lightly. "I recall you were not fond of mingling in such revelries. Could it be that you came to seek me out?" "Bah! Who would seek you out?" Yao Qin turned aside. "Who do you think you are?" "Of course, an old friend," Chu Xingchen replied, waving his sleeve and placing his hands on his hips. "How do I look in this outfit?" Yao Qin surveyed him from head to toe and could not deny that, compared to the disheveled Chu Xingchen of yore, he now exuded an air of refinement. "Who purchased this attire for you?" "Naturally, it was my eldest disciple," he responded. Yao Qin scoffed. "In this outfit, you at least resemble a person." "Thank you for the compliment," Chu Xingchen replied nonchalantly to Yingling approached from a distance, her small fan swaying and a smile brightening her face as she called out, "Master!" Chu Xingchen shot an irritated glare at his own ragged attire before shifting his gaze to Li Yingling's companion. Li Xingtian, questioning why he had not informed him of her presence, Xingtian, with an innocent expression, subtly indicated that his senior sister had not permitted him to do so, although Yao Qin's tone was frigid. She was, in truth, not angry. She understood Chu Xingchen's nature. In his shameless words, how could they expect to enjoy the fruits of his beauty without cost? Before Yao Qin met Chu Xingchen, she was already aware of his frequent visits to the pleasure quarters, where he relied on his looks to indulge without expenditure. Thus, the current scene was hardly surprising. Yet, she felt some irritation. Despite being at the golden core stage, he seemed devoid of the stature befitting one of his cultivation level. Which golden core cultivator would engage in such hand-holding with mere mortals, let alone be so engrossed in palmistry? Yao Qin gently waved her fan, sending a few strands of hair fluttering. The Water Forest Dharma Assembly is worth attending today. Li Yingling, naturally familiar with such gatherings, linked her arm with Yao Qin's and inquired with curiosity, "Sister Yao Qin, could it be that this Water Forest Dharma Assembly holds something of significance?" Chu Xingchen interjected playfully. "What are you calling her sister for? You should refer to her as Master Yao Qin." Without hesitation, Yao Qin raised her fan and playfully swatted Chu Xingchen, coldly retorting, "Do you no longer wish for spirit stones?" At her words, Chu Xingchen immediately feigned forgetfulness regarding his previous statement, adopting a genuinely innocent tone. "Sister Yao Qin, does today's Water Forest Dharma Assembly perhaps possess some profound insights?" Currently, Chu Xingchen was left with naught but silver and gold. He had no spirit stones to spare. Should the bloodstone prove irreversible, the spirit stone reward Yao Qin had promised was his sole hope for the gathering. In the face of spirit stones, what is pride worth? "Master, I implore you, grant your disciple some dignity," Li Yingling sighed. "At this rate, I shall never dare accompany you out again." She felt her master's bottom line was far too flexible, especially when it came to matters regarding spirit stones. Chu Xingchen retorted, "Good disciple, henceforth do not seek spirit stones from me." "Master, I was wrong." Li Yingling quickly capitulated. Xingtian internally sighed. His senior sister had learned shamelessness from their master quite thoroughly. Would she one day brazenly reveal their sect's secrets? Leaving the opposing cultivators bewildered, "You are the disciple from that shameless sect?" Yao Qin observed the two jesters with mild exasperation. Indeed, a master begets a disciple. She began to elucidate. The Water Forest Dharma Assembly is not merely a social gathering. The Chanlin Temple will also harness the collective will of the populace. Chu Xingchen and Li Xingtian, upon hearing this, displayed a lack of enthusiasm. They had no interest in the will of the people. Even if it were freely given in this world, the path of cultivation is singular, an unequivocal highway. Yet this world is vast, and aside from the main road, there exist several smaller paths. For instance, the path of martial cultivators, who refine themselves, or the scholarly path of Confucians. The will of the people is but one such path, a unique form of spiritual power. However, even nefarious cultivators look down upon such power. Any form of free gain comes at a price. And this is particularly evident when it comes to the will of the people. Perhaps it is true that the will of the people does not concern roots or spiritual roots. and can be absorbed by various entities, even wild spirits. Most wild spirits, upon occasionally awakening their intelligence, possess no methods of cultivation, merely understanding how to breathe in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Even with exceptional talent, without a cultivation method, they could never break through the foundation stage merely through breathing. Thus, the will of the people emerges as the clearest path available to them. However, the price is equally apparent. Once one uses the will of the people to elevate their cultivation, they become eternally bound to it. Should they cease to absorb the will of the people, their cultivation, having been propped up by it, will inevitably fall. This decline is nearly irreversible. Once one descends from the golden core stage to the foundation stage, it becomes exceedingly difficult to ascend back to the golden core. Ultimately, relying on the will of the people will lead to a form of entrapment. Moreover, ensuring a continuous supply of will requires fulfilling the desires of the followers, who would continue to believe in someone who offers nothing in return. Thus, it is fundamentally a troublesome and unreliable path. Yingling's cultivation was not weak, but her foundational knowledge of cultivation was rather lacking. It was not that Chu Xingchen had neglected her. He had provided some basic textbooks for her to study. However, Yingling seemed utterly disinterested in such purely informative works. After all, those texts were merely foundational courses, far less engaging than stories of cultivation. Furthermore, that book was excessively thick, with the index for monster classifications alone spanning 4 or 5 pages, not to mention the rest. After 2 days of perusing, Yingling felt it was of little use and had long since tossed it aside to gather dust. Chu Xingchen did not force her to finish it. After all, in cultivation, one would eventually learn through practice. Thus, Yingling currently did not grasp the concept of the will of the people. However, upon observing the slightly disdainful expressions of her master and junior brother, she deduced that whatever could elicit such reactions from both was unlikely to be favorable. Yet, Yaoqin had come specifically to see it, which clearly suggested it was not a simple matter. Noticing the perplexed expression on his disciple's face, Chu Xingchen sighed and offered a casual explanation. You might liken it to counterfeit elixirs. Once you cease their use, your cultivation plummets. Upon hearing this, Yingling's eyes lit up with understanding. Yaoqin shook her head slightly. If it were only that, I would not have come. However, this Chanlin Dharma assembly appears to be an experiment. They seem to have discovered other applications for the will of the people. Chu Xingchen chimed in. A wild guess, but they likely intend to condense the will of the people into magical tools. Xingtian pondered for a moment before proposing his own thoughts. Even if the will can be condensed into magical tools, the enhancement is minimal. It would be more advantageous to capture a spirit beast and nourish it with the will of the people for guarding purposes. Yingling, not concerned with the details, eagerly suggested, why not go take a look? I heard this year they're investing more than ever, enough to place a spirit token atop the Chanlin abbot's head. Chu Xingchen exclaimed in shock. Goodness, how can the host be so shameless? How much money has been spent on this? This time, it's spirit stones. Yaoqin, shielding the lower half of her face with a fan, struggled to contain her laughter, saying that this time the spirit tablet was likely quite large and should stand out prominently. Xingtian, upon hearing this, was left speechless. In his previous life, he had never encountered such a brazen display. It seemed that ever since he had been following his master, he had found few here with any sense of propriety. Could it be true that one becomes tainted by their surroundings? If Chu Xingchen were to learn how his second disciple disparaged him in thought, he would undoubtedly deliver a profound lesson on respecting one's teacher. Ultimately, the spectacle of the Zen master's antics was far more captivating than the discussion on the usage of willpower. Thus, the 4 of them reached a consensus and made their way towards the Zen forest temple. Although the streets leading to the temple were crowded, thanks to Yaoqin's golden core techniques, they managed to navigate through without hindrance. Yingling seemed genuinely delighted to partake in such a lively gathering. Her face lit with joy as she surveyed her surroundings. Along the way, she purchased numerous items that caught her fancy. A small bag embroidered with lotus flowers, a uniquely shaped hairpin, and even 4 masks. She donned a little fox mask herself, bought a cute little white rabbit mask for Yaoqin, a monkey mask for her master, and a pig mask for her junior disciple. Yaoqin examined the masks. Although their craftsmanship was not exceptional, They appeared rather charming at first glance. Without further thought, she graciously placed one upon her face. Chu Xingchen, displeased by the monkey mask, declared, "No way. The fox is beautiful. I want the FOX. Yingling burst into laughter, promptly donning the fox mask herself. "No, master, you resemble a monkey. You should wear the monkey mask." Xingtian glanced at the pig mask in his hand and turned to his master, saying, "Master." Chu Xingchen cast a glance at his second disciple's mask and decisively rejected the idea. "No, I won't trade with you to Yingling turned around, her eyes sparkling with joy as she looked at the other three. Her master donned the monkey mask with a face full of disdain, while her junior disciple reluctantly placed the pig mask upon his face at his master's request. Yaoqing's face was obscured by the adorable white rabbit mask, yet her unique, aloof aura remained intact. However, it was evident that she too was quite happy, watching the two unwillingly wear their masks. Seeing this scene, Yingling felt an inexplicable urge to shout out. Perhaps it was because she had never attended such a lively temple fair before, or perhaps it was the warmth she felt from others in this sect. She exclaimed, "Master!" Chu Xingchen turned his gaze towards his eldest disciple, who wore the fox mask, and with a hint of curiosity asked, "What is it?" Yingling laughed heartily in response. "I'm the best in the world with master." Chu Xingchen replied in a rather perfunctory tone. Very well, very well. Master thinks you are the best in the world too." Pleased with his master's response, Yingling turned away contentedly. Xingtian, feeling somewhat left out, pondered that in a sect of just 3 people, if these two were the best in the world, did that make him somewhat superfluous? Chu Xingchen, unwilling to neglect his second disciple, patted his shoulder in exasperation. "Originally, you were the best in the world with me. But due to your failure to report matters, you have now been demoted to second place." Though Xingtian internally grumbled, he maintained a face of gratitude. "Thank you, master. Second place is sufficient. Excellent, considering your lack of ambition. You have fallen another rank. Now De Huang is above you." Yingling, confused, asked De Huang, "Why does that sound like a dog's name?" Chu Xingchen affirmed, "Indeed, your junior disciple is now ranked behind ADOG. Xingtian showed no reaction. His master's way of speaking was always peculiar. It was true that a sharp tongue concealed a kind heart. However, Yaoqing, peering from behind a rabbit mask, felt a sense of urgency. If the dog ranked second and Xingtian was third, did that mean she was left far behind? All her efforts seemed to have benefited the dog instead. Chu Xingchen sensed the impending crisis, as the spirit stones were still in the hands of the affluent lady. He quickly said, "You and I are the best in the world." Yaoqing, upon hearing this, nodded in satisfaction, though she stubbornly retorted, "You are only the 200th best in my eyes." Yingling, impressed by her master's clever response, gave him a thumbs up. Truly, he was her master, and there was still much for her to learn. She approached Chu Xingchen, whispering with a laugh, "Master, you are the best in the world with no shame." Chu Xingchen replied softly, "What shame? This is all a matter of knowledge. After all, she is currently holding the spirit stones of our entire sect." Yingling nodded in agreement, her laughter ringing like silver bells from behind her mask. Rebellious disciple. This was undoubtedly a rebellious disciple. After this amusing interlude with the masks, the 4 continued their jovial journey toward the Zen Forest Temple. Along the way, not only were there vendors, but also numerous street performers, storytellers, and other entertainers showcasing their skills. Yingling's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she observed the troupe of performers, particularly captivated by the fire breather, clapping the hardest at that stall. Chu Xingchen found it somewhat absurd. Although Yingling was a water element single-rooted cultivator in the foundation establishment stage, she could still manipulate flames with 5-element spells. If Yingling were to breathe fire, she would undoubtedly outshine that performer. Perhaps it was merely a matter of novelty. The Zen Forest Temple featured 8 grand gates, with an enormous entrance. With Yaoqing's assistance, they easily squeezed through the temple doors. Yingling lifted her gaze towards the center of the temple, her expression one of astonishment as she seemingly lamented, "Master, I apologize for speaking too soon. The one who is the best in the world with no shame must be him." With 2 days remaining before the Shui Lin Dharma assembly commenced, Preparations had already begun in the Zen Forest Temple. As the event would be held at night, and the majority of attendees were common folk, the temple needed to be adorned with lanterns all around. The statue of Guanyin in the center of the temple also needed to be repositioned, temporarily moved closer to the Buddha to allow for some initial discussions of the sutras. This area was best reserved for the monks to earn their daily sustenance. People are drawn to beauty. An attractive appearance will entice visitors. Hence, the floral garlands and wreaths must be arranged meticulously, ensuring that the first impression is visually stunning, although it may resemble the style of a memorial hall. In essence, the activities conducted were not dissimilar. After all, both aimed at providing merit, so it was not entirely out of place. The monks of the Zen Forest Temple took this task very seriously, striving to arrange the flowers beautifully and cleverly, particularly in preparation for the placement of the spirit tablets by the wealthy patrons. This aspect required exceptional service to ensure that the patrons could easily see that their money had been well spent. After all, those affluent patrons seldom understood the intricacies of the sutras. Even if one recited the sutras beautifully, they likely wouldn't comprehend. However, they could certainly appreciate a grand spectacle. The abbot, an elderly man draped in a bright yellow robe with graying hair and beard, leaned leisurely against a pillar outside the main hall. Beside him stood a young novice monk, his head shaved smooth, clad in a small yellow robe, with thick brows and big eyes that looked quite endearing. The young novice, unable to suppress his curiosity, finally asked the abbot, "Master, have you truly agreed to participate in this year's Shui Lin Dharma assembly? Monks do not speak falsehoods. Once said, it is agreed upon." The abbot turned his head, smiling as he looked at the young novice. "I haven't asked you to bear the burden. Are you still afraid of losing face?" The novice lowered his head, feeling dejected. "Master, the other temples are already calling us greedy for your sake. Is greed a matter of the heart? If it is for oneself, it is greed. If for others, is it still greed?" The abbot reached out to ruffle the young novice's head, saying, "If I do not seek for myself, what is there to be greedy about? If you do not seek for yourself, it is not greed either. But, Master, why do you need so much money?" The novice protested. "The Buddha said the 5 aggregates are all empty." The abbot, serene and composed, replied, "Since you are already empty, why concern yourself with others' words? The Buddha may be empty, but I am not, of course." "I care," the novice countered. Hearing this, the abbot burst into hearty laughter, further joyfully ruffling the novice's head. Very well. The Buddha may be empty, but I am not a Buddha. Thus I am half empty and half full." The novice was about to retort again when the abbot raised his hand to stop him. With a cheerful tone, he suggested, "How about just this year?" The young novice displayed a clear lack of trust, indicating that such assurances had been given more than once. The abbot lightly tapped his forehead and remarked, "A monk does not speak falsehoods." "Very well," sighed the novice. "This time, there must be no more falsehoods. One cannot attain Buddhahood through deceit." The abbot chuckled heartily. "For this Dharma assembly, you must take the lead in chanting." Before he could finish a sentence, he mischievously raised an eyebrow, signaling the novice on what he should do next. Sighing like an adult, the novice turned and made his way toward the main hall. The abbot watched the novice's retreating figure with a gentle smile, joining his hands in prayer and quietly reciting the sutras. As the novice entered the Buddha hall, the monks who were decorating the space paused their work, quickly joining their hands and bowing in unison, exclaiming, "Greetings, Uncle Master." The novice nodded lightly in acknowledgement and sat down alone on the mat beneath the Buddha. Resuming his silent recitation of the Heart Sutra, which he had already chanted countless times, though small in stature, the novice was remarkably astute, or so everyone claimed. He understood that whether his recitation was correct or not. The onlookers could not comprehend its significance. However, both being human and aspiring to become a Buddha required a commitment to sincerity and integrity. As the novice reached the 5th recitation, a cacophony erupted from outside the hall. Being the sole child of the Zen Forest Temple, he possessed an extraordinary gift, allowing him to filter out external noise without letting it disturb his heart. Yet upon hearing a monk exclaim, "Abbot, someone has sent the plaque you requested for the Dharma assembly. Just look at this, it's utterly outrageous. Let us just break it." The novice's ears perked up that a monk cannot speak falsehoods. An agreement is an agreement. The abbot's slightly troubled voice reached the novice's ears. "Forgive me, O Buddha! My heart is itching." The novice paused his recitation and cautiously turned around. What met his eyes was an eye-catching large plaque, inscribed in clear script, as if to ensure no one could misunderstand its message. The plaque bore a phrase far from any spiritual title. The novice was momentarily taken aback, but soon he lost his composure. "What the heck?" he exclaimed. Yingling stood dumbfounded. Even the reborn Xingtian had never witnessed such a scene. Feeling that his rebirth had not been in vain, Chu Xingchen laughed heartily, saying, "Ha! As expected of the foremost temple in Yuzhou City. Indeed, to gain fame, one must first create a spectacle." Yaoqin, equally incredulous, hurriedly removed her rabbit mask, suspecting that perhaps the mask had been tampered with, unwilling to believe that an abbot would willingly bear such a plaque. Yet, even without the mask, the scene before her remained unchanged. Abbot Yuanjing, his beard white and age evident, stood prominently among the floral tributes, holding the plaque high. The inscription read in small, neat characters, "Do not compete with this old monk, Shirtai." With their abbot adorned with such a plaque, the monks of Zen Forest Temple appeared dejected and dispirited. Surrounding them, many believers could hardly contain their amusement, pointing and whispering. Nevertheless, the abbot sat calmly, seemingly unfazed by the mockery and ridicule directed at him. However, the Water Forest Dharma assembly was not the first of its kind. Everyone was aware of the procedures. This plaque had undoubtedly been commissioned at a high price to humiliate the Zen Forest Temple. After all, no one would believe that an abbot who appeared unable to bear arms would wish to raise such a sign to tarnish his lifelong reputation. Yet, for the sake of wealth, the temple's reputation would suffer a significant blow, and the notorious reputation of Zen Forest Temple for its love of money would be inescapable. One could only anticipate what kind of plaque this renowned abbot would bear at next year's Water Forest Dharma assembly. 2 days prior, the novice, having lost his composure and broken his vows, approached the crowd, squeezing his way to Yaoqin and others, and inquired, "Excuse me, are you the benefactor, Yaoqin?" Yaoqin looked at the novice, who bowed in greeting. At this moment, her magical arts had not yet been dispelled. The novice emanated no aura, appearing entirely mundane. This little novice likely possessed the ability to see through illusions. It seemed this place was indeed where Zen Forest Temple claimed to have the Buddhist child. Yuan Kong. The novice Yuan Kong led the four into a side hall of Zen Forest Temple. During the temple fair, while the main hall was entirely open to the public, the side hall was off limits to believers, primarily to provide space for esteemed guests. There were no other monks present in the room, as Yuan Kong personally prepared tea. After Yaoqin took her seat, she asked, "Are you the Yuan Kong of Zen Forest Temple?" "Benefactor, have you heard of me?" Yuan Kong replied, puzzled. Yaoqin nodded. "The Buddhist child of Zen Forest Temple has some renown, but why have you not yet cultivated the temple's methods?" Yuan Kong poured tea for the four and explained. "The abbot said the time is not yet ripe." Yaoqin nodded slightly. He was not her disciple, so her curiosity was but a passing interest. Yingling, indifferent to the title of Buddhist child, eagerly inquired, "Little monk, doesn't your abbot feel a bit?" Yuan Kong sighed heavily. "He is the abbot. Naturally, it is his word that counts. If I had any authority, the abbot would be confined today." Hearing this, Chu Xingchen nodded in agreement. "Indeed, what the Buddhist child says makes perfect sense. I also believe our sect should establish a confinement chamber specifically for those disobedient disciples." The rebellious disciple Li Yingling opposed. "Master, one cannot speak in such a manner. True doctrine lies in enlightening through love." As she spoke, she shot a glance at the second rebellious disciple, Li Xingtian, who promptly pretended to concentrate on his tea, ignoring his senior sister's signal. "Very well, you may discuss your sect's matters among yourselves later." Yaoqin turned her gaze toward the door. The side hall faced the spacious area in front of the temple, precisely where the abbot held the plaque aloft. This side was also off-limits to standing guests, allowing invited dignitaries to observe with the clearest viewpoint. One must say, in terms of hospitality toward esteemed guests, Zen Forest Temple appeared less like a temple and more like an institution catering to superiors. Yaoqin withdrew her gaze and, sitting upright, asked, "When will the Water Forest Dharma assembly officially commence?" In about half an hour, Yuan Kong replied. Having finished preparing the tea, he stood up, joined his hands in prayer, and said, "Today, I shall lead the chanting with my disciples. I shall not linger. Please make yourselves comfortable." Yao Qin nodded slightly. After Yuan Kong had bowed to each person in the room, he exited. Chu Xingchen, having set aside his mirthful demeanor, took a sip of tea and remarked, "This Buddha's child possesses some depth." Yao Qin, surprised, asked, "Oh, can you discern that?" Chu Xingchen replied nonchalantly, "When have I ever been wrong in judging character?" Faced with this statement, Yao Qin found herself unable to refute it. Chu Xingchen indeed possessed an uncanny ability to see through people, even at first encounters, swiftly grasping their essence. And he had never been mistaken, as if he could read the thoughts in others' hearts. Yao Qin gently waved her jade fan and inquired, "Then tell me, what makes this Buddhist child so intriguing?" "A naturally born Buddhist child," Chu Xingchen said, his tone serious. Yingling, who had been eagerly anticipating her master's insights, immediately lost interest upon hearing this. Yao Qin also paid no mind and once again cast her gaze toward the door. After all, he was a Buddhist child of Zen Forest Temple. Such remarks were entirely superfluous. Seeing the indifference of the two, Chu Xingchen chose not to elaborate further, simply sipping the uniquely bitter tea of Zen Forest Temple. One must admit, this tea was extraordinarily bitter. Chu Xingchen had naturally utilized the system to examine Yuan Kong's attributes. Target: Yuan Kong, golden attribute. Naturally born Buddha's child, purple attribute. Seer of illusions, blue attribute. Astute, blue attribute. Compassionate heart, black attribute. Constrained in cultivation conditions for accepting disciples. Met conditions for accepting disciples. Unmet. This Yuan Kong novice was indeed intriguing. The golden attribute alone held significant value. The other attributes appeared commendable as well, with the most astonishing aspect being a momentary glitch in the system, indicating both fulfillment and non-fulfillment, likely due to the black attribute regarding constrained cultivation. Was the system determining that he currently lacked the capacity to address this issue? Cultivating the forbidden body, that it appears that the Zen Forest Temple is not preventing this young novice from training, but rather that he is fundamentally incapable of doing so. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xingchen suddenly spoke. "I believe that today's wish power is intended for Yuan Kong's use." Yao Qin cast a sidelong glance. Offering an explanation, the disciples of the Zen Forest Temple are recognized by Zhongzhou. With this status, they can practice meditation in the Buddhist temples of Zhongzhou. That wouldn't using wish power for cultivation be tantamount to sabotaging their own future? Chu Xingchen clicked his tongue twice and remarked, "Your perspective is rather superficial. You fail to grasp the essence." Yao Qin scoffed dismissively. "Oh, does the esteemed Chu have some insight that I am unaware of?" Chu Xingchen grasped the shoulder of Li Xingtian beside him and declared, "The infallible intuition of a man." Simultaneously, he extended his foot and kicked Li Yingling's calf. Yingling was taken aback, glancing at her master's gaze, and then suddenly enlightened, began to cooperate. "Master, it should be the intuition of a woman that is accurate." Chu Xingchen regarded them with disdain. "It seems you both are quite unconvinced. Why not place a wager? Sister Yao Qin." Li Yingling grasped Yao Qin's arm, exclaiming, "My master is far too arrogant. Teach him a lesson." After a moment's thought, Yao Qin replied, "Very well. What shall we wager on? How about spirit stones? If I lose, you need not give me the spirit stones. If you lose, the stakes will double. What do you say?" Upon hearing this, Yao Qin's eyes narrowed with suspicion. She knew Chu Xingchen's character all too well. Having seen him treat a single spirit stone like a treasure, how could he possibly wager such a sum on what seemed to be an exceedingly unlikely bet? Did he possess some insider information? Yet that seemed implausible. The invitation from the Zen Forest Temple had been shrouded in secrecy, extended only to a select few sects from Zhongzhou. Most of these branches merely served as intelligence departments for other states, as rare high-level secret realms occasionally appeared in distant continents, making it imperative to prioritize intelligence. Moreover, maintaining these branches incurred no expenses. The Zen Forest Temple could also be considered a branch of the Zhongzhou Buddhist sect. The allure of wish power had been the key to inviting several sects. That it would be absurd to make such a grand invitation only to witness the self-destruction of their own disciples. Surely, Chu Xingchen must understand this rationale. Why, then, was he so confident? Ultimately, it was merely a matter of spirit stones. If the Zen Forest Temple did indeed ruin their own disciple, then the expenditure would be justified. After all, the competition in Zhongzhou was far more intense than in other continents, and the loss of a disciple would be advantageous to the larger sects, particularly for Yao Qin's own sect. Yao Qin nodded in agreement. Very well. I accept it, as the resounding bell of the Zen Forest Temple echoed throughout the monastery. The current session of the Water Forest Dharma Assembly officially commenced. In the center of the temple, Yuan Kong, draped in a yellow robe and wielding a Vajra pestle, stepped out from the hall, followed by a procession of monks. Two white-bearded monks flanked Yuan Kong, with the left-hand monk carrying a jade purity vase, which was likely a ceremonial prop rather than a magical artifact. The right-hand monk held an 8-treasure umbrella adorned with golden threads, from which hung 8 differently colored glass beads. Yuan Kong, firmly grasping the Vajra pestle, walked steadily, reciting Buddhist scriptures, with the monks behind him echoing the verses. The white-bearded monks on either side of Yuan Kong, both with foundational cultivation, seemed to channel a unique technique as they recited the scriptures, swiftly silencing the previously raucous atmosphere. Chu Xingchen furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is this really how the Buddhist sect operates?" Yao Qin replied with a cold laugh. Otherwise, why would Zhongzhou hold such disdain for the Buddhist sect? Observing her sister's puzzled expression, Xingtian explained, "Those 2 white-bearded monks employed Buddhist techniques that possess a mesmerizing effect." Yingling nodded in understanding. The ceremony continued. Yuan Kong's expression turned grave as he approached the arranged meditation cushions, positioned directly in front of the spirit tablets. Yuan Kong took his seat first, and then raised his gaze to see his senior brother standing amidst a cluster of flowers and spirit tablets, wearing a benevolent smile that made it appear as though he were attending his own funeral. Furthermore, there was that placard he held high, bearing the words, "Do not compete with the old monk for the master," no matter how many times he had seen it. Each encounter left Yuan Kong feeling as though he might break down. "Abbot, you have utterly disgraced the Zen Forest Temple." Yuan Kong inhaled deeply and resolutely closed his eyes. As Yuan Kong settled in, all the monks fell silent, finding their positions to sit or stand again. The 2 foundational monks now sat on either side of Yuan Kong. Everyone awaited Yuan Kong's words, under the watchful eyes of the assembly. Yuan Kong did not rush to speak. Instead, he took a moment to calm his mind. After a lengthy pause, Yuan Kong finally opened his eyes and proclaimed, "Thus have I heard," as Yuan Kong spoke. The other monks instantly followed suit, their voices resonating like a chime. "Thus have I heard." In a side chamber, upon hearing the content of the Buddhist scriptures, Yao Qin suddenly stood up, her expression shifting as she gazed intently at Yuan Kong, who was reciting the scriptures. Noticing Yao Qin's intense reaction, Chu Xingchen quickly turned his attention to Yuan Kong, but found nothing amiss, prompting him to ask in confusion, "What's wrong? Is something off?" What Yuan Kong is reciting is not a scripture for the deceased, but rather a secret Buddhist technique. "You understand Buddhist scriptures?" "Of course, I've heard the Buddhist scripture for the deceased before." After speaking, Yao Qin strode toward the exit, her expression grave as she focused on Yuan Jing, who stood amidst the floral tributes. The Buddhist sect's methods bore similarities to those of malevolent cultivators. Could this be an ambush? Were they the targets? Did they harbor ulterior motives? Seemingly sensing Yao Qin's gaze, the abbot of the Zen Forest Temple also turned to her, his smile unwavering as he silently chanted Amit Ba. At that moment, several figures emerged from the other side chambers, joining Yao Qin in the same corridor, evidently other distinguished guests invited by the Zen Forest Temple. Among them, a middle-aged man clad in a Taoist robe abruptly spoke. "Does anyone here understand what these bald monks are plotting?" A young man in white robes, casually holding a scroll, speculated. Could it be that they are reciting a Buddhist secret technique? Perhaps they intend to silence us? Chu Xingchen also stepped forward, his tone serious. "Friends, I have something to say." The beautiful woman in the yellow robe turned her gaze towards him, her eyes sparkling with admiration upon seeing Chu Xingchen's striking figure. She softly encouraged, "Please speak on." "Friend," Chu Xingchen clasped his hands and earnestly suggested, "We must strike first." The Taoist, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement. Your words resonate with me. The others then turned their attention to the Taoist, seemingly anticipating his decisive action. Yet how could the Taoist truly act? While he harbored a disdain for the Buddhist sect, it was still widely recognized as a legitimate sect. Surely, he could not simply lash out at a monk for misreciting a scripture. Yaoqin interjected to ease the Taoist's discomfort. There is no need for such haste. Let us first assess the situation. The Taoist cleared his throat. Very well, I shall heed your advice and afford these bald monks some courtesy. At that moment, Li Xingtian and Li Yingling also emerged from the side chamber. Xingtian observed for a moment before speaking. It doesn't seem like a secret technique. It resembles the Buddhist scriptures. The young scholar in white looked over. Brother, do you understand this? Li Xingtian nodded slightly. I've had some dealings with the Buddhist sect. If this were a secret technique, with so many people joining in, there should be a manifestation of the Buddhist lotus. The young scholar nodded in agreement. In that case, let us see what tricks these bald monks have up their sleeves. With that, the scholar turned and returned to his chamber. The Taoist followed suit, and the others also made their way back. Only the beautiful woman in yellow lingered, gazing tenderly at Chu Xingchen. I have fine wine here. Would you care to join me for a drink? Upon hearing this, Yaoqin shot a cold glance at the woman in yellow. Perhaps next time, dear lady. Confronted by the frigid gaze of Yaoqin, the elegantly dressed woman in yellow could only manage a faint smile before turning to leave. Yaoqin let out a cold huff and also turned back towards her room. Chu Xingchen, with a sense of resignation, shrugged and followed in Yaoqin's footsteps. Inside the room, the others resumed their original positions, awaiting the grand event that the Zen Forest Temple had planned. However, it appeared that there was still ample time before anything would commence. Yingling cast a curious glance at her junior disciple and inquired, "What dealings do you have with the Buddhist sect?" Li Xing replied nonchalantly, "The way of weaponry and martial arts, isn't that akin to brawling with monks? Otherwise, should I simply listen to them chant scriptures?" Li Yingling nodded in satisfaction, truly worthy of being my junior. Chu Xingchen chose to ignore his senior disciple's antics and instead utilize the system to examine the entry for the abbot of the Zen Forest Temple. Target, Yuanjing cultivation level, late foundation establishment blue entry. My heart is as his heart white entry. Compassion white entry, kind-hearted black entry, growing old and frail from the entries alone. It seemed that the abbot was indeed a good person, albeit likely nearing the end of his days. As the chanting of the scriptures grew increasingly louder, suddenly, the abbot at the center exclaimed, "May the Buddha be compassionate." The white-bearded monks on either side of Yuan Kong appeared to receive an unspoken command, and in an instant, their golden Buddhist light flickered as they reached out to grasp Yuan Kong's arms. Yuan Kong felt a surge of warmth rushing through his arms, but after advancing a mere inch, it dissipated completely. It was refreshing, yet somehow not entirely fulfilling. Yuan Kong continued to recite the scriptures with his eyes closed. He began to ponder the situation when a familiar hand gently covered his eyes. This hand had caressed his head countless times, and he had long memorized its warmth and texture. Have you not always wished to learn the mystic arts? Today, your senior brother will teach you, came the gentle voice of Yuanjing in the grand hall of the Zen Forest Temple. Amidst the heavy snowfall, the somewhat dilapidated statues of the Buddha stood. The gilded palm of the Buddha had lost its paint. Yet the temple, unable to afford even a meal in the dead of winter, hardly concerned itself with such trivial matters. 5-year-old Yuan Kong sat beneath the hall's mat, sniffling as he flipped through a Buddhist scripture. He had read this scripture for half a year, and with his astute young mind, he could recite it fluently. However, his senior brother, the abbot, continued to sit by his side, reciting incessantly, leaving Yuan Kong puzzled by his senior's motives. As he inhaled deeply, realizing his tiny nose could no longer hold up, he cautiously glanced at the semi-conscious abbot beside him. Yuan Kong decisively wiped his nose on the sleeve of his robe, reasoning that it was not his job to wash his clothes. Just as he finished, the abbot's voice drifted softly into the air. "You shall wash your own clothes today." Yuan Kong instantly felt deceived and pouted. "Senior brother, were you not sleeping? One need not sleep long in life. After death, one shall rest eternally." Yuanjing replied, opening his eyes to reveal a benevolent smile. "You rascal, if you have no guilty conscience, why do you care whether I sleep or not?" But senior brother, you possess your own cultivation, impervious to the changes of season. Yuan Kong protested, you won't let me cultivate, and in this bitter winter, I hardly have enough clothes to wear. I'm worse off than a dog. At this, Yuan Jing seemed to suddenly become deaf to the topic, hastily reaching for a nearby wooden fish and beginning to tap it gently. Yuan Kong understood that he could not win against his senior brother's stubbornness when he was being unreasonable. Whenever he inquired, the response was either silence or the assertion that the time was not yet ripe. It was clear that he would not be taught anything. Thus, Yuan Kong chose not to dwell on the matter. Instead, lifting the thick Buddhist scripture and placing it on the offering table before stepping outside the hall, one careful step at a time. Yuan Jing listened to the sound of the wooden fish and the retreating footsteps of Yuan Kong. Once the footsteps faded from earshot, he ceased his tapping. Yuan Jing opened his eyes, gazing at the scripture on the offering table. The very scripture that Yuan Kong had read for over half a year was none other than the highest Buddhist heart sutra from the Central Plains. Yuan Kong was undoubtedly a child of the Buddha, intuitively grasping the teachings and demonstrating innate intelligence. Even at this moment, Yuan Jing was uncertain if he could out-argue Yuan Kong on the tenets of Buddhism. Most importantly, those from the Central Plains had confirmed Yuan Kong's natural disposition as a child of the Buddha. Such a child should be greatly treasured, and several prominent Buddhist sects would vie for him. Yet Yuan Kong was left in the Zen Forest Temple and not taken to the Grand Buddha Temple in the Central Plains. The reason was simple. Yuan Kong was a natural child of the Buddha. Yet he could not cultivate any of the heart methods. In fact, he instinctively rejected any energies that did not belong to him, whether they were the Buddha or the celestial realm. No temple in the Central Plains would wish for a child of the Buddha who could only recite scriptures without the ability to cultivate. Reflecting on this, Yuan Jing found it somewhat amusing, chuckling at how they had lost their way in their pursuit of enlightenment. What truly matters in Buddhism, the heart of the Buddha or the methods of cultivation? Regardless, it was better for Yuan Kong to remain here than to suffer elsewhere. They may not treasure him, but he would cherish himself. Yuan Kong had read the scripture for a full 6 months without any response. It seemed the judgment from the Central Plains was indeed accurate. Yuan Jing reached out to touch the scripture, his expression a mix of amusement and contemplation, before finally setting it aside. After all, the Buddha had said that even mortals could attain the freedom to transform. There was no need to force it. Yuan Jing gazed out at the heavy snowfall, realizing that the little one might be disappointed. With his head bowed, he turned away and resumed tapping the wooden fish. The empty hall was now filled only with the crisp sound of the wooden fish. Yuan Jing was unaware of how long he had been tapping when he suddenly heard hurried footsteps and the urgent call of a monk. "Abbot, the senior uncle has fainted while washing clothes. You must come quickly." Yuan Jing calmly set the wooden fish aside. "This boy is becoming increasingly outrageous. Is it not enough that I caught him once? He dares to feign illness and cause trouble for himself. This time, I shall give him a proper thrashing." Yuan Jing stated calmly, "Do not panic. Lead me to see him." The abbot's composed demeanor reassured the previously anxious monks. "Please follow me." The monks guided the abbot to a side room. Within the chamber, several monks were gently wiping Yuan Kong's body with warm towels. Upon witnessing this scene, Yuan Jing felt a sense of foreboding and quickly stepped forward, grasping Yuan Kong's hand. The moment he held it, he was struck by its icy coldness, as if it had lost all warmth. Yuan Jing looked incredulously at the monks beside him and exclaimed, "How could he be like this?" One monk, with a puzzled expression, glanced at the abbot and replied softly, "I saw the senior uncle washing clothes. I intended to assist him, but he said it was your punishment for him to wash." And then, Yuan Jing interrupted, "Enough, at this moment. It is futile to assign blame, for any force entering Yuan Kong's body would simply dissipate." Thus, Yuan Jing could only resort to the most basic method of pulse examination to assess Yuan Kong's condition. After checking for a while, he could only conclude that Yuan Kong, who lay unconscious and cold, was remarkably healthy. If he were not a monk and bound by vows, Yuan Jing would have indulged in a couple of cups of fine liquor. His face turned solemn, and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke, "You all tend to him. I will summon help." The monks quickly responded, "Understood." Jing rose and hurried towards the main hall, swiftly stepping onto the offering table to retrieve a golden relic from the Buddha's right ear. Without hesitation, he crushed it in his hand. The shattered relic immediately transformed into a burst of light, and after murmuring Ba, he promptly returned to the side room. Jing pushed open the door to the side room and instructed the monks inside. You all leave. Regardless of the situation, do not enter again. Abbot, leave. The monks exchanged glances, ultimately retreating reluctantly. Once they had all exited, Jing closed the door and approached Yuan Kong, taking the warm water and cloth set aside to gently wipe his body. After about half an hour, a commanding voice suddenly resonated within the room. You should understand when to use that relic. Jing turned her head to glance back. Before her stood a lean, muscular middle-aged man. Completely bald, draped partially in a cassock and partially bare in the biting winter air, adorned with a dark golden flame totem between his brows. Jing maintained a placid demeanor, paying no heed to the fact that the Arhut before her possessed the cultivation of a nascent soul. I comprehend. Yet it seems the Arhut does not. The Arhut, upon hearing this, did not express anger. Whether one understands or not pertains to the Hall of Teachings. Did you summon me for him? Jing nodded. I humbly request the Arhut's assistance. The Arhut arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly did I in that moment. The room was left with only the silent Jing and the unconscious Yuan Kong. That day, the monks of Chanlin Temple waited outside for an extended period. As night fell, the abbot finally emerged from a side room, and a relaxed smile graced the abbot's face as he gently waved to the anxious monks at the door, signaling that all was well. The monks, upon witnessing Jing's serene expression, collectively exhaled in relief. Jing reassured the gathered monks. You may all return. He has merely caught a chill and requires a period of quietude to recuperate. The monks of Chanlin Temple believe this to be just a minor episode in the growth of their esteemed master. After all, the next day they indeed saw their master, sniffling and chastising the abbot for his unreliability. In the past, the abbot would typically respond to such outrageous remarks from the master with a bout of Arhut fist. Yet today, the abbot merely regarded the master with a warm smile, causing the master to feel a chill run down his spine and promptly admit his wrongs. Though the master had returned to normalcy, the abbot seemed transformed. Previously, as long as the monks were not starving, he would refrain from descending the mountain to take on tasks. The abbot cherished tranquility, finding the ruckus of funeral rites excessively disruptive. In his own words, the chant he had recited for hours would be drowned out by the blaring of Swona. However, ever since the master fell ill, the abbot frequently descended the mountain to take on various tasks, accepting any job that came his way, even assisting young women with marriage matters. Furthermore, the abbot proactively sought out work, returning home late each night, exhausted, only to sit alone on the meditation mat before the Buddha in the grand hall, meticulously tallying the day's earnings while sighing deeply. Some monks inquired about the purpose of the abbot's newfound wealth. The abbot would chuckle, pointing at the dilapidated statue of Buddha, claiming, "The statue is too old. It needs to be refurbished." Yet despite the substantial earnings, no one had witnessed the abbot actually spending money on the statue's restoration. Nevertheless, the abbot's integrity within the temple was beyond reproach. Although many were puzzled, none dared to question him seriously. Until one day, the abbot's actions crossed a line. Previously, he would undertake tasks alone, but now he had begun to bring along the Grand Master, drawn by the latter's lucrative offers. After all, this was the Grand Master. He had become nothing but skin and bones, with sunken eyes, almost resembling a corpse, indistinguishable from the deceased when standing in the morning hall. It was as if he had risen from the dead. Strangely, the Grand Master, who had long prepared to enter seclusion, now willingly accompanied the abbot daily, undeterred by any weather. The most renowned temple fair at Chanlin Temple also commenced during this period. Activities such as purchasing flowers for offerings or renting space for merchants all began at this time. The abbot indeed reaped considerable profits from the temple fair, yet most of the earnings remained unspent. The larger Buddha statue in the main hall was actually crafted from stone, merely coated with a layer of copper paint to disguise its true nature. The original copper statue had been dismantled and sold off piece by piece, allowing the abbot to profit from the exchange for the stone statue. Daily sustenance had not improved with the influx of money, leading to the inevitable question: where had all that wealth gone? As time passed, some monks could no longer contain their curiosity and inquired about the abbot's actions. The abbot would respond like a child caught in wrongdoing, murmuring inaudibly while gazing at the questioning monk with eyes full of remorse, repeatedly apologizing yet remaining reticent. With the Grand Master now stepping forward to support the abbot, the two leveraged their long-standing prestige to silence all doubts among the monks. Time marched on until the present day at the water forest ceremony. Yuanjing's trembling hand shielded Yuankong's eyes as a serene smile illuminated her face, finally allowing her to relax. She softly spoke. The suffering of sentient beings gives rise to the wish. Child, you were born a child of Buddha. Yet you must understand that today, it is the sentient beings who will guide you to enlightenment. Upon hearing this, Yuankong suddenly grasped the hand that shielded his eyes. Yet merely with Yuanjing's words, he let go once more. He gently replied, Child, do not fear. Yuanjing's gaze swept over the two white-bearded monks flanking Yuankong, and she smiled gently, nodding in acknowledgement. The monk on Yuankong's left, holding a pure vase, abruptly raised his arm and violently upended the vessel. A torrent of mysterious yellow energy cascaded forth from the vase and flowed towards Yuankong. Yao Qin, witnessing the spectacle, rose in astonishment. Chu Xingchen and Xingtian also stared wide-eyed, incredulous at the scene unfolding before them. Only Yingling remained in a daze, observing their reactions without comprehending the cause. Chu Xingchen exclaimed in disbelief, Is that the power of wishes? How much wish power must that be to flow forth like water from the jade vase? Yet, it was not merely that. The monk on Yuankong's right, holding an 8-treasure canopy, raised the umbrella over Yuankong's head and began to gently shake the precious cover, causing colorful glass beads to release their own wish power. The two streams of wish power swiftly converged and intertwined. Beneath the umbrella, the wish power transformed into vivid scenes, in times of famine. Yuanjing scattered 1,000 taels of silver, purchasing food to distribute among the victims. Before a deluge, Yuanjing devoted all he had to seal the breach and save the afflicted. Yuanjing and the Grand Master ventured out daily, saving lives and healing the sick. They wielded the pure vase, collecting the scant wish power bit by bit. They relinquished all their earnings without reserve. The monks of Chanlin Temple trembled as they beheld the vivid scenes formed by the wish power. Yuanjing softly intoned, Thus have I heard. Suddenly, the wish power trembled violently, beginning to swirl rapidly around Yuanjing. The atmosphere fell into silence, and then two foundational monks wielding spiritual tools called out in unison. Thus have I heard. The remaining monks, finally awakened from their stupor, echoed, Thus have I heard. Yuankong's voice quivered as he began to chant the familiar sutras. With each recitation from Yuanjing, the wish power entwined around him surged into Yuankong's body, shattering the seal that had suspended his life within. This overwhelming wish power coursed into Yuankong, who felt a profound strength flooding through him, although it would gradually dissipate after entering his body. The sheer magnitude of the wish power pressed forth, filling him bit by bit. As the wish power was consumed rapidly, its once misty form dwindled to mere wisps. Fortunately, there was enough wish power to sustain him. Yuankong soon realized that the strength within him would no longer vanish unexpectedly, but would instead accumulate steadily. He quickly absorbed the remaining wish power. Upon completing this process, Yuanjing exhaled in relief, smiling as she released her hand from Yuankong's eyes. Yet at that moment, Yuankong was still focused on absorbing the power within, making no movements. Yuanjing gazed upon Yuankong, recalling the words of the Arhat from that day. This seal will last no more than 10 years. If you cannot save him, it is fate. In that moment, Yuanjing had countless rebuttals for the Arhat, yet she said nothing. Now, she murmured to herself, as if finally voicing her long overdue dissent. If everything is predetermined, why practice Buddhism at all? Yao Qin observed the unfolding events with a grave expression. Though she did not grasp the underlying principles, the immense wish power focused on a single individual, coupled with the clearly absurd increase in cultivation, suggested the existence of an undisclosed secret technique. Was this an alternative application discovered by Chanlin Temple? Could it be some form of enhancement? If so, it might trigger a wave of wish power plundering across the Central Plains. Yet, how could the monks of Chanlin Temple be so generous as to reveal such a technique? Was this a method reserved specifically for the children of Buddha, unafraid of imitation by others? Or perhaps a form of intimidation? What is happening? Li Yingling tugged at Chu Xingchen's sleeve, urgently inquiring, "Master, what is going on? Did you not say that willpower is of little use? Why does it seem that everyone else is in the know, while I am left in the dark?" The good news is, there is indeed something to savor, and it is right here at the scene. The bad news is this delicacy is beyond comprehension, and I find myself utterly perplexed. If everyone else were equally bewildered, it would be one thing, but to be the sole one in confusion, Li Yingling feels an unsettling disquiet within her. Chu Xingchen furrowed his brows, hesitating as he spoke. Theoretically, it should be of little consequence. Yet with such an immense influx of willpower entering Yuan Kong's body, one would expect a significant enhancement in his cultivation. However, why does it seem that his aura is not particularly strong? It even appears as if he is still on the verge of foundation establishment. Could this be another application of willpower, refining one's roots? Once again, Chu Xingchen directed the system's scan towards Yuan Kong. Target: Yuan Kong cultivation level. Late stage Qi refinement golden trait. Born Buddha child purple trait. Perception of illusion blue trait. Wisdom blue trait. Compassion gray trait. Willpower cultivation due to restrictions in cultivation. The conditions for accepting disciples are not met. Upon seeing the system entries, Chu Xingchen was momentarily taken aback. The black trait of cultivation restriction had been replaced with a gray trait of willpower cultivation. Could it be that the vast amount of willpower just now simply resulted in this? In the end, I still have to rely on willpower cultivation. What was thought to be something significant turns out to be this. The only plausible explanation, it seems, is that the restriction on cultivation is not merely about the inability to cultivate. There must be other side effects that prompted the abbot of Chanlin Temple to act in such a manner. The flaw of this system lies precisely in its inability to elaborate on the entry's annotations, does it not? After reviewing the entries, Chu Xingchen spoke thoughtfully. It appears that there is indeed little utility. Yaoqin did not turn her head, but questioned with a tone of skepticism. Are you suggesting that the overwhelming willpower that flooded into one individual has no effect whatsoever, and that their cultivation remains at the Qi refinement level? Yes, that seems to be the case. Following this line of thought, does that mean this Buddha child will have to rely on willpower cultivation moving forward? It is highly likely. Yaoqin chuckled in exasperation. So do you think the abbot is unwell? Or is it you who is unwell? Chu Xingchen replied earnestly. That Buddha child is indeed unwell to his words. Yaoqin turned to face him, intending to playfully swat him with a fan in her hand. Yet, upon turning back, she realized that his expression was not one of playful jest, but rather one of utmost seriousness. This expression indicated that Chu Xingchen was not merely fooling around. He genuinely believed what he had just said. Yaoqin inquired, "Do you know something?" Chu Xingchen shook his head. "Patience. Since it was the abbot who summoned us, he must have his reasons." Upon hearing this, Yaoqin could only suppress her own curiosity. Noticing that her master had concluded his remarks for the time being, Li Yingling hurriedly asked, "Master, have you finished your discussion? Can you now tell me what the situation is? I absolutely must partake in this delicacy today." Chu Xingchen sighed, glancing at Li Xingtian beside him. "You should explain the situation to your senior sister." Li Xingtian nodded gently and began to elucidate the recent developments to Li Yingling. Meanwhile, Chu Xingchen and Yaoqin turned their attention towards Yuan Jing at 8T this moment. The abbot of Chanlin Temple first joined his hands in prayer to the surrounding faithful, with a remarkably relaxed tone. He expressed, "I thank all of you. As a meager temple, we have no means to repay you. Today, all the proceeds of Chanlin Temple will be entirely donated. Furthermore, this will be the final Chanlin Temple fair, and I hope all patrons enjoy themselves today." Upon hearing this, voices in the crowd began to call out, "Abbot, don't leave. Hold another fair. We are willing to donate incense money." The images conjured by willpower were clearly visible to those nearby, prompting many to echo their calls. Yuan Jing listened to the multitude of pleas, remaining silent as he bowed once more before turning towards the side hall, with martial monks maintaining order around. Those attempting to surge forward were thwarted. Two white-bearded monks in the Foundation establishment stage also turned to uphold the peace as Yuan Jing approached. All those invited in the side hall rose to greet him in the corridor. Having seen all of you, Yuan Jing smiled and said, "I am grateful for your presence today." The Taoist, with a solemn expression, remarked, "No need. It was indeed an eye-opening experience, and I also admire the abbot for all that he does for the people." Yuan Jing joined his hands in prayer and replied earnestly, "I dare not accept this. I merely acted for the sake of willpower, feeling unworthy to claim such merit. Actions are judged by their outcomes, not by one's intentions. The abbot need not be so humble." The young man in white, resembling a scholar, interjected, "Today, the Buddha child of Chanlin Temple has surely taken a monumental step. Congratulations are in order." Yuan Jing offered a wry smile. "How can one speak of ascending? It is merely leaving my disciple with a single chance at life." Yao Qin, upon hearing this, cast an uneasy glance at Chu Xingchen beside her. As if he had once again spoken the truth, that he seemed to possess an uncanny sensitivity at such critical moments. Yuan Jing continued to explain, "My disciple is afflicted with a peculiar ailment and has little time left. This method is his sole opportunity, and thereafter he cannot escape reliance on willpower." A beautiful woman in yellow furrowed her brow and asked, "So, did you summon us merely to witness how the abbot intends to save your disciple?" "Today, I invite you all to witness. My saving of my disciple is solely the effort of Chanlin Temple, with no connection to the Buddhist community of Zhongzhou." Yuan Jing's statement left everyone momentarily stunned. However, those who had been specially invited were not foolish. They quickly grasped the implications of Yuan Jing's words. Was there discord brewing within the Buddhist community of Zhongzhou? Yet Yuan Jing's words were not finished. He paused to allow everyone to digest the information before continuing. "From today forth, Yuan Kong is expelled from Chanlin Temple and is no longer a monk of Chanlin Temple. There shall be no further ties between him and Chanlin Temple. Our fates have reached their conclusion." With that, Yuan Jing clasped his hands in prayer and bowed before gracefully departing. Leaving the crowd in the corridor exchanging glances, the Taoist, puzzled, queried, "What does this monk mean?" The young man in white observed Yuan Jing's retreating figure, seemingly coming to an understanding, and chuckled lightly before turning to leave. With the departure of the young man in white, the esteemed guests who had witnessed the grand spectacle began to disperse. For their task was not to make decisions but to report back. Soon, only Chu Xingchen and the three others remained in the side hall corridor. With the absence of outsiders, Chu Xingchen remarked, "To say he acted as a senior brother would be more akin to saying he acted as a father." Yao Qin gently nodded in agreement with this sentiment. Yuan Jing's words were exceedingly concise. Yuan Kong was saved by the Chanlin Temple of Yuzhou and had no ties to the Buddhist community of Zhongzhou, which indicated that Yuan Kong bore no gratitude towards them. However, being expelled from Chanlin Temple signified that Yuan Kong henceforth had no association with Chanlin Temple either, as Chanlin Temple is one of the branches of Zhongzhou. It will undoubtedly be under the control of the great Buddhist community of Zhongzhou. Yet with the abbot's declaration, they could no longer restrain Yuan Kong, who had been expelled from the sect. The only shackles that had confined Yuan Kong were deftly unshackled by Yuan Jing himself. Though the reasons behind Yuan Jing's apprehension regarding the interference of the Buddhist community of Zhongzhou with Yuan Kong remained unclear, his love and concern for Yuan Kong were unmistakable. Yuan Jing returned to Yuan Kong, eyeing him with a hint of mirth and asking, "Are you still pretending to be asleep now that you have awakened?" Hearing this, Yuan Kong slowly opened his eyes and solemnly inquired, "Why?" "Brother, he had indeed heard the abbot declare his expulsion from Chanlin Temple just moments ago." "What do you mean? Why?" Yuan Jing reached out to pat Yuan Kong's head, grinning as he said, "You little monk from afar, do you wish to sleep with this old monk today, or shall you return to your little room?" Yuan Kong looked up in astonishment, meeting the abbot's smiling face in an instant. He comprehended everything. He had been driven away, yet not entirely. Yuan Kong chuckled, feeling relieved. "Who would want to sleep with you, old man?" In the courtyard, Li Yingling sat on a stone bench, engrossed in a large, thick tome spread out on the stone table before her. This moment, she was deeply absorbed in her reading. Aside from the final revelation, she had comprehended none of the knowledge regarding the cultivation world shared at Chanlin Temple yesterday. She had to rely entirely on others for explanations, most of which were provided by her younger brother. How could he know so much? Had he been secretly studying while she was out shopping? That infuriating younger brother, working hard behind her back. In summary, Li Yingling found herself entirely dissatisfied with the knowledge she had gleaned. Li Yingling could hardly believe that in the realm of cultivation, only those well-versed in the intricacies could truly comprehend the gossip. It was imperative that she caught up, and quickly. Just as Chu Xingchen awoke from a deep slumber, he opened the door to find Li Yingling fervently engrossed in her studies. He expressed his astonishment. "Yingling, are you all right?" After turning the page of her book, she responded with determination. "I am perfectly fine." Chu Xingchen, incredulous, rubbed his temples and remarked, "Then it must be I who is unwell. How could I possibly see you reading?" At this, Li Yingling could no longer suppress herself and stood to face her master, saying, "Why do you speak as if I am some fool who despises reading?" Chu Xingchen chuckled. "Whether you love reading is yet to be determined, but you must accept the fact that you are indeed a fool. A fool." Since the dawn of her consciousness, that term had never been associated with her. Throughout her childhood, the accolades she received were limited to two: beautiful and talented. She retorted, "If I am a fool, then there is no one in the world who is clever." Chu Xingchen stifled his laughter and said, "Very well, O wise one, I am about to venture out. Would you care to join me? O wise one." It seemed a commendable title, yet when uttered by her master, it carried an oddly sarcastic undertone. Li Yingling hesitated, feeling a sense of grievance as she returned to her stone seat, declaring, "I shall not go. I wish to study. You must consult me when you encounter any matters in the future." Chu Xingchen shrugged, respecting his eldest disciple's wishes. After all, learning never hurt anyone. The question remained, where to go today? Should they indulge in the pleasures of the tavern, or perhaps try their hand at fishing? Ultimately, he decided to visit the tavern for some music, reasoning that fishing might lead to an unwanted catch. As he opened the door to the courtyard, Chu Xingchen made his way toward the tavern. Soon, however, he sensed something amiss. Approaching midday, the streets, which should have been bustling with people, appeared rather desolate. Where were the usual throngs? And why was there no sign of any festivities? With a puzzled mind, he arrived at the tavern's entrance. And upon using his face to gain entry, he was met with an even stranger sight. The once lively establishment was now sparsely populated, with only a few musicians idly playing on the stage. Lacking patrons, Wan Yun, dressed in a light blue corseted gown, rushed towards him, clutching her pipa in a state of urgency. Upon seeing Chu Xingchen, her tone turned melancholic. "Young master, you have finally remembered Wan Yun." Chu Xingchen inquired, "Why is it that there are so few people in the streets and here today? Are you not aware of the events that transpired at Chanlin Temple last night?" "I am well aware. I observed everything clearly from the side hall." Wan Yun's eyes brightened at his words. Who wouldn't know that witnessing the temple fair from the side hall indicated either wealth or privilege? She elaborated. "The news of last night's incidents at Chanlin Temple has spread far and wide. It turns out the benefactor who secretly donated to the afflicted cities around Yuzhou was none other than the abbot of Chanlin Temple." Pausing for a moment, Wan Yun sighed. "Now, everyone with free time has flocked to Chanlin Temple, lamenting that I am not free to join them, and can only sing here in the tavern." Chu Xingchen suddenly understood. Yet he feigned ignorance to Wan Yun's implications. He had merely come to enjoy himself, not to be entertained. With a slight smile, he said, "What can one see in a crowd? Allow me to recount to you the happenings at Chanlin Temple yesterday." At this, Wan Yun's eyes gleamed with interest, and she eagerly nodded in agreement. Indeed, gossip was a universal trait among people. Shortly after Chu Xingchen departed, there came a knock at the courtyard door. Sighing softly, Li Yingling rose to answer it. Upon opening the door, she was met with the anxious visage of Zhao Wanqing. "Excuse me, is Senior Chu here?" Li Yingling frowned slightly and replied, "Master just left." Zhao Wanqing pressed on urgently. "Where did he go?" "I have an urgent matter to discuss. May I inquire as to what it is?" Zhao Wanqing exclaimed, "My brother's condition has suddenly deteriorated. Senior's alchemical skills are unparalleled, and I have come to beseech him for help." "Unparalleled alchemical skills. Are you certain that term applies to my master?" Yet, seeing the urgency in Zhao Wanqing's expression, Li Yingling well acquainted with her master's habits, said he is likely either fishing outside the city or at the tavern enjoying music. I know where he fishes, so I will seek him out. You should head to the tavern. Zhao Wanqing's gratitude was evident. Thank you. I appreciate your help. Without further ado, she hurried toward the tavern, while Yingling set off toward the outskirts of the city. Zhao Wanqing dashed through the streets until she reached the tavern's entrance, pushing past the attending servant and entering without hesitation. Her gaze quickly scanned the hall, and she soon spotted Chu Xingchen sharing a tale with Wanyan. She rushed over. Senior, this is urgent. May I trouble you to accompany me? What? Zhao Wanqing interrupted in haste. 100 spirit stones. Chu Xingchen immediately sprang to his feet, saying, Let us go quickly. Wanyan watched as the two figures hastily departed, momentarily stunned. They were leaving just like that. The story had barely reached its climax. At the Demon Suppression Office's medical quarters, Anian administered needles to the unconscious Zhao Xingtian, whose condition was dire. The blood energy had begun to seep into his flesh. Once Zhao Xingtian regained consciousness, it would stir violently within him. There was little blood energy left, and Zhao Xingtian's life was hanging by a thread. How frustrating. He had yet to divulge any information, having only managed to open his eyes briefly before spitting blood and losing consciousness again. But he had been out for a whole day now, and time was running out. Suddenly, Zhao Wanqing announced her intention to seek out an alchemist. Anian could hardly comprehend. She was well aware of the limited efficacy of the potions made by the alchemists in Yuzhou. They might suffice for minor ailments, but now that a life was at stake, those paltry pills were of little use. Oh, what a miserable fate! Before Anian could lament further, two pairs of hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor. Turning, she saw Zhao Wanqing accompanied by the handsome youth she had encountered at the city gate. Before Anian could inquire about the situation, Zhao Wanqing brusquely shoved her aside, exclaiming, both internal and external injuries. The only hope now lies in your elixirs. After exchanging nods with the still-dazed Anian, Chu Xingchen approached the empty clay pot set aside for brewing medicine. A clay pot was still a pot. It would not hinder his alchemical process. He quickly filled it with water and retrieved spirit herbs from his spatial ring to begin his concoction. Anian watched in awe as she witnessed a never-before-seen alchemical process. Is it truly possible to refine potions in such a manner? As Chu Xingchen continued, Yingling, having cleverly redirected her course to the Demon Suppression Office, arrived just in time to witness the conclusion of the alchemical endeavor. Standing quietly to the side, she refrained from disturbing her master's work. Shortly thereafter, Chu Xingchen enveloped the emerald droplets he had just produced in spiritual energy and instructed, All right, pry open his mouth. Zhao Wanqing quickly obliged, forcing her brother's mouth open. Chu Xingchen poured the extracted medicinal liquid directly into his mouth. Given that the recipient was unconscious, he spared the use of any herbs intended to numb the taste. Surely, one in a stupor would not discern the flavor, would they? As everyone anxiously watched Zhao Xingtian, anticipating the effects of the medicine, his face suddenly contorted as if he had tasted something exceedingly bitter and foul. Yingling, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of admiration for her master's unparalleled alchemical prowess. Even in a state of unconsciousness, he could deliver such potent results. Just as Anian was about to check his pulse, Zhao Xingtian began to tremble violently on the bed. His only functioning left hand shot up, frantically clawing at his throat. Chu Xingchen, observing this, inquired with confusion, Are you certain he is unconscious? His words cast doubt on Anian's previous diagnosis. It was difficult to imagine someone on the brink of death, clinging to life, would react so intensely to a medicinal pill that it was as though swallowing that pill was more terrifying than death itself. Zhao Wanqing reacted swiftly, rushing forward to restrain her brother's only mobile hand. This medicine was their last hope. Today, even if he were to perish, he would do so with the elixir in his system. Yingling sighed and shook her head as she observed the scene before her. It seemed that her master's alchemical skills had ascended to a new level. She was not referring to the efficacy of the medicine, but rather to its unpalatable nature. After all, the man before her might only taste this concoction once, and, as a disciple, she resolved that henceforth her master's elixirs would first be sampled by her junior brothers. Zhao Xingtian, with his only functional left hand pinned down, could only tremble in place, his expression exceedingly grim. Yin hurried forward to swiftly assess Zhao Xingyang's internal condition. She soon exhaled in relief. The medicinal liquid was indeed effective. She could distinctly sense that Zhao Xingyang's injuries were gradually mending, and it would not be long before he regained a state amenable to her healing. Yin promptly instructed, "Hold him down. He is improving now." Chu Xingchen slightly raised his hand, casually releasing a stream of spiritual energy that restrained Zhao Xingyang completely. "Thank you, Senior." Zhao Wanqing expressed her gratitude as she loosened her grip. Chu Xingchen, however, merely nodded coldly, devoid of any delight, and replied, "It's nothing." Zhao Wanqing reassured him, "There is no need for concern. After all, good medicine is often bitter." Chu Xingchen raised his hand to interrupt, stating, "No need. I shall take my leave." Exhaustion washed over him. This young man's reaction had indeed embarrassed him. Today, this incident had even been witnessed by Yingling, and he feared that his own wayward disciple might bestow upon him the moniker of Doomsday Alchemist. "Forgive me, Senior. The spirit stones will be delivered to your residence shortly." Zhao Wanqing quickly escorted Chu Xingchen and Yingling out of the Demon Suppression Division. Yin watched their departing figures. She trotted over to the cauldron where Chu Xingchen had just refined the elixir. Her curious gaze scrutinized the remaining spiritual herbs, carefully identifying each one. Yin recognized all the herbs inside. None were particularly expensive, yet the potency of this alchemical method seemed significantly stronger than that of ordinary techniques. Perhaps this novel approach was something she could experiment with. In contrast to Zhao Wanqing, who had tasted the elixir, Yin believed that the intense effects were the reason for Zhao Xingyang's vigorous reaction. She extended her small hand, preparing to sample the leftover dregs of the concoction to ascertain its properties. Just as Zhao Wanqing had just stepped into the medical hall, she caught sight of Yin's reckless act and urgently shouted, "Stop!" Yin turned, puzzled, but her finger had already breached the surface of the cauldron. Zhao Wanqing approached with a serious expression, warning, "Do not even think about tasting it." "Why not?" Yin replied in confusion. "I've never seen such an alchemical method. The efficacy seems remarkable." However, upon reflection, Zhao Wanqing discovered that the discomfort was not merely the bitterness, but rather a pervasive sense of rejection throughout her body. She solemnly stated, "This elixir has a rather sinister quality." "Sinister?" Yin, a staunch skeptic of such notions, promptly placed her finger in her mouth without hesitation. She recognized all the spiritual herbs. None were poisonous. So how could it be that sinister? After all, it wouldn't kill her. Soon enough, Yin understood the true meaning of sinister. A howl echoed through the Demon Suppression Division's medical hall. "Mother, help me, I'm dying." On the way back, Chu Xingchen remained oblivious to the chaos his single alchemical endeavor had triggered in two individuals. He was currently deep in thought, contemplating how to improve the flavor. Yingling gazed at her master with a gentle expression and kind eyes. Chu Xingchen, feeling displeased, retorted, "Why are you looking at me like that?" "To encourage you, master." Yingling nodded enthusiastically. "Encourage me? Did I not achieve the expected results?" "Of course you did. Master is truly remarkable." The tone of her praise bore an uncanny resemblance to the teasing manner in which he often addressed Yingling. Chu Xingchen's eyes widened in indignation. "You ungrateful disciple. How dare you mock your master?" Yingling could not admit to such a thing and replied earnestly, "Even if it's the master, one must not speak recklessly. How could I dare to mock you?" Chu Xingchen, seizing the opportunity, declared in that case, "Splendid. Given your unwavering trust in me, I hereby declare that you, Yingling, shall be the first to sample any elixirs I refine henceforth." Upon hearing this, Yingling's expression instantly fell. This was a matter of life and death. She quickly pleaded, "No, master, I was mistaken." Chu Xingchen chose to ignore her entreaties that a smile, it seems, is infectious. This time, it radiated from Yingling's face to Chu Xingchen's. Likewise, joy was shared between them. Ignoring his disciple's desperate pleas, Chu Xingchen walked towards the courtyard with a buoyant step. Surely, the world's greatest master would forgive his disciple's thoughtless words. At the entrance of the courtyard, Yingling continued to struggle. This was no trivial matter. If her master was serious, She could foresee a bleak future. The consequences of her Master-S elixirs were known only to those who had tasted them. As Chu Xingchen pushed open the door, he cheerfully inquired, "Guess what? Guess what?" The response came not from Li Yingling, but from Yao Qin, who was seated on a stone bench in the courtyard. Chu Xingchen turned to her, puzzled, and asked, "What brings you here? Is it not welcome?" Yao Qin said as she tossed a spirit stone lightly in her hand. Chu Xingchen's eyes brightened instantly. Could it be that she had come specifically to deliver spirit stones? "Of course it's welcome. I wouldn't want to seem ungracious." Chu Xingchen hastily took a seat on the stone bench, inquiring, "Are you here to settle the spirit stone debt?" Yao Qin shook her head. "The spirit stones I owe you will require a little more time." Chu Xingchen glanced at the spirit stone in Yao Qin's hand. "So, are you just toying with me by waving that stone around?" Yao Qin replied with irritation, "This is the blood essence spirit stone you entrusted to me." Her words. Chu Xingchen's eyes gleamed. If the spirit stones Yao Qin owed him were truly comparable to those in his spatial ring, then the disparity would be substantial. "Did you succeed?" "Indeed," Yao Qin replied, her head held high with pride. "What transpired at the Chanlin Temple yesterday provided me with some inspiration, and upon returning, I tried it out and was pleasantly surprised by the success." Yao Qin seemed to be awaiting Chu Xingchen's praise. The inspiration from Chanlin Temple. A troubling suspicion suddenly struck Chu Xingchen. He quietly asked, "Could it be that you utilized willpower to resolve this?" Yao Qin nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, willpower works remarkably well for this blood essence." Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen was rendered speechless. What difference was there from having no resolution at all? Where would he procure such vast amounts of willpower to purify so many spirit stones? Clinging to a glimmer of hope, Chu Xingchen asked again, "Does purifying one blood essence spirit stone consume a lot of willpower?" "It's roughly half and half, though the willpower consumption is somewhat less." Yao Qin explained, but instead of receiving praise, she was met with the same expression of despair that mirrored Li Yingling's behind him. This news felt less like a blessing and more akin to a bolt from the blue. Yao Qin questioned, puzzled, "What's wrong?" "A little accumulation of willpower should suffice. That, if one were to consider the situation with the spirit stones in the ring, should she truly purify them all using willpower? Chu Xingchen would undoubtedly earn the title of a paragon of benevolence. Such a prospect was utterly unrealistic. If he were to labor for the sake of purifying spirit stones, what difference would there be from working a menial job? He was cultivating immortality, yet he would still need to be a laborer. Moreover, he would be paying himself with his own money. Chu Xingchen could only plead, "Could you perhaps consider other methods aside from willpower?" Yao Qin quickly caught on, her gaze narrowing suspiciously as she regarded Chu Xingchen. "Do you possess a batch of these blood essence spirit stones? Is your true intention to purify them for personal use?" Feeling rather sheepish, Chu Xingchen admitted, "Well, there are a few." "How many?" 2 or 300. "If that is all, I could trade with you. My sect might take some of these blood essence spirit stones for research." Chu Xingchen lowered his head, his expression slightly awkward. "Are you suggesting 1 or 2,000? Yao Qin first expressed shock, then sighed. That should not pose a significant problem. Other sects would likely collect some for research as well. I'll see if I can help you make some connections." Chu Xingchen kept his head bowed. Yao Qin took a deep breath. One could only say that Chu Xingchen was indeed exceptional, capable of shattering her calm demeanor from time to time. Chu Xingchen shamelessly retrieved a blood essence spirit stone from his ring and placed it on the table. "All right, Yao Qin, please examine this further." Yao Qin hesitated, then sighed, picking up the blood essence spirit stone from the table. "If we refrain from using willpower, the process might be quite slow, and success is not guaranteed. You must prepare yourself mentally." Upon hearing the words, Chu Xingchen was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that Yao Qin would agree so readily. Yao Qin tossed the purified spirit stone to Chu Xingchen, saying, "I'll return this to you for now." As he reached out to receive the thrown spirit stone, Chu Xingchen gazed at Yao Qin. Her expression bore no significant anger. The exquisite features of her face merely reflected a hint of distress as she regarded the blood chi spirit stone in her hands. Chu Xingchen spoke up, "Will you stay for dinner today?" "Perhaps another time." Yao Qin gently shook her head in refusal, indicating she had other matters to attend to. "Very well. We shall arrange a meal when you are free. Yao Qin nodded softly and, after bidding farewell to Li Yingling, turned to leave. Once Yao Qin had departed, Chu Xingchen sighed, realizing he had once again incurred a favor from her. However, he shrugged it off. He had not been lacking in debts. An abundance of debts could hardly weigh one down. Upon returning to her room in Zhu Yuting, Yao Qin's maid, Xiaoling, hurriedly presented her with a sealed letter. "Miss, the reply you sent to the sect has arrived." Yao Qin took the letter, glancing at the pale yellow envelope surrounded by magical seals. A unique method of confidentiality employed by her sect. After confirming that the seals had remained unbroken, Yao Qin opened the envelope. Xiaoling, understanding her cue, discreetly exited the room and closed the door behind her. As the magical seals dissipated, the writing on the front of the pale yellow envelope became visible. "To my beloved disciple, Xingtian." Yao Qin, appearing nostalgic, gently caressed the name Xingtian before unfolding the letter. "I have received your correspondence. Regarding the matter of the malevolent cultivators in Zhongzhou, the sect has already reported it to the Zhongzhou Immortal Alliance. A.S. instructed, you're to take full responsibility for handling this matter on behalf of the sect, merely ensuring that the situation does not escalate while awaiting reinforcements. You are in command of this operation at Zhu Yuting. Once the mission concludes and your punishment is served, you may return to the sect. Regardless of past events, let us set them aside for now. You have wasted several years in that remote place, and I truly feel for you. However, there is no need for concern. I will seek justice on your behalf. May you remain safe, and I will await you in Zhongzhou. Should you encounter danger, remember to use the jade pendant I bestowed upon you." The letter was signed in the handwriting of her master, by Yingling. After slowly reading the letter, Yao Qin infused it with a trace of spiritual energy. As the energy seeped in, the letter gradually transformed into a wisp of spiritual light and vanished into the air. Indeed, it had been a considerable time since she had last seen her master. After a prolonged moment, Yao Qin sighed softly, calling out. Xiaoling's voice came from outside the door. "What is your command, miss, from today onwards?" "Zhu Yuting will be entirely sealed off. Inform all cultivators above the Foundation establishment stage to assemble." Xiaoling's voice, tinged with excitement, replied, "Understood." Listening to Xiaoling's departing footsteps, Yao Qin retrieved the blood chi spirit stone that Chu Xingchen had given her. Examining it closely before silently putting it away, she feared she might have spoken out of turn in her response to him. Not dwelling on it further, Yao Qin stood up, pushed open the door, and stepped outside. Her room was situated on the highest 7th floor, with an open corridor in the center. She walked briskly to the railing and looked down. 17 Foundation establishment cultivators and 1 golden core female cultivator stood ready below. Yao Qin issued her command. "By the decree of the sect, we will first prevent the escalation of the malevolent cultivators' actions while awaiting reinforcements. Form teams of 5 to search the surrounding villages. Should you encounter any malevolent cultivators, retreat regardless of the circumstances. The remaining 2 Foundation establishment cultivators and the Golden Core cultivator will form their own team that I will liaise with the Demon Suppression Division to eliminate any suspicious sections. Remember, your safety is paramount above all else." The assembled female cultivators responded in unison. "Yes, thank you, Master Sure." In the stone courtyard, Li Yingling was deeply engrossed in a compendium of foundational knowledge of cultivation. Chu Xingchen reclined in a rocking chair, resting with his eyes closed to tea that moment. Xingtian was also in the courtyard, wielding a wooden sword, contemplating the divine abilities bestowed by his master. After all, sitting in meditation for extended periods could be rather monotonous. A change in practice could also help alleviate Xingtian's mood. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking at the door broke the silence. Xingtian sheathed his wooden sword and went to open the door. After waiting for a moment, noticing that Xingtian had not spoken and the visitor remained silent, Chu Xingchen rose to see what was amiss. To no one's surprise, the visitor was Yao Qin. However, her attire had changed. She was no longer in a dress but donned a blue outfit resembling a martial suit, her long black hair neatly tied back. Exuding an air of competence, holding a long sword, her gaze was sharp as she calmly stated, "It seems you are free today? Why the change in attire?" "Your tone has shifted as well," Chu Xingchen inquired. sensing a newfound confidence and pride in her demeanor. Though puzzled, Chu Xingchen replied, "I am free. Is there something amiss? I have helped you on numerous occasions. Now it is your turn to assist me." "What assistance? Help me capture those despicable, malevolent cultivators." In Yuzhou City, Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin walked side by side on their way to the Demon Suppression Division along a rather desolate street. After pondering briefly, Chu Xingchen, unable to contain his curiosity, asked, "What prompted you to suddenly wish to capture malevolent cultivators? They deserve to be punished." Yao Qin replied succinctly, "What is the real reason?" At this, Yao Qin turned her calm gaze toward Chu Xingchen. He, feeling compelled to respond, stated, "They indeed deserve punishment." Well, Yao Qin had not asked too many questions when she had aided him, so Chu Xingchen chose to remain silent for the remainder of the walk. After a while, Yao Qin suddenly spoke, her words seemingly out of context. "The great rock soars with the wind one day." Chu Xingchen turned to her, noting her expression remained unchanged, her eyes fixed ahead. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "And rises straight up to 90,000 miles. That was what you said when we first met." Yao Qin tightened her grip on the sword, her gaze unwavering as she faced the path ahead. "These lines inspired me at that time. I considered myself the great rock. And you, do I even need to elaborate?" Chu Xingchen replied confidently, "Naturally, I am as well." Yao Qin glanced at Chu Xingchen, "Then let us meet again at 90,000 miles. After a brief pause, Chu Xingchen chuckled, "That is only natural." From that point onward, the two shared few words until they reached the entrance of the Demon Suppression Division, having been escorted in earlier by Zhao Wanqing, who had respectfully seen him out. The guards at the entrance did not stop them. After all, they were neither foolish nor blind, and they had no intention of reporting. They merely stated, "You may enter." Captain Zhao should still be in the medical facility. With a nod of recognition, Chu Xingchen successfully led Yao Qin into the Demon Suppression Division. They made their way directly to the medical facility, as it was always more convenient to seek out familiar faces first. As Chu Xingchen stepped in the medical facility, he froze in astonishment. There stood a small physician, tears streaming down his face, licking a large block of ice with several silver needles still embedded in his cheeks. Zhao Xingyang had awakened and was lying in bed while his sister sprinkled white sugar into his mouth. Chu Xingchen, bewildered, inquired, "What on earth is happening here? What kind of elixir did you concoct?" And Yin, her silver needles trembling slightly, replied with a mix of indignation and sorrow, "Those spiritual herbs appeared perfectly normal. Why did they turn out so bizarre after your refinement?" At this, Chu Xingchen became displeased, countering, "Bizarre? What I employed was legitimate alchemy. Did you not see the efficacy? It was quite effective, yet why did your body reject the medicinal power once it entered?" "It bore a sensation of I will save myself. Do not interfere. Let me ask you, how is the efficacy? Please, let us discuss this later. Senior, what is wrong with my younger brother? He has been complaining of extreme bitterness." Zhao Wanqing urgently questioned. "I ask again." Chu Xingchen realized, stepping forward to Zhao Xingyang, who appeared silent and contemplative, as if he had glimpsed the essence of life and death. His mouth was agape, stuffed with white sugar. Yet it seemed to have no effect. However, at a glance, it appeared that the bitterness was not the cause of his condition. After examining him closely, Chu Xingchen remarked, "It is normal. He woke too early, and the bitter taste has yet to dissipate completely. The last time I consumed the elixir crafted by my senior, it seemed quite different that on that occasion I had ingested herbs that could obscure one's sense of taste." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanqing let out a sigh of relief. As long as there were no issues, it was acceptable. Yao Qin furrowed her brow, her gaze sweeping over the chaotic scene before her. What on earth is going on? She then addressed the matter at hand. "Zhao Wanqing, prior to the arrival of those from Zhongzhou, we must have Zhu Yuding collaborate with the Demon Suppression Division to enforce the law and prevent the situation from escalating. I require your intelligence on the surrounding sects and any reconnaissance reports." Zhao Wanqing, upon hearing this, set down the bowl of sugar she was holding and looked towards Yin, who was still licking the ice to alleviate the heat, and entrusted her, "Yin, could you please check on him for me?" After seeing Yin nod in agreement, Zhao Wanqing turned to the two and said, "Please follow me." "Wait a moment." Zhao Xingyang forcefully spat out the sugar in his mouth. "I have some information. Yao Qin halted her steps and turned to Zhao Xingyang, who seemed to have regained his composure, and inquired, "What do you know?" Zhao Xingyang spoke with difficulty. "They purchased from the black market dock." Chu Xingchen attempted to add, "They bought Taishian stones at the black market dock." Zhao Xingyang was momentarily taken aback, then awkwardly turned his head to look at Chu Xingchen, before gently nodding and continuing. "Their true objective," Chu Xingchen interjected, "their true aim is to conduct a blood sacrifice on the sect, not on mortals." "How do you know all of this?" Yao Qin shook her head in exasperation. It would have been better to remain silent, as this was merely a waste of time. She said helplessly, "Zhao Wanqing, let us depart." "Wait." Zhao Xingyang coughed heavily twice before saying they should have a final objective called the Immortal Seed. Faced with this new information, Yao Qin's interest was piqued. "Immortal Seed? What sort of plan is that?" "I do not know." Without hesitation, Yao Qin turned away. "Zhao Wanqing, let us go." Zhao Wanqing cast a glance at her slightly aggrieved younger brother, sighed in resignation, and followed the two out. Under Zhao Wanqing's verification, the two easily entered the archives room. Zhao Wanqing retrieved the sect's intelligence. Most of the dispatched individuals have yet to return, so the only information available pertains to these sects. As she spoke, she took from a nearby shelf the reports from two sects that had already sent back information. These two sects were close to Yuzhou City, and the messages indicated that everything was normal. Yao Qin did not pick up the reports from the two returning sects. Instead, she took a thick book containing detailed records of the elders and leaders of various sects, along with their cultivation levels and addresses. Her divine sense swept across the contents swiftly. Yao Qin concluded, "Indeed, Qingfeng sect is the most suitable, but is certainly not the only one, since the incident involving the evil cultivators began." With the information from Chu Xingchen, Qingfeng sect has already been a well-known target. However, the individuals at Qingfeng sect's mine remain blissfully unaware that Yao Qin's primary target is naturally Qingfeng sect. But before proceeding, it is essential to grasp clear intelligence and examine whether there are any clues nearby. Zhao Wanqing was momentarily taken aback. "Qingfeng sect? Isn't it quite far from Yuzhou City?" Yao Qin, noticing Zhao Wanqing's puzzled expression, casually replied, "There is intelligence from Zhongzhou." Zhao Wanqing's expression turned to one of realization. Yao Qin continued, "I have arranged for Zhu Yuding's people to scout the surrounding areas for information. They will come to the Demon Suppression Division to submit their findings. Your cultivation level is too low. Stay here to receive the intelligence while I go with him to Qingfeng sect to ascertain the truth. The Supreme Elder of Qingfeng sect is at the nascent soul stage." Zhao Wanqing hastily reminded, "Isn't that a bit too dangerous?" Yao Qin's demeanor remained calm. "Their ultimate trump card is merely at the nascent soul stage. I am not faced with such bold words." Zhao Wanqing was momentarily at a loss for words. Yao Qin, with a serious demeanor, worked with remarkable efficiency. After providing a brief explanation, she intended to set off directly for Qingfeng sect. Chu Xingchen had no objections, as he was merely accompanying her on a case. Yao Qin had also confided in herself that they were only conducting a simple investigation to prevent any irreparable losses before the arrival of those from Zhongzhou. It was crucial to keep the situation within manageable bounds. The difficulty of resolving an issue compared to understanding it could be described as worlds apart. Although Qingfeng sect is relatively distant from Yuzhou City, it is a considerable distance for Foundation establishment cultivators. However, for Golden Core masters, it is not far at all, as once one attains the Golden Core stage, one can soar through the skies without reliance on external aids. Chu Xingchen did not possess any treasures that allowed for flight. When he traveled to Yuzhou City, he could only carry his two disciples. Additionally, he had to guard against potential attacks from Qingfeng sect, so he decided to accompany his disciples, which slowed him down somewhat. Nevertheless, Li Yingling was quite cheerful throughout the journey. At this moment, the situation had reversed, and they could tentatively be considered to be seeking trouble. The two sped onward. It would take no more than half a day to reach Qingfeng sect. In the air, nearing the vicinity of Qingfeng sect, Chu Xingchen asked, "Do you intend to visit the sect first or investigate that mine?" Yao Qin replied, "There is no need to alert the snakes in the grass. Let us first observe the situation at Qingfeng sect and determine whether it's a collective issue or an individual one." Chu Xingchen nodded gently in response. The mountain gate of Qingfeng sect is situated along the path of the largest spiritual vein in the vicinity, rich in spiritual energy. Is said that this mountain was originally referred to as Nyoto Mountain by the locals, due to the exceptionally high peaks on either side that resemble bull horns when viewed from a distance. Following the principle of naming things after their appearance, the mountain was called Nyoto Mountain and retained that name for a long time. However, after the founder of Qingfeng sect, Qingyan Daoist, established the sect, the name was changed to Qingfeng Mountain. After all, one cannot respond to inquiries about the sect's location by saying they belong to the Nyoto Mountain Qingfeng sect. Can they, regardless of how illustrious one's sect name may be, being situated on Nyoto Mountain would lead others to perceive it as a minor sect. However, a spiritual mountain with a spiritual vein that has not been claimed by anyone is exceedingly rare. Thus, even though it was Nyoto Mountain, Qingyan Daoists seized the opportunity and established the sect there. With the passage of time and Qingfeng sect's complete establishment, Nyoto Mountain has successfully undergone a name change. Before the mountain gate of Qingfeng sect stands a towering archway made of white jade, with 3 golden characters elegantly inscribed, Qingfeng sect. Behind the archway, opulent structures rise from the rugged mountain cliffs. As Chu Xingchen and Yaoqin approached, their golden core auras unrestrained, the disciples guarding the mountain gate quickly spotted the 2 golden core masters soaring before the gate. Chu Xingchen surveyed Qingfeng sect's mountain gate before turning to the disciples on guard. Zhongzhou, go notify someone in charge. Please wait. Esteemed masters, the guarding disciple hastily cupped his hands in respect and then rushed inside the mountain gate. Yaoqin communicated silently with Chu Xingchen. I'll leave it to you. After all, when it comes to seeking trouble, it was evident that Chu Xingchen possessed significantly greater combat prowess than herself, and in terms of efficiency, she held him in high regard. Chu Xingchen nodded in acknowledgement. Before long, a middle-aged golden core master in black attire also soared over. He cupped his hands and asked, May I inquire what brings the 2 esteemed masters here? Target, Zhang Xiaofeng Cultivation, early golden core blue attribute. Resourceful white attribute. Adequate talent white attribute. Composed black attribute. Short-sighted after using the system to scan the information of the golden core master before him. Chu Xingchen understood why Zhang Xiaofeng was chosen to receive them, given his resourceful nature. Chu Xingchen replied in a calm tone. We are here to investigate. We require your cooperation from Qingfeng sect. Zhang Xiaofeng continued to cup his hands and inquire. May I ask what matters require our cooperation? Chu Xingchen produced the token bestowed upon him by Yaoqin and displayed it to Zhang Xiaofeng, coldly stating, for all matters. Upon hearing such an audacious claim, Zhang Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback, then scrutinized the token presented by Chu Xingchen. Soon, the name of a sect surfaced in his mind. He turned out to be the esteemed guest from Tianyin sect. A smile instantly spread across Zhang Xiaofeng's face as he said, No problem. Anything can be discussed. Would you 2 like to come in for a cup of tea? We can discuss everything at length. Observing the ever-changing expressions of Zhang Xiaofeng, Chu Xingchen truly comprehended the essence of being versatile and diplomatic. However, as Chu Xingchen had never ventured to Zhongzhou, he remained oblivious to the true value of the Tianyin sect, which could elicit such rapid shifts in Zhang Xiaofeng's demeanor. Contemplating this, Chu Xingchen discreetly glanced at Yaoqin beside him and transmitted a thought. Is your sect's reputation so esteemed? In no time, Yaoqin replied through thought. Among the sects in Zhongzhou, those regarded highly are seen as formidable giants in the eyes of this crowd. This response was indeed truthful. Naturally, both Chu Xingchen and Yaoqin accepted Zhang Xiaofeng's invitation. With a beaming smile, Zhang Xiaofeng led the 2 into the resplendent main hall adorned in gold and jade. Flanking the main hall stood disciples, and as Zhang Xiaofeng passed one, he instructed, Go summon the sect leader and gather all the elders you can. The disciple promptly obeyed. This exchange was not conducted in thought, so both Chu Xingchen and Yaoqin heard it clearly. Zhang Xiaofeng gestured with his hands and said, Please, take a seat. The hall was equipped with seats on both sides, and Chu Xingchen casually chose a seat on the left. Yaoqin took her place on the adjacent chair beside him, and no sooner had they settled than 2 female disciples entered from the hall, each carrying a teapot. They placed the pots on the tables beside the 2 and then gracefully withdrew. Taking a seat on the right, Zhang Xiaofeng smiled and remarked, "This is the unique Qingfeng tea of our sect. Nourished by spiritual essence. Tea may not compare to what esteemed guests are accustomed to, but it should possess its own charm." Zhang Xiaofeng's promotion of the tea. Both Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin exhibited no reaction. Appearing entirely disinterested in the beverage, Zhang Xiaofeng could only offer an awkward smile in response. However, the awkwardness was short-lived. Shortly after, an elderly man with white hair entered, followed closely by 3 black-clad golden core elders. The elderly man quickly fixed his gaze upon Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin, a smile gracing his face as he inquired, "Are you the esteemed guest from Zhongzhou? I'm the sect leader of Qingfeng sect." Chu Xingchen's gaze momentarily brushed over the elderly man before honing in on one of the elders behind him. Shang Wanhong's expression grew serious under Chu Xingchen's penetrating stare. "Damn it, this brat is indeed from Zhongzhou? Could it be he has specifically come to confront me?" As the gathered individuals took their places, Zhang Xiaofeng hastily stood to introduce the sect leader and the elders, stating, "These two are from the Tianyin sect of Zhongzhou." The Qingfeng sect leader, with a smile as warm as spring, remarked, "So they're esteemed disciples of the Tianyin sect. May I inquire what brings you to Qingfeng sect?" In response to the leader's inquiry, Chu Xingchen remained unmoved, his gaze fixated on Shang Wanhong. The leader's face betrayed a hint of awkwardness as he glanced at Zhang Xiaofeng, silently questioning the situation. Zhang Xiaofeng felt helpless. What a predicament. It seemed he could hardly navigate this situation without appearing subservient. Encountering issues felt as if they were invariably his fault. "If I were privy to all this, would there be a need for you to be the sect leader?" Yet, despite his frustrations, Zhang Xiaofeng could only feign humility. With a familiar humble smile, he cautiously asked, "Do you know Elder Shangwan?" "Naturally, we have met before," Chu Xingchen replied, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. "I wonder if Elder Shangwan still remembers me." After a brief pause, Shang Wanhong responded, "Of course I remember." He then inquired with a note of confusion, "But at that time, did you not claim to be from the Zhongzhou Tianshu Alliance?" Leaning on his right hand, Chu Xingchen replied with a dismissive tone, "Oh, are you implying that you doubt me, Elder Shangwan?" "Certainly not. It's just," Shang Wanhong's words trailed off, leaving room for speculation. The sect leader's gaze shifted back to Zhang Xiaofeng, still questioning the situation. Exhausted, Zhang Xiaofeng desperately wished to hurl Chu Xingchen's token at the sect leader's face. After years of playing the sycophant, could he not discern the authenticity of the Zhongzhou token? He took a breath to mediate the situation. "Elder Shangwan, do you think there might be a misunderstanding?" Shang Wanhong remained silent. "A misunderstanding? Not quite." Chu Xingchen interjected nonchalantly that it's merely a seasonal affair. This time, without waiting for the sect leader's cue, Zhang Xiaofeng quickly interjected, "Esteemed guest, your humor is delightful. Wasn't there a task requiring our cooperation with Qingfeng sect?" Hearing Zhang Xiaofeng's somewhat stiff transition, Chu Xingchen calmly remarked, "From Elder Shangwan's tone, it is evident he suspects my identity as a Tianyin sect disciple. Shouldn't you confirm this with me more thoroughly?" After a brief pause, he added, "Or perhaps allow Elder Shangwan to verify personally?" Just as Zhang Xiaofeng was about to continue diffusing the tension, Shang Wanhong's aged voice cut through. "That would indeed be ideal." This statement left Zhang Xiaofeng momentarily stunned, casting a look of disbelief at Shang Wanhong. What is wrong with this man? Ignoring the bewildered expressions of those around him, Shang Wanhong had his reasons for this approach. If this individual had not arrived, it would have been one thing. But upon his arrival, Shang Wanhong felt something was amiss. For precaution's sake, he had investigated Li Xingtian's background upon returning. It was noted that Li Xingtian initially worked in the mines, but was transferred to the outer sect due to a lack of herbalists. Although Shang Wanhong harbored concerns, he felt powerless, knowing he could not contend with this individual. Being rescued was his own disgrace. Initially, when the mines were attacked, he had speculated whether it was this person's doing. But upon reflection, Chu Xingchen's spiritual essence was remarkably pure, devoid of any traces of malevolence. Moreover, at that time, Shang Wanhong genuinely believed that Chu Xingchen was most likely a person from Zhongzhou. However, now Zhongzhou individuals were organized and aware of the mines. If you're truly a disciple of the Tianyin sect, Why would he deceive them by claiming to be from some nonsense Tianshu alliance? If he truly wished to rescue someone, wouldn't displaying a token suffice to silence any dissent? There must be something sinister at play. Perhaps the assailants of the mine were under his command, and with the protective formations of Qingfeng's sect and the presence of so many Golden Core elders. If this individual were indeed a false disciple of the Tianyin sect, it would be easy to handle. Even if he were genuine, a humble apology or acknowledgement of wrongdoing would suffice. The benefits outweighed the risks. Why not proceed? Shang Guanhong quickly formulated his plan and approached without hesitation, asking, "Since you are from the Tianyin sect, I presume you possess other means of proof besides the token." The sect leader, initially intending to stop Shang Guanhong, halted upon hearing this. Shang Guanhong noticed the sect leader's subtle gesture, recognizing it as tacit approval that a faint smile appeared on his aged face. Suddenly, Yao Qin, who had remained silent, unsheathed the sword resting beside her, unleashing an overwhelming aura of sharpness that seemed capable of effortlessly shattering the very stars. The tumultuous spiritual energy coalesced perfectly, and in a mere flash, the opulent hall was cleaved asunder by her strike. The violent waves of spiritual energy obliterated everything within the chamber. The Golden Core elders quickly erected barriers of spiritual energy to withstand the somewhat exaggerated aftermath. As the spiritual energy settled, the hall lay in ruins, the terrifying sword mark having reduced the walls to rubble, leaving a palpable residual power that flattened the mountains beyond. The massive stones tumbled down chaotically. Shang Guanhong, positioned closest to the sword's intent, was even forced back several steps, despite not being the intended target. Yao Qin slowly sheathed her sword and returned it to its place beside her chair. With this display, she had not even risen from her seat. The Tianyin sect's divine ability, the Yingtian Tai Ching sword. With a cold gaze fixed on the still trembling Shang Guanhong, Yao Qin inquired, "Do you wish to verify anything further?" At her words, Shang Guanhong instinctively held his breath. What more could he possibly verify? This divine ability, exclusive to true disciples of the Tianyin sect, was far more convincing than any token. Yet, was this person not being a tad excessive? Observing Shang Guanhong's grave expression, Chu Xingchen feigned confusion, glancing at Yao Qin and asking, "Senior sister, why did you hold back?" Yao Qin replied coolly, "After all, we are in someone else's sect. One must leave some face." Zhang Xiaofeng cast a glance at the hall, which had nearly been reduced to ruins, feeling a profound sense of embarrassment. In response, Chu Xingchen gently nodded, then rose to his feet, casually picking up the long sword beside the Yao Qin and declaring, "My senior sister has verified that he is a disciple of the Tianyin sect. Now it is my turn to provide proof for all of you that..." As he spoke, Chu Xingchen turned toward Shang Guanhong, making a motion as if to draw his sword, seemingly intending to execute the divine transformation Taiji sword technique and cleave Shang Guanhong in two. The sect leader hastily interjected, "Wait a moment. Esteemed guest, there is no need for verification. With such power, if you would unleash another strike, would there be any good places left in Qingfeng sect?" The sect leader's gaze turned sharply toward Shang Guanhong. Reprimanding Elder Shang Guan, "Apologize to our two esteemed guests immediately." The reactions of Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin remained uncertain, but upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaofeng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Finally, he was no longer the scapegoat. Faced with the sect leader's rebuke, Shang Guanhong's face flushed with embarrassment. He had indeed been cowardly when Chu Xingchen prepared to draw his sword. Just standing beside Yao Qin, he felt as if ominous stars were flashing above his head. In that moment, with the current scene unfolding, Shang Guanhong could only lower his head and admit, "I sincerely apologize, esteemed guests. It was my overthinking." Once Yao Qin unleashed that sword strike, all doubts dissipated like smoke. Chu Xingchen, with an expression of regret, remarked, "Do not be hasty. I am truly not a disciple of the Tianyin sect." Upon hearing this, the sect leader quickly turned his gaze towards Zhang Xiaofeng. Zhang Xiaofeng found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. "It was you who tacitly allowed Elder Shangguan to court disaster. Now, after he has made his blunder, I am left to clean up the mess. Being an elder is truly frustrating. Esteemed guests, we must prioritize the matter at hand." Zhang Xiaofeng forced a smile, clasping his hands. "Your identities are beyond doubt. Whatever you require, Qingfeng sect will certainly cooperate. Hearing this, Chu Xingchen wore a look of regret as he returned the long sword to Yao Qin and slowly resumed his seat, his demeanor turning serious as he spoke. There are two matters. The first is the primary purpose of our visit. We have received a commission from Yuzhou City regarding a malevolent cult conducting blood sacrifices, suspected of planning significant actions, and have been reported to be moving through this area, that I request that you conduct an investigation. The sect leader, upon hearing this, let out a sigh of relief, grateful that they were not here to create trouble, and quickly responded, since it pertains to righteous matters, it is our duty to assist. May I ask what the second matter is? Chu Xingchen's gaze turned icy as he looked at Shang Wanhong, stating, the reputation of our Tianyin sect is not something just anyone can question. The sect leader remained silent, shifting his gaze back to Zheng Xiaofeng. Very well. I shall tackle this perilous issue myself. Zheng Xiaofeng inwardly sighed, clasping his hands once more as he continued. Elder Shangwan. He paused momentarily, finally formulating an excuse that I was merely concerned that someone might be using the name of the Tianyin sect to deceive others. Chu Xingchen's tone suddenly chilled. Are you implying that my senior sister and I, even with our tokens, do not resemble disciples of the Tianyin sect, but rather appear more like frauds? Zheng Xiaofeng quickly protested. Of course not, of course not. Before he could elaborate, Chu Xingchen abruptly raised his hand to interrupt him. I do not care what rules govern your Qingfeng sect. We shall proceed according to the regulations of the Tianyin sect. As long as I am investigating in Qingfeng sect, I request that Elder Shangwan be confined for a day. Upon hearing this, Zheng Xiaofeng could only look towards the sect leader, for he could not make a decision on this matter. Shangwanhong's seniority in Qingfeng sect far surpassed his own. I shall comply with this request. The sect leader agreed without hesitation, then turned to the other two elders and instructed, please escort Elder Shangwan to the confinement chamber. After the two elders bowed in acknowledgement and led Shangwanhong away, Chu Xingchen's expression softened immediately, as if his ire had been directed solely at Shangwanhong. The sect leader, witnessing this transformation, also felt relieved. Realizing that it was a matter of personal grievances rather than principle, he then inquired, esteemed guests, how may our Qingfeng sect assist you in this matter? Chu Xingchen smiled confidently, as if he had devised a brilliant plan. You should dispatch individuals, centering around Qingfeng sect, to conduct a comprehensive and thorough search, forcing those malevolent cultivators to surface. The sect leader was taken aback. Is this truly a viable strategy? Such an ostentatious search will surely allow the malevolent cultivators to flee before we even encounter them. Moreover, the area we would cover would become immeasurable. However, after reflecting on the previous events, it seemed that those who had come were merely disciples seeking to draw attention to themselves. Whether or not the malevolent cultivators were captured bore little significance to Qingfeng sect. It might be better to humor these youngsters and avoid further complications. After a brief contemplation, the sect leader smiled and replied, indeed, as expected of a gifted disciple from the Tianyin sect, this is truly a foolproof plan. Our Qingfeng sect will certainly arrange for personnel to carry this out. Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen displayed a delighted expression and pointed towards Zheng Xiaofeng, saying, I appreciate this individual's words. Let him assist me during this undertaking. Zheng Xiaofeng, taken aback by the speed at which the sect leader agreed, could only nod in compliance. Very well. I shall return if needed. Chu Xingchen nodded in satisfaction, then cast a glance at the ravaged hall, inquiring, we want to be held responsible for the damages, will we? The sect leader, eager to see the two esteemed individuals depart quickly, hastily replied, of course not. With that, Chu Xingchen strode out of the hall, commanding, all right, Xiao Zheng, let us proceed. Yao Qin, without hesitation, followed suit, and with a sigh, Zheng Xiaofeng hurried after them. With Chu Xingchen leading the way, they made their way directly towards the mountain gate. At that moment, disciples on either side of the corridor watched Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin with keen eyes. That sword strike had indeed astonished the entire Qingfeng sect. Moreover, the fact that the two could emerge unscathed signified not only their formidable strength, but also their significant backing. Zheng Xiaofeng trailed closely behind them. Chu Xingchen had his reasons for proceeding in this manner. It was evident that within Qingfeng sect, There was more than just the golden core guardians of the mining site engaged in the rituals of the malevolent cultivators. One individual alone could not orchestrate such grand schemes. As the elders and the sect leader entered, Chu Xingchen had utilized his system to scan the panels of that group of individuals. Based on the entries displayed on the other elders' panels, no immediate issues were discernible. Only Shangwan Hong stood out. The black entry of entangled by inner demons had been replaced by the blue entry post-heaven demon body, a term associated with the malevolent cultivator of the mining site. This indicated that during this time, Shangwan Hong had inevitably become involved with the malevolent sect. With initial clues established, it was imperative to follow the trail deeper. The first step was to eliminate one of their eyes, causing confusion among them, thereby allowing for stealthier maneuvers that a direct assault on the mining site would not suffice to lure out all the big fish. Thus, Chu Xingchen's deliberate provocation of Shangwan Hong served the true purpose of confining him, inciting unease among the slippery individuals, prompting them to cautiously peek out for danger. Furthermore, the short-sighted Zheng Xiaofeng behind him was not only a tool that could be easily manipulated, but also a rather useful one. Chu Xingchen conveyed his thoughts to Yao Qin through a silent communication, to which she succinctly responded with a single word, "Good." After walking a distance from the entrance of Qingfeng sect, Chu Xingchen suddenly halted. Zheng Xiaofeng promptly followed suit, questioning with confusion, "What's the matter?" Chu Xingchen turned around, remarking with a hint of sympathy, "Playing the role of a gracious host is not an easy task." "Is it?" Zheng Xiaofeng was taken aback, wondering how this person could so bluntly strike at the heart of the matter. Just as he was unsure how to respond, Chu Xingchen smiled and said, "Now, there is a better path available to you." With a pause, he continued enticingly, "Do you admire the Tianyin sect?" Zhang Xiaofeng's initial reaction was not one of joy. His instinctive thought was that who would have an affinity for the Tianyin sect. However, upon seeing the ambiguous smile on Chu Xingchen's face, he suddenly became alert, and his heart raced. "If that is your intention, who wouldn't he be enamored? I would even be willing to serve as a subordinate in the Tianyin sect." Zhang Xiaofeng stammered, "Are you saying me?" Chu Xingchen affirmed, "Yes, I am indeed speaking of you." Zhang Xiaofeng quickly replied, "Then of course I would be delighted." Gazing at Zhang Xiaofeng, whose face was alight with excitement, Chu Xingchen elongated his tone slightly. "The affection you speak of, is it of the kind I am contemplating in the face of such an irresistible temptation?" Zhang Xiaofeng confidently replied, "It is undoubtedly the kind you envision." Hearing this affirmative response, Chu Xingchen nodded in satisfaction, subsequently retrieving a blood essence spirit stone from his spatial ring and tossing it towards Zhang Xiaofeng. Instinctively raising his hand to catch the flying stone, Zhang Xiaofeng instinctively lowered his gaze upon it, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. Chu Xingchen, as if contemplating, spoke, "Little Zheng, can you guess why I did not present this spirit stone in the main hall?" Zhang Xiaofeng, quick-witted as he was in his role as the reception elder, swiftly grasped the implication that it was likely due to matters within the sect. However, understanding did not equate to the ability to voice it. He feigned ignorance, replying, "It must be that you have your own plans." "Ah, I see." Chu Xingchen nodded lightly, using his spiritual power to retract the blood essence spirit stone back into his spatial ring. Turning away, he continued onward, expressing his dissatisfaction. "Your affection is of no use now. The Tianyin sect no longer favors you." Zhang Xiaofeng watched as the two figures gradually receded, feeling as though he had missed a monumental opportunity. With a sigh, he acknowledged that he still did not know the names of the two Tianyin sect disciples. Merely 2 sentences, and they expected him to take such a perilous risk. It was simply untenable. Alas, he resolved to consider it a jest at his expense. Zhang Xiaofeng hastily took 2 steps forward to keep pace with the 2 individuals. Yet, the brief encounter had made him realize that the seemingly carefree young man before him was likely no naive disciple of the sect. Zhang Xiaofeng promptly steeled himself, prepared to remain unyielding and steadfast in the upcoming endeavors. He sought not to excel, but merely to return without facing the leader's inquiries. However, the ensuing developments took him by surprise. Chu Xingchen merely strolled leisurely with the zither near the Qingfeng sect, and the questions posed to Zhang Xiaofeng were far from sensitive. In fact, they bore no relation to any wicked cultivators. Chu Xingchen casually inquired. Little Zheng, are there any delightful delicacies at your Qingfeng sect? Zheng Xiaofeng promptly clasped his hands in response. I have long since ceased eating, so I am unaware. What about scenic spots nearby? Yet, there were no remarkable sights in the vicinity. Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen turned back in displeasure. Little Zheng, you are narrowing the path. Just as Zheng Xiaofeng intended to decline, the icy gaze of the zither struck his awareness. Recalling the woman's terrifying sword, he hastily exclaimed, There is a small stream, where the scenery is quite pleasant. Lead the way. Zheng Xiaofeng quickly stepped ahead, guiding the two esteemed figures. The small stream was not far from their current location. The three golden Coriolis arrived in no time. The stream was adorned with gentle ripples, barely a yard wide and shallow enough to not reach the knees. The banks were unobstructed by towering trees, with a carpet of verdant grass speckled with wildflowers of various hues. Gazing into the distance, the view was indeed delightful. The water of the stream was exceptionally clear, revealing thumb-sized fish frolicking within. Chu Xingchen, pleased, patted Zheng Xiaofeng's shoulder, then removed his shoes to dip his feet into the stream. Ah, this could be considered a vacation, dear sister. Yao Qin stepped forward, choosing to sit beside him instead of soaking her feet like Chu Xingchen. Little Zheng, she called. What can I do for you? Chu Xingchen reclined on the grass. His tone languid. Go catch 2 wild rabbits. Without a moment's hesitation, Zheng Xiaofeng turned and departed to hunt rabbits for Chu Xingchen. For a golden core realist, capturing 2 rabbits was a trivial affair. In no time, Zheng Xiaofeng returned cleverly, carrying 2 live rabbits, regardless of whether they were destined for life or death. Chu Xingchen glanced at them, nodding in satisfaction. Wild rabbits are rather adorable. Let them go. At that moment, Zheng Xiaofeng understood that they were deliberately provoking him. Yet he remained unfazed. After all these years of being underestimated, could he not maintain his composure? Today he would teach this Tianyin sect lad a lesson in poise. Zheng Xiaofeng maintained a courteous demeanor. Very well. In which direction would you like them released? Chu Xingchen casually replied, Release them to the west, allowing the rabbits to scamper off that way. Upon receiving the instruction, Zheng Xiaofeng unhesitatingly set the 2 rabbits free, even using his spiritual energy to compel them to hop westward. As time passed, Chu Xingchen languidly reclined on the grass, occasionally remarking, Little Zheng, do you not find that tree rather bothersome? Little Zheng, does that blade of grass seem to be glaring at me? Oh, Little Zheng, that bird appears quite arrogant. For an entire afternoon, the refrain of Little Zheng echoed in Zheng Xiaofeng's ears. Now he truly comprehended the meaning of a superior's words compelling their subordinate to exhaustion. As the sun began to dip, Chu Xingchen, with a contented tone, stated, Little Zheng. Zheng Xiaofeng instinctively responded, Yes, you called. Today was quite enjoyable. Does your Qingfeng sect have accommodations for my sister and me? Of course we do. Are you planning to return directly? Shall I lie down a while longer? Do not overexert yourself. Even a subordinate has his limits. Zheng Xiaofeng quickly interjected. Please, you may first check what supplies the room may lack, so I can prepare accordingly. Sister, shall we go? Chu Xingchen's gaze turned to Yao Qin, who had accompanied him throughout the afternoon. Yao Qin nodded in agreement. Let us. Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin leisurely returned to the Qingfeng sect. Zheng Xiaofeng promptly arranged the finest guest rooms for the 2 esteemed individuals. At the Qingfeng sect, in a first-class guest room, Yao Qin was already comfortably settled in one room, in the other. Chu Xingchen surveyed the opulent decor with satisfaction. Quite splendid. I am glad you are pleased. Zheng Xiaofeng sighed in relief, hoping they would not seek further trouble. Chu Xingchen waved them off casually. You may leave now. Be sure to wait at the sect's entrance early tomorrow for my sister and me. The relief he had felt earlier returned, as he realized he would have to repeat this ordeal the next day. Unfortunately, circumstance dictated his compliance, and Zheng Xiaofeng could only nod in resignation. Just as he exited the guest room, burdened with a profound sense of humiliation, he spotted the sect leader standing at a distance, regarding him with that familiar gaze. The leader's eyes conveyed a message Zheng Xiaofeng understood all too well. Should you not provide an explanation? Within the Qingfeng sect's discussion hall, Zheng Xiaofeng stood with a woeful expression before the leader, who bore a look of skepticism. The leader inquired, his eyes narrowed. Are you implying that they merely lounged by the stream, commanding you, and did nothing else? Zheng Xiaofeng, with earnestness in his gaze and tone, replied, Indeed, leader, that is the truth. The leader's doubt was palpable. Did they not mention anything regarding wicked cultivators or any other matters? They simply toyed with you? Zheng Xiaofeng, with a tone of grievance and valor, declared, Leader, I have been with the Qingfeng sect since childhood. Do you not know my unwavering loyalty to the sect? This heartfelt declaration seemed to sway the leader, who nodded gently, signaling Zheng Xiaofeng to take his leave. Zheng Xiaofeng exhaled in relief, having navigated through this ordeal as for the blood essence spirit stone. He dared not divulge anything. Whoever was involved in that matter was beyond his capacity to contend with, whether it be the elder or anyone else. He had risked his life to rise from foundation establishment to golden core, acquiring this subordinate elder position. Moreover, it was likely a scheme orchestrated by the elders collectively, and perhaps even the leader was aware of it. As someone excluded from their inner circle, he had no place in such affairs. Zheng Xiaofeng aspired to graduate from being a subordinate elder, but certainly not at the cost of his life. This matter he resolved to treat as if he were unaware, for that was the only way to ensure his own safety. A subordinate must remain a subordinate to the end. Zheng Xiaofeng hastily turned and made his way outside. As he just pushed open the door to the conference hall, he caught sight of Elder Li, who was conversing quite closely with Elder Shangguan within the sect. Like the sect leader, he stood at a distance, regarding Zheng with a similar gaze. The word Xiao Zheng echoed once more in his ears. Was it not enough to be tormented by outsiders? Now he had to endure the meddling of his own people. Was his mother not considered a person anymore? Alas, it seemed he could not provoke anyone. Zheng Xiaofeng forced a smile and quickly approached Elder Li, speaking in a humble tone. Elder Li, is there something you wish to instruct me on? Elder Li's expression was stern as he coldly inquired. What were those disciples of Tianyin sect up to today? Zheng Xiaofeng, with a face full of grievance, recounted the events of the day to Elder Li. With a skeptical look, Elder Li pressed, Are you saying that all they did today was to command you for their amusement? The familiar gaze, the reminiscent inquiry. Yet Elder Li's questioning felt more excessive. What did he mean by commanding him for amusement? Was that not excessively offensive? Zheng Xiaofeng suppressed his emotions and replied in a tone of familiar grievance. Indeed, that is the case. Elder Li fell silent for a moment, scrutinizing Zheng Xiaofeng before asking, Did they inquire about anything concerning the demonic cultivators? No, it seems they were merely here to torment me. Zheng Xiaofeng answered earnestly. They appear to be merely fulfilling a sect task. Hearing this, Elder Li nodded slowly in contemplation. Refraining from further questions, he gently patted Zheng Xiaofeng on the shoulder before turning to leave. Zheng Xiaofeng stood in place, scanning the surroundings to see if anyone else sought him out. After a lengthy pause, apprehensive, he gradually returned to his chamber. Inside, Zheng Xiaofeng trembled as he drank the tea from the table in one gulp. Reflecting on the day's events, he concluded that none of them regarded him as a person. In a fit of frustration, Zheng Xiaofeng devoted the entire night to rigorous cultivation. The next morning, determined not to be late, Zheng Xiaofeng stood early at the entrance of Qingfeng sect, alongside the disciples assigned to guard the mountain gate. As time passed, the two esteemed individuals he awaited did not arrive for an extended period, causing the disciples on either side to grow restless, their backs glistening with sweat. Was this elder perhaps here to oversee their posts? Why had they been standing together for so long? It was only when the sun reached its zenith that Zheng Xiaofeng finally spotted Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin approaching leisurely. He quickly went to greet them, asking, What arrangements do you have for today? Stretching lazily, Chu Xingchen replied nonchalantly, It got dark too quickly yesterday. We didn't have enough fun, so let us go play some more. Zheng Xiaofeng forced a smile, saying, As long as you are happy, that of course. It was only important that he himself was happy. After saying this, Chu Xingchen ambled toward the stream. Upon reaching the stream, Chu Xingchen removed his boots, soaked his feet, and laid down in one fluid motion. Then came the voice, Xiao Zheng. Would that voice resonate in his ears again at midnight? As time flowed, the two by the river retained their expressions, while a golden core cultivator beside the river engaged in peculiar antics. For instance, he lifted a large stone and placed it atop another, uprooted a tree only to replant it beside another tree, claiming that one tree was too lonely and that two trees would not feel desolate. As the sun dipped in the west, Zhang Xiaofeng, having endured yet another exhausting afternoon, completed another task and gazed at the setting sun, pondering why it seemed to be setting so slowly today. Chu Xingchen noticed this scene and once again scanned Zhang Xiaofeng with the system. Target: Zhang Xiaofeng Cultivation, Early Golden Core Blue Attribute, Versatile White Attribute, Acceptable Aptitude White Attribute, Composed Black Attribute, Short-Sighted Temporary Black Attribute. Anxious. When Chu Xingchen noticed the anxious attribute, he understood that perhaps the time had come. He withdrew his feet from the stream and called, Xiao Zheng. Zhang Xiaofeng quickly turned to Chu Xingchen, instinctively responding, You called? A light smile appeared on Chu Xingchen's face as he inquired, How was last night for you? Zhang Xiaofeng paused, looking blankly at Chu Xingchen. When one is unable to hold it together, they often cannot. He took a deep breath and quietly asked, Were you doing it on purpose? Do not speak so harshly. That I believe I've not done anything to put you in a difficult position. Have I? Chu Xingchen firmly denied. Who is truly troubling you? Me or them? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaofeng suddenly lowered his head, falling silent. Chu Xingchen, unfazed, continued putting on his boots, saying, The whirlpool does not care whether those caught in it are innocent. Since you have been drawn into it, what you must do is not to drift with the current, for that will surely lead to your demise. What you must do is to struggle desperately to save yourself, to seek a way out. Once Chu Xingchen had donned his boots, he approached Zhang Xiaofeng and gently patted his shoulder, saying, As of now, they will not trust you. You are faced with a choice of three. Having eliminated two incorrect options, should you still choose wrongly, you will be foolishly doomed. As the sun descended, Zhang Xiaofeng took a deep breath. At this moment, he could only resort to that one strategy. He let out a bitter laugh and said, So following you will lead to a way out. You are disciples of the Tianyin sect, and naturally, Qingfeng sect would not dare to lay hands on you. And what about me? Zhang Xiaofeng raised his head, gritting his teeth. I am merely a cultivator who has climbed step by step from the very bottom. Every step I take is a grueling struggle. Such clumsy rhetoric. Chu Xingchen, lacking patience for his continued lamentations, interrupted directly. It is not wise to blame fate for a difficult birth. There are those who cannot even reach the golden core stage. Why do you not compare yourself to them? Is our fortunate birth not accompanied by fierce competition? Do you think we casually reach the golden core stage by simply drinking water? Do you think it is only difficult for you? Is it easy for me and my senior sister? Seeing that Chu Xingchen's expression bore no trace of compassion and that his counterarguments were quite reasonable, Zhang Xiaofeng realized that this line of reasoning would not sway this esteemed disciple of the Tianyin sect. Who dares to say that those protected disciples in the central continent are unaware of the world? Their experiences are not any less than his own. Chu Xingchen earnestly said, Xiao Zheng, you have yet to see that your current predicament arises from fear of death. It is quite easy to resolve the desire to live. Zhang Xiaofeng, taken aback, looked at Chu Xingchen with suspicion. What do you mean? Chu Xingchen replied solemnly, From this moment on, you are the external cleaning staff at the Tianyin sect. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaofeng furrowed his brows in contemplation. Cleaning staff at the Tianyin sect. He quickly concluded that this was of no use. That wasn't this merely sweeping at the Tianyin sect's entrance? Chu Xingchen, seeing through Zhang Xiaofeng's expression, explained earnestly, If you encounter an elderly sweeper at the Tianyin sect's entrance who insults you, would you dare to retaliate? Zhang Xiaofeng quickly deduced and candidly replied, No, I wouldn't. After all, anyone who could sweep at the Tianyin sect, regardless of their cultivation level, was backed by the formidable presence of the Tianyin sect, and thus not someone he could provoke. Zhang Xiaofeng then added, But this is not the Tianyin sect's entrance. Even if I were the chief of cleaning, it would be of no use. You are too narrow-minded, Chu Xingchen said, gripping Zhang Xiaofeng's shoulder. Think carefully. What you fear is the name of the Tianyin sect, or the cultivators behind that name. Naturally, Zhang Xiaofeng's expression shifted to one of realization, yet he looked at Chu Xingchen with skepticism. Words may sound pleasant now, but should a conflict arise and those elders unleash their wrath, would they not still seek him out? Your mouth is yours. You can say whatever you wish, but your life is your own. Facing Zheng Xiaofeng's doubtful gaze, Chu Xingchen sighed. Xiao Zheng, you must understand one thing. What you possess now is not the power of choice, but the power to be chosen. This is your final opportunity. Ponder well how to face the sect leader thereafter. With that, Chu Xingchen concluded his words, resolutely turning to leave with Yao Qin. Yao Qin followed suit, simultaneously sending a voice transmission to Chu Xingchen. Do you think he will take the bait? The more perfect a guarantee you provide, the more suspicious he will become. It is often the flawed, yet seemingly reasonable explanations that ensnare him. Chu Xingchen replied through thought. Moreover, he has long since had no choices left. Trust me, in 10 seconds, he will be begging you to let him sweep the floor. Yao Qin, filled with skepticism, nodded faintly while silently counting the seconds in her mind. 1, 2. Before she could reach 3, an urgent voice called out from behind her. Wait, I submit. Zheng Xiaofeng's voice hurriedly echoed as he stepped forward to stand beside Chu Xingchen, adding, but you must guarantee that I can sweep the floors at Tianyin sect afterward. Yao Qin glanced at Zheng Xiaofeng and replied nonchalantly, I agree. Zheng Xiaofeng then turned his gaze toward Chu Xingchen, realizing that this man had been in charge from the very beginning. Although he was nominally a junior, it was likely that this junior held a higher status within Tianyin's sect. It was only his word that mattered. Chu Xingchen couldn't help but smile at the absurdity of the situation. Zheng Xiaofeng was ignoring the one truly in charge, seeking his own validation instead. Naturally, it was not a problem. Chu Xingchen nodded in agreement, then turned serious as he stated, but do you understand the consequences if you betray us? Zheng Xiaofeng blurted out. I am currently utterly devoted to you. Chu Xingchen nodded in satisfaction, affirming, excellent. Remember, when I communicate with you later, you must say exactly what I instruct. From now on, you are a member of Tianyin sect. So remember to carry yourself with some authority. Authority? Don't worry. You'll learn quickly to Qingfeng sect discussion chamber. As Chu Xingchen entered the room, he suddenly barked at the disciple by the door. Go. Summon your damned sect leader. The Qingfeng sect disciple appeared momentarily taken aback, but promptly turned to find the leader. Chu Xingchen's gaze shifted to the visibly anxious Zheng Xiaofeng, and he reassured him. Don't panic. Zheng Xiaofeng instinctively nodded. Observing Zheng Xiaofeng's slightly flustered expression, Yao Qin couldn't help but feel that he was unreliable. Could he handle this? If he was already trembling before even meeting the leader, would he not collapse before uttering a single word? Without granting Zheng Xiaofeng much time to compose himself, the sect leader arrived in a flurry, having received the message, as he stepped into the chamber. His piercing gaze swept across the room, landing on the coldly questioning Chu Xingchen, the sword hilt caressing Yao Qin's fingers, and the increasingly flustered Zheng Xiaofeng. The leader clasped his hands and inquired, What urgent matter brings you here? Chu Xingchen snorted disdainfully. We have received intelligence from Zhongzhou stating that someone from your Qingfeng sect appears to be involved with the evil cultivators. I am here to inquire about this matter. Zhongzhou intelligence? May I see it? If this is true, Qingfeng sect will cleanse its ranks, the leader responded earnestly. However, before he could receive an answer, Zheng Xiaofeng's hesitant voice interjected, Is Zhongzhou intelligence something you can access? The leader's gaze instantly shifted to Zheng Xiaofeng, his eyes narrowing. Zheng Xiaofeng had endured that questioning stare countless times before, but at this moment, for reasons unknown, a surge of blood surged to his head. Zheng Xiaofeng shouted, What are you staring at? I'm asking you, is Zhongzhou intelligence something you can access? With this declaration, Zheng Xiaofeng felt an exhilarating rush, as if a weight had been lifted from his chest. The sect leader, suppressing his anger, replied in a low voice, Little Zheng, have you taken the wrong medicine? Zheng Xiaofeng unabashedly retorted, I haven't taken any medicine. I am now a member of Tianyin sect. You'd better show some respect, old dog. Tianyin sect. Indeed, I am now the one sweeping the floors at Tianyin sect. What can you do about it? Seeing Zheng Xiaofeng standing his ground against the sect leader, Yao Qin gazed at Chu Xingchen in astonishment. What had he said to provoke this reaction? Yet, she noticed Chu Xingchen subtly shaking his head. Yao Qin found it hard to believe. Was this truly his doing? Zhang Xiaofeng stepped forward, confronting the sect leader. What are you looking at? Even if I'm just a floor sweeper, I am still from Tianyin sect oh, you dare to move against me? The sect leader, struggling to contain his inner fury, turned his attention back to Chu Xingchen and asked, "May I inquire if this matter is true?" Chu Xingchen replied languidly, "Naturally, it is true. Even Tianyin sect should recognize that such conduct is not appropriate." The sect leader countered, "We have extended courtesy to your sect, and your actions are truly fitting." Chu Xingchen nonchalantly deflected the responsibility. "It was Elder Zhang Xiaofeng who wished to come. I did not invite him." The leader could no longer restrain himself, exclaiming, "This is against the rules. I demand to question your Tianyin sect elder. To abduct an elder from his own sect to sweep floors. Does Qingfeng's sect not deserve any respect? Moreover, how dare mere newly appointed Golden Core elder speak so boldly? In the past, he would have had to tread lightly when addressing the leader." Chu Xingchen laughed coldly. "Is it appropriate for you to collude with evil cultivators?" The leader retorted, "Where's the evidence? You can't slander my Qingfeng sect without proof." Without hesitation, Chu Xingchen tossed a bloodstone from his spatial ring. "Well, leader, have you thoroughly checked the records of your Qingfeng sect's mines? If you have pests in your household and remain oblivious until your house collapses, it will be too late." The leader was momentarily taken aback, observing Chu Xingchen's resolute gaze and the bloodstone that lay on the ground. "Do you think Tianyin sect would send someone to play games with you?" Chu Xingchen laughed lightly. "Do you think I am here to pick a fight? Go investigate the elder Shangwan locked in the confinement room. Don't say we at Tianyin sect did not give you a chance, that I assumed you were unaware, which is why I offered it. This elder Zheng has been vetted. Henceforth, he represents Tianyin sect and will supervise your Qingfeng sect's self-examination. My sister and I have received intelligence about evil cultivators and need to verify it within approximately 3 days." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaofeng quickly turned to Chu Xingchen. "Brother, how come I was not informed of this? Are you speaking truth or lies? Where do you get this confidence from if you are not with me?" Yet, Chu Xingchen paid him no heed, continuing, "During these 3 days, you must keep your consciousness firmly on Elder Zheng. When I return, if anything has happened to him, I will have no choice but to assume your Qingfeng sect has entirely fallen to the evil cultivators and will become the primary target of the crackdown in Zhongzhou." The leader's disbelief was palpable as he responded, "Do you think you can intimidate me? Tianyin sect's reputation cannot simply distort the truth." In response, Chu Xingchen shrugged nonchalantly. "Naturally, it can if you do not believe me. You may as well behead this elder Zheng right now to verify my words." Zhang Xiaofeng's heart raced at the implication. The leader may be unaware, but he certainly was not. Even if the leader were to actually decapitate him now, he would likely emerge unscathed. But Chu Xingchen's voice rang in his mind. "You did well just now. Maintain that momentum. You are not a fool. The more confidence you exhibit, the more he will hesitate." Zhang Xiaofeng struggled to contain himself, eager to ask, "Are you serious or merely jesting?" The only response he received was a brilliant smile from Chu Xingchen. Turning to Yao Qin, Chu Xingchen said, "Sister, the sect has urged us. Let us depart at once." Upon hearing this, Yao Qin rose, preparing to follow Chu Xingchen out. As she passed the sect leader, she cast a cold glance in his direction. Subsequently, Zhang Xiaofeng and the leader watched as the two soared into the distance. Once the two could no longer be perceived, the leader's gaze turned somber as he regarded Zhang Xiaofeng. Zhang Xiaofeng took a deep breath, cursing internally, "To hell with it. I'm all in." He glared fiercely at the leader, barking, "Old thief, what are you staring at? Hurry up and interrogate." The leader's hands clenched tightly, his gaze fixed menacingly on Zhang Xiaofeng, as if he were on the verge of striking him down. Zhang Xiaofeng understood that there was no turning back now. He stepped forward boldly, wearing a brazen smile as he addressed the leader. "Have you suppressed me for so many years? Is it too much to call you an old thief a couple of times? If you have any objections, feel free to take my head right now." The leader took a deep breath. As the sect leader, he would never wager the entirety of his sect on a mere slim chance. He could only suppress his anger and declare, "Elder Zheng, let us proceed to the confinement room." Upon witnessing the expression of dismay on the sect leader's face, Zhang Xiaofeng could not comprehend the reason behind it. He merely felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. The inner trepidation that had once gripped him dissipated in the wake of this newfound elation. He let out a cold chuckle, declaring, "Lead the way." "Continue walk," I said. "Lead the way." The sect leader clenched his fists tightly, took a deep breath once more, and, with a flourish of his flowing sleeves, turned to depart. Zhang Xiaofeng could no longer suppress the unrestrained smile that broke across his face, his laughter echoing through the chamber. What a thrill! This was truly worth it. At the outer edges of Qingfeng's sect, Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin came to a halt in unison. "Senior sister," Chu Xingchen called out casually, then paused, momentarily taken aback, before continuing with a chuckle. "Yao Qin, you take the route eastward to intercept any messages being sent to the mine, while I will block another path." Yao Qin nodded in agreement to the plan. Her tone calm as she remarked, "Senior sister, your suggestion is quite agreeable. It is pleasant to hear." Chu Xingchen replied earnestly, "This is an additional fee." At his words, Yao Qin shot him a cold glance and promptly soared eastward. "Honestly, you have no sense of humor," Chu Xingchen muttered as he headed south. Chu Xingchen had previously studied the paths, noting that only the east and south were densely forested and difficult to traverse, providing ample cover for their movements. This time, the disturbance would surely provoke a few small insects to reveal themselves. Compared to the more open directions, the likelihood of ambush in these two areas was significantly higher. As for why Chu Xingchen was so certain that the sect leader of Qingfeng would refrain from taking action, it was due to a blue attribute that indicated his cautious nature. In uncertain circumstances, he would not act recklessly, and would at least bide his time for 3 days to ascertain the situation. Thus, Chu Xingchen had set the time frame for 3 days, intending to intercept any small insects attempting to relay messages to the mine and ascertain the current state of affairs within Qingfeng's sect. As for Qingfeng's sect's self-examination, Chu Xingchen would rather rely on the hope that Li Yingling would not create any chaos for him upon his return. Under the cover of night, Elderly traversed the mountains from the east with a grave expression. The disciples of Tianyan's sect were indeed formidable. Their feigned attacks were a blend of the genuine and the false. They appeared to play the fool, yet undoubtedly held a wealth of information. In the span of just 1 day, they had managed to sway a golden core elder to their side. Moreover, Zhang Xiaofeng seemed to have transformed entirely. Once cautious and astute, he now boldly chastised the sect leader, calling him old by dang. The sect leader, astonishingly, endured the tirade without so much as a rebuttal. Refusing to divulge specifics of the situation, one could only surmise that Zhang Xiaofeng had acquired some form of leverage from the disciples of Tianyan's sect. Additionally, the blood chi spirit stone presented by the sect leader was noteworthy. Ever since the mine had been attacked, they had established a triggering formation based on a maze. Any outsiders that entered would activate alerts to both Qingfeng's sect and the elders of the mine. Each disciple present at the mine carried a specially crafted token to prevent false alarm. I guess they had not received any abnormal signals from the mine formation. It was reasonable to conclude that no issues had arisen there. However, the emergence of the blood chi spirit stone, particularly one that had directly implicated Qingfeng's sect and the defection of a Tianyan sect elder, was troubling. The convergence of these 3 events suggested a situation far from benign. Now, although there was a risk of exposure, arrangements had already been made with those sinister cultivators at the mine, bringing matters to a concluding stage. Given the circumstances, if he did nothing, Elderly would likely find himself ensnared. Thus, he resolved to investigate the mine, ascertain the intelligence there, and perhaps expedite matters or relocate. Once a sufficient distance from Qingfeng's sect, Elderly employed Earth Escape to make his way towards the mine. Consumed with worry, Elderly failed to notice a divine sense that had caught onto his presence. Yet he was keenly aware of a fierce, sword energy manifesting behind him. He swiftly emerged from the ground, conjured a long sword, and with his golden core pulsating, unleashed a surge of spiritual power, directing the sword towards the menacing sword energy. The 2 forces clashed violently, resulting in a shockwave that uprooted the earth and shattered trees into splinters. Elder Li's divine sense swiftly scanned the surroundings. Soon detecting a figure that had not concealed their presence, he turned his gaze to see Yao Qin perched atop a large tree, her expression inscrutable, holding a long sword and observing him silently. Elder Li's countenance darkened. He had indeed been lured into a trap. Yao Qin spoke coldly. Surrender quietly to avoid suffering unnecessarily. Damn it. If avoiding suffering means death, then I will not comply. Without hesitation, Elderly directed his flying sword towards Yao Qin while hastily fleeing westward at this juncture. Reaching the mine was no longer an option. He could only hope for the best for himself, grateful for the chance to escape. After all, as a golden core cultivator, he could find a new way to live in this realm. However, before he could cover much distance, he suddenly spewed a mouthful of blood. Trembling, he glanced back to find his personal flying sword shattered, glimmering faintly under the moonlight as it fell like a shooting star. Through the cracks of the broken sword, he met the gaze of Yao Qin, her eyes devoid of warmth, as if regarding a corpse. Wow, Yao Qin, your methods are impressive, Chu Xingchen remarked, astonished to see Elderly bound and utterly incapacitated, his face pale as Yao Qin manipulated him with her spiritual energy, tossing him onto the ground. There was no doubt that Elderly had been thoroughly subdued, his meridians likely dismantled by Yao Qin. With a hint of resignation, Yao Qin stated, I have captured him. I conducted a brief interrogation before coming here. But he refused to utter a word. Do you have any confidence? Chu Xingchen's face bore a semblance of a disconcerting smile as he replied, My second disciple has indeed provided me with some insights on interrogation. He can do that, Yao Qin queried, her brow furrowing in confusion. Strictly speaking, he is the one being punished at Yao Qin's face displayed bewilderment, only to witness Chu Xingchen producing spiritual herbs and a small pot from a spatial ring. Observing Chu Xingchen's apparent intent to concoct a pill, Yao Qin remarked, Don't worry, I have control. He won't die. Chu Xingchen replied earnestly, You can rest assured. He will soon wish for death. Unsure of Chu Xingchen's methods, Yao Qin chose to observe. Chu Xingchen extracted the essence from the spiritual herbs and combined it with flour and honey, kneading it together before absorbing all the essence into it. He levitated the emerald green pill with his magical power. Turning to Yao Qin with a serious expression, What you are about to witness must remain confidential. Do not speak of it outside. Chu Xingchen would never admit that consuming a pill he had concocted amounted to torture. All right. Though Yao Qin found it peculiar, she nodded in agreement. With assurances in place, Chu Xingchen approached Elderly, sincerity etched on his face. I am giving you one last chance. Confess, and we can resolve this amicably. Elderly responded with a disdainful smirk. Either way, it leads to death. None shall fare well. Faced with Elderly's obstinate refusal to cooperate, Chu Xingchen sighed, using his spiritual power to pry open Elderly's mouth. Forcing the pill into its Elderly was unable to wield his own spiritual energy. He could not resist the action. However, when confronted with the pill, Elderly's instinct was to press it against his tongue. Chu Xingchen, unfazed by Elderly's small defiance, smiled gently and sealed his mouth shut with his spiritual power. Before long, Elderly was overwhelmed by the unparalleled bitterness of the flower pill. This pill was insufferable. The bitterness surged from his tongue to the roots, penetrating deep into his mind. It felt as though the bitterness was directly assaulting his consciousness, rendering him utterly miserable. Yet his mouth was sealed by Chu Xingchen's power. Fine, if I must die, at least I shall not suffer. With a steely resolve, Elderly swallowed the pill whole. Subsequently, he noticed the smile on Chu Xingchen's face seemed to broaden even further. Elderly quickly comprehended that the flower was anything but solid. As he swallowed, a significant amount of flour crumbled away. Clinging to his mouth, the extent of the assault on his tongue was magnified. Immediately, as the elixir he had ingested began to take effect, Yao Qin gazed at Elderly with a look of bewilderment as his countenance underwent constant transformations. Then, she witnessed Elderly tremble violently, his eyes widening in shock as he emitted a series of incoherent sounds. His body, tightly bound, began to writhe like a maggot. Within mere moments, his bulging eyes frantically darted towards Chu Xingchen, filled with an unending plea, as if to convey that he would confess everything. That a faint smile appeared on Chu Xingchen's face as he remarked, Do you wish to die? A slip of the tongue, perhaps? You wish to confess? Elderly's whimpers grew incessant, his head nodding wildly. He readily surrendered, weeping profusely, desperately seeking death. He divulged all he knew. The instigators, the members of the organization, the coded phrases for communication, and even the details of the mining site. The once proud elderly pleaded, "I beg you, please give me the antidote. I cannot endure any longer if it is not poison." "Then where would the antidote come from?" Chu Xingchen replied earnestly. "Although there is no antidote, I can offer you some water to rinse your mouth." Upon hearing this, Elder Li's eyes widened in fury as he bellowed, "Then just kill me. I implore you, in my life." Based on Elder Li's revelations, death was indeed his fate, but certainly not at this moment, since he was unwilling to accept the kindness of rinsing his mouth. "So be it." Chu Xingchen casually sealed Elder Li's mouth with spiritual energy and then turned to Yao Qin. He noticed her somber expression, her gaze seemingly filled with murderous intent. Yet this murderous aura did not appear to be directed at Elder Li, but rather, she seemed lost in thought. Chu Xingchen waved his hand in front of her, concern etched on his face as he asked, "Are you all right?" "I am fine." Yao Qin took a deep breath and gently closed her eyes. After a brief hesitation, Chu Xingchen spoke up. "The situation is now clear. That group known as the Evil Spirit Sect aims to create a holy mother using ancient methods. The blood spirit stones are their primary means. And with such a vast blood sacrifice, they cannot conceal it that if we meticulously trace this lead, we will undoubtedly uncover the truth. We can now report back to Yuzhou City and clarify matters with Zhongzhou." Yao Qin abruptly opened her eyes, interrupting him, her icy voice trembling slightly as she declared, "It cannot end like this. It has always been this way. Even without cultivating immortality, it remains the same, and even after achieving it, it is still the same." Chu Xingchen stared at Yao Qin in astonishment. This was the first time he had witnessed her lose composure. "I apologize." Yao Qin quickly realized her outburst, turning away. "You are right. We should return." Chu Xingchen's tone grew serious as he inquired, "What is troubling you?" "I merely recalled an event from the past," Yao Qin replied, turning back to him with a calm expression. "Let us take him back to Yuzhou City first, and then address the matters concerning Qingfeng's sect." Chu Xingchen fixed his gaze on Yao Qin, insisting, "I believe it will be better to resolve your issues first." "What issues could I possibly have?" "Then tell me the truth. What were you thinking just now?" Yao Qin tightened her grip on the sword in her hand, remaining silent for a long moment before gritting her teeth and responding, "I was thinking of killing. I was contemplating the annihilation of those wretched, evil cultivators. How can they, who do not understand the righteous path, dare to tread upon the crooked ways? Are people in this world to be as lowly as ants? My master always says that there's a distinction between immortals and mortals. Only by becoming an immortal can one find the true path. I was instructed to forsake my mortal heart and forget the past, for all things in this world ultimately lead towards their destined fate. But was my master born as an immortal?" Upon finishing her words, it seemed she could no longer contain her wrath. She drew her sword and, in a flash, severed Elder Li's head. It appeared she had come to a realization. Her tone resolute as she declared, "This matter concerns only me. You may return." With that, she turned to leave. Chu Xingchen called out, "What do you mean it concerns only you? You still owe me spirit stones." Yao Qin halted, raising her chin to the moonlight as she said, "I will repay you. I am a true disciple of Tianyan's sect, and it is they who should fear." Sighing, Chu Xingchen approached Yao Qin and said, "You know what I'm trying to convey." Yao Qin glanced at him. In this vast world, there would always be someone willing to stand by Yao Qin's side, supporting her in her endeavors. Chu Xingchen chuckled lightly, stretching lazily as he remarked, "How fortuitous. I suppose I could be counted among them, considering you have assisted me on numerous occasions." Yao Qin pressed her lips together, finally whispering, "Thank you." "What? Speak up." Chu Xingchen, without further delay. "We must swiftly eradicate the evil cultivators." Two beams of radiant light surged into the Qingfeng sect's mining site from different directions. One beam landed squarely in the center of the mining area. The miners, hard at work, looked up to see a stunning woman enveloped in dazzling spiritual light, slightly raising her hand to control a flying sword that moved at astonishing speed. Meanwhile, the Qingfeng sect disciples tasked with guarding the site merely turned their heads slightly towards the source of the sound. Suddenly, a flash of light zipped by, followed by a chilling sensation at their necks, and darkness enveloped their vision. A flying sword freely navigated the mining site, reaping the lives of the Qingfeng sect disciples. Chu Xingchen, on the other hand, charged directly into the warehouse. As expected, the interior of the warehouse had been reinforced with formations, and a golden core cultivator was seated in the center of the array. Without hesitation, Chu Xingchen summoned his spirit sword. Although Li Yingling appeared to be slacking off, she had never neglected her cultivation. Her divine abilities had already reached a new level. Li Xingchen primarily focused on cultivating spiritual power. Thus his mastery of divine abilities remained at a rudimentary stage. Therefore, the first disciple wielded the 3,000-week water sword. Chu Xingchen showed no mercy. His spirit sword transformed into a water dragon composed of spiritual energy, swiftly ascending and rushing towards the golden core cultivator with blinding speed. The golden core cultivator, being only at the mid-stage of golden core, stood up to counterattack the moment Chu Xingchen landed. However, upon seeing the spiritual water dragon leap from the spirit sword, the golden core cultivator felt his own aura rapidly locked down. In an instant, he realized, this is divine ability. Chu Xingchen acted with incredible speed, unleashing a powerful move without uttering a single word, and it possessed tracking properties. Regardless of what the golden core cultivator tried to do in his struggle, with a single strike, Chu Xingchen cleaved through everything before him. The overwhelming spiritual force easily shattered the ground and obliterated all obstacles in its path, including the helpless golden core cultivator. A beam of spiritual light shot out from the warehouse, seemingly boundless as it surged into the distance, crushing everything that stood in its way. Yaoqin could not help but glance over, feeling the terrifying wave of spiritual energy. Even someone as well-versed as she was certain that this was undoubtedly a top-tier divine ability. The warehouse could not withstand such spiritual energy and was quickly reduced to ruins, scattering in all directions. Yaoqin saw Chu Xingchen holding his spirit sword, and upon noticing her gaze, he smiled lightly and extended 2 fingers towards her, his index and middle finger. What could that possibly mean? If Chu Xingchen was signaling something, Yaoqin certainly would not interpret it positively. Was he implying that she was weak? In a sudden burst of speed, Yaoqin's spirit sword moved even faster. And as she finished off the final Qingfeng sect disciple, the spirit sword returned to its sheath. Subsequently, Yaoqin extended her delicate fingers towards Chu Xingchen, displaying the same 2 fingers. You are weak as well. Chu Xingchen was taken aback to see Yaoqin making such an amusing gesture, her expression still one of indifference.